The AI guild keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Up from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI guild keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Up from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Where is that? Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI guild keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Up from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Where is that? Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. Organized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI guild keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Up from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Where is that? Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized.
Every post is a signal. Give it fuel. BoostX, the social value layer.
Media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha alpha keeps flowing, the hunters tools they be showing. The AI gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind shared.
What is up, my friends? I am excited about this one. We got Dan and Resh joining us from Boom, friends of the show and builders in the Bitcoin ecosystem. And today we're spotlighting Boom Wallet as they gear up for launch. Boom is a non-custodial Bitcoin payment wallet built on Stacks with SBTC support. And the core idea is simple but powerful. Make Bitcoin payments feel as easy as sending a message. Instead of wallets being complicated tools only power users love, Boom is focused on real-world usage, everyday payments, merchants, peer-to-peer transfers, without giving up self-custody and security. The timing could not be better. So let's dig into why they're building this, who it's for, and what people should expect as Boom gets ready to go live fully. And we have Dan Trevino and Resh Suresh Singh in the house. How are you, my friends? Are you guys doing well? I hope you're catching a break for the holiday season we're dropping into. It's great to see you guys.
Hey, great to be here. Thanks for inviting us.
Likewise. It's 4 p.m. here in England. It's getting dark, miserable weather.
Oh, well, that's not too bad, man.
Yeah. Miserable is the word sunny for UK.
Well, isn't that kind of just common for the community?
Know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name.
No, but you know what though? Actually, I think you guys know Jamie Fletcher from the dog pool coin and all the cool stuff he's brought.
Yeah.
He comes on periodically, and there was one day where he was talking about it being a sunny day. And, I was surprised because I didn't think you guys actually had any of those ever. So it does happen, though, I guess, from time to time.
We have good summers, man. We have decent summers. I think he's Jamie's based in Bristol, down south.
I think you're correct. I'm not positive about that, but so it varies, like the US to some degree. The further north you get, it'll be a little cooler.
I think the only comparison I have, to be honest, I have told is actually the same. Is Seattle's weather is very similar to UK weather. So that's a comparison I can give people. Anyway, so let's kick off
Yeah.
the
So
discussion.
let's. So, Dan, you've been working on Boom for quite a while. In its current iteration, I want to say for probably about a year, with what you're, or maybe a little bit longer than that. But it's been about a year since we've been kind of quietly waiting, seeing this develop, to see what's coming on it. And it's a use case we really need more of in the ecosystem. So tell us a little bit about, for those that aren't aware, because I'm quite familiar, which is uncommon for me. I like to actually do these when I know less about the project, so I have more curiosity behind my questions. So why don't you give us a little bit of a background? What is Boom for? What are you building Boom for?
How much background do you want? I can tell you where we started back at the Stacks launch date.
Whatever you think is important for people to know about the project.
Okay. Well, we launched with the Stacks mainnet launch back in 2021 with Boom as a web wallet at the time and an NFT platform. We were the first NFT platform. We have the first NFTs minted on the Stacks network, and we ran that
You guys
for,
first NFT mint?
as far as I know, yeah. I think Frieger, who I'm sure you know of, has kind of verified that for us. We didn't see any other NFT mint contract or clarity calls before that. So we did that for a while. I got recruited into a Bitcoin startup, and so Boom kind of languished for a while. I left the Bitcoin startup in February, was it last year? 2024, February 2024. And went back to Boom really. At the time, they were starting to talk about SBTC and the Nakamoto upgrade. And I really saw that. I saw SBTC with the faster speeds on stacks that were going to be coming down the road, which I guess didn't show up until like September or so of 24.
Nakamoto was November.
November. There you go. So we were, I think, initially promised that in July. And so we started building. I saw
April. It was
April.
supposed to launch in April, right around the halving.
Maybe July was one of the intermediate.
That might have been one of the first target, like the target extension was July. I think you're right.
But anyway, so earlier in the year, I saw SBTC and the promise of a faster stacks network, and I was looking around and I thought we really have an opportunity to be a better Lightning than Lightning here. With SBTC, one-to-one peg, with Clarity, with the full decentralization of a stacks network versus kind of centralized nodes in Lightning, I thought this is a better opportunity. So we started targeting like building out a payments system, kind of more like Cash App, more like Venmo for those of you who are familiar with those, strictly kind of focused on simplifying payments. And we started building that out until, Resh, was it like September, October when we started pivoting of the end of last year, maybe November?
Yeah.
And at the time, I was also more on Nostr, and so Nostr was actually making some good headway in the same direction. But my concern was really about trying to put stacks activity onto Nostr. Nostr has decentralized relays. It's very cool. I love the tech and I love where they're going. But I think there's still like the opportunity there to censor different note types. Like you have to specify types of notes that when you're sending them onto these relays, and some of that can be reused. But the way I was looking at potentially using Nostr, I was like, we were going to have some of our own custom note types, and whether those got picked up by the relay nodes to actually move forward, whether they were actually supported, because different relays can support different types of notes at their will, was an open question. And so I thought it's better if we just kind of take this into our own hands rather than relying on a network that may or may not be open to a different use case. So we pivoted more into building Boom as the social wallet that we wanted, based on a Stacks L2, based on Clarity and SBTC, because I thought that's where like our largest feature set really could come from. The largest capability set could come from those things. And so from that time, we've been building out what is essentially 3 apps, which I know people are going to beat me over the head over for, but we're building a wallet, we're building a marketplace, we're building a chat app, and then of course all the infrastructure to support those different things. So your comment about us taking a while, we could have probably kind of shortened our. I know that wasn't a criticism.
Yeah.
I know it's just like it's the reality. We could have probably shrank our feature set a little bit and done this quicker, but we've kind of built it incrementally, and I really wanted to make something that's going to be different from what every other wallet out there is. And actually, we kind of pivoted away from just calling it Boom Wallet, which just Boom. The app, the wallet, is more focused on doing kind of being in the background and supporting what you want to do, rather than being a kind of first class citizen in the or first class app in itself. Similar to, you go to Amazon, you don't have your wallet up front, right? Your wallet just comes in when you want to make a
Right.
payment.
The marketplace is what's up front that people are interacting with.
Exactly. Right. And so we're trying to get that kind of, bring that kind of experience into Stacks Web3 Bitcoin layer twos, again, with the idea that SBTC is the right play for this, and that Stacks' faster network is really going to be a key enabler. And we've seen that so far. And so that's where we are. We're still kind of finishing up some pieces today, but we're pretty close on completing that whole 3 app journey, bundle journey.
Just want to add to what Dan shared there. I think what you stated is quite fair criticism or feedback in terms of it taken a while, because we were supposed to be done middle last year or towards September, October. But what we have found in every iterations we have done, or Dan has done, is that once you build to a certain level, you say, oh, there's limitation at this part. We need to address this part. So anybody who says that, this can be easily, I can launch in 3 months, welcome to try it. I promise you, I assure you.
Yeah, listen, I certainly didn't mean it as criticism.
No. We didn't take it that way at all.
Totally understand. Our website is still, we understand. We're definitely trying to build stuff out, and we're not as we're less far along in the last year than you guys are, and we've so it's, I totally understand, and honestly, you're better off taking your time and putting out a good functioning product that is what you want, that and rushing to meet an arbitrary deadline,
Well, I mean, yeah, there's this whole lean startup thing. Like, you can argue this both ways, but it is what it is. I have certain feelings about what I want to release, just me personally, and that gets in the way of some of it sometimes, because I'm like, I don't like this chat. I want to redo the chat now, or which I'm sure Rich gets frustrated with. But
so, I mean, if I were, and you guys are, I know you've been cranking, and you're towards the finish line of getting to market. I've already played around with the app in the background. Very cool. I know that there's obviously, you're still in like a beta function, trying to work out some kinks, but it's very functional, very, very much. The roadmap is clearly there, and it's only a matter of time. But you also want to make sure, so you mentioned the 3 components. There's the wallet, which is fundamental infrastructure for any application on chain, on any chain.
Quite honestly, the easiest part of this whole thing.
Right, but the social part of it is more important than, because a wallet is a wallet is a wallet, but what you can do with it is important, and the chat functionality and the marketplace functionality both make it a more engaging application than just a wallet. And those are the features that I want to play with. I have a wallet. I have a number of wallets. It's not just another wallet. That's not what Boom is. And I actually am glad you guys aren't really, I try to refer to it as Boom or Boom.money, because I realize that while there is a wallet layer, that's not what this is really for. It's about the economy and the necessary components of having an actual exchange happening.
At a deeper level, even kind of below that, it's about the community, right?
Right.
Like my vision, when I think about the best part of, or the best version of this, is a bazaar where people are interacting with each other, people are buying and selling, but there's a community formed around Bitcoin, and getting that economy moving, right? So you'll be able to buy locally with Bitcoin, you'll be able to buy remotely with Bitcoin very easily without having to go through 2 different places to do those different things with a community that you may not know, right? You're stepping out to existing Lightning or Bitcoin shops right now, and that might be fine. There's some great ones, but we're trying to kind of pull that together and kind of build around, create a community that is interested in building a Bitcoin economy, and that's kind of the at the lowest level. That's what it's about.
And it's important. There's a lot of creators. Our model is more creator content focused, but content creators are looking for commerce for their content. That's the goal of creating the content, is either to get attention for other stuff you're selling, or to specifically be selling the content, or both, monetizing the stuff you're creating. And there's not really a really good central place to do that right now. And Resh had actually asked me the other day about whether we were interested in setting up a smart shop on Boom, and 1000% we are. We don't have a merch store yet for DeOrganized, and it's something people have been telling me we should do. And I don't disagree. It's just it's a bandwidth issue. That's the same. A year ago I should have been putting out a merch shop. I'd have some T-shirts out there in the marketplace where free branding and people pay, and some revenue streams. But this is actually going to be a catalyst for me to get off my butt, get some merch together, figure out how we're going to create a merch store, put it in Boom, and then get that on our website and be able to distribute that. That's something we can then market on our platforms and get some exposure. And Boom's going to help facilitate that, where we can, there are plenty of Web 2 opportunities out there right now, but I really want to see, and I think that not that this is necessarily going to be built into V1 right now, or the current version of Boom, but soon, with my vision, what I hope to see relatively soon is people that don't even have a crypto wallet yet are getting exposed to what we're doing. They go into one of our channels, one of our apps, something we're doing that onboards them to create a wallet through Boom. They now have a wallet. They now have their account. They're going into our smart shop. They don't even really know they have a wallet. They just set up an account.
Exactly.
They might have a passkey or something. They might not even have a passkey. It might even just be connected to their social media account, their whatever. And then they actually facilitate a transaction where they're just using their regular debit card, credit card. It on ramps into crypto, abstractively, where they don't even know it. We're getting paid in crypto, either USDC on Stacks or SBTC or STX, whatever we choose, because we can program that on the back end. The user doesn't ever even have to experience it. And we're selling some merchandise. We're getting the crypto. They're engaging in the crypto economy and they don't even know it.
Yeah, that's one of the things I think that's kind of lost sometimes when there's been a lot of hype recently about passkeys, and I've been one of the people who's been kind of poo-pooing passkeys, not because I think it's a bad idea, but I think that onboarding to a wallet is effectively useless if you've got nothing to do with it, right? Like, I can create a wallet and I can get you into a wallet with a passkey in a few seconds, but what are you going to do next? Right, you've got to have something to do with that wallet, and you don't even have crypto yet. You can't go get a username without Stacks. You can't go and do any DeFi. You can't do anything. Right? You've got a wallet with nothing in it. So my point is not necessarily against passkey, but that we need to focus on the larger picture, which is one of our key metrics is time to first transaction, right? And I want to have you doing your first transaction within 30 seconds.
Right.
So you're right. You shouldn't have to know about your Bitcoin address and
you shouldn't have to know
any of that stuff.
Literally just be. It really should be. I'm giving you my credit card information. You're taking my cash, putting it into a crypto account for me. Basically my wallet is my account, right?
Right.
And my
Right.
user account. And so that user account though can be composable into other apps, once it exists on chain.
Right. Yeah.
And
And
my
so
ability to log into it can
that's
be
also part of it is when you're interacting, let's say with the Organized Media's Smart Shop, um, there's some value in the pseudonymity,
pseudonymy.
yeah, whatever that is,
Pseudonymous?
transactions, right? Like maybe you want to go buy a mug and you don't want anybody to know you bought a DeOrganized mug. But the reality is you're going to have to ship a mug to somebody. And so there's going to have to be shipping information potentially and some identifier that makes sense to a delivery um, organization, whether it's like UPS or like the USPS. And they have different rules about what names you can use and what names you cannot use, right? We've kind of found this out over time. I think Resh brought this to our attention. Um, and so we one of the things we're doing during our onboarding is everybody gets a name. A name is basically key to the platform and it's free. So we're not onboarding you to a wallet and then saying, here's some stacks, go buy a name. We're giving you a name at the beginning. It's free, it's fast, and that way when somebody goes to buy a mug, you know that you're dealing with dan.boom.btc or resh.boom.btc, right? And that also kind of feeds into trust building over time, right? You can see like dan.boom.btc has never I don't know, returned merchandise or whatever like that, or never had issues with sellers. Or you can see that the Organized Media has fulfilled 100% of their shipping issues and nobody has ever complained about them, right? And everybody rates them as 5-star. So those names also help you build trust over time. And that's kind of a key, right? Like I was telling Resh this a while back, one of the triggers for this whole thing about the social piece of it was the realization that money is social, right? Like that's not a realization to a lot of people, but it's a realization that I had while I was at my in-laws' place in India, right? And there, in the community, within the community, my in-laws can go down the street without cash, without money, go to a shop and say, hey, I need X, Y, and Z. They can get a short-term kind of pass, right, on okay, we know you're going to pay later.
Good
But that
morning,
trusting piece, because
stackers.
there's a community
We'll
that
get
knows you,
started with the
right?
Let's Go
social
morning show
credit,
with
not
300
in
the
the
artist and
Orwellian way, but in the
GP
actual, like, how it
with the
exists in
Organized
real
Media
life.
here in
I
just
know
a
you, and
few
so
moments.
I can do this for you,
Hope
right? I
that you
know
are
that you
having
live down the
a
street,
high
and I know
frequency
that you
start
always
to
pay
your
me
week.
back within
So
the day
get
or
ready,
two.
stackers. Let's get to it.
And so this whole need for names and identifiers, I think, feeds into that social credit, and I think it's key to kind of helping us build out the economy this way.
100%. Do you see
Alpha keeps flowing, the hunters tools they be showing. The AI gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Or from the underworld, the game master.
What's up, friends? It's your boy GP with DeOrganized Media, bringing you another awesome episode of the Let's Go Morning Show. I hope that the weekend has treated you with high frequency vibes and that love has surrounded you. It was a very, very cold one for the southeastern U.S. and the broader U.S. is also getting a bit of a snowstorm. It's insane. This weather is the music going haywire. Yeah, it's insane. It got very, very, very cold, and things were covered with ice whenever I woke up this morning. The car has got like 3-4 inches of ice stuck on it. The doors are shut. Insane. Let's take a look at Bitcoin, jump right into it, and take a look at some charts. And we'll go around the ecosystem, then we'll go to the associated news handles and see if we can't find some alpha from over the weekend. Let me share my screen with you, and we'll take a quick look. Going to take a look at the Bitcoin chart here. It is looking like we are coming around at 87.8K. On the 4-hour time frame, we got as low as 85K over the weekend. Let's go to the daily time frame and make each of these candles a day. So here we go. Looks like we've been just consolidating in a range. For me, I'm seeing somewhat of a flag being drawn out here, but could very well be a rising wedge of the sort. Bitcoin just reacting to the news that Trump is going to be putting 10% tariffs on 8 different European countries as part of a deal to acquire Greenland. Greenland is rich in natural resources, so it's no wonder, and it's very, very strategic for Trump's plan to acquire Greenland. If we're taking a look at this Bitcoin chart, another thing that I'm noticing is that the RSI, the stochastic RSI, is below the dotted line here, looking to get across to the upside. This blue line crossing the orange line to the upside could signal that we're going to find some momentum and start to reverse here from this local downtrend that has been formed. Let's go to the very small time frames and go to the hourly and see what we're seeing just in the last few hours. The last few hours, we've got a bit of a rebound from 8K up to about 88K, and now could be flagging out. If we take a look at the 15-minute time frame, it looks just like that. We throw this into a flag and quite potentially maybe getting a reversal out of here. So let's take a look and see where this measured move just from wick to wick would take us. If this is a flag and it does play out, we are looking to get back around the 89,000 mark. Let's see, throw a line there for you so it's more visible so we could see this. There we go. So just at 90K, if this flag does play out, Stacks is forming a little bit of a downtrend. Since we got this big run up, we got over 60% gains on this move up, and now just consolidating and going sideways in a range. Got a little bit of a downtrend here, but one thing I've noticed is this a bit of a cup and handle, right? Cup and handle is a widely traded pattern. If you are a pattern trader, or these different patterns can help you find confluence in your trades. But this is somewhat of a cup with a handle. So if this is a cup and handle, and we are pattern traders ourselves, I'll take this move here. Let me make this a bit smaller so I can make it a bit more concise. And from where it breaks out, maybe we get a move back around 47 cents. Getting rid of all of these patterns, though, we can go to the 4-hour time frame here, and we can see that we've closed a fair value gap very, very cleanly, right? A fair value gap is whenever we have these candles with energy to the upside, and on either side of this candle here, we take this out. You can see that this big candle is what we're looking at right here. You can see that these wicks on either side of the candle, these other candles here, 1 and 2, these wicks do not match up. So I draw a box there, and this is what I get from that. That is our fair value gap here, just from the bottom side of this candle to the top side of that candle, and that is our fair value gap. And if we see where price is rebounding from on the SDX chart, we went down here and closed this fair value gap very, very efficiently, almost to a T, right? Came down, closed the fair value gap, and now starting to work our way back out this way. Yes, so here we go. Got that fair value gap closed, and now looking a little bit better here as far as momentum. Let's go to the daily time frame and see where we're at. On the stochastics RSI, we are also below the dotted line, looking for a cross to the upside here. See if we can't get a little bit of momentum back in this chart. But we can close this for fair value gap out. It does look like we came down and tested all the way to the top of this candle here. So that is completely closed. And it is looking good. You know, I think that a lot of traders are just waiting on catalyst events, catalyst news, see what's going on with Greenland, etc. You know, and these other Trump tariffs, right? They're supposed to begin at the beginning of February, and we are in the end of January right now. So a lot of people just on the sidelines waiting to see what happens. A lot of traders went risk off and moved into gold and silver, which have been seeing new all-time highs. Every week it's a new all-time high for gold and silver. So very interesting to see gold sitting around $5,000 per ounce, and silver also sitting above $100 an ounce. Crazy to see that. Never thought I would in my lifetime, but commodities like gold and silver are being treated as like a safe haven. You know, they are pumping, so it's crazy, insane. Let's take a look at let's go to the Cointelegraph handle and see what type of news we can't find from our space. Let me change up the screen here. Change up pace. Actually, let's go. I want to go to Coin Market Cap first. Let's go to Coin Market Cap and take a look at the numbers real quick before we go into Cointelegraph. So total crypto market cap sitting around $2.96 trillion, down 1.03% in the last 24 hours. The fear and greed index coming around 29, sitting in, you know, not extreme fear, but regular fear here. Altcoin season index has been stuck on 27 out of 100 for a while now. But the big bad Bitcoin right here, let's take a look. Number one with a $1.75 trillion market cap, down just under 1% in the last 24 hours. Volume is picking up, sitting around 48.3. That is 48.3 trillion, up 167% in the last 24 hours. And yes, we're getting bullish, guys. Lots of things to look forward to, including putting your Bitcoin to work in the Stacks ecosystem. So plenty of ways to earn, 1,000 ways to get it. Let's take a look at the big winners and gainers. So the top 3 winners of the last 24 hours as far as you know, price action. River is up 39.53k or percent. Kaya is up 5.77%, and Lit coming in at 4.61% up on the daily. And let's take a look at the losers. So World Liberty Finance, Wilfy, down 6.97% in the last 24 hours. Story IP down 5.34%, and Dash down 5.30%. Monero had a little bit of a pump and ran to all-time highs as of recent in the last couple of weeks. Now looking like it's getting a little bit of a consolidation or a sell-off. The community sentiment coming around 73% bullish. Crazy to see the privacy taken off. There is a privacy layer for SBTC that is actually being built, along with a payments rail for SBTC. So that's something that I'd pay attention to within this ecosystem. But Monero ran to, you know, price discovery and new all-time highs, and now getting a little bit of a pullback. Changing it up, shaking it up. We're gonna go to the Cointelegraph page here on X and see if we can't find some really base news for us to get into and try to make sense of what's going on within our ecosystem. So if I scroll down, let me give it a little scroll ski. Sorry for hopefully this is just fine for you, just fine. Let's go. All right. So this is about 24 hours out. Let's see all the news from the last 24 hours here. See if we can't find something interesting. So gold has overtaken the US dollar as the largest global reserve currency. Insane to see. Like I said, gold sitting around just under $5,000 per troy ounce. It is only a matter of time. A lot of the times, gold, silver, and Bitcoin have these coordinated moves. They move together. Right now, they're a little bit decoupled. Gold and silver are the outliers, while Bitcoin still hasn't had its next leg up. So, interesting to see how far gold and silver have pumped in over the last year or so, and same with Bitcoin. It's only a matter of time until they are either recoupled or we just see a new paradigm. Moving on from that, Sailor, Unstoppable Orange Strategies plans are unstoppable. So he also made a very, very big buy strategy, bought some more Bitcoin last week. Seeing these buys, I mean, he continues to DCA and move big hunks of capital into BTC. A lot of traders and content creators on the timeline speculating that Sailor will eventually get liquidated. We shall see. He is very, very bullish. Let's see. So Ethereum leads on-chain lending with around 28 billion in active loans per token terminal. That's about 10x more than any other network. So before Stacks, borrowing and lending took place outside of the Bitcoin ecosystem, on different chains like Ethereum and such. Now we have native borrowing and lending with 100% Bitcoin finality right here in Stacks with Zest Protocol. Go check it out, guys. Go follow the handle at Zest Protocol to stay in the know. And now traders don't have to leave the Bitcoin ecosystem to take part in borrowing and lending. So I think that's pretty cool and a good point to make. Wrecked. 131 million in longs were wiped out in the past hour. So this was 21 hours ago. Looks like the market got a little bit volatile on Sunday, got a little bit of a dip, and now kind of working its way back out of that dip. The market will extend the opportunities, guys. Keep your eyes open at all cost. Huge. The total crypto market wiped out 40 billion in just 3 hours. So seeing a very, very big sell-off over the weekend. Low volume. This is low volume stuff. Not a lot of people are at their computers on the weekend, but we shall see what the bulls do this week. New Sol is now 57% away from its all-time high. So is this a good buying opportunity, do you think? Or do you think this is, the end for Sol? I have no clue. I'm no Sol fudder, but the pump fund trenches were a little bit crazy. And that's all I really know from Sol, is that the pump fund trenches were insane to experience. They have since kind of cooled off a bit, but 57% down from all-time high. ETH saw 382 million in net inflows in the past 24 hours. What else can we find in here? These guys from Zcash talking a little bit about Zcash here. Maybe we'll go listen in a little bit. So update, ARK bought the dip, adding Coinbase Circle and Bullish as crypto slid. Coinbase dragged ETF performance. So ARK Invest with Kathy Woods doubling down and DCAing the dip. Let's go. In fact, BTC is still up 810,000% since 2012, which is an insane thing to think about. If I was in the know in 2012, everybody buys in at the price they deserve, is what they say. So we shall see. And this is what I was talking a little bit about. So gold breaks above $5,000 for the first time. Insane to see gold just pumping and pumping and pumping. I know the gold bugs are very, very happy. Same with the silver bugs too. So crazy to see precious metals this high. All right. Today, Coinbase CEO Brian Armstrong calls for an easier capital formation for private companies, envisions a future where firms can go public entirely on chain. I like this idea. Nice, Brian. Nice. New Bitcoin well wallets holdings hit 4-month high at 7.17 million BTC, while 1 million daily transfers reach 2-month highs per sentiment. Look at this little picture here, this little graph showing a rising level of transactions here. Wallets with at least 1K BTC collectively hold 7.17 million BTC. So the wells are accumulating is what you're telling me. Things that make you go, Latest Ethereum Foundation launches post-quantum security team with $2 million funding to protect against quantum computing threats. This has been a big discussion within the Bitcoin ecosystem as well. There have been BIPs proposed for, making Bitcoin quantum resistant. Some traders are speculating by 2030 that, Bitcoin could be at risk for quantum threats. We shall see, right? I don't know how close we are to quantum computing or, getting the cryptography of Bitcoin, cracked into. But I know that people are working on it and kind of formulating ideas surrounding how to, make Bitcoin quantum resistant. Moving on here. So Trump-backed World Liberty Financial sold 93.77 WBTC worth 8.07 million for 2,868 ETH at $2,813 per ETH. So they are selling a little bit here. Sold the WBTC for the ETH is crazy. Okay. Update Zach XBTC. XBT says the threat actor who stole 40 million plus from U.S. government seizure addresses is the son of the owner of CMMDS. CMMDS is a company contracted to help USMS to manage seized crypto assets. So this is something I just learned about this morning. This hacker is stealing, stealing crypto assets from the government is insane. And Zach XBT, I can't say that name to save my life this morning, is a sleuth from around multiple blockchain ecosystems, often helping kind of get to the bottom of these different events that are happening. When bad actors move, so does Zach XBT. So really, really cool to see that this sleuth is getting to the bottom of different things. And then here we go. Silver is now at $108 per troy ounce, which is insane. I wish I bought a little bit more silver. Solana is at $121, which will hit 300 first. What do you think? Let us know in the comments. Drop it down in the comments there. And, what are you speculating on? What are you doubling down on? What are you, going to Zest and taking out a loan and doubling down, leveraging up your position? You going to buy some silver, you're going to buy some SOL, you're going to buy some stacks, you're going to buy more Bitcoin. Let us know. Today, Vitalik Buterin reverses his 2017 stance on blockchain self-sovereignty and says ZK snarks enable personal verification without full transaction replay. He empathizes self-verification must remain as fallback against centralization. Decentralize it all, just use stacks, guys. Update the top 7 tokens with the largest unlocks this week total $142.98 million, led by SWI with $80.38 million in unlocks this week. crazy stuff, guys. You want to pay attention to these different token unlocks because often the price action is affected by it, negatively. When these tokens hit the market, they often, pay out the shills, the different VCs, and often they do not hold. So, getting a little bit of pullback from these token unlocks, we've got Sweet, Engine Protocol, or Engine Cloud, Kite, UDS, Optimism is getting a little unlocked, Treehouse, and Sign, all with major unlocks this week. So pay attention if you're speculating on any of these assets. Be sure that you hedge your bets or maybe take a little bit of profits off the table so that way hey, nobody ever went broke taking profits, right? And this is not financial advice, and of course always do your own research. I just want to kind of talk about these topics because they are relevant, right? We've got a lot of traders that watch the show, tune in on a regular basis, so make sure that you're staying safe out there and don't get liquidated. Now, the US dollar share of global foreign currency reserves dropped from 65%. I'm already doing the show. Sorry about that. The US dollar's share of global foreign currency reserves dropped from 65% in 2001 to just 40% today, a 25-year decline as institutions reduce dollar exposure. So they're buying, institutions are buying into assets and limiting the amount of dollars that they have on their balance sheets. Very, very interesting. Let's move on here. MoonPay partners with X Games in a historical 3-year deal, becoming the title partner of the newly formed MoonPay X Games League. This is really cool. We have the GameFi League here in the Stacks ecosystem. We, where we get together in the Cryptonauts Discord and, play some games together and have some fun and shine a light on Bitcoin DeFi. So really cool to see this little partnership taking off here. And this is going to be the last post that I cover before I bring on the homies. Key economic events this week. So Monday, we have markets react to 100% Canada tariff threat. Wow. Okay. Maybe we might look this up with 3 in just a moment. On Tuesday, January consumer confidence data. Wednesday, we've got the FOMC decision and Powell's press conference, Microsoft, Meta, and Tesla earnings. So Wednesday looking to shape up to be a very volatile day. Thursday, Apple reports earnings, also another catalyst here. So Thursday, Friday, December PPI inflation data. Wow. Okay. So hefty week as far as, economic events. Plus 75% chance of government shutdown looming. Okay. This is another thing. So are they going to close off the government again? Last time it was closed for months. So we will see. How are you positioning for this volatility? Looking to get a little bit of volatility for the end of January. And without further ado, I'm going to bring on the homie. We can continue the news and continue talking, but I want to bring on the homie. Let's go. We've got our beloved 300 the artist in the building. Good morning, 3. How are we doing today?
Brody, what's good, Brody? I'm fresh, bro. I'm good. You well? You GG?
Yeah, dude, doing good. Studying for this HODLMM boot camp that I have. It's going to be on the 3rd Thursday of February, so I've been kind of looking into that, getting ready for LMM boot camp, as well as the launch of Zest V2. So lots of exciting things taking place in our ecosystem, and I'm getting myself ready, cooking up some content.
Bro, I know I trust you. You're always cranking, you're always putting in so much work in this ecosystem, bro. I trust everything. You're gonna handle it well. And please do send me the link so that I will share and also set a reminder. Bro, I'm always there to support you anytime, bro. So yeah, it's crazy what's happening in the ecosystem. I'm loving the build-ups, and despite the markets, we don't look at the price. We just cook.
We keep building, dude. We keep building is what we do. Community building
Yeah.
101, right? I've been digging some of the content that you've been putting out lately, man. You've been doing articles, you've been doing like short form clips. What have you been focusing? What have you been seeing in the algo recently that we
Oh
need
yeah.
to pay attention to?
So, bro, yeah, lately I've been seeing the algorithm. They've changed so much in the algorithm. So my account was punished. It was being punished by, I was caught tweeting other tweets, trying to reach. And also I've seen that they don't want like something that's engaging farming. And also those giveaways are killing our accounts. If you run those giveaways, retweet, they are now calling it engage farming. So yeah, I also leaned into articles. I jammed on the thing. You remember the thing? So
Dang
yeah,
it,
I learned the thing, the thing I'm a jig. so so, bro, I write songs. So I just told myself, why can't I write articles when I can write a song? So that is when I started writing more about myself. And I started off with the one that was talking about how I discovered stacks and how I met you guys. And yeah, I saw that it was doing well because people connected with that. And those are the tweets that are reaching out more people. And also I found that images now they're a bit hectic. If you put an image and the algo doesn't like it, they are not going to put it. So sometimes that is why I'm just posting a tweet that doesn't have an image or video attached to it. So I'm testing to see what works and what does not work. And yeah, also big shout out to you for showing us the alpha and how to do some of the things that we are doing right now.
Yeah, man. Every week on Mondays at 3 p.m. ET, I go live in the Stacking DAO Discord. I am the Stacking DAO community manager. So, a couple times a week, I like to go live and do a screen share in that Discord. And on Mondays, I like to do a weekly update, kind of recap what's going on in the last week or so within our space. And I like to show the process as well. So I'll record myself live, I'll record my screen, utilizing the various different tools that are available, and that way we can find some cool clips from it and put it to work. So this is the way. We don't gatekeep our skills. We show everybody. We always show up and we show out. So really excited to see some of the things that I've been talking about kind of sticking within the community, seeing more of those video formats. Even Rubes, founder of LeoCoin and Tenero, was making a video kind of name some of the stuff that he wanted to cover instead of just doing like a post. And I really like to see this type of content taking to the timeline, right? More and more people are starting to explore these tools.
Yeah, it turns out that now video is the new gold. If you look at the clips that you were putting out, look at the reach, because now they are saying that people need to write articles, which is good. Video, somebody can learn much more from a video because they'll be looking at what you're doing and they can just copy what you're doing step by step. And you can hit more people when it comes to video. So yeah, these ones I'm just taking out the clips that I'm getting when I saw that it resonates with what we are doing here. So we are trying to reach out to these guys to see what we are doing here, because I know that these guys are watching. They are watching. So yeah, I'm trying to reach out and cross-pollinate stacks to these guys.
Awesome stuff, man. I really see that you've been kind of reaching out to 11 labs here as of lately, getting to onboard them. So the 11labs.io soundtrack generator is a genuine unlock for creators. It lowers friction for filmmakers, streamers, and game devs alike, from Crypto Dude, that is Crypto Dude _BTC, and myself, GPSC _STX. Add in a multilingual dubbing and distribution suddenly becomes global by default. AI isn't here to replace us. It is here to remove the bottlenecks. So Stacks AI Guild, definitely give the Stacks AI Guild a follow, and DeOrganized a follow. That is DeOrganized BTC on X to stay in the know. Let's watch this video 3. I want to see exactly what you're taking a look at.
Now, as well as music, we can also generate individual sound effects with the sound effects generator.
Let me unmute.
Now, as well as music, we can also generate individual sound effects with the sound effects generator. If we click on sound effects in the left toolbar, we're taken to the sound effects generator. Just like with music, we simply describe what we want to hear, and 11 Labs will generate it for us.
Insane.
Literally anything.
Yeah.
And just like with the voice library and 11 Music, there's a full library of generated sounds and collections that you can browse. Now, once you've generated all of the assets you need for your project, you can assemble them all together with 11 Labs Studio. Studio is the glue that ties every single one of the tools that we've just been through together. You can directly import all of the assets you've generated and generate new ones. The timeline layout allows you to compile your assets and layer your audio so you have full creative control over the output of your content. And once you're done, you can render your video.
Yeah.
Now, 11 Labs allows you to take your finished content even further with its AI dubbing capabilities. This allows you to break languages lingüísticas y traducir tu contenido a más de 30 idiomas para que puedas crear audiencias internacionales.
Imagine you speaking in another language, bro.
Human-in-the-loop dubbing service powered by AI. So that's a walkthrough of the 11 Labs creative platform, your all-in-one workspace for creating high-quality voice, music, sound effects, image, and video with AI. And on top of the creative platform, 11 Labs also offers the Agents platform, where voice powers real interactive AI experiences. Head to 11labs.io or click the first link in the description and begin creating with AI.
This is huge,
bro.
I feel like more and more content creators should definitely look into 11 Labs and you know, start doing some of these dubs, right? And we can reach out to a broader audience through doing that. And straight through 11 Labs, you're able to plug in, input your videos, and it'll dub it for you. That's insane. That's some good alpha.
Imagine us, you know what, right now as we are speaking, it will be dubbing to the Japanese community. Imagine that, bro. Like somebody can just pop on YouTube and then they just tune into whichever language they understand the most, and this is a huge unlock. And also that sound effect with Cryptonauts, you can just put in the sound that you want, even the footsteps, even the shots of AR, so which is something amazing that we are looking for, even for films that we want to create, the AI films. So what I like about Labs is the one-stop shop where you have everything.
Yeah, it's one of the it's the tools, the AI tools that we can hands on continue to get better and better. 11 Labs was one of those ones that I discovered with Blockface. Michael back in the day kind of showed me 11 Labs and how you can kind of train it on your voice, and it'll be able to replicate your voice and how you're talking. You know, and you'll be able to use that for different types of content and then the narration and stuff. But you know, seeing that you're able to now they have their own studio, you're able to go in and make your own sound effects and stuff. It's a very, very base tool. Maybe I'll take a look at getting a subscription for it and utilizing it for some of the videos that I've been doing. This is good alpha. You know, this is how we enhance our content creation routine. Pretty cool, man. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, and also I saw that they have their image creation and video creation tools that they have. I haven't tested them yet. They are competing with the likes of Nano Banana, and they have what we call GPT image 5, right? I'll look into it, and I think I've clipped a video for it. So that is what I'm doing right now. I'm hunting for alpha that we can use here on this ecosystem. So bro, now work is easy. We can just do it from the click of a button like that. We're good.
Sick, dude. I really love it. You know, speaking of video content, I actually did put out a video on Friday about dual stacking. So I did want to play that and get a little bit into the know about how to navigate the dual stacking dashboard. I navigated it for myself, on Friday. Kind of been editing this video over the course of the week, kind of planning it, and put this video out on Friday. So let me share my screen again and pop this up, and let's get into the know about dual stacking. And you tell me what you think about this video and these edits that I'm making. What's up, guys? It's your boy GP with DeOrganized Media, Zest Protocol, and Stacking Now, looking to take a little look and do a demo at dual stacking via app.stacks.co/dashboard/my-dual-stacking. This is the way that we go about putting our Bitcoin to work in the Stacks ecosystem and earning the most based APY. So you can see your estimated annual rewards here. You can see how much SBTC is in your wallet, SBTC in DeFi, STX stacked, and your estimated APY all here on the dual stacking dashboard. First thing that we're going to do is take a look at all of these other wonderful protocols that we could put our SBTC to work in, and and then we're going to go ahead and connect our wallet that we are holding the SBTC in. We click connect wallet. I'm going to connect with my Leather wallet and select the account that I have on that wallet that holds the SBTC. Click confirm, and it will pop up right here how much you have, how much SBTC you have, how much you have deployed in DeFi, etc. So let's check it out. So enroll for rewards, register your SBTC to start earning based BTC denominated rewards up to 0.5% APY. Your SBTC stays in your custody. Wow, it's awesome. You get to hold on to it and control your SBTC and still earn your rewards there. So it's the first thing I'm going to do is enroll. So I'm going to click enroll and then accept the terms and conditions. It'll save and then prompt you here to enroll in dual stacking. Boom, processing your enrollment. Please wait while we confirm your transaction on the blockchain. Stacks has fast transactions now, so it takes no time, just like that, and we're done. Congrats, you're enrolled in dual stacking. Starting next cycle, your earned Bitcoin denominated yield powered by Stacks. Let's go. So now I'm earning that 0.5% APY just for bridging my Bitcoin over into the Stacks ecosystem and holding it in my wallet. All you have to do is enroll it. So really cool stuff. Got that done. And now we're going to boost those rewards 10x. So boost your SBTC rewards by 10x by deploying SBTC into Stacks DeFi apps. So first thing I'm going to do is head over to Zest Protocol with that 10x boost there. You can click here and it'll bring you right over to Zest Protocol. I have it pulled up here. You can see my SBTC in my wallet already. First thing, let's just start from scratch here and make sure that we show you the whole process. So we're going to click connect wallet. I'm using Leather, selecting the account with the SBTC again, clicking confirm, and boom, there you go. You can see the STX I have in the wallet as well as the SBTC. First thing I'm going to do is click supply. I'm going to go ahead and do the maximum value that I have in the wallet. Check my transaction, make sure everything is correct, and then approve it. There you go. And like I said, Stacks has fast transactions time. If you want to, kind of track it in the Hero Explorer, you can click View and Explore, and it'll pull it up right here. You can see that it's already confirmed. So we head back to the UI. You can see the transaction was successful. Clicking off of here, you can now see that I am now earning 5.04% APY on Zest with boosted stacking rewards. In dual stacking, we will get a little bit more here. So next thing we're going to do is navigate back to the dual stacking dashboard. And now we're going to see that we have our SBTC enrolled in the next cycle. We're estimated to earn 4.50% APY. And now we want to boost our stacking. So what we're going to do is click this boost with stacking button, lock your STX with solo, pooling, or liquid stacking to earn BTC stacking rewards and boost your SBTC stacking awards. So start stacking, and it'll take us to the leather.io main page. There we go. And I'm going to select stacking DAO and start earning on stacking DAO. I already have Leather and downloaded, so I'm just going to go straight to stackingdao.com. Click open app, and you can see you have a few different options here. Again, I want to disconnect here. Sorry about that. Connect the wallet. Go to Leather. Connect here. Click confirm. Boom. You can see that I have 49.74 STX available to stack. I'm just going to select max. And then you have other options here. So you have STX yield, you have BTC yield here, and then you have native BTC yield here. I'm going to select STX rewards. I want that yield in STX, baby. I'm very bullish long term on what we're doing here in the Stacks ecosystem. I'm going to select 47 STX and confirm my stack. Start earning those boosted rewards. So I'll click approve, let that transaction go through. We could check it out on the Explorer if we had enough time to click the button. That's how fast Stacks is nowadays. And then we'll go back to our dual stacking dashboard, and you can see that our estimated APY has been updated from 4.5% to 5.87% on that SBTC and STX rewards there. You can see your annual rewards estimated here as well. And, this is a very, very lucrative opportunity for anybody that wants to get involved. And, you can put your Bitcoin to work within the Stacks ecosystem. The dashboard makes it very clear and concise of what to do and how to do it. So very, very cool stuff. I love this dual stacking dashboard. And, I can't wait to start tracking these analytics on this position. Maybe it'll be a little update that we will, check out every week. But for now, this is the demo that I wanted to show you and keep you in the know. And I hope that it has helped you in some way, shape, or form. Dual stacking, baby. Let's get it. I'm your boy GP with DeOrganized Media, Zest Protocol, and Stacking DAO, and I'm wishing you a very, very happy weekend. Going into the weekend, I hope that the high frequency vibes follow you and that love surrounds you. And, keep your head up, man. These markets can get a little volatile and a little crazy sometimes. Sometimes over the weekend, President Trump or whoever may have some catalyst news run out of his mouth, and markets start to get a little volatile and chop sideways. Don't let it get to you. Put your assets to work in the Stacks ecosystem and earn those based APYs, so you don't have to worry about anything. You guys have a blessed one, and I'll catch you on the flip side. Peace.
Oh, nice.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I put that video together, found a few different little memes to throw on the screen too. So I'm getting a little bit better at it, like starting to drop down my video to like kind of focus on, what I'm sharing on the screen. Just experimenting, right? Experimentation is, the mother of innovation. I think there's some type of thing that, but hopefully I didn't butcher that one. But yeah, what'd you think, man?
Oh, bro. Me, I like it. And you've got a certain gift that a lot of people need to learn from, which is the gift of teaching. So you teach in a way that somebody understands. So you chopped it down. You have made dual staking easy for somebody who's lazy to read. Because sometimes if they hear the word DeFi, dual staking and stuff, they kind of hold off because they think that it's something complex altogether, but it's just a click of a button, like bam, 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 like what you were doing is, we're getting there, bro. And are you putting these on your personal YouTube too?
So this is something that I need to do, right? I need to set up my YouTube account, get it more aligned and focused with, the teams that I'm involved in, DeOrganized, Zest, and Stacking DAO, kind of get my bio formulated and stuff. And that's something I want to do this week, is get these uploaded. I've got them all uploaded to a G Drive for the DeOrganized team. I've done these weekly stacking videos and demos and all sorts of stuff, and good information, right? But I do need to get them uploaded to YouTube. Yeah,
definitely you have to, bro, because that's quality content. Because on X, if you post something, if it goes like for 1 week, you won't find it anywhere in the timeline. So on YouTube, somebody can just revert back to that video and even reshare. You can also be resharing it just for safe keeps. YouTube is really that good.
Yeah, and it's another thing, you know, somebody else maybe, you know, come across it and want to chop it up and get some clips from it and use it too. So definitely need to get it uploaded to YouTube. There are a few other demos I'm wanting to do. You know, one thing that I've been itching to do a video on is SV2 and kind of navigating some of the documentation behind V2, and I think that's probably what take a look at today at 3 p.m. in the Stacking Discord while we're doing this video is going over ZesV2 and the documentation behind it. I can't wait to, you know, do a demo of it and in this style and continue just honing and getting better at this type of content. But you know, we're exploring it together. It seems like the algorithm has been like favoring these types of videos. I'm seeing more and more people doing videos.
Yeah. Because the algorithm is constantly changing, so we have to be at the good side of it.
Yeah.
You know, it's sometimes hard to beat that, because right now I'm in a Twitter jail. Like for example, right now, do you want me to share my screen?
Oh yes, please do. Show us what you're going through.
Okay, let me do this. So X.
What happened? Twitter jail? Let my brother go, man. Let him out. Free him out the can.
Let him out. Yeah, bro. Yeah, I'm in a pen. So yep. X. Yeah. If you see the tweets that I'm out, they are having low views. Like for example, this one.
Shadow ban.
Sometimes you see that there are eight views, 50. You see, it's more like a shadow ban. So what I had is, when you want to check for a possible shadow ban, is you open your browser in incognito mode. My browser right now, the browser that I'm using doesn't have incognito. Yeah, is it private? It doesn't share the private browser, right?
Yeah, it's not showing. It's not showing the incognito on our end.
Oh, it does. It does.
Oh, there it goes. There it goes.
Oh yeah. So when you want to check if you are under a possible shadow ban, is you type in your Twitter link name, like for example, Triana, the artist, and then what you're going to see is you're going to see old posts that I did put out in 2025. So which means I'm on a shadow ban. I cannot see my recent post. Like for example, here, let me scroll down. Besides this one is a pinned one.
And yeah,
So check this one. It's 31 August 2025. That's the latest tweet that you can.
You definitely have posted since then.
Yeah, bro. You see, some of these posts, they were doing quite well before they changed the algorithm. You see all these reach. So let me show you my other account, which is PRY360. Damn. It doesn't show even that I've tweeted. See, you see now?
Yes, this
PRY360 hasn't posted.
I did not realize, and this is a good way to check and see if you got a shadow ban. I bet the thing. You know what I mean?
The thing. Yeah.
The thing.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, that is how I found out that I'm under a possible shadow ban. So I think I asked Grok, how can I go out of shadow ban? It told me that I need to stop posting for 72 hours or 48 hours and see if the algorithm refreshes. Um, and I'll start tweeting from that. Maybe after 48 hours, no retweets, no likes, no nothing, completely silent. So that is how you can reboot your account. So I'll try to do that, but bro, Web3 is moving fast. So
Yeah.
I need to be sharing what I'm seeing. So I don't know how I'm gonna do that. Maybe I'll try that over the weekend when I'm getting into a Saturday, Sunday, maybe
Monday. Yeah.
yeah, going into a Monday. So because during the week there will be so much things to do, like our show, retweeting, posting. So I'll try that over the weekend.
Yeah, so if you are on a shadow ban, you got to get a little silent for about 72 hours, and maybe it'll get a refresh, and you won't
Yeah.
be on a shadow ban anymore. I've been wondering because my follower count has been like, um, you know, stuck at the same number for a very long time, and I was wondering maybe if I were on a shadow ban or not. So this is
You can
limiting the
check.
reach and limiting our voices, right?
Yeah.
And making our onboarding process into our ecosystem a little bit steeper. So
Yeah.
this is something that we need to pay attention to, and it's a very good point to bring up for this morning too. We have a lot of different content creators within our ecosystem that
Right.
are exploring, and we're leading by example, kind of showing people how to navigate it. So I feel like
Yeah.
this is a very good topic to cover. I'm sure somebody else is experiencing this.
Oh yeah, and if your tweets, I haven't been seeing them. Also, you can check if you are under a shadow ban. And also, this one has killed my reach also because of this. How people are making money clipping tutorials. So this title is more like engage farming. You see, the reach has been limited, so they don't want this type of title. Watch our titles that we put on our content. They don't want us to act like we are shilling or selling something to people. So our titles really, really do contribute to the
So what you
algorithm.
type
So yep,
So what you type at the top of your video is what you're talking about? Or are you talking about like the imagery on the video? You're talking about the actual text to the post.
the text and also the imagery. It does contribute to that. So I think I have to, like, for example, when you're using those words that are not to be mentioned, like analyzing yourself,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
word KILL, you have to find a way to write them, or maybe put some emojis in there so that the algorithm doesn't pick it up, because those words do kill the reach. And also your yeah, you know what I'm talking about, bro. Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
dude.
constantly looking to see how we are going to win against this.
It's an uphill battle, right? Especially since they continue to update and kind of nip them on X. It is an uphill battle. So the more of these different tactics we know how to you know if we know how they're changing, how to also kind of move accordingly to stay in the know, trending in the right direction. you know
Yes,
um
bro.
it's awesome. This is good content. um let's go to the main stacks handle. I want to see, like, so over the
Yeah.
last couple weeks, we've seen a lot of like talks about institutional grade Bitcoin DeFi, right? And all the rails that are being set up. Also seeing, Dora hacks getting involved, and a lot of developers getting incentivized for building DCX into their applications. So the deadline was yesterday, and Blockface tagged me in a post. So kind of want to just take a look and start with the Stacks handle and just move around the ecosystem. So sharing my screen here. Let me bring us back up too, so we can take a look. Boom, boom. Go into the main Stacks handle.
Ooh, what's
Boom.
that?
Right here. And this is, if you did not know, guys, you need to be following at Stacks to stay in the know. Definitely give it a follow. Of course, their pinned tweet is here. Dual stacking. If you're interested in learning more about dual stacking, go to the pinned post and give it a click and see what's going on. But from Dora Hacks here, that is at last few hours to join, submit your project to Stacks USDCX Hackathon now. And the details are who's ready for a builder competition. We're teaming up with Dora Hacks for a series of builder challenges with some amazing prizes. Programming USDCX on Stacks. The prize is $3,000 for one lucky winner. And if you click here, it'll take you directly to the platform, for Dora Hacks. But let me find my bookmarks, because Mike to me, and we'll get into this stuff too. Let's see here. So Blockface, definitely give a track, and that's funding with a 1 as the I. A follow. Big shout out to Mike. Who do you think is going to win the Stacks USDCX Hackathon? Peace, Love Music, 300 GP. So you were tagged in this as well. If we click here, say, who do you think is going to win? And this is a conversation between Grok and Blockface here into this. So he asked, who do you think is going to win the Stacks USDCX Dora Hacks competition? Deep research. Here's a URL that has the source of the submissions, and we can go check out the source of submissions here. If we wanted to copy this directly to all of the submissions for this hackathon, you can cross-reference with on X. So Grok responds with, based on extensive research across Dora Hacks platform, X sessions, and related web sources, these 2026 around midnight UTC, shortly after your query time. The prize pool is $3,000, with judging focused on technical innovation, complexity, depth of the Stacks Bitcoin L2 ecosystem, usability and user experience, potential impact and scalability, and code quality documentation. Winners are typically announced 1 to 2 weeks after admissions closed, based on a similar past Dora Hacks events, so no official results are available yet. Unfortunately, detailed public listings of all submissions aren't really accessible or structured in a way that allows for a comprehensive comparison, but you can come over here and see. That said, the only project with meaningful public visibility, a working demo, open source repos, and clear alignment to the criteria is Short Starter, submitted by a team including Rocky and the Block. This guy is based. Definitely give Rocky and the Block a follow. Aiden Dev Nova and Attract Funding. That is Michael Jack Deo there. Here's why I think the strongest shot at winning, especially if participation quality varies across the 52 entries. So they made Short Starter. I don't know if there's an X handle for it yet, but very interested in seeing what this is about. So the concept for Short Starter is a platform blending TikTok-like short form video discovery, K-dramas, anime, web series, etc. With Kickstarter style crowdfunding, creators raise funds for high quality content, while fans, investors buy film specific tokens at a ratio, 1-to-1 ratio with USDCX, gaining fractional ownership tracked on chain and settled to Bitcoin via Stacks. The key features are a mobile first UI with Netflix inspired content browsing and vertical video optimization, AI tools such as Google Veo, Imagine 3, etc., to slash production costs by 70 to 85%. Smart contract escrow for milestone-based fund releases, automated revenue splits, and transparent equity issuance. A creator dashboard for analytics and investor tools for secondary markets that is planned. Tech stack and integration. So for Short Starter, it is built on Stacks for Bitcoin secured smart contracts and L2 scalability. deep USDC-X usage, stablecoin deposits for instant settlements, one-to-one token minting, and compliant liquidity. The front end next, that is JavaScript, TypeScript, and Tailwind CSS. Wallet Hero for seamless on-chain transactions, that is Leather Wallet. Repos, smart contracts, and front-end demos live at shortstarter.app. Okay, so if we take a look and we click here, we can actually navigate a little bit around their platform. Interesting stuff here. So Short Starter, invest in cinema. So own tokenized shares of film projects from indie films to blockbusters. Be part of the stories that move the world. Bitcoin secured, built on Stacks, Bitcoin smart contract layer. Your investments are secured by the world's most trusted blockchain. Earn and trade. Receive returns from film profits. Trade your tokens anytime. The future of film investment is here. So this is just a small little landing page that they put together. But very, very interesting to see that, we're kind of talking about short form content, and different stuff. And this is one of the Dora hacks, hackathon submissions from Blockface, Rocking the Block, and Aiden. They're all working really hard to innovate within our ecosystem. So big shout out. What do you think about that? Getting some funding to kick out film, launch directly in Stacks, on Bitcoin via Stacks. I know Tenderly might like that as well.
Yeah. Also, this will be beneficial to us content creators because this is something that we need on Stacks. This is what we are talking about now, that people are clipping and earning. So yeah, in Stacks we don't have something like that. I see that the other chains they have made something like this where filmmakers they are getting profits from their content on chain. So I think this is actually a great idea, and it will help us as creators when we are creating content.
Yes, dude. Yes. And then getting a little money to, jumpstart these films, right? Like, you may be able to gain access to a subscription that you didn't have access to beforehand, or, maybe there's some props that you need to get for your videos and stuff. I think it's cool. I think it's a very innovative forward-thinking process. Big shout out to Blockface.
Yeah.
And the crew. Going back
big
to
shout
the
out
main
to
Stacks
them.
handle, though. Let's see.
Oh yeah, I was saying big shout out to them. They really cook something great for the ecosystem. Look at the last Dora X. They created something that was good, and also it won. And yeah, aren't we supposed to also make something ours? I don't know. Peace wanted us to create something.
Stacks Park, man. Stacks Pack.
Ooh,
Stacks
yeah.
Park. We could make a little bit of an animated series. Maybe we can jump into 11 Labs and kind of utilize some of the tooling that you're exploring and getting more familiarized with to make some of these, voiceovers, and we can make the visuals with VO3, and then potentially use it for a voiceover, right? And then we can dub it into many different languages. We don't have to just stick to English. We could do Yoruba, we could do Spanish, Japanese, all of it. So
Oh, yeah.
I think that is, in your video, it kind of showed off how easy it is to have some of these videos dubbed over.
It's so
insane.
easy to it's so easy to do that. And bro, let's do this. But it's just that we have only 24 hours in a day. I wish there was 50. Oh, Ducky in the building.
You know how we do, bro. But yes, I too wish there were more hours in the day. There's just so much to get done, and I often find myself like waking up very early and going to bed very very late. So I'm at my desk all day long already, and now we're discovering more tools that are going to help us, create some free times for ourselves. We grind hard. We're in the trenches, and we're making this content, but these tools are making it a little bit more efficient to kind of navigate going about that. So I feel like we're trending in the right direction. Eventually, we'll be able to have a clone of ourselves, and they'll be doing the morning show. We're just not quite there yet. Eventually.
I heard that it's now possible. There's a clip that I posted where there is what we call AI streamers. They are working on that, which is that we have a GPSC who's hosting shows, even spaces. I saw something. I saw people try to pull out the clip. Yep, yeah, I think this one.
We got a clip.
So it's now possible, bro. I think you can take a look at that after you have gone through the stacks handle.
Let's see. I'll go to the private chat now and bring this up. Let's see about it. Let's see it. Oh yeah, here. Let me pull this up.
How is the process of building an AI streamer or building an AI moderator co-host? How is the process of building an AI streamer or building an AI moderator co-host or companion for streaming purposes?
Yeah, so we're trying to make it as quick and seamless as possible through the AI TV Studio. And so what we've done is we have a quick start wizard where you can just go through and click. There's a whole bunch of pre-made avatars there for you to choose from. We have a library of over 300 avatars that came from this really great library called Open Source Avatars. Additionally, you could go to one of the many avatar marketplaces on the internet and purchase one for yourself to use and just upload it. And then from there, defining the personality, you can just type through text, I want to have a moderator for my stream. We focus on playing Persona, and so make sure to understand deeply that game and that culture and that lore. And additionally, I want you to be a penguin, right?
Insane.
Yeah,
so
bro.
we are
We are there now.
we are at the cusp of the AI revolution, and it is not stopping. There's a lot of very, very talented, brilliant people working on front, kind of making it a little bit easier. And I do feel like there are a lot of people that'll utilize that type of technology to start kicking out some content too. So it's only a matter of time until we have me, you, and Peace up here on stage, and we have our personas also with us taking notes and kind of learning how to tune in. One of eventually, like, we have these personas and they're just in the studio, and whenever some big breaking news happens, they change the stream and go live. They jump on screen and say, hey, breaking news, such and such is happening, and you should pay attention or brace for volatility in the markets.
And also, it'll be good for people who don't want to show their faces. We have one of our OG who wants to be on the show, but they don't want to turn on their camera. Our sister Benta, she wants to jump also into streaming and clipping. So I think this will definitely work for her. That you just have like your persona out there and you're talking through the mic, and something like Bent Peanuts, you know what? He's always live on the stream, and he's just a bent peanut.
Yeah, dude. Another thing, talking on that point, he utilizes some Visual Studio Code and some modeling, some 3D modeling to do that, like to make himself that peanut. He's got a peanut avatar that he uses, and he's semi-doxed. He's not fully doxed because it only shows his eyes and his mouth. So that way, he can keep his identity private while still getting to stream and be on the video. Crypto Dude is actually building some stuff with Dcast, right? Dcast is a stream overlay that is connected to the Stacks ecosystem. Streamers get tipped in SBTC, Stacks, all of the SIP-tins, while having these custom stream overlays. So it's pretty cool to see that. And he also, he experimented with that type of technology where it takes your video from your camera and then, cast you as an avatar. And he did some streaming with Arc Raiders. He was playing Arc Raiders and he had his face on screen as a slug. Right, you can track his little movements and stuff. You could see his eyes and his mouth only. So that's a really good point. This type of technology is going to allow more people to get themselves out there without doxing themselves.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, speaking of Arc Raiders, bro, I had a crazy one a few hours ago.
Yeah, dude. Over the weekend, I played just a little bit. Was pretty busy for the weekend, but yesterday I did play just a bit, and it was a pretty chill time, man. I was just running solos, and a lot of the solos that I was running, everybody was friendly. I didn't have to run around throwing my hands up saying friendly, so I got a bunch of good extracts, got some good goop. What about you? What was your experience over the weekend? Did you run into any rats?
What happened is I went in solo, and I went to the towers, and somebody just shot me whilst I was about to climb the top of the building. He was wearing something like a spaceman skin. I don't know, and then it pissed me off, and then I went to trios, and then I got paid with a streamer, bro. He was live streaming, and he asked us, "Can you help me go and kill a matriarch, and I'll pay you in blueprints?" And then we went to kill a matriarch in one match, and then went to another one, bro. I came in unharmed. I just updated my movement, bro. I'm happy that now I can move without being touched. And it was live streaming, and I also had a chat with him that maybe we can link up with the other bros that I have, and the other guy also that we're playing with. We're 3. He speaks like Crypt Titty. Same voice, same vocal ranges. I told I told Cryptidi that I need to link up with these guys. So yeah, it was fun. We managed to kill those two matriarch queens, and then he gave us some blueprints. And yeah, I'll go and check the live stream and clip it up. And it was quite intense, bro. Sweating, bro. But yeah, I'm
big shout out
enjoying.
to
I'm leveling up.
Cryptidi, dude. Cryptidi is actually, they have the different terms for like these players within, streaming and gaming and competitive gaming, right? And Cryptidi is our fragger. So he'll go in there and go in head first, shoot everybody, get everybody damaged. And, he's always full port and always going forward. So big shout out to Cryptidi. It's a lot of fun to play with him.
Shoot and ask questions later.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's no friendly teams whenever you're playing with Cryptidi.
Yeah, he's such an amazing guy, and and also I'm happy that you're helping me level up, and my movement is improving. I'm managing to damage some people in there, so I'm learning.
Practice makes perfect, man. Practice makes perfect.
Word.
I do want to go over to the Zest handle really quickly and kind of cover what is going on the Zest handle, because on Wednesday at 12 p.m. ET, we do have the Zest Town Hall, and I want to extend a very warm invite to you, my friend, to come hang out with the Zest crew. So come hang out with the Stacks community in the Zest Town Hall AMA. It's the perfect place to discuss new developments in Stacks, hear Web3 updates, and have fun together. Tune in on Wednesday, the 14th of January at 12 p.m. EST. I'm going to be talking a little bit about Beat 2 and, the state of the space. Come kick it, guys. It's going to be a good one this week. Last week we did not host it. The advisor had his HODLMM boot camp that I tuned into. It was very informational. It was really, really good. So definitely want to be tuning in to the Zest Town Hall AMA at 12 p.m. ET on Wednesday, and definitely follow the @Zest Protocol handle there. So really cool stuff. Can't wait for that. Also getting ready for V2. Of course, we're launching some memes. And here's Tycho with Tim Draper and Tycho hanging out. Yes, sir.
This is best, bro.
Yeah, from backing early internet companies to early crypto founders, Tim Draper's book has always been to find great founders early. He did it by investing in Zest Protocol. He's doing it again with the Bitcoin-Fi Accelerator, building DeFi infrastructure and consumer applications on Bitcoin. Apply to the BTC-Fi network, and definitely give this one a follow, just like this. Boop. For a 6-week intensive program and $150,000 in capital. Applications close February 1st. Apply now. And I'll push this back to the top of my timeline. Boom, boom. And big shout out to Tycho and Tim Draper leading the way for Bitcoin DeFi. Pretty cool stuff, man. I love to see our founders and great leaders of this ecosystem, reaching out to their connects. And, Tim Draper is one of the reasons why we have decentralized borrowing and lending via Zest Protocol. So really cool stuff. I feel like, people should get into the know about borrowing and lending and all the different base you can earn within our ecosystem. We had that dual stacking demo this morning that kind of utilized Zest to, take that Bitcoin and put it to work. You can collateralize it, borrow against it, take a loan out to go handle your business IRL, or to, go mint that NFT that you've been looking at and speculating on, or to buy that meme, or just double down on your position and execute the STSTX yield loop strategy. There's many, many ways to earn in our ecosystem thanks to Zest.
Yeah, amazing stuff. What's going on? I cannot wait for V2. Tycho is really putting in so much work, and the Zest guys, they do not sleep, they keep shipping. And also, speaking about that, is the milestone still there, or it has been reached, the Zest one, which is
700 SBTC. 700 SBTC supplied on Zest. Next milestone is 800 SBTC, but I feel like it's only a matter of time. It's been very, very fast. I feel like we set that milestone, just a week or two, and a week or two out, boom, we hit it. So blasting straight through there, people are learning how to bridge their Bitcoin over into the Stacks ecosystem, and then taking their SBTC and putting it to work on Zest. So big milestone for the team. Big shout out to the whole Zest team for getting that in. Yeah.
So
we're in good.
We are on a good place, and also this this is going to bring in more people to jump on it. So bro, we are in for a run. It's just a matter of time.
What do we say? We're in there like swimwear.
Yeah,
we are so early that it hurts.
In there too, it hurts.
Our future is so bright that we need.
Dude. That's the motto, bro. Keeping the highest frequency always.
Yes. So the motto is keep the highest frequency vibes possible, and keep shipping, right? Just keep shipping, and our devs have been doing that. So really exciting times. We're at a very historic time for Bitcoin. I feel like more and more people are learning about Bitcoin DeFi. Beforehand, before we had stacks and smart contracts for Bitcoin on stacks, people had to leave the Bitcoin ecosystem to then put their assets to work in DeFi. Now you can have DeFi with 100% Bitcoin finality, backed by Bitcoin, and stay within the ecosystem. So I'm interested in seeing how it shapes up. The user experience continues to improve, and the onboarding process continues to get easier. The barrier for entry is lessening, and it's a very, very exciting times ahead. What do you got going on for the rest of the day, 3?
Oh yeah, I'm going to continue clipping and studying how we can beat the algorithm, but definitely we're going to make it this year. I'll keep my ears low to the ground to see what's coming in, what's new, and I'm always here to share what I know and what I learn.
Awesome, man. Awesome stuff. I can't wait. I'm looking forward to the next video and seeing exactly how you're utilizing these AI tools. More demos, man. I can't wait because it's very informative and helping me enhance my process. So thanks for everything you do, and I'm wishing you a very high frequency day, my friend.
Right back at you, bro. Right back at you. You always showing me some ways that will help me.
Right on. We are DeOrganized Media, bringing it to you live via Bitcoin Live, DB. Get into the know about the Zest protocol, stacking DAO, everything that's going on within the Stacks ecosystem in one lovely place. Go to deorganized.media to check out the show schedule to stay in the know about all the spaces and podcasts that are taking place. And tune in at 8:30 a.m. ET Monday through Friday for the Let's Go Morning Show. Stay blessed, have high frequency vibes, and may love surround you guys. We will do a little bit of restreaming some of our previous episodes and keep you in the know. So stay tuned, guys, and I'll catch you on the flip side. Have a good one, 3.
Awesome,
Peace.
bro. Same as you. Let's go.
Peace out. Peace, guys.
Clips that be glowing, consistent on the daily. They bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s, showcasing new projects and giving you clues.
Privacy is a thing, and it is becoming more present an issue to solve. Like I saw something, I can't remember the details of who. I think I saw it on X. Someone was posting about how they had paid someone $30 in USDC. And then that person was asking them about like how much money they have, because it was they could see how much money they had in that wallet. And if it's not that hard to actually trace back to other wallets that person may control and see all of their financial or a significant amount of financial information that they might not want to share just to send somebody $30 in a payment. So do you guys see a lot of people are talking about ZK rollups and my understanding as a layman without any technical real knowledge on how it works is that it's complex. It's there. It could be the solution, but it's not probably a short-term solution. It's probably going to be something that takes a little bit of time and effort to develop out. Do you guys have you guys considered privacy?
Yeah, for sure. It's kind of hard because right now, and I'm not a ZK expert, but my understanding is that we're still lacking some of the primitives on stacks that would allow us to do zero knowledge proofs. That might be something that's coming in the future, and I think it's something that's going to be key to kind of future everyday living, right? There's so much invasion of privacy today in your normal Android and iPhone apps already, right? Like law enforcement is putting apps out there like add our law enforcement app, and low key, in the background, they're basically getting access to everything you do, and they're scanning your pictures without you knowing, and they're watching your chats without you knowing, and all this other stuff. Privacy is going to be a key part of the future. Unfortunately, right now, we're just not ready for it. But it's definitely something we think about. It's something that we, to the extent that we can control on the Boom platform, we try to do. One of the things about with the naming is you are putting a name out there and associating it with things, and that doesn't really do anything worse than an address, because you can look at an address, right, without a name or with a name. But what we're going to be doing also is allowing the creation of different names for your different wallets, so that you can kind of subdivide, keep your hot wallet. You might want to call it checking dot peace love, right? And you might have a savings.peace love where you don't interact, using that wallet. Um, People would still be able to go and trace if you're sending stuff between the two wallets, right? But you don't necessarily have to have a name for those other sub wallets as well. Boom is really um, focused on being a hot wallet. We're really focused on those immediate transactions. Privacy is a thing that we think about, but it's something that we're kind of stuck with kind of the pseudonymous architectures right now. And so on the back end, obviously we don't hold keys. Everything's encrypted on your own device. All the normal kind of wallet things that you would expect. We don't have access to your private keys. We don't have access to your funds or anything like that. That actually could be something as we go more into the privacy side, where we start doing a separate service where we're kind of sharding keys so that people can recover them more easily, things like that. But that's a completely different discussion.
Sure. Well, I mean, these tools aren't necessary to get off the ground either. Like, I don't want this to be like you guys are packing it up. Oh, we didn't solve privacy. We gotta.
Well, I think the issue is the chain privacy, right? Like right now, you can't go to Amazon and privately buy a skateboard, right?
Right, but when you buy a skateboard on Amazon,
your bank account isn't exposed.
Your bank account isn't exposed, so people can't steal. But there is actually, so there's a double-edged sword here, because there still are third parties that have access to your purchase data, and they're able to use it without your knowledge to a large degree.
Yeah, they may not have access to your account directly, but they see that this person buys $1,000 worth of Amazon products every month. They've already pegged you into an income bracket,
right?
Guaranteed, based on your Amazon purchases,
right,
and your searches and all that other stuff. So
right.
it's not directly visible, but like I said, that's really on the chain side. That's the chain security that really needs to be kind of secured,
right,
privatized.
And it should be a user setting at some level, and I think that they are working on some of that stuff on Stacks, and it's not a pressing issue. It's just something that it occurred to me while we were having this conversation, because it's a consideration for people, and it's something that we haven't really solved yet entirely, but the problem you guys are solving is for creators. And I didn't get a chance to introduce GP. I think you guys know him. You might have met GP once or twice. 300 as well. I think you guys might know the homie.
Hi, Resh. Hi, Dan.
What
Good
up,
to
fellas?
see you. What up? What up? What up? Finally. Finally. Boom!
We don't have to make any more mafia-oriented, threatening memes. Boom out there.
No more threats.
We are excited.
We are, but the reason I'm pointing to them too specifically here is because they're both prolific content creators. NFTs, they both launched NFT collections. They both create content all over the place. They both have communal followings in their own right. They're both contributors to what we do here, which we are also trying to grow our community. And you guys are providing some infrastructure solutions that are going to help both DeOrganized and individual projects like DeOrganized and individual creators get more organized and direct and standardize some creator economy opportunities with what you guys are building out. And I think that that's a huge need in the space, because there's not really an obvious way to do that right now.
Yeah, I that's the hope, right? Like that's the goal is to kind of help people build their communities within the community. We want to make communication easy. We want to make it secure. And that way, when you have a store, you've got a built-in kind of community that's sort of onboarding that they can opt into actually continuing to interact with you beyond just a single purchase, right? Um, and obviously, all of the normal tools that exist out there for engagement based on memberships or based on NFTs or based on whatever, or subscription content, all of those things are available as well, in this place.
So just to add a few things, please, even the chat functionality that Dan was mentioning to you, I mean, this is maybe common knowledge, but when we're looking at it, when people write that BRN, for example, B00RN dot BTC, for example. Now, if you look at it first glance, you'll just read it, oh, there's a boom, but it's actually not. So we actually had to think about it. Okay, how do you solve the simple issue of even visually, if you see a name, it stands out that, oh, this is not boom.btc, this is something else. So even that font and the design took us a while. Then Dan and I went back and forth. Then we came up with the solution in terms of, okay, use a certain type of font that immediately you see visually, like, oh, the separation. You literally got to be visually impaired. And I don't mean that in a disrespectful manner. You literally have to be visually impaired to be able to not see this issue that, oh, the name is not what it is. So that's one thing. The one thing we've also was very important. I didn't pick it, Dan picked this up, was that you want your social life and your business life to be separate. So when you start your chat functionality as well, you'll have your personal chat functionality, like Trihana will have his personal identity. You can just chat with me and Dan. Then he might also have his own store. And for the store, there's separate chat functionality they can create as well. Now that creates two separations. For various reasons, I think it's easier and cleaner for business transactions to be there in one part, and your personal life to be on one another side. So those small nitty-gritty stuff only came into trial and error as we were building this thing out. So yeah, so that's the one thing that was very important for us to figure all these elements out. The element you're talking about in terms of onboarding creators and all, that came about while we were building everything. Came out to a later half of the year. Then I think when you're going back for how do you onboard people, so NFT creators, music creators, we spoke to a number of music creators. To be honest, they shared a lot of issues they were having in terms of costing, in terms of what their margins has to be, how the challenges, the type of uploads they need to make. Then we said it's going to be difficult relying on other platforms to accommodate this, and then we host it. And say, okay, we'll create our own NFT platform as well. Then, so that way users can straight go to Boom NFT, upload their own designs, music, if they're doing Web3 music, um, and their NFT artwork or poetry, whatever it might be, and then straight away launch it into Boom Marketplace. So that's one thing very important for us. Has to be a seamless experience, um, and that we believe over time is going to be really impactful. Of course, the platform also accommodates if people just want to upload digital goods. You could upload an MP3 music, for example, or MP4, depending on what a music file or whatever file size you're uploading. You can just
Non-copyright.
upload it. Not copyright, yes. that's very important. So if you are like 300 Suno musics, like amazing Suno musics,
I got a question.
that's his copyright. What's up?
So for platform that is copyright or non-copyright.
We lost you a little bit, Hannah. We had a little bit of a.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah,
I think that's better. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm asking that. Is there any way that you can look into a song that is it copyrighted or video? Do you have like content ID where, because somebody can just take a song by somebody else, upload it on Boom? Do you have like an AI that detects that this song is already released on other platforms, or this song belongs to somebody else?
That not in the first revision, to be honest. Like we're launching here on Stacks, and we're part of this is part of the whole trust and moderation of this marketplace is going to have to be built with the help of the users. Like we can put some things into place, but we don't really know what's needed and what's useful at this point. Quite honestly, that's not trying to ignore the problem. It's a matter of us wanting to put moderation and trust guardrails in place that actually make sense for the community. We've talked with obviously folks like the Zero Authority who are building their own trust platform, right? And to the extent that we can leverage what they're building, we've had a lot of discussions between us about data sharing and what kinds of things we can take from their platform, and I think that's an ongoing conversation. So it really we don't have that we're not going to have that at launch for sure, but it's something that we definitely are aware of, and we're hoping that what we can see is that folks will kind of flag content that they think is copyrighted or whatever shouldn't be there, and we can surface that information to the community.
Yeah, I think also that's where the community comes in, and you have like community people who looks into some of the stuff that's posted there, and sometimes you can pick that this song is already published somewhere elsewhere, and then that is when they send like a flag to you guys and say this song belongs to somebody else, or this is my work, or you can just also maybe put a disclaimer that if you have any content that belongs to you that was uploaded by somebody else, please can you share with us, and maybe create a ticket so that you can look into it, so that also you won't have like these complications of lawsuits that people are uploading like copyrighted content on the platform.
I want to go back to Resh's point about like the confusing names and things like that. That's part of being owning a wallet. One of the things we're trying to do is be very intentional about typography that we're using in specific places, right? Like it's not just a heading and body text, content text, right? Like in a chat, you want to understand exactly what name you're dealing with or what stacks address you're dealing with potentially, you know? And so trying to be very intentional about how we display usernames in various places on your own profile. When you're looking at your own profile, maybe it doesn't matter as much, right? But when you're looking at somebody else's profile, it does. And so how do we handle just the different contexts for different typography for different contexts for the same data and things like that? So that's also part of like I said, being a wallet without being a wallet. Like when we talk about these three different components, they're really all blended. It's three different applications effectively, but the way we're building this, it is not that you see something here and you go here to do X. You can interact with the marketplace in your chat. You can interact with your wallet in the marketplace, right? And the chat in your marketplace. And so all of these things are actually three kind of foundational layers, and they have to work together. And so wallet is really contextual, right? Your wallet is contextual within a chat, within a marketplace, within a game, whatever. So in that way, we have to be very intentional about like how we ask you to create a transaction, right? A game is going to ask to, hey, if you want to keep playing, send 2 stacks or something like that. I don't know, whatever. Or maybe it's a pay-per-play game that you're doing some kind of like I don't want to say gambling, but like some kind of pay to play game, right? So the way that we surface kind of payments in these different contexts matters, and so we're trying to be very intentional about those kinds of things. And it's one of the things that we have to be that kind of differentiates us from like just being an X first or a Leather Wallet or a Magic Eden kind of thing, whatever.
Yeah, and it's all about creating good experiences for the user. And you have a couple of different users. You have the content creators and or whoever's actually providing the merch or the services that are in the shop. And then you have the customers for those as well. And
Right.
so, and then there's, we have a kind of similar model. We have content creators and we have audience / users / community. And then we also have sponsors, which I suspect you guys will have some kind of sponsorship model as well. You're going to have real estate, right? I don't know if you've considered that. But
you can go on Fastpool now.
Oh, are they a Fastpool is actually a sponsor for Boom?
No. Like they have their sponsored stacking thing.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You can actually you can sponsor
Different projects.
You can sponsor projects to get your like stacking rewards from your or a percentage of stacking rewards from your stacking and stuff like that. So there's all sorts of cool things. We're at the precipice of a very, very interesting time in humanity, because there's so many technological tools out there. But
so the one thing, Pete, just want to add that at the present moment, if you look across the board, the experience of using Web3 shopping is not great.
Right.
If you use Lightning, you got to lock in your money your money is literally locked in the channel. You got to close. You got to make sure everything is there. Your towers.
You just meant there's so much friction just in knowing about
Really,
it.
yes.
Just in understanding what you just said eliminates a huge percentage of any market.
Exactly. So one thing we wanted to say, like if SBTC is going to be, it's amazing, and it's also going to go cross-chain. It's going to go to different networks. Adopting it now and making it into available on a marketplace really easy. And we have individuals like Cornell in Brazil who's developed his own product base onboarding Latin America. If that works well, he can use the same approach across different geographical locations, and Boom becomes just seamless. Of course, we have the one we showed you piece was the desktop version, and there's also a mobile version. For shoppers, you want to be at Amazon. I don't remember the last time I was on a desktop when I shopped on Amazon, if I'm honest. I literally just sit on the sofa, I just scroll. But if I'm a seller, I want to be able to do it from a desktop. Makes things easy to manage. So we are accommodating both sides of it, to be honest. Initially, everything was mobile. And then I sat down there like, pardon my language, is a pain in the ass if I got to manage everything on my mobile.
You can't program from a phone.
Yeah.
Just can't.
So that's why
programming
all these elements.
Well, and saying maybe you can. I don't know. But that's my eyes are old. I'm an old guy. I cannot. Like I won't get the bifocals yet, so I'm on my phone with my glasses up, and then I have to go back, and it's just I can't. The dynamic interface is obviously a huge factor when you're trying to, add items to your smart shop, write a description, and all of that stuff. Although the AI is actually making it a lot easier to do some stuff from your phone as well. But it's still, I understand your point though, Rash. You have two customers or two clients or two users, and they need different experiences. So there's a different experience for the content creator, the smart shop owner, etc., versus their average shopper that's just their audience, their community.
So please, I want to plug in terms of the benefits of using Boom NFT Marketplace, if that's okay. And this is literally a pitch, to be honest.
Whatever you want to do, man, is okay.
So if somebody wants to right now launch an NFT project, traditional NFT platforms, when you launch, you pay 10% of the fees.
Yes.
You mint, and then you get your product.
I hope GP is listening.
No, GP knows. GP, what's the name of Trihana, all the other individuals that we have directly worked with know this because we, after getting a lot of feedback, 10% is very high for artists in general. So we said, okay,
It's not
um,
sustainable, actually.
it is not sustainable. You're right. You know, e- especially if Stacks goes into where we think it's going to go the price as well. So we said, okay, what we can do is because we also cover our overheads and everything, we say like we'll just slash everything in terms by 50%. So you can mint at 5%. We'll only take 5%, and that's it. We don't take secondary sale prices, nothing. Then, if they decide to purchase or mint the NFT and the NFT does well and they want to sell it on Boom Marketplace, we have to take into account not so much in terms of then that Coke can pop was damn loud.
Oh, I hope he wasn't. I thought at least I know he wasn't cocking a gun.
Yeah, that Coke and Dan is hand to hand. So the marketplace setting, what we have seen that it has to be comparable to Web2 experience. Just having a premium because well, Web3 doesn't cut it. So we said, okay, we'll compare what's the best user experience right now on Web2, and we say like, okay, we'll take 2.9% secondary on anything that you sell on Boom smart shops. There is a cost of listing them at one STX, and that cost is not because we need the money. It's not that. It's that there's no way to stop spamming. So in order to stop spamming, there has to be a cost attached to the activity.
Right.
Etsy and all charges like 10 cents.
If there's no cost, you'll get overrun, and it'll just sum up all the works. You have to have, and honestly, a one STX minting fee or a listing fee is not prohibitive, at least at the current price. And if Stacks does well, you can always adjust your fee.
Exactly. So those are the elements we have taken into account, and we believe that now economies where there's payment processing challenges, not so much in Western Europe and Northern America, Western Africa, Asia, having Stripe or platforms of that nature is really challenging, and they can take quite a big chunk. At least with individuals we have spoken to, up to 70% based on listing fees of various platforms they use and payment processing, they can actually only keep 30%. It's insane amount of payouts they do for what they actually earn.
You know, and
So
honestly, I'm glad you brought up the NFT launch, because I actually think that's a huge. It's much needed in the ecosystem. We need a competitive NFT marketplace and or just a place to go to launch NFTs. I love Gamma. I like the guys at Gamma. I'm not saying against Gamma, but I think that we do need options in the marketplace. It makes everybody better. You know, it makes them put out a better product if they're still trying to get that market. But there is actually a lack of support for Stacks NFTs right now, and so that there's a huge need for that right now in the marketplace. A place to launch NFTs. I have a couple of NFT ideas, and I know that there's a lot of other people that do too. And
I think that's initially you're right, please. I think sorry to interrupt there. What we have seen, what I've seen to be honest, Dan, for the right reason, seeing like NFTs trend tends to go down. I just been lucky while researching this. Saw that the last from September to now, the actually trajectory on other chains, NFT has been booming. So I think just by osmosis or just by the theme as we go into 2026, that could actually pick up on Stacks as well. We are breaking into Nigeria, for example, initial launch with, we are launching everywhere as soon as global, but the target market is Nigerians. We're working very closely with Blockleaf Labs. So individuals that onboarded from these economies, we believe will start number one, something digital, which is a low lift for them, and they'll create and they'll push something out. We believe people who are in much more developed countries, and again, this is just a hypothesis that I have, that they want something to be able to retain more of their income and manage their own income tax on their own. So selling it on a platform and being able to accept cryptocurrency, you know, like STX, USDCX, as BTC and potentially then are we enabling a native Bitcoin from day one, or that comes
Native Bitcoin
sure.
is better.
Yeah. So then you see we got all these four abilities so people can manage it straight from Boom. My personal opinion is people are trying to gravitate more to crypto economy based on how the governments are behaving currently. So that's where my pitch is. And I think if people just want to experiment, it's not going to cost you anything. Once you get a Boom wallet, you can easily just put one NFT up and you got a Boom shop. Literally, that is, you place a product for listing, you got a Boom shop straight away. So your experience is going to be seamless. You can be able to even use Boom chat functionality to chat between you and me, peeps. For example, if I want to say Dan is such a pain in my neck, I can complain to you, and he will never know. Nobody will ever know. At the end, at one point, it'll be end-to-end encryption. So if somebody wants to say like, what has Restream speaking to peace about Dan? Nobody will know. It's same like Telegram. So that's the approach we're trying to use. If you don't have a mobile number, no problem. Your NFT, your BNS will work.
Cool.
So
you
that's
don't have
my
to have-
pitch.
so you could have a mobile device that doesn't have a phone number attached to it, but you're using Wi-Fi, and then all you need is a BNS name, which you're going to
You'll get
automatically
it.
get boom.btc. Whatever you pick, if it's available, you got it.
Yeah. So it's attached to your wallet address, and then people can build repo and all. You can say like once you start selling a dance it, you have a rating functionality. Like you know how eBay used to do it back in the day. I mean, Amazon still does it, but eBay back in the day, I still remember people used to look at the rating,
Yes.
how many times people have failed or succeeded.
It was
the same approach.
well, and that could save you from, because there were that was open social media when eBay first opened. It wasn't as controlled, so they came up with some of the solutions that we're going to need now. That social credit, that's a way to develop credit or reputation, I should say. That social reputation is important, and the current Web 2 state is obviously centralized and controlled. So they got rid of a lot of that stuff because they want to be able to tell you who you can trust and who you can't trust, and who you should use, and then just basically censor the people that they want to censor, whether it's warranted or not. A more holistic way to do that is to let the community decide who they want to engage with and what specific reputation would disqualify or qualify someone to engage with, and the context of the situation. If they're selling something I want, but they're routinely not delivering, well, they probably won't have an active smart shop for very long anyway, because people will just stop using them. We don't need Boom to actually go and interject into that at that point. So I appreciate what you're saying, man. And
we will remove the one thing to be very clear. If there's anything that's breaking the law and we know of that nature, we will remove either direct visibility of that particular product from the site, just because while we agree that it should be open to everything, anything illegal, anything that's breaking the law, we don't want to get a hook. Specifically, we don't want to be on the hook on the wrong side of the law.
Going to jail.
Yeah, literally, we don't want to go to jail. So if somebody puts I use this as an extreme edge case. Anything regarding underage kids or whatever, that without even being triggered, we'll remove that stuff straight away.
Oh,
and
you want to? That's right, and you need to have those rails, right? You don't want to be facilitating stuff like that. Period. And that's not the point. But you do want to be as open and hands off as much as you can, as long as there's. So getting into the philosophy of it, I tend to hold in I don't like to pigeonhole myself into any ideology, but I like the concept of voluntarism, consent-based engagement, and that's predicated on a point of the initiation of force. So my moral compass on that would be, as soon as there's an initiation of force, that warrants stepping in and censorship. So if somebody is actually committing a force or violence against somebody else, that's a no-brainer. That's an easy point of stepping in. But beyond that, you want to basically, you're not going to be manipulating markets and picking and choosing who's going to be able to sell NFTs that are otherwise not harming anybody or not instigating force against somebody else. So, and honestly, I am going to reiterate, we need a secondary or maybe a primary NFT platform for stacks in the worst way. There's a lot of things that I would like to get into and consider doing that right now we can't because of what's currently available in the market. Like, you guys this is actually desperately needed, and maybe under the radar to the extent that it is needed, because it's like you go to the other platform that I mentioned earlier and you can't even find stacks NFTs. You can't find them. You can't, there's no market that you have to actually like, and half the time the ones in my wallet aren't showing up there when I go into my account. Like, it's not functional right now the way it is, and it's actually harming the ecosystem, because there's a lot of great projects out there that built some really interesting NFTs, and we don't have a centralized marketplace for them right now. So please get that shipped.
Build the change. Let's go.
So what's the people should follow you guys? It's at boom_money on X. It's boom.money is the website. They can sign up for the wait list. What do you need from what are you guys looking for right now from the user base?
So they can just go and sign up right now, to be honest, the wait list at Boom. You can do two things, to be honest. One, follow at boom_wallet on X. So that will keep you informed in terms of any updates we have. Number two, if you go to boom.money, join the waitlist there. So any comms we do, we'll push out a newsletter as well, an email as well when it's ready. You can reach out to me or Dan directly on Twitter. Okay, not for Dan. Just reach out to me directly.
I never get on Twitter anymore. I just don't look up, to be honest with you, from the keyboard.
So yeah, reach out to me directly in any questions, and I'll attend you directly. If you want to open a Boom shop, you do not know how, reach out to me directly. I'll give you a white glove treatment. We'll fix whatever issues you have. If you're from anything you want to, literally anything, any queries you have, just reach out to me. I'll be able to help wherever I can.
Awesome. You know what? I've had you guys for an hour, and I don't want to extend this too long. I want to be respectful of your time. But pertaining to a smart shop, I don't have any merch. If I was setting up a smart shop, do I have to have merch to put in there, or is there a way? Will that actually drive me? Or maybe down the line, that's something you can hook me up with a t-shirt designer that will drop ship it, and then I can create it and put it in my smart shop, and now I have a hat and I have a t-shirt and I have a branded water bottle for DeOrganized and that kind of thing. Is that something? Is it that easy, or do I kind of have to find those items and then put them in the smart shop?
So V0, it's all manual.
Right.
So I'm saying version 0. Our initial release, it's all 0. So we have to. We're kind of trying to figure out what the community wants before we start building even more. Mm-hmm. So that's really the key. Is like, what's the driver? Is that a demand for just you, or is that a demand that we're going to be seeing 1,000 requests for? Right. Right. And we need to build the next version based on that. Our next versions are going to include some things already, like Resh mentioned earlier, native Bitcoin payments, and there's something else. I have to look at the roadmap. But a couple of kind of largish pieces. But in terms of like what the marketplace wants, what the creators and merchants want, what the users want, that's going to be driven about by the requests that come in from after the launch.
Sure. I will say this, and I'm just thinking about this now. now. Like I'm just kind of, it's forcing me to consider. And that's one of the friction points for me is I don't know exactly where to go to get started designing and where the best place to go for that is. And if I could just do it within Boom, then that's
here's
that's
where
gonna,
please.
that's going to make it
Like,
easy for me
that's
to
another application, like a whole web design
Exactly.
is a whole other application. And it's
Right.
not something, I'm not saying that we couldn't do that,
it's
but it's another thing
resources.
that we
Right.
need to have demand for,
Right.
right?
So we have freelancer app though.
Sorry, go ahead, Resh. Sorry.
Freelance app.
Yeah.
So one of the functionality of Boom we didn't mention was a piece is somebody like literally what you mentioned that offers that service for example, I don't know, Zimbabwe. I'm minting. I have a printing shop. You can engage with me, and they actually can go within Boom app. There's a freelancer app. That's actually you can list services there.
So I might
So
be
you
able to find someone that can set up my
Yeah.
merch store for me, and then we can incorporate that merch into my Boom shop.
Yes.
They can't. So again, right now we have single manager shops. So like we put the structure in place so that we can have more, so that you can delegate some management of your shop. But we haven't like enabled that full functionality yet. We haven't like gone through the multiple layers of authentication and authorization that would have to be set up to enable that. So when you say set up your shop for you, they could give you the tools that you could use to create your shop right today.
Well, they could potentially help me on the front end where I'm creating a merch store outside of Boom or just creating a merch collection and a way to actually facilitate the fulfillment of that delivery and then tie the commerce there into Boom would be my responsibility once I have that set up.
Right.
But I don't think the setup in Boom would be the trick. For me, it's, do I go to Shopify and then I go to Shopify and then I have to decide what do I need to pay for this? What do I need to pay for? Do I really need to? Let me look at the other ones. And then I've spent like 2 hours in a rabbit hole and I never actually end up doing it because I don't have 2 hours. So I've already missed something. And so getting somebody that can actually point me in the right direction would be, Hunter, I'm looking at you actually.
Even
Hunter's
easier.
gonna go check it. Hunter's going to come up with an AI that's going to do this for me tomorrow, actually, now that we know that there's a problem. I'm sorry.
AI Guild.
We here.
So, but there's the fact is that you guys are providing the infrastructure, the platform to make this more real. Like it's actually facilitating a reason for me to actually go and do this, because I will have a place to actually post my products once I have them.
Yeah, so that's what. Yeah, then go ahead.
I was going to say one of the things that we kind of try and do is just simplify. So if you're imagining having to set up themes and colors and all the layouts and all that other stuff, like you don't have to worry about that. We've got some very basic layouts, and we're going to add just a couple for startup. So like your customization is not going to require deep thought. You might want a 4-column grid or a 3-column grid, or you might want a list, some basic stuff like that. It's more of kind of the Etsy layout model than the Shopify build your own store kind of full image layout kind of thing. If you go to Etsy and you pull up their stores, they're all almost exactly the same, right? There's customized banners. There's a little bit of customized layout. I haven't spent a lot of time in Etsy recently, but it's a very simple kind of customization features. We know that there are people that want some customization, especially on the creator side. Like that's a high demand. So those features will come over time to support like what they need and what they want, so that they can express, their themselves. But as of right now, like if you're just looking to start like a simple merch shop, you're going to have a couple of different options and you'll be done in 5 minutes.
cool. And honestly, is like I that's what I'm expecting too. I don't think that there's going to be a heavy lift setting up the smart shop. For me, it's actually having. I don't have merch, so I have to figure out what I'm going to sell and design it, and that's my friction point, for right now. But I think that I have to do it. It's something this is going to force me to actually look into that part of it. So,
But I just want to reiterate, when people always worry that, when you want to create a wallet, you got to remember the seed phrase and all. I assure you, with Boom, if you're starting from scratch, it'll take literally 20 seconds to just get the wallet straight set up. And you still have a seed phrase, but it's in the wallet in the setting section. You can easily go and write it all down. So you don't have to even worry about that. Creating a wallet, if you have done Phantom, you'll find this experience very easy as well. So I just want to reiterate on that front.
And it's also connected to your email address. Is that true?
So login, yes.
Login is, but not the stores, not directly.
Not the right, but my wallet, my account is connected. My login is connected to my email address.
Not directly. So we don't use your email address for any kind of authentication. When you, the only thing that you're doing with an email address is authenticating that you're into the app. Okay. But then there's another layer for the actual accounts, the Stacks wallet, right? That's a completely separate layer, and everything in the app is really managed at that layer. So the email address exists, and in theory, someone could tie an address to an email address, but in the app and throughout the app, any of the processes, everything's managed as a Stacks wallet.
So they wouldn't. Somebody with my email address wouldn't be able to log into my account just by providing the email address.
No.
But I can. Does the email address help me not lose my account, or do I have to have the seed phrase?
That's another one of those things that we're gonna have to get some feedback on, because there's pros and cons to that, right? One is simplicity, and the next billion users might not care about having a partially custodial situation. And if we have part of your key, like I said earlier, we talked about starting, what liability does that put us in for, versus how much it helps us, helps users kind of get that comfort that they're not going to lose something, right? My mother doesn't care about a Stacks address or a key. She doesn't even know what, that she barely keeps her password secure, and that's with my help, right? So in the sense, like, if there's something that we can do that kind of enables more people to just get to that 30-second to first transaction, great. But then what do we have to watch out? What are the counter issues with doing that? So that's still a remains to be seen kind of item.
Yeah, I will say in general, I think the next billion don't care. They don't care about where they don't care about the wallet security. It's too bad. It's just the nature. It's human nature, and what we've been accustomed to. Someone's going to recover this for me, right? If I don't have to be responsible.
I've been beating the privacy drum for 25, 30 years. I've learned a long time ago that people don't care about privacy.
They don't care. They don't care unless they're doing something bad usually. Or if they have a lot of resources and they don't want everyone to know exactly what they have. That's the two people that care about privacy.
To the extent that we can remove uncertainty, we want to obviously do that. But again, the question is, like, what does that really imply for us as a business, us as a support organization? We're flooded with thousands of requests for, like, hey, help me recover, and we don't have some kind of automated process to do that. That's obviously not a huge win.
Yeah, 100%, man. I've been kind of dominating the conversation. I want to make sure GP and Hunter have a chance to speak at all. Actually, I've been talking too much, but you guys have any questions for Dan and Resh before we wrap it up?
Yeah, just really excited to see this launch, Dan. I know you guys have been like cranking on this for a while, and to see, the way that you guys are approaching these smart shops is really cool. I think it's interesting, and I can't wait to launch, my own shops and do my own merch for the Gigaverse, utilizing Boom, launch some NFTs, and have some fun with this thing. this is something that I've been really excited for, and I know that Doc has worked on some artwork as well that he will be launching with Boom, and there's a few different things that people should be paying attention to, and that is Boom. Boom is one of them.
I want to, if I can throw a teaser out, we hope to have an announcement tomorrow.
An announcement of an announcement. Yes.
Yes.
We love those.
Pre-announcing an announcement.
I love it. I love it. No, we live for those. So a big announcement from Boom coming tomorrow. You heard it here first.
So follow their Twitter.
Follow at Boom_money. And
no underscore wallet.
Oh, it's Boom. I'm sorry. It's Boom_wallet. It's Boom.money. That's right. So Boom_wallet on X. There we go.
Get in there like swimwear, guys. That
Get
is
in there.
Boom_wallet. Let's go.
One thing I just want to plug in, like we have good music artists on that we're launching as well. I mean, one of them is going to be the godfather of rock from South Africa. Arno.
Oh,
Castro.
nice.
Oh, Arnold's going to be on there?
Yeah, Arno is going to be on there.
Ooh.
So we are trying to get people on board. We have Gym.btc will be launching on there as well.
Awesome.
And Gym has music industry. Triana will be there, exactly. Then we have Nat. So we have all these musicians that want to come on. They're looking for a platform. We're going to do on Boom. As we do that, we believe, and this is what my thesis is. A lot of these artists, in order to own their own work and also to reach distribution, will use platforms like this. They'll mint the music perhaps on Boom and release it to the marketplace, keep a huge chunk of revenue to themselves, own the music, own a marketplace. That's our goal. And we want to enable that. I've said this many times, sounds really cliche, but the entire aim of Boom is to enable commerce for everyone. You should be able to be, even in school, you launch it, you can just make yourself some a few dollars here and there. So yeah, so that's my goal. I think Dan has been working his butt off, to be honest, on this. And I'll be throwing one or two the other day. Hey Dan, we got to change this and there. He said, "God damn it, can you stop with the request? Let me finish this part first." So we went back and forth on that. So, but essentially, it's going to be great, to be honest, once we launch it.
Nice. There's a pre-release store. I missed it. Was this in the comments earlier, or did I miss it?
Ooh,
I just put it in there. It's just the list, just to give you the idea of the simplicity that we're going for.
It's clean. I like it.
Nice. I like it.
Awesome. GP, you got that? You want to throw that up?
Yeah, I can.
Throw it up real quick. Let's walk through it.
Yeah. So whenever you are taking a look at the the smart stores here, you can go and explore by categories, and you'll see all of the different creators that have launched marketplaces here listed here. You can see 300s right here.
So it's not populated yet, to be honest. Just for context, we'll be populating it soon. The reason why before the Boom wallet gets launched, we just don't show what's there, so people are aware what they can anticipate what's coming, basically.
Absolutely. This looks clean and simplistic. And
I just want to point out it looks better in dark mode.
Oh yes, dude. Oh, look how slick.
Yeah, really.
Highlighting behind. That looks great.
Do people still use light mode?
I have it on light mode because I just popped it up, but looking at pieces screen, that dark mode is very clean. It's fresh. Let's go.
So this is pre-release. This is just like all it is pulling the store list right now. It's not linking to anything, not listing products, right? But simple banner, simple logo. You can have a tagline, right? You'll be able to customize your store slug. So if you want DeOrganized Media or you just want DOM, you can customize, like it'll be store/DOM or store/DeOrganized Media, whatever you wanted. But again, very simple kind of standard layouts that we're trying to kind of highlight.
I like the simplicity.
It looks good. It's slick. It's large icons, which is good for an older guy like me. It's going to be more attractive as a store owner or a creator. Like it gives me more options to catch eyeballs with these banners and whatnot. So I like it. And honestly, I don't light mode, dark mode is not that big of a deal, but I do think that this actually looks a little bit slicker in dark mode. That's just my
I agree.
But I think that looks great, man. Good stuff. Dig it. And so announcement? What's the announcement tomorrow? People need to tune into, or you're gonna?
It's the pre-release announcement.
Follow boom_wallet.
So we're gonna have this probably within a couple of weeks, maybe.
Yeah.
All right. I like it. Anything else we need to touch on, guys? Any last words? Thank you so much for joining us today, guys, and giving us your time, by the way.
Hey, thanks for having us. We appreciate it.
Right on. Awesome, guys. Dan Trevino, OG in the Stacks ecosystem. Boom Wallet. Boom.money is the website. And Resh is just an absolute Chad in the space as well. Thank you guys for joining us so much. Hannah and GP, thank you guys for also chiming in. Always great to have your input. And I know you guys are both going to be utilizing the features of what Boom's bringing to market as well, along with us at DeOrganized as a whole. Thank you guys for tuning in.
Music is coming.
AI music it's here, brother. It's here.
Okay, you guys saw my title?
What's that?
The title under my name.
Your Royal Highness. Let's go.
His Royal Highness.
Let's go.
Yes.
I didn't realize my royalty. I should have known, Rash.
Dude.
It's obvious in your demeanor.
Should have took my hat off, you know.
All right, guys, I'm off.
GP.
Thank you very much for having us.
Yeah, man. Always a pleasure. Merry Christmas, guys. Best of luck. Happy New Year. And looking forward to supporting your announcement tomorrow and catching you guys soon when Boom is fully ready and launched. Cannot wait.
All I want on Christmas is a Boom wallet. Yeah, all I want on Christmas is a Boom wallet. Boom wallet. Let's go.
Full song by tomorrow.
Sunday. Yes, sir. Boom to the world.
Let's
boom,
go.
boom,
On the all right, guys. Peace out. Thanks for joining today. Merry Christmas. This is actually our last live anything probably until after Christmas. So Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Much love to all of you, and get out and support your ecosystem. There's so many cool things happening here on Stacks. Thanks to Dan and Rush again. And we'll have some more recent content coming at you shortly. Oh, and
GM, peace.
GM, brother, you hear me okay?
Oh yeah, I can hear you okay. I was with Binta, and yeah, we were talking about devs.
Nice.
And how they put in so much work without sleeping. We took probably fell asleep. What's going on?
Oh well, he actually mentioned to me late yesterday that he had some stuff he had to handle this morning. He would try to get to the show as soon as he could, but he might miss the show this morning.
Oh so, yeah, it's all
you're gonna
good.
have
so
you're gonna have to fill in. You're gonna have to be GP and 300 this morning.
Oh, definitely. You know me. I'm here.
Right on.
To amazing guests.
We got guests after. We're just becoming a hotbed of guest activity lately. We have so many things going on in the ecosystem, and now that we got the hang of running the live streams all day, gives us a lot more flexibility with what we're doing. And I'm actually really excited to get the engineer in here. Actually I did tell him I was probably running about 10 minutes late, and I'm only 8 minutes late, so that's pretty cool. What is up, the engineer? How are you today, man?
Hey, how's everyone? Good morning.
Oh, good, Brody.
It's actually a pleasure to be here. Honestly, it's a pleasure to be on the Stacks blockchain. Honestly,
right on. Well, it's a pleasure having you, And
Yeah.
you know, I've only become recently familiar with what you're doing because people are shouting you out and saying I needed to cover you. And
Yeah, I
so
saw that.
and I'm
I
glad they did, because I mean it does. We've been cranking here lately, so I haven't had as much time to go in and check as I'd like. But you have
no,
a
yeah,
couple of
no
different
worries.
projects you're working on. You're working on Takeo Labs, which I've heard of fairly recently, and then
Yeah, so
also
it's
that.
two
You know what?
different
I'll let
things.
you. Why don't you give us an introduction, a background? Tell us a
Yeah,
little
yeah,
bit
yeah.
about
So
your journey here.
to a background of like what made me come here, and then it will make more sense of like what's going on. So
Perfect.
I heard of Stacks a long time ago, when I think Miami Coin was a thing. I remember that, like when the governor of Florida or something, like I think it was the mayor of Florida had announced
OG.
Miami Coin, something like that. I bought a little bit,
Well,
but I think I
I
was
don't
kind of
really
put
know
off
the.
by the
I
whole
came in a little
concept.
bit after that. So I'm
Oh,
not
okay.
really as familiar with the history of that.
So
I know.
yeah, he's really an
Yeah, so
OG.
I had,
Uh,
yeah. So I would say but I wasn't active in the space. Like I was like, oh, let me just buy like $100. I don't know, right? It's some sort of like Bitcoin project. The only thing that kind of put me off was the idea that you have to give up Bitcoin for STX, and at the time, like that didn't make sense to me. But then I was a project manager of like a software development team, and then as I started growing my own Bitcoin stack, I was like, I really want to make a project on Bitcoin. Like I want to do something to advance Bitcoin. But at the time, the only thing I knew of was Lightning. And then when I really dove into Lightning, I realized you can't. It's a great thing to send money anonymously, but trying to actually build something decentralized, I'm like, okay, I get why there's Ethereum. I never understood why there was Ethereum, but after I tried to build Lightning, I'm like, okay, Ethereum Solana makes sense from a development standpoint. Maybe not necessarily a monetary standpoint, but a development standpoint, this is a great tool. So then I was
Right.
like, all right.
You can't do things on Bitcoin that you can do with smart contracts. And Ethereum was the first, and then Solana had their own model, and Ethereum was originally proof of work. You know, so you're probably aware.
Yeah,
of
it
that.
was originally. Then they moved to proof of stake, and so. But I'm still a huge believer of proof of work. I think more of the ethos of you have to give up something to keep the economic model intact, right? Like if you just, and I don't want to dive too much into it, but like I'm just saying I'm a big believer of the ethos of proof of work. I know many people get hooked on the electricity, but they're not realizing the ethos of having to give something up is the whole point. Something that's valuable to you.
Right. There's no risk in staking.
There exactly. They don't want to talk about it for specific reasons, obviously, but there's no real risk in staking. You're making the rich richer. And I wouldn't argue, right? If I had $1 billion and I was staking Solana, I'd be the first one to be like, no, this is the future of the world. Trust me. Right? Because there's no risk to me. But anyway, so as I started diving deeper, I was like, I really want to make something, but it needs to still align with that ethos, right? Because it needs to live outside of me. Like it can't hinge on my life. It has to go further than that. Then in around November of last year, I started really diving into not using Pump.Fund, but researching it from a perspective of I thought the concept of bonding curves was ingenious. I did. From an engineering perspective, because my background is mechanical, and then
it was cool. We had, I'm assuming you're familiar with STX City and what Kawawin built.
Yes, that's how I launched Techo. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay, so and it's a very interesting development, the bonding curve application and token launches and what Pump.Fund did. I love trying things and figuring out how they work.
Yes.
There's a downside though to those as well, where it became way too easy to just launch a token that had no value, but very easy to get hyped, and actually there was an incentive to hype it because of the bonding. So there was positives and negatives.
Yeah, exactly. So I thought in my head, I was like, the technology stack is amazing. The ability that I can now just make it is very amazing. What that is missing to me is one thing. And that was what started my journey into development. Because I said, all right, they produced the next layer of the internet. They don't know it, but they did. What I thought was missing was, and I first want to cover what they did from an engineering perspective. They allowed users to add liquidity transparently to both sides, initially starting with no liquidity compared to a liquidity pool, which you need that bigger investment. And then prices form on a, that bonding curve, that price model, which makes it easier for people in Africa, right? Like, who may only have $1. That's all they have. That's all they have. That makes it much easier for them. So I said, to me, this is the future of asset trading, right? The problem is it's too easy to make the coin. Everyone dumps, there is no liquidity backing it, right? The person that really benefited is the initial buyers and the platform dev, right? The platform dev wins regardless. If it goes up, he has no incentive to monitor the platform. I'm not saying anything bad about it. I'm just saying from an economic perspective. Now,
right. Their incentive is to provide the platform, and what happens on there afterwards is
exactly.
It's only important so long as it doesn't make people flee the platform.
Exactly. It just needs to functionally work.
The house always wins.
Yeah, the house always wins. So I thought, the reality is this isn't good for my family and friends in terms of the feasibility, but the engineering stack is good. So what does it need? Because what I see in the ecosystem from a whole is you have a bunch of people who are really good developers, but they're not product managers. They're not thinking about the feasibility or economic model of it. They're just like, it works. Now, what I thought in terms of product management was this just needs how all the trading fees go to like the platform. If you take half of those trading fees and you save it on that smart contract, that token has revenue. If you save those trading fees on that smart contract, that token now has revenue. Okay, great. Who gets to claim that revenue? In liquidity pools, you share the revenue. When you share it, it's not that great. It's okay. It's great that we're sharing it. It gives some value, but however, I thought, okay, what if the revenue can be claimed by the person who locks up the most of the token on the smart contract? We have a separate function that says lock tokens. After you've bought it, you can lock tokens. Then now I'm providing liquidity that I cannot sell because I've locked it in the smart contract, and I can claim this revenue from trading. So now my incentive is like similar to selling a call on the stock market. I don't know if you've ever done options, where I'm providing liquidity.
Thanks to Robinhood for introducing those to me.
Okay, yeah, there was a period of time I learned
some expensive lessons from Robinhood with options, but I understand how they work.
So the seller is the opposite side. Most people know the buyer, right? I like being the seller, where I offer the liquidity, I lock up my shares for a period of time, and I gain the money everyone's gambling from buying calls. So in that sense, I was like, if you add a model like that, it's similar in the sense of, let's walk through an example. I buy $1,000 worth of Leo. I really like Leo because I think it's the most popular community coin, other than like Welsh or Dog or something. And I buy $1,000 worth of Leo. Let's say the fee is 2%. 2% gets saved on that smart contract, right? Now, in order for me to claim that $20, I need to lock up. I'm just using a rough example. My real one is a little bit more in depth, but a rough example is I lock up that $1,000 worth of Leo in the smart contract. Now everyone knows there's a price floor, right? Because I've locked up Leo. I claim that $20 because I've locked up the most Leo. But here's the catch. Now that I've claimed that trading fee, you cannot unlock that money until the highest last trading fee, which was $20 in this example, has been brought back through natural trading activity. So now it puts you who claimed that trading fee in the hot seat. You need to incentivize more trading. You need to bring volatility, right? As long as you keep bringing volatility, right, then you can keep eating more trading fees. I think we need to bring an incentive to all tokens on the blockchain that there's a price floor and there's an incentive for market, right? Then both sides get what they want. We have an ecosystem where whales are competing for the trading fee and they have to lock up tokens, and traders are competing for asset appreciation. this is the one fix I saw that would really help. The only thing, the last part that's really important is I added a cap to how much trading fees you need to bring back to the ecosystem, because without it, you get this infinite loop where you have to keep locking up more and more. Yeah. So for the smart contract I worked on was 1 million Satoshis because my base pair was SBTC. You need like max cap is when it starts getting to 1 million Satoshis, then like that's the cap. You may acquire more trading fees, but as long as there's always 1 million Satoshis in this smart contract, you can unlock your tokens. So I've developed it on testnet and mainnet, and then I was just like, I don't really care. I mean, I'm an engineer, like mentally, like whether you buy this token, my token, not buy my token, I don't really care. But I think this standard should be across all DEXs on the blockchain.
So
that way I can buy Leo, right?
I'm sorry, go ahead. You go ahead. I'll save my
question.
No,
I just said that if this standard is across all blockchains, in a sense, or I can comfortably buy Leo knowing it's a meme coin and my focus of volume, right? As they're doing their giveaways, I don't care, right? I'm making money as they're doing those giveaways because users are still selling and I'm making money from trading fees. I have an incentive to hold the floor of Leo.
So Leo, this is on a specific, this is platform based or is this token based? Is this like, is this
the way Stacks works is you make a token and then you also have a DEX smart contract. So I've implemented this on the DEX smart contract level because you have to make a smart contract for the token and then you have a DEX, a separate automated marker or bonding curve DEX smart contract. So it would be implemented on the DEX smart contract.
So, and is that at launch in the bonding curve, or is that
so if we were to implement this would have to be after the bonding curve.
Okay.
It would have to be after, because right now we already have DEX market makers, like Bitflow has their smart contract for trading, like Alex Labs has theirs, Veller has theirs. I'm just suggesting another, like an upgrade to the DEX smart contract is just a majority locking feature. So that, all right, if I'm buying a meme coin, I can also see how much trading fees it's generating. And instead of splitting it to everyone on the liquidity pool, save it in a pot that I can go compete for, that one person claims, right? So you incentivize people.
Replace the current liquidity fee model.
Yes, I mean, I would want it to replace the liquidity pool because, like, are you really benefiting from splitting those fees? Like, are you really feeling anything? Wouldn't you rather that people would? It's just my opinion, but I don't think users are really incentivized by claiming that that 1 penny or 20 cents. But if you put it as a pot and you start advertising, the fees are here, and the token has about $50 of trading fees saved here. And the person who has the most tokens right now locked up is this X user. And if I just lock up a little bit more, I can be claiming the trading fees. Because I would start looking at it from perspective of, Zero Authority.
Yep.
Think about how much giveaways Welsh, the last one I saw was Welsh. Think about how much giveaways they do, right? Then think about if I were to charge if the DEX is charging a 2% fee for every sell on those, right, that Welsh is doing, how much money in revenue is that smart contract making just from the selling side? I know the price has gone down, but how much revenue is being saved just from the sells? I would then wait for the giveaways to end. I'd buy back the token and claim the trading fee, right? I would just focus on the reoccurring revenue from the community. And then as people see me buy, obviously they'll be like, well, damn, I just sold. The thing just went up. They'll buy back, right? There's utility now. It's a stock. I mean, I shouldn't say that. It's essentially a decentralized stock.
Okay, I understand the concept. So it's an evolution of the traditional liquidity pool.
Yes, and I think this is one of those things, and it's just my opinion, that we're just very early where we only have software developers working on things. And I'm saying this from someone who's managed software development teams. They're developing it without the thought of the product evolution. They're just building. We're gonna build.
100%.
But
exactly what our, so we do a lot of talking to builders, and a lot
Yes.
of builder teams don't have, they're more technical builders,
Yes.
and so they're looking at, they don't see the marketing side, they're not
No.
building to the user, they're building to the function. And so
Yes, and they're making it more and more complicated, not on purpose, just because they're builders. That's what builders do. It's the same
Right.
thing. You ever watch that movie with Steve Jobs, where he was talking to Steve Wozniak? It's on
Yes.
Netflix. I forgot. Where Wozniak was upset with Jobs. He was like, "You're taking all of the features, taking all of the features out, right?" But Steve Jobs is like, the user just wants the computer to be clear. That's all they want. You're making the company by adding the USB port. You're adding this, like the
too many
user
choices
doesn't care.
create stress. Too many choices
Yes.
create stress.
You're adding way too many
it's
choices.
as simple as one choice. So, and my background is a realtor. In real life, I'm a realtor, and I've been doing it for a long time. And I learned early on, certain types of houses are traditionally for value per square foot is higher on a ranch house versus the lowest on a raised ranch. And the reason is because with a raised ranch, when you walk in, you have to make a choice immediately. I'm either going up or I'm going down. And so that is the factor. Too many choices makes it stressful.
Way too many choices. Yep. So
Right.
I'm gonna have 5 minutes, so I'll just leave you or kind of gear it towards. In terms of choices, you have two users when you're coming into crypto. You have the trader, especially people coming from Africa or whatever their background is, who have $20. In 5 seconds, they're going to buy this or not. And it's going to be purely based on the chart. Purely. That's it. That's all you have. There's a million blockchains, in my opinion. There's a million tokens. If they're up, they will buy it. Period. Right? And then on the other side, you have the whale. The whale is not stupid. He's not going to buy a picture of a cat or dog. He's not. So if you're saying about institutional adoption, they're not coming to buy a cat or dog. They're coming to see how much volume is coming in because there's no revenue right now. If you implement this model, they're coming to see, oh, okay, well, it doesn't have this much volume yet, but this much trading fees is being saved in a pot that I only need to have this much money locked in order to commit. Okay, cool. I don't mind taking that risk, right? I see this much volume on chain daily from this many wallets. I'll take this risk because there's this much real liquidity sitting there. What's the trading pair? SBTC, it's USCC. I'll take that risk, right? Right now, there's no rationality for a whale to come into this ecosystem and take that risk. There isn't any. But with a feature like that, the whale doesn't need to roll up this or that. They say, this much money is there, this much risk is there. I'm in.
No, and that's great.
Yeah, so
And one of the biggest challenges we have right now in our ecosystem is value locked. We need to have more value locked. It's actually one of the biggest issues. So anything we can do that will help us get there is important. So this is a very interesting concept. By the way, I know we're kind of limited and you're limited with your time availability today, but this is we can definitely have you on again. Happy to have you on again. This is not a one shot opportunity. We do these shows every day, Monday through Friday, and it doesn't always have to be a morning time either. But I just wanted to make sure we got your stuff out there. It's theengineer.btc or the-engineer.btc at theengineer_21 on X. And the project, or there's a couple of projects here, right?
It's just it's the network, which is focusing on building those smart contracts, or at least the MVPs that I'd like to see implemented in the ecosystem, which is you can go to the website. And then Techo Labs is like my first, I would call it, successful meme coin project where I'm making sure the price is always up by leveraging my income or whatever you would call it and going from there. Like we just launched on the bonding curve. So I know one of the pain points,
that token is relatively new, and I wasn't sure where it came from.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I haven't really done any marketing, right? My belief is more, I don't really want to spend too much money just giving it away because I'm protecting. I think of it like, if I'm the hedge fund manager, I'm protecting the value of my token, right? I'm looking at every other token on the Stacks blockchain as like down. This is going to be the one that like is up, right? I don't mind keeping it up. It should be up because I have my family in it, right? I can't, like, my mom is in it. Like, my mom looks at it because this is her introduction to looking at the blockchain. Like, she's gonna call me if the price is down, in a sense.
Right. Well, and so just on the model you're proposing, and if you have to jump, just,
Yeah, no worries.
that's cool. But you basically created a competitive model for providing liquidity.
Yes.
So
the one that's easier for
here's
each user.
so here's one concern, or one question I have is, does it does it create a disincentive for everyone else in the pool to pull out their liquidity if they're not the highest liquidity provider, and so they're not going to get any fees?
Way I look at it is, why were bonding curves successful? People weren't providing liquidity, they were trading value, right? I'm saying the liquidity pool model in general is broken, right? The average user, I've tried to teach my family in Cameroon how to add money to a liquidity pool, and they're saying, go do it. I just want to buy it. You know what I mean? Like, the reality is the average user does not want to enter a liquidity pool. Reality, like, whales want to enter a liquidity pool, so let them focus.
No, you're
on
right.
that.
You're right.
They just want to. The average
really do
user
a
just
lot,
wants to buy and sell. That's it.
Right.
So
Slippage and permanent loss. If you don't have a lot of money to begin with, you're gonna just the fees to provide and pull out liquidity can be cost you your profit anyway.
Exactly. So if you're going to provide liquidity, you better be serious. That's what I want. I don't want the person providing liquidity to be like, I'm adding it today, I'm going to move it tomorrow. No, if you're providing liquidity, you're a whale. You're here because you want to make money, period.
So I wonder,
I'm game in terms of seriousness.
I
if I'm
wonder,
providing
though,
liquidity,
are you familiar with the HODLMM that Bitflow's been building out? The concentrated
No, so I looked at it, but I didn't dive too far into it. If you're saying it's something I should, I'll spend the weekend diving further. I can see immediately.
Right? There's bins at certain price levels, so you can add liquidity at certain price ranges. So you could actually have competition amongst bins. So it's not all or nothing. It's the highest provider in that bin. So I could provide liquidity. I might be the highest provider at a lower bin, and I'm targeting a lower price, and that way it creates less disincentive. You don't want to necessarily concentrate it where the whale has it, but you can maybe take a bin and get the trading fees for a bin that's higher or lower if there's volatility.
What's a bin, out of curiosity?
So the bin is the HODLMM for Bitflow, which is still just in beta testing, and I'm they're one of our sponsors. I'm friends with the guys. I played around with it. I've been a beta tester on it. I did a boot camp on it for them. So the way I'm not an expert though, so I might be explaining it wrong, but when you're providing liquidity, you have a range. You can set a range across price scales. And in that range, there'll be a number of bins. That is the liquidity pool for, let's say for easy math, it's USDC and stacks, right? Yeah. So there's a bin at the price of, let's say, 20 to 25 cents for stacks. And then there's a bin at 26 to 30 cents. And then there's a bin at 31 to 35 cents. And there's also one, bins below. And so when I provide liquidity, I'm providing liquidity across a range of bins. And then there's a curve I can choose where it's actually providing more of my liquidity concentrated towards the center. It can be flat across all of the bins, or it can actually be like an inverted curve where I'm providing it at the edges. So I have control of where I'm putting my liquidity most of my liquidity, and so I'll get fees when it trades at those scales, at those in those bins, and it actually prevents slippage because it's also going to concentrate. It should theoretically concentrate liquidity more where the market's going to be as people are trying to get fees for providing their liquidity. So as
I have to look into it. Yeah,
it's a little it is a little
do it.
complicated, and we're getting into but it might actually be a good piece to add specific to your model to make it less all or nothing for all fees. And it gives your liquidity providers more control if you have something like that, a model where you have those ranges.
Okay. I would say I will look into it this weekend more seriously. And just for anyone listening, I do have a spaces for this Saturday. Some people ask more information. I'll give you more information on like Techo and my ideas for it, but I do have to run. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
What time Saturday?
12, like my time. I'm in Houston, so my time is 1 p.m. your time.
Houston Central?
Yeah. I think so, yeah.
So yeah, it'll be like 1 p.m. East Coast time or
something like that. But it's immediately on my Twitter. So if you see it on my Twitter, you'll see it there.
All right. So follow. Bring them right up. Follow the engineer.btc space tomorrow's Saturday, actually. I know how.
Oh, yeah. Tomorrow's Saturday.
Space tomorrow morning. Awesome, brother. I'm sorry, man. What's your name?
Sean.
Or should I just call you the engineer?
You just call me the engineer.
All right.
The engineer. Let's go.
Let's go.
That's kind of like how my family refers to me now. Anyways, I'm used to it. That's kind of where the name came
engineer. From. Nice. That's a good moniker.
Because I started off as an engineer.
What's that?
I started off as an engineer. That's my background.
All right. Cool, man. Cool. Thank you so much for joining us today, man. Really very interesting concept that you've come up with. Really cool design on you're definitely producing here. So it's very interesting. Guys, make sure you follow. Don't be a stranger, man. We do this all day. We're streaming all day, every day. So we have lots of space. If you have more stuff to come chat with us about, happy to have you on anytime.
Okay, I appreciate it. Yeah, I'd love to just share my thoughts about the ecosystem and just things I think that we need as a blockchain to be prepared for as interest rates start getting lower. To start receiving some of that liquidity because it's coming, right? And I think we're doing a good job with SBTC in general. These are just a few little tweaks here and there that probably need to be done. I think I've talked to a few people in Discord about it. Things like many users who are on Lightning, right? That smooth transition into SBTC because it is to me, it's a stronger Bitcoin pair just because the speeds are somewhat the same. You don't have to manage channels and you can own it in your own wallet with your seed phrase. So it makes me feel more comfortable at night. But yeah, definitely love to come and share some more of my thoughts later.
I hear you on that. And I appreciate it, man. I really interesting. Seems like you have a high level view coming in on some of this stuff.
Yeah. I've been in it a while, so I really took this year to really dive into stacks, making my own smart contracts, so I was more educated on it. But I've been in Bitcoin and like running my own node, my own Lightning node for years, while I've also been a trader, so surviving on that for years as well. So I can always get my own, not my financial advice, but my own technical analysis. Like Bitcoin for me recently broke out of a rising wedge, and we're sitting on that. I think the 21-day moving average on the monthly. So I'm curious to see how we're going to end at the end. But yeah, I have a lot of thoughts. I don't know if you've seen the chart of Bitcoin.
I tend to agree. I'm cautiously optimistic. I don't know when it's going to happen, right? We could still have some choppiness ahead where we are.
I think we'll bounce. It's just me. I personally, that's not my financial advice. I think we'll bounce. I just, in my gut feelings, even if we don't bounce, I'm still buying. Like I say all of this, but I buy like $1 a day. I don't care. I don't even look at it. But if I'm saying technically, like I see we broke out, everything's telling me we're going down, but my gut, it's like, nah, like we're gonna bounce. I just the way I look at like Fed policy, and not, I know everyone's saying, oh, he's gone to quantitative easing and all this. I'm like, that
Not
stuff takes a
quite.
year to feel in the economy.
Right.
I know people they put, but I've been here long enough that I'm like, even if you were to cut rates tomorrow, the market could still drop. It takes a
Right.
year for that liquidity to
Right, exactly. And they've been tightening for, they just stopped tightening. They're not easing.
Yeah, so
They're
that's
not
a good thing, but
actually-
it's gonna take a while. It's gonna take a while. Where I feel we will bounce, this is my own, not financial advice. Where I feel we will bounce is even if people aren't using my liquidity pool model, liquidity pools are starting to become the standard, and you already see it in terms of how USDC is now on stacks, right? This is a huge thing. I know people don't really see it, but this is huge, right? Bitcoin's never had a programmable price. It's had a centralized price. It's never had a programmable, this is the price because of this liquidity. When as liquidity pools become the standard within organizations saying, I want to be able to trade this on the blockchain and I want to know the price of Bitcoin because of this liquidity, because there's this much USD versus this much Bitcoin, you finally get transparent Bitcoin pricing. That's why we'll bounce. But that's just me. I'm sorry, I keep taking your time, but I'll head
No,
out.
man, it's great. It's great. We actually do have the man, the myth, the legend, Rubes in the house as well. What's up? Good morning, my brother. How you doing today?
GM Rubes.
Yeah, guys, how's it going?
How you doing, man? I apologize if I missed you sitting in there. I was engrossed in a really interesting conversation with the engineer here.
He just came through.
I don't know if you caught it, but he's got some really cool stuff he's working on as well, bro.
Yeah, I caught the end of it. So that was quite interesting about the kind of liquidity jackpot almost, kind of take like the competitive side. Yeah, I listened to it last sort of 5-10 minutes. So yeah, it was cool to see.
Yeah, very interesting. Speaking of interesting concepts, you know, you're expanding STX tools and covering a broader swath of the Bitcoin ecosystem with Tenero. And, you know, it caught me by surprise. I knew you were working on something, but I didn't quite know what. So congratulations on your launch. Congratulations on winning a Stackies Award. And, you know, welcome back to DeOrganized. Happy to have you here.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. It's been a whole year basically. We kind of were teasing it earlier this year. Didn't quite realize some of the legals and logistics of kind of setting up company-wise. So we're now set up as a company in the US. I'm not from the US, neither is my business partner Milano. So there was like some complications there. Some of the logistics of actually keeping it under wraps were interesting because I wanted to launch it as like a stealth launch. So obviously trying to build hype at the correct time and make sure that it doesn't get like released ahead of time and so on. So working with all that various, you know, very incredible partners. We've got initial launch partners. We have Stacking DAO. Obviously they were with Stacks Tools as well, but they carried on over to Tenero. We have Beansy, we have XFirst, we have SimpleSwap, we have Caesar, we have Football.Fun. Of course, we have Stacks and Spark as well. So we're working with some really, really impressive people in the space. And yeah, Stacks Tools is now Tenero. I can walk you through the site. I can see you've got it up anyway. Nice.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I can kind of talk you through the site if you like. I can share my screen and kind of go over a few things. A lot of it will be familiar.
It'd probably be better for you to share your screen. Yeah. So I'm not trying to guess what you're trying to show. I just like to show off the branding when it pops into my head to do so. But I'm super excited about this, man. We use STX tools daily on the live stream. Like I use it as a prop to show price and stuff. So I'm excited to have more opportunities and more tools at my disposal for that use case too. So awesome stuff, man. Take it away.
Yeah,
amazing.
Thank you.
Amazing. So before you take it away, I've got a question.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, go.
So we know STX the cat. So what inspired the dinosaur from a cat to a dinosaur. So yeah, I'm kind of
Good question. Good question. So the dinosaur, I've kind of affectionately called him T-Fi. So like instead of like T-Rex and BTC-Fi, he's now T-Fi. So he's kind of like the mascot. He's the character. He was created. I kind of like the design, like kind of Pokemon-y. But he was created by Weasley, who is the artist of Megapunk. You can kind of see the pixel style there. I've had a lot of people asking if it's going to be an NFT or a token. It's not going to be an NFT or a token. It's just he's just a mascot. He's just a cool character to make content around. But I have had a few people asking if it is going to be some kind of like thing they can trade. No, it can't be. It's just a cool dino mascot for the platform. So yeah, that's the kind of behind there. Thought it looked cool, but it's been amazing to see the reception from everyone. So we have the main page. This is the home page, and this is the multi-chain page. So you can see at the moment we have Sport Fun, Stacks, and Spark. The ones that are coming up next will be Rooms. We have OpNet, which is testnet at the moment, but that will be coming on mainnet when they go live. And also Citria as well. So we're working on their private mainnet at the moment, but again, once their mainnet goes live, we'll feature them for day one. So this will only get better now as we have more chains. This first landing page will become a lot more interesting as well. You can see market share, you can see volume, traders, how much percentage is dominated by each one. So Stacks is currently 31% of the market. You can also see the platforms, so that's the DEXs within that. So you've got Bitflow, some of the sport fun ones. Flashnet is from SparkNet. I've just clicked off that. Let me go back on. We have Alex, Velar, the usuals there. Obviously plugging Leo with the updated socials. One of our partners is Caesar, which is the AI. So we have all of the various Caesar articles there. We have Xverse, who is our API partner, and also we're going to end up having in-app swaps as well, which is very exciting.
Ooh, cool.
Which you won't have to leave Tonaro. You'll be able to swap within that, and that will kick off with we're kicking off with Runes and Spark, because that's what they have the API for at the moment. But they're also working on Stacks as well, so that we'll be able to swap Stacks tokens within there as well. You can see the chain overview, how much like inflow is coming in. So currently slight outflow on Stacks, but really being a big chain, that's not really that much. Quite a big inflow to Sports Fun. And then this below here is all of the tokens that are currently tradable. And this is trending on an hourly basis at the moment with the most volume. Sorry, the 1 day actually, not 1 hour, 1 day. So the most volume is Stacks, the actual Stacks token. Then when we head into, let's go into Stacks, we can now see what you're probably more familiar with and looks a little bit more like Stacks Tools was. So this is the same for other chains like Spark. You can kind of see the tree map and the trades. It's also the same for Sports Fun. Slightly different because they have more tokens and NFL and football, but we'll go to Stacks as we're a bit more familiar with what's going on here. You can see the net flow, the tree map. So you can see 30-day, 7-day, 1 day, see what's going on pretty instantly, whether it's red or green. The recent trades, now this is live, you don't need to refresh this like you would have done with Stacks tools. So if we happen to see a trade come in, in the next 10 seconds or whatever, it will show here. So you don't need to refresh that. You can also see the market flow, Stacks chart. Again, we're going to cover a weekly ecosystem report with Caesar there, which will be all the goings on of Stacks at the moment. Again, the platforms. I've logged in with my wallet here, I think. Hopefully it shows. And if not, it means that I don't think it will share because of the screen share, but I have to go on a different page for that one.
Yeah, it won't show it usually won't show the pop-up, which is best.
Yes, yeah, true. We have the tokens, as you're more familiar with. We have the different modes, whichever one kind of colors and preferences you like there. Now we have the pool, so this is like, obviously, if you've got, say, let's go on to, let's pick, we'll go with Leo, just as, we're more familiar. This is Leo combined across all of the pools that it trades on. You can see one of our partners, Simple Swap, there. Pools, now Leo obviously has multiple pools. We have Velar, Alex, Bitflow. So if we head into, like, say, the Bitflow pool, and click onto the specific pair, it will bring up the Leo pool for just Bitflow, as well as the combined view. We have the tracker, which this is a customizable thing. I haven't currently set mine up, but I could actually like rename, say for example, I wanted to track like Peace Love Music's wallet maybe, or maybe I wanted to keep you know, an eye on a certain whale. Maybe they're unnamed, maybe I don't know who they are, but I find their movings quite interesting. I can actually rename their wallet, like say Whale 1, and then on personalized to me on my platform, not everyone else's, but if I then see that wallet move, it would show as like, you know, how it would say like a .btc name, it would actually just say Whale 1, you know, so you can kind of like start to track things that you think are
that is not a feature on STX tools right now, correct?
No.
I didn't miss that. Okay.
Yes, this
No,
custom is quite cool.
Yeah, very. That I can see that. I love using STX tools and the data and everything, but that is going to be a time waster for me. Not a time waster, but I'm going to have to carve out some time.
Yeah, it's fun as well because, you know, there's been so many times I can count, and I'm sure other people as well, but where you think like, oh, that's an interesting wallet. I'm not quite sure what their motive is perhaps, or, you know, they've been buying a lot or selling a lot, and you kind of want to just track it. And you know, you're not going to remember the whole SP, you know, the full wallet, but you can just kind of think like, oh, okay, that's interesting. I can kind of rename that. You can do it for friends and, you know, other reasons as well. We can see the market thing, but this is kind of like how the Whale Watcher was, except it's expanded on now. So we have the inflows and outflows per wallet across different time frames, not just you know, one day. We also have the market flow, and then individual whale trades, which you can customize again. And also on the token page, we can now customize this as well to however we like, and this will stick with like your cookies essentially. So you can kind of click on which ones you want to see all on these. So you might decide that you only want to see, you know, certain tokens with liquidity, or a certain type of transaction, or a certain type of volume, and this is all customizable again for the you know, user, and this will stick with it as you go. And that's kind of the profile. We built it with mind of what is actually useful. Obviously, you know, I've been in the space for like 5 years now, full time. What would I like to see? What would what I think other people would like to see, what I find useful. And now we've had the year to build it out. V2 will be shipped very quickly. It will be weeks, not months. We already have a whole list of new features to add, including runes and in-app swaps. And then, yeah, V3 following that will be also very quickly after. We're going to add more chains very, very quickly now.
Wait, you have V2 ready almost, and you're already working on a V3.
Yeah, so we've obviously, if you remember back to when we initially launched Stacks Tools, we shipped very quickly. This year's been a lot slower just because we've been kind of keeping it under wraps, and we wanted to get all the various partners underway. But once the screen has now been lifted, the curtain's been lifted, here it is, and now you'll see us start to move very, very quickly across multiple ecosystems. Lots more features. This is just the V1, and like I say, V2 will be weeks, not months. I'm very excited to get it going. The positive reaction by everyone has been amazing. I have a lot of support from obviously you guys. 300's been making loads of content. All the usual Stacks, you know, crew have been supporting, which is amazing. And I think it opens also from like a Stacks point, it opens Stacks up to a whole new group of users that perhaps wouldn't see it. I mean, someone like Beezy is a completely different user base. Doing a lot with those guys. Sports Fun, they've just raised $10 million on their ICO. So
I'm largely unfamiliar with Sports Fun. Tell me a little bit about that.
So they're like a fantasy sports platform. Does it come under prediction markets? I don't really know, but it's fantasy football basically. You know, you buy your players, you buy your shares in your players. If they perform actually in real life, actually during like the game week, so like NFL or just football, the higher they score, if they come in the top 5, you get points. That opens packs, which contain players, which you can sell for like dollars, basically, is the idea. But they've just finished their round. They've just raised $10 million on their ICO, even in this bad market. As you can see by the transactions and the volume that goes there, it's obviously, you can see in the top left, it's pretty substantial. I think they've done 90 million in revenue in 3 months. And again,
I
that
remember.
opens a whole new user base to stacks and that kind of thing. So that's kind of how I think it's going to be, this like central database. It is going to be just Bitcoin mainly, but they're the only one that won't be Bitcoin.
And I remember you introducing me to this because I was used to the usual that we know about and play. Introduced me to this, like this was more crypto based fantasy football. First days I was like, let me try it out, and then I put in like $20. I woke up the other day, it was way up. So yeah, this thing is amazing piece. Yeah. But I forgot the password.
I was in the beta phase testing it back in like January or February. So right early in the year. I invested in a like pre-seed round as well, so I know the team very well. That's the reason they're on this, and they're partnering with us on it as well. But yeah, very excited to actually just release Tenero, kind of get it out to the world. It's been under wraps for a long time, and I'm glad to see that people are liking it.
Yeah, man. I mean, you come with an exceptional reputation in the ecosystem, well earned. There's a reason why people support your projects, because the way you handle yourself, the way you deal with things, you're obviously upfront. People know, there's a trust there, which I know is not necessarily the paradigm for Bitcoin. We want to verify, but at some point there's enough verification where you do trust a person and you put out great products. This is another one. And I think we're all excited to see you just produce and ship, because everything you do is usually high end, very quality. And this definitely seems like a well done project now. And, one of the things that we're excited about, within the Stacks specific community, is that this gives Stacks some exposure to a broader base beyond the ecosystem. People on Spark and or people on the Sports Fund website aren't going to be as familiar with Stacks.
Yeah, and this is the thing. I think I've always been about kind of like cross collabs and trying to break out of certain echoes, if you will, and trying to like get because a lot of people don't know. A lot of people just aren't aware of what's going on in other ecosystems. There's so much going on in Stacks that it's not even a fault, actually. It's just that people are busy, people are kind of heads down, and sometimes this kind of thing can open up to a whole new range of people, which I'm very excited about. It's interesting to learn different kind of ecosystems and what's going on. And yeah, it's much appreciated, all the support that we obviously get. It was nice for because obviously I always get things like the votes and the recognition for the building side. Now obviously the actual design and features and stuff, that is partly me as well, but the actual tech side, Milano never gets the kind, because he's not very active on X at all. He doesn't go on X. So it was nice for him to get the Stacky Award and get it changed to Milano, which was very cool. He was very, very happy about that. He got the most technical builder, which was cool.
Yeah, that's right. And you had actually talked about him the other day, and then when he won, I was like, wait, who's this? Like, I'm following him, but he's
I got the vote for it, and I commented under the post and said, I see why people have picked me, but this isn't me. Actually, technically, it is Milano who's the whiz behind the keyboard. But we work very well together. We're kind of like a yin and yang, different sides of the business, but both work very well together.
No, and it's good to have that dev partnership there too. And a lot of you need a technical founder, and then you need a market oriented or community based founder. And so it sounds
100%.
like you guys have found a great balance.
Yeah, 100%. I think it makes a big difference, actually. I think you touched on it just before I came on, actually. I caught kind of like the last 5-10 minutes, and you were saying how a lot of tech people are kind of like building just because that's what they know how to do. But actually, a lot of the time it can just be refined and slightly put in a different way, and all of a sudden it's like a different beast.
That is something we experience a lot here, because we spotlight a lot of projects, especially early stage stuff stuff in beta test or stuff that, that are in test net or not even quite at test net yet. And, we have a lot of conversation with these guys about their projects, and they're very, very talented at building, but it's hard to know building what's cool for the dev doesn't always translate to a usable project for the product for the market. So you need to figure out, how do I apply this to something that the users will actually engage with? And that's not easy. That there's so when you find that balance, it's a unicorn to some degree.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it's definitely skills for both sides. I think the term building can kind of cover, both in certain respects.
For sure. And I say, people will often say, like, I actually classify dev as more the technical side of things. So when I say dev, I'm usually talking about a technical side of the equation. But you are also developing the business. You're also developing the community. So it's not all just technical developer stuff. It's important to have a well-rounded machine.
Yeah, that's true. And that's where I think yesterday it was also good to see people at the Stacks AI Guild win their award as well. Obviously 300. Obviously helping a lot of projects to kind of get, that content side out and the kind of marketing on X and different social platforms. Another big win. It was a good show yesterday. I thought the Stackies was good fun, a lot of high energy stuff, and obviously some big news out of the town hall as well. Obviously some big plans for 2026.
Oh man, there's so much cool stuff happening and so much more coming too. One thing I'm not sure about that I saw, I don't remember what post it was on. Maybe you have some info on it. But something about stacking on the L1. Like,
yeah, that's going to be the huge one in my opinion. So it's going to be, they're exploring self-custodial staking through L1. So L1 Bitcoin to earn L1 Bitcoin. Now the only other one that I know of that does something similar is Babylon. Except they don't earn Bitcoin, they earn the native baby token.
Right. So I mean, that's a huge difference. That's a big differentiation. Right.
I think that's going to be the big kind of push next year. And I think with a lot of treasury companies, it's clear that they're obviously buying awful lots of Bitcoin, and that's fantastic when it's all going up and to the right, because obviously they can just continually buy and reserve it. But if the market stays like quite choppy and kind of, not necessarily goes down, but kind of stays choppy, they're going to look for places to service that debt and be able to buy, or even leverage it to buy more, that, whichever kind of method they want to pursue. And I think if they don't have to go down the L2 rabbit hole and just leverage the rails of it and kind of natively deposit L1 Bitcoin to get Bitcoin, that's a very, very interesting prospect for the institutions, in my opinion. And obviously through stacks, if they then want to go down the rabbit hole a little bit deeper and buy stacks to pair it with to increase that yield and go down the dual stacking route, even better. But if you can meet them where they are, which is they're holding their Bitcoin on L1, that's kind of, you're offering that olive branch to them and saying, oh, here you go. And then, the more people that take it might end up going down the rabbit hole.
Right. It's a numbers game at that point. It's just a vector to get people in. Yep. You're giving them the reward. They're participating in the network. And then, well, if you want to earn more yield on your Bitcoin, you can do this, and you can deploy it to, BTC-Fi or just T-Fi as we're calling it now, I guess.
Yeah, T-Fi. But that's the thing though, like, okay, thanks so much for staking on the L1 for the past, 3, 6, 12 months. Here's what you could have had if you went further down and paired it with the stacks. The difference might be at that point astronomical for a lot of institutions. Even that 1% extra, 2% extra on a lot of Bitcoin can be a lot of difference. So I think that's going to be an interesting kind of way they're going with. Obviously USDC X is big news. And I think the privacy kind of shielded transactions that they were mentioning about, as selective privacy is interesting as well. You see the rise of Zcash, Starknet do a similar kind of style thing, that privacy narrative. I don't see that going away.
I
It's
saw
almost
a post this morning that made a really good, presented it in a way that really identifies the concern there in a really like real life circumstance. And it was just somebody that had paid somebody for something in USDC, and then that person ends up following up with them and talking to them about the assets in their wallet because
yeah.
they could go
I
and
saw the post.
follow
I
that
saw the-
person's wallet. That is a big that is a problem. And somebody there's nothing wrong with wanting privacy for that specific reason. And just because you want privacy doesn't mean you're doing something wrong. It's just a way to protect yourself. And we have a legal standard in the US that you're innocent until proven guilty, or at least we used to. I'm not sure how much it holds right now anymore, but we really need to get back to that.
Yeah. I think that's going to be an interesting one for Stacks. And I actually saw that same post. I think it was from Loki, quite a big DeFi guy, and he kind of
I
posted.
think that's right.
I think that there was an interesting analogy I heard a little while ago. I've only really kind of become interested in it probably the last sort of 4 to 6 months, I would guess. But it was someone saying you kind of close your curtains at night. It doesn't mean you're like murdering someone behind them. It's just that, it's your choice to, have privacy in the evening. It doesn't mean anything bad is going on behind it, but you just don't want people to be looking in at you in the night. That doesn't mean you're doing something wrong. I think Stacks looking at that element for selected privacy is good. You can show your accountant if you want. You can show the people that need to do. If there's an investigation, sure, like we can look at it. We're not doing anything illegal, but it doesn't necessarily have to be shown to broadcasted to the whole world. And I think it's almost got like a self-built-in marketing element with this at the moment, because you do see a lot of the particularly European laws are coming out and saying, we're now banning this or we're banning that, and you can't hide this and you can't hide that. So the narrative almost writes itself. So I think that could be something that might creep up on the rails for Stacks a little bit. That could be a good one.
Yeah, for sure. It's needed. It's needed in the marketplace. And man, I can't say, like, I felt very encouraged last year at the end of D grants. There was a lot of energy coming out of D grants. And it kind of tapered off into, we had just had the election. I think there was almost like too much excitement too fast around there. And right around this time last year is when things started tapering off. It was bad timing for Stacks because it was right as we were launching Fast Blocks with Nakamoto, SBTC. And I really think that that's actually the story of Stacks price. Everything else has been crushing. Stacks price is just the victim of just a number of bad timing events outside of control that have happened, and that actually leads me to believe that there's even more upside, potential than where it is. But I haven't felt the energy like this in the ecosystem yet. Like, I feel like there's just, with the shipping, all of the people that are solving real problems, all of the building that's going on across the ecosystem, the Stacks Labs entity, the endowment, the accelerator that they're talking about. This is the time. If you're looking to build on Bitcoin, Stacks is where it's at. It's undoubtable at this point. And it's like to have people like you in the ecosystem.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think the fundamentals aren't matching up to the price. Obviously, NFA as always, but yeah, I would say there is a lot of builders, new builders as well, which is exciting. Obviously you see things like the Hacker House come out, and
that was so cool.
Yeah, there's so much.
There was amazing.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's good to see a lot of different projects. I saw you had on. I was watching a clip on the DeOrganized show. I think I wasn't live. I don't think. Are you doing it now, where you like kind of play clips throughout the day?
Yeah, because we're running the stream from like 7:30 to like 5, 6 o'clock at night, East Coast US time. So I have time to replay it. And, now it's forcing me to go make these clips, share them out, get them on the stream and stuff like that. So you saw.
I saw an X402 one. I think it was Tony. Is it?
Tony. Yeah. From I think it was Friday morning last week. I think maybe the week before. I can't remember now. It's been. But
that shows it's working though, because I thought it was live. and I tuned in and I was like, that's interesting. Like, I would not have seen that. If it wasn't running, I would not have seen that clip. And it was interesting. Yeah. So.
And yeah, people drop in to see what's going on, and we have lots of content to expose. Lots of stuff to keep amplifying. So we're slowly but surely figuring out our model and doing more with what we have available to us, and we're doing pretty good. We're getting a little bit of a slumpy Friday morning numbers right now.
Okay.
We're not getting a ton of viewers right yet. We only got a couple hundred this morning so far, but I mean, most days we're getting at least 1,000, a couple thousand. Some days,
yeah, that's incredible. That's incredible. It could just be coming close to holidays as well.
Yeah.
People start winding down. Perhaps they're visiting family, or that's kind of how this time does feel. Obviously, us launching last Monday, we were kind of rushing to get it out before the holidays. I would imagine Stacks also getting their town hall kind of out and some of the announcements. People can stew on that over the holidays and then go into 2026 with a full boom. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited for 2026. I think it's going to be the year, personally.
Fingers crossed. We never know in this market, but yeah, I think I'm with you on that one.
You never know what the outcomes are going to be, but I know we're going to be working hard and we're going to keep pushing. And so some good stuff's going to come out of that.
It can be the only way.
That's it. That's all there is. Brother, I could talk to you all day. You're welcome to hang out if you have the time. Do not feel obligated, but we have the Game Master coming up from the underworld to play some Find2Earn rounds with us this morning. And he's also going to jump into the SIP call because he's proposing a SIP for his encrypted NFT standard. So we're really excited about that. I'm going to play a quick word from BitFlow. Rubes, do you need to, can you hang out? You want to hang out and play some Find?
I'm going to hop off, but I do really appreciate you having me on, guys. And I will definitely be coming on a lot more because we will be shipping pretty quickly now. You're going to see a lot of upgrades, certainly past the holidays. Probably weekly or bi-weekly, we're going to be adding, a cool feature or two. So I'll definitely be seeing more of you guys. Really appreciate you coming on. Me coming on for your show. And yeah, appreciate all the love, guys.
Right on, man. Have a great rest of your day. Happy holidays if I don't chat with you again before then. And you're always welcome. Just let us know when you want to come on and we'll drop you in.
Much appreciated, guys.
All right.
Have a great holiday, Rubes.
Have a good one, guys. Have a good one, Hannah. Have a good one. Peace.
You too, man.
Awesome.
That was awesome stuff. Really dig it. And guys, stay tuned. We will be back momentarily with the Game Master and some Find2Earn rounds after this quick word from BitFlow.
If you're, for example, taking a price on Uniswap and you're going to say, okay, now we're taking this trade data, we're going to push this to my smart contract. Say you're running a lending protocol. So what this basically does is any trade data that gets pushed through there is going to update to your smart contract. And then that could potentially cause some issues if there's trade data that's malicious. So early on, and what we've seen a lot is that you can do something called like a flash loan, for instance. You can borrow a bunch of funds so that you have a high amount of volume, and you can maliciously attack a pool so that you can change the price for potentially a few blocks, one block. You could alter the price 50, 60, 70% with the amount of slippage depending on the liquidity. So in doing so, based on that flash loan trade, you may take like a huge loss, but the loss may be higher, or the loss may be lower than the attack that you've done on the lending protocol. So you could, for instance, go into lending protocol after the fact and then cause a bunch of liquidations and then gain the profit from forcing those liquidations, because the liquidators are generally getting 1.5%, 2% on some of those lending protocols.
Right. So there is an obvious flaw there. If there's an attack, if somebody is sophisticated enough to pull that off, which is becoming easier and easier these days with the tools available, then that's it. So that is one of the attack vectors, and why you need more security than that.
Exactly. So this is like a stage one. This is stuff that's happened, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 4 years ago. And then most recently, ironically, you know, that happened again on Binance where, you know, there was all those forced liquidations because protocols were only taking price data from Binance there. So
Oh, really? I didn't
yeah, I
realize.
don't remember the exact situation there. But like a lot of tokens went to almost zero, some dead, like Atom there. I believe this is about a month and a half ago.
Adam went all
Yeah,
the way to zero on
Atom went
Binance.
all the way to zero. Yeah, so then there was a lot of protocols that had the price data only sourced from Binance. So then when that happened, it caused this cascade of liquidations, right? So you know, there's situations like this that are still happening in 2025, which is you know, these protocols set up with what I would call is like a stage one, like Oracle, right?
Right. So Binance was basically not, Binance isn't really an Oracle, but they were being used, their API was being used as an Oracle for price.
Exactly. So in like some of these older tokens, like I'm not sure what the liquidity depth is, obviously not high enough to match kind of the, you know, the amount of money that people were able to put in to push it down. You know, it's always like a measuring act. Like if the value you can extract through the hack is higher than the money you need to put in, then it makes sense to do it, right? So it essentially just breaks down to that. So as soon as they found out that these kind of markets were segregated, then it made it easy. So then that's kind of where oracles are today, is like a stage 2. So that is basically adding the filters. So you're removing any kind of malicious trade data, and then some kind of a system to remove liquidity or liquidity sources that are outside the bounds of a benchmark. So for DIA, how we work is we are scraping data directly from sources. So we're scraping data from central exchanges and decentralized exchanges, all that trade data. And for example, on say Ethereum, we're supporting 20 to 30 different liquidity sources. So all that trade data for us gets aggregated, and then it goes through a filter. So the filter could be like a TWAP filter. For us, we use a volume weighted filter, and we also use something called IR, which is interquantile range. So we're removing the bottom 25% and the top 25% of the trade data. So you're only getting the 50% of chunk of that data. And then that gets processed by the nodes on our layer 2 orbit chain. And then one final system check there is we utilize a guardian, which we're checking against the benchmark price. So the benchmark price is typically, say, like CoinGecko, CoinMarketCap, some source like that, to say, hey, ETH right now is 2,900. What does it say on CoinMarketCap? CoinMarketCap is 2,915. Okay, that's within, say, we typically set guardian price at 5%. So then if the price we're pushing is greater than 5% compared to CoinMarketCap or CoinGecko, we won't push it. We won't add that price there because there's something going on with the data, right? With stable coins, you can go a lot lower. And then once that's confirmed good to go, that's sent to all the available chains we support. So 62, 63 different chains. So it's really cool because it's all done in like a decentralized, transparent way. So a lot of Oracle providers today, you're getting the aggregated data. That could be aggregated by themselves. That could be aggregated through a third party like CoinGecko or Kaiko. And what you really don't know with some of these oracles is the origin of the source of the data. You're just getting the aggregated price, but with DIA, you can actually see and verify the source of the data, and you can actually select the sources of data that you want. Now, it makes, of course, sense to include most of the sources or all of the sources that you can get based on kind of the issues I described earlier. But some for example, some applications like to segregate their markets and have isolated markets. So you could say take a price on Arbitrum or on Optimism and have those like separated. So we offer that kind of flexibility there as well. So that's kind of like a stage 2 Oracle where you have that additional security layer there that you didn't have with, like, say, going directly to Uniswap or pulling a price directly from like an API like CoinGecko.
Very cool. Very cool. Joining us, well timed, is my partner in crime, GPSC from the Gigapepe Spaceship Club. And he is actually fresh off of winning an award from the Stacks community for being an excellent chat, I believe was the title. What was the category again?
It was most positive community impact.
Yeah.
Come on, Josh, man. Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Yeah,
Yeah.
glad to be here. Just
Yeah.
kind of running through the Oracle stuff. Hopefully it's not too dry, but
Man, let's get to it, man. It's alpha.
I mean, it's honestly, these are things that we need to have more awareness of. People need to understand why it matters. Because it is important that the data that's out there, it is largely pricing data right now. There is more stuff to come as on-chain apps develop more. You're going to be pulling more data, and it needs to be secure for all sorts of reasons. Like we already touched on that layer 1 security issue where people can just manipulate markets to manipulate the price feeds and then take advantage and exploit on the back end. That's a big deal. That does happen. And in this space, any exploit that can be attacked is going to be, so
exactly.
It's a huge deal. Like the oracles are utterly important for really all the programmability on crypto requires secure oracles. So it's a fundamental piece of infrastructure for crypto to advance.
For sure. And I think if you look at the data actually behind like attacks on chain, loss of funds, I'd say I wouldn't say like a very large majority of them are oracles related, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's anywhere from 33 to 50% of the the hacks are somewhat oracle related or like price manipulation, right? So
yeah, if you can manipulate price, you can do a lot of things, especially if if you know you're going to, and I mean, that happens, by the way, outside of data feeds and outside of Oracle information. There's all sorts of manipulation going on that people exploit. Oracles is just one way, but that's a big vector because all of these, on Stacks, one of my main partners is Bitcoin. I mean, Bitflow. Bitflow is the decentralized exchange on Stacks. If that price data isn't accurate, when I go to trade, I lose money, and then I get insecure about using the platform again. So, and by the way, that doesn't happen. I'm very confident in Bitflow. I love the platform. Those guys are doing awesome. But it's important that if the users can't rely on secure data, the whole thing doesn't work. So it's fundamental. It really is very fundamental to the success and the further success, which I think we're through the woods. I think this crypto thing's gonna last. It seems at this point, but it's still there's still a lot that can happen that can hinder the development and make things take longer to develop. And we're really on the precipice right now with we're calling it onboard your mom. With all the the passkey, and we have native passkey and WebAuthn on Clarity now on Stacks, and all of the stuff like Privy's doing, and like making it basically just abstracting away the wallet function and making it real easy for non-crypto natives to engage with applications that are using crypto but The users don't really need to know anything about crypto to use. That's where we're hoping to go.
Right.
And we need reliable data for that.
Right.
We need these people to have good, secure, safe experiences when they come here, or they won't come back, or they won't come back for a long time. So we need you guys to keep doing an excellent job getting us secure data.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And yeah, I mean, it's interesting with you know, there's how many of these hacks have driven people away over the years. And it's something, I guess, that needs to happen, because you need to kind of standardize things. You need to have you need to put it in people's minds that, hey, we need to do something different, or as a user we need to think differently and push like transparency. Like a lot of things today, a lot of hacks that we've seen are transparency issues. If we go all the way back to kind of the worst situation, which was Terra Luna and UST, we're talking 30 to 40 billion dollars lost there. That's fully a transparency issue, right? If users understood what was held in the vault or in reserve with Do Kwon, with his team Terraform, then that wouldn't have been such a situation, right? But no one had any idea, how many tokens were minted, what was actually backed, what the understanding there is, right?
Right.
And that's where users need to say, hey, I'm not going to deposit my money here unless you can be transparent about what's going on, right?
Right. No, exact same thing with FTX.
Yeah.
They were just using people's money. And if
yeah, where's the money? What's going on, right?
Right. It's
So,
crazy.
and really, crypto's built on the ethos of transparency,
Right.
of understanding where your funds are and being in control of your funds, right?
And not having to trust anybody.
Exactly. No intermediaries. So it's crazy that people kind of lose sight of that. And it's tough because you see, oh, this is giving 50% APY on my US dollars. I'm going to go put my money in here. And you don't really think about, what's the underlying risk? How are they actually giving this 50%, right?
Right.
They're likely leveraging in the background. They may be providing some points which aren't actually truly,
we have a I don't know if it's a mantra, but it's where does the yield come from? And if you cannot answer where the yield comes from, you are the yield.
Yes, that's exactly right. For sure.
So, and that is, I mean, I'm generally a lucky guy. I didn't get burned. I didn't feel good about FTX for some reason at the beginning. Something just seemed off to me about it. It was too hype. So I missed it. I was in BlockFi collecting I think it was 8% on Gemini dollars, which was very high at the time. The banks weren't giving interest on anything at that time.
Right.
And I got out of that again, I had a hunch. I had, not a ton of money, but a lot for, I'm not super flush. So it was enough for me to be very burned if I hadn't gotten out. And I got out of that real quick, just in time, and before they collapsed. And then there have been a couple. I got out of Gemini just by the skin of my teeth. I had some funds in there before they got attacked again. So, but these things happen. They're not all data risk errors, but they are situations where you're trusting. You're not really verifying at that point, and so good data oracles also help us verify.
Exactly. So that could essentially take us to the stage 3 then, Oracle, like where we're seeing more customizability today, more capital efficiency, and that's through something called like NAV based feeds, or as we're calling them, fundamental feeds. So NAV is like a net asset value feed, and very simply, it's just the collateralization ratio. So we, for example, take the ratio of how much a derivative asset or synthetic asset or stablecoin token, how many of those tokens are issued versus what's held in reserve or what's held in the vault. So we're seeing tons of these tokens come out today, all different kinds of stablecoin derivatives, XUSD, SUSD, USDP, et cetera, et cetera. So we can measure that ratio and say, hey, there's $1 million of these tokens issued, and there's 800K in the vault. So then you're getting the ratio there. The ratio's coming back and saying, hey, this ratio's 80%. So what's in the reserve is actually 80% compared to what's been issued. Then if we can price that derivative token at 80 cents automatically. So for example, I always like to go back to Terra Luna here. If UST was priced using a fundamental feed, everyone would have known automatically what the price of UST would have been. UST actually had, I believe it was 80% in backing. Now, what happened obviously when the bank run happened is anytime there's, not enough funds to back it, it's impossible to keep it afloat. So it dropped down to 13 cents, I think, at the lowest before it finally collapsed and ended itself. But had people known, hey, this is actually backed 80%, that's not as bad as we anticipate. The coin is now priced at 80 cents automatically. Maybe there wouldn't have been this huge panic, which ultimately led to the collapse, right? It might have just people seen that there's transparency there. Maybe they would have wanted to continue to sell off, but it would have been less of a big panic to.
Well, the price would have had more stability.
Exactly. There wouldn't have been as many people running to the door to beat the guy in front of them, right?
Right.
You think if I don't get out now, I was very much the same. I had UST. I added it to the curve pool, so I didn't get kind of hit directly as bad because the liquidity in the curve pool kind of kept it afloat a bit longer. But the thinking is, okay, I got to get out of this ASAP because everyone is trying to sell, right? So you got to beat the guy.
Right. That's why it happens that way.
Exactly.
If the price hadn't been so starkly down, it's still a shock to see something go $1 peg. What's supposed to have $1 peg to be at 80 cents.
This happened kind of overnight, right? I woke up that morning and went, holy crap.
That was set up. Somebody that was an attack. Somebody made a lot of money doing that.
Oh, for sure. And whether it was an enemy of Do Kwon or just an instance of that we talked about previously of money in versus money out, which is more likely the case, right?
I think it was actually an attack on crypto.
Yeah, it could be for sure. And these narratives stick around where people kind of bring them up again and again. It's not secure because did you see what happened with Terra Luna? They lost $40 billion, right?
Right.
And that's where strong infrastructure comes into play, where you need to have these robust systems. You need to ensure security. So a lot has changed obviously since then, but there's still these instances where you kind of go back to how things used to be because it's easier, right? It's easier to not do 2-3 audits. It's easier to just go into instead of setting up a custom Oracle contract, situations like that, right? So what's really cool with the fundamental feeds is you can do them in conjunction with the market feed, right? So you can have your market-based priced, and then you can have your NAV-based fundamental price, and then use those together, and then derive your price of your market from that. So you're essentially taking from two sources. And then you can maybe run your liquidations based on the fundamental side and then have your market-based price for redemptions or whatever. So there's I think that's where we're moving today, is to that stage 3 security where there's more, not only more sources in the market for the pricing, more filters, secure guardian systems, and then different methodologies for providing price that are actually more capital efficient, right? Because you're not worrying about the day-to-day trade. You're just actually taking what's in, held in reserve, which is essentially, the same methodology the banks are using, right? So you're seeing basically kind of the highest level of capital efficiency that we're seeing in the traditional market. So
now, do you guys support data for real world asset tokenization, institutional products, stuff like that, or what? Or mostly focus on pricing feeds right now? What are you guys getting into?
Yeah, for sure. So we're supporting RWAs as well. We support over 5,000 different assets. So copper, any kind of commodity or stocks, bonds, T-bills, Forex, stuff like that. So teams can reach out to us to set up price feeds for that. One really cool thing we're working on right now is we're integrating the Ondo global markets. So Ondo is providing tokens for trading the stocks essentially. And the stocks are then able to be traded 24/7. So we can get a price for these that the apps can use to say trade Amazon after hours essentially. So I think that's a really good use case for crypto. Today we see like a lot of these per platforms, you can only trade the commodities or the stock within certain trading hours, right? Because they're getting the data from a source that doesn't allow after hours trading. And we've kind of scoped that out a bit on our side and said, hey, can we provide or can we go with a third party provider that allows stock trading after hours? And what we found is it's kind of like a closed, they don't want for one, they don't want you to take this data and then kind of resell it or repackage it or let someone else use it. So we've seen kind of huge barriers to entry that way. And then also with price, like we're talking for us to get data for 24/7 stock trading, it could be 30 to 50 grand a month just to get the trade data. So there's these huge barriers to entry. So I think with the Ondo global markets, us being able to tap into those tokens and then DApp's able to trade these stocks 24/7 is a really cool use case for crypto on the RWA side. So it's just kind of starting. We've seen a few teams tokenizing stocks and commodities and things like that, like X stocks.
So you think the trading on Ondo will provide enough pricing data to satisfy overnight trading?
Exactly. It's early days right now. I haven't checked liquidity and volume in a while. I know a lot of those tokens have reached over 1 million in liquidity, which is enough for us to provide a price feed on that. Now, you still want to kind of do your research on kind of how much is the price actually fluctuating from either the after hours or when the stock market opens, how close are we to parity, minutes before or hours before that, right? So I haven't done my research on that, but things will continue to get more robust, definitely. Ondo's a huge team. They're building really cool stuff to allow, tokenization on chain. So I think that's really exciting direction we're heading in the RWA space is
For
allowing
sure.
this.
Well, and they're also Ondo's on Base, and Coinbase literally yesterday just announced stock trading and prediction market coming soon. I have to assume that they're probably going to use some of the information from Ondo as well, and or maybe I don't know because it's on Base. I don't know if that's
right.
Or how affiliated they are with Ondo specifically, but if not, then there'll be some other option in the marketplace that they're using anyway, right?
Yeah. They may be paying for those premium sources, and that would be great. I mean, again, they probably are facing the same issues of they have these premium sources, but they can't kind of disclose them to others. But again, like with the Oracle feeds, if we were able to tap into that and tap into our own and then tap into Ondo, we can provide an aggregated source, remove outliers, use the Guardian, and we have like a stage 2 Oracle for RWAs, right? So the more and more these teams get involved in this, the easier it is for us to provide robust infrastructure on it. So
Very cool. Very, very cool, man. So do you see is AI development and or the iteration of the AI, the more sophisticated applications of it, is that causing challenges for you guys as far as security of your networks? Like what are some challenges you guys have from that?
yeah, the AI side is interesting. I think we're still pretty early days for any kind of risk from those kinds of attack vectors, especially on like the DeFi side. I haven't seen too much sophistication in all the teams that I've talked to. Where it's really cool and kind of moving away from, and like maybe the benefits towards people, and what I've seen is like AI controlled vaults for like yield, right? So you deposit your stable coins with an AI, and the AI is looking at all these different pools and all these different vaults to
So the AI could also be a consumer of your data feeds.
Exactly.
Really, probably
for sure.
more of the issue is not, it's less of a challenge that it could be a threat and more of a challenge of how do we serve these agents.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at from the security side, now I'm not like an expert on that, but you could tap in these AI agents and say, look at our data feeds and see where there's any kind of risk, right? Where we could be thin on liquidity, or what are the potential attack vectors. All teams can be looking at this, not just Oracle's. Verify the smart contract and see. We've seen so many of these re-entrancy attacks over the years that just keep popping up again and again, and people forget about the past, right? And I think where AI is really, really good is analyzing the data, looking in the past and seeing and making sure that, these 1 or 2 lines of code are updated, to not allow kind of previous attacks to happen, right? So I think as people forget, or they haven't been there back in 2021, 2019 when these things happened, because it kind of goes through cycles, right? These things get like, these particular attack vectors are like hot, and then they fall off. People forget about them. They upgrade to a new contract, but there's a bunch of teams using the original contracts, and then there's those attacks again, like we saw with the Curve V2 pool there a couple months back.
Yep.
So, yeah. So I think AI will be very, very good on the security side, and then super useful to kind of maximize yield as well. And yeah, data plays a massive part in that. It's going to need to be tapped into all this data, all these sources, how you want to use it, right? So the more data you can feed the AI is going to be, that's the number one thing, 100%.
So we have we know a couple of people working on the X402 solution, which is payments between AI agents, and it's a little over my head, the conversation. We've had a few on our show. A lot of these conversations are a little bit over my head, but it's closer than I think we really. It seems closer based on the conversations I'm having with people to this stuff becoming more actionable than, because we play around with a lot of stuff because we're doing a show. We are now a live stream all day, and we cover a lot of projects, and we love touching around on stuff that's new, a lot of stuff in testnet, and we've played with a number of trade bot agents, in testnet or even in beta mainnet stuff. Agent Hustle over on Solana. We've played the AI BTC dev guys are doing some really cool stuff on Stacks. There and a number of them, and they're mostly just conceptual. They don't really, they're not lined up with enough memory. They're not really like they're still, just MVP products.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of solutions that are being worked on right now that I think we're probably a little bit closer than we may really we're trained to expect, because of how fast these things iterate, because they're iterating themselves to a large degree. They're being used to actually build out the agents are actually building out their next iteration. So it's crazy how these things are going. But I think that it's going to be here actionable, like trading on your behalf, agent to agent, interacting with APIs and stuff like that, and different data oracles, and then transacting with Bitcoin, actually, in a large degree, in microtransactions for access to data. I really think that that's probably not that far off.
Right. Yeah. One thing that I've always been interested in, and when it came to the space, I thought was like, oh man, this is really going to change the game, was like intents. So
And that's another one that, yes, that's,
yeah. So
you have a guy that built
basically,
subnets on Stacks with intents. It's crazy.
There you go. So basically with intents, you're essentially saying, okay, I want to make a trade, US dollars to ETH. So right now we're seeing intents being used for, I think the biggest one on the swap side is CowSwap. And then there's a few other ones. I think Matcha uses intents and some other ones, but it's really cool because then, you're taking a idea, and that's essentially the intent, of saying, okay, I want Ethereum, I have USDC. Then it goes to a solver network, and the solvers are going to look for the best price for that user. That solver networks is where it gets interesting, because you have like a level of competition. It's going to look at, the network of solvers. I don't know how many CowSwap has now. Let's say like 50. Each of those solvers is going to have a different set of code that it's running through, and in a different, essentially, set of liquidity sources that it's sourcing. So those solvers can say, hey, I can provide this for this price, and the best solver wins. Now, going back to what you said about, abstracting away the complexities for these users so your grandma can use crypto, it's the same idea here. I can go to CowSwap and I can ensure that I'm getting the best price, or that's the theory anyways, around the intent-based system. Once everything is kind of tied in together with these robust solver networks, you're generally getting the best price. And personally, I use CowSwap all the time. That's what I've seen. I'm getting an amazing price, sometimes better than the market rate, sometimes better than Binance, where you assume the highest liquidity source is always going to give you the best price generally. Sometimes it's even better than that. So you really can't go wrong there. And that's all done, through that intent-based system with the solver network. So we also see that with bridges. And then we're going to see that intent system happen with AI. And I think that's where it gets extremely interesting, where you just tell the AI, what is my intention on here? My intention is to earn the 6% or higher on USDC, if we're just like strictly dealing with DeFi stuff. Then it's going to go and look at all these sources. It's going to deposit it in different ways, maybe. You may say, I want to lower risk by not using one pool. So you're feeding information to this AI, and it's doing it on your behalf. Outside of crypto, this could be, we've seen this with DPIN stuff, where you simply tell your refrigerator to order you, or it happens automatically. When you're out of milk, your AI agent goes and orders you some milk, or adds it to your order that you're doing like once a week, right? So this gets like really complex, but like very interesting and reducing maybe the mundane tasks that humans typically have to do. Yeah, so the AI stuff, very, very cool. I feel like, yeah, there's going to be a lot of ups and downs and figuring things out. People maybe are getting sick of hearing about AI, especially, you know, Google and Amazon and all these big names, Meta, you know, every day essentially sharing all this information. But it is becoming game changing, you know, even with these like AI robots that they're building to suggest that, you know, it can do the tasks that maybe humans don't want to do anymore. It's just another step towards, you know, higher efficiency and maybe lower risk and lower you know, increasing the standards of how this work's being done, right? Because you can standardize all these robots to do, you know, concrete work the same way every time, right? So you're kind of removing the human element in a sense. Not necessarily you're removing the creativity, but you're standardizing everything to be done the same way, which has a power to it, right? So tons of interesting aspects there with AI to kind of jump around a few of them.
So I do want to make sure I get these in here before we have a kind of a hard stop by 2 p.m. because we share our Restream account with our partners at Bitcoin Live, and they have a show coming on at 2 today.
Gotcha.
But I want to make sure I point people in the direction of the DEX account. It's at diadata_org. So you guys can follow DIA, and the website is diadata.org, which if you guys are interested, you're building a project. We have a lot of developers that watch and tune into our stuff because we cover a lot of developers. DIA is a great place to go to look into your Oracle services that you need for the platform projects you guys are building. So make sure you check them out, diadata.org. And Josh, was it so, bro? You are such a really nice. I love your personality. Really even keeled dude. Great chatting with you. Would love to have you on again whenever there's something going on. Even if you just want to come hang out, we do the morning show. Sometimes it's a little more casual. Happy to have you jump in and chat with us sometime. Anything else we should know about DIA before you sign off?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, would love to join you guys again. It's been awesome chatting. You know, definitely super passionate about the space. So so I'll just mention on DIA here. So we're generally working with teams in two ways. We work with the chain foundations directly, and then we work with like the dApps to provide their Oracle feeds. So any dApp can come to us and request a custom Oracle feed. In most cases, if it's just a standard price feed, that's going to be completely free of charge for the applications that reach out to us. If it's a price source that we are supporting, for instance, and you know, if it's something on price feed on, like, generally we can theoretically support any price feed as long as we can get that data source. In some cases, we need to scrape like a local ecosystem DEX directly to get that source. But I'd say 95% of the time we can just support the price feed completely free of charge for those applications.
Wow.
So definitely reach out to us. And we also are doing a grant program right now where we're reimbursing the gas for updating those price feeds. And that's actually on Stacks as well. So you can use DIA oracles completely free on the 63 networks we support, and then we're doing 15 chains that have gas grants where we're reimbursing the gas fees. Essentially, that would be the only cost if you're doing it on a chain that we're not doing the gas grant, or after 1 year, you would just have to pay the gas cost for those. Most chains today, that's not an issue. Might be a little bit of an issue on Ethereum, I guess would be your only concern there.
So sometimes it's pretty cheap on Ethereum right now. Though.
Yeah, we've seen it lately where it's been cheap. So that's the good thing about the bear market is you are getting cheaper gas.
Yes, it hasn't been too bad on Ethereum for almost a year. Like I haven't
Yeah.
been like crazy. Like I'm sending out like $30 payments, $100 payments for like 5 cents, 17 cents.
Yeah,
Not
it's
bad.
great.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
great. Actually, ironically, that's funny. Ethereum still has the issue of spiking, right? So Vitalik again proposed, I think it was a week ago, maybe a bit longer, about bringing back gas futures. Back in, I want to say 2019-ish area, there was a gas token that you could buy, which it was essentially a gas future. You could use that token instead of paying those gas fees, right? And then that got kiboshed with one of the Ethereum update proposals there. And now it's funny that they want to bring it back because it makes more sense, right? You can start loading up on, gas prices today, in anticipation of gas prices going up in the future, right?
It's a smart market to make.
Exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's funny that Vitalik is kind of proposing that again.
I forgot about that. That was when they were still proof of work, I believe.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it was. I can't remember the name of the token, but I remember thinking, man, this is a fantastic idea because back then, we generally saw at least once a week gas spiking to 500, sometimes 700 gwei, and I think the overall price wasn't as bad as it is now with the token being as high as it is, but you're still spending $30, sometimes $50 per transaction, which is crazy.
Right. Well, and then also when you look about how much you were spending back then and how much Ethereum it was.
Exactly. You're spending a large amount of Ethereum on the gas.
Yeah, because the price was so low.
Yeah, I think I remember as high as for myself as 0.05 or 0.1 in some cases.
Yeah.
There's that website. Can't remember what it's called. Like it measures how much gas you spent on your wallet over the life of it. And when I go back there and it's like, oh, you spent 12 ETH or 15 ETH.
Yeah, but it was well because you could have like there was times when you were getting like fees at like $10-$20 and the price was only $100.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was bad.
So yeah, if you go to that, you're like, well, shit. I guess I should have, And there wasn't a lot of options back then. You had your outside of Ethereum. If you wanted to keep EVM, there was only a couple chains early on, and they were very difficult to get to before bridges were around and all that kind of stuff. So, many people didn't have a lot of options there. So
right, it was expensive.
Now we're a little bit spoiled.
Well, you'd have to learn how to get it there, and then the learning curve was expensive. So
yes,
that stopped me from playing around as much as I probably would have. I just couldn't. It was too stressful for me to spend that much. I'm trying to acquire ETH. So if I'm spending such a high amount of ETH to transact, it was just, we've come a long way. When we look at that perspective and where we are now, it's crazy.
I think it's important to put it into perspective, right? Because we, kind of forget about, as I mentioned, the past things, right? Like, people didn't want to go to those layer 2 chains because they were worried about the bridges back then. Now no one worries about the bridges because there hasn't been a bridge hack, thankfully, in some time here, right? So
we figured out how to do them right.
Do them right, do them secure, use intents, and everything's good, right? So, fingers crossed that, you don't run into more bridge issues here. But I think that side is been heavily audited at this point. So which is fantastic.
Well, and I think it's awesome that you guys provide basically like a very low cost, if not free service for dApps that are DEXs that are on the chains you're supporting, and that's a huge deal. I wasn't aware of that. But so you guys that are looking at building DEXs, because we do need more of them, by the way. I love Bitflow. Huge fan of what they're doing, but I think that more options in the marketplace makes everything more robust. And so if you're looking at starting a DEX and you need the data feed hookup, Josh is the man. We'll get you in touch with Dia and we'll get you all set up and squared away.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the free aspect's really cool. So like that's generally we're seeing 10, 25 price feeds for these teams completely free. So yeah, DEX, lending protocol, liquid staking, CDP, yield, anything like that. Those are all kind of protocols that can utilize oracles and use those price feeds for adding functionality. Now, very quickly, I'll just mention too, we also support on the other side, as I mentioned, the nav-based fundamental feeds. We support verifiable randomness for like potentially casinos and loot boxes for video games. So
crypto nuts.
one thing we're seeing today actually with the crypto casino stuff is you can't really, it's kind of closed source. You're not really verifying the transaction, which is crazy, or you're verifying it with their own built-in VRF. With ours, it's all, again, fully transparent end-to-end. You can verify that that transaction's done correctly and that you're receiving the right amount of funds. And then on the loot box side, that's really exciting as well. You can verify you're getting the correct loot out of the loot box and that the devs haven't, altered the math or anything like that, right? So that's not something we see. And again, this needs to come from the users a lot of the time to say, hey, we're interested in having transparency here on this. Otherwise, typically you won't see these gaming studios getting involved with this, right? But that's kind of what crypto's built on. That's the ethos that we're all here today to support. So we need to continue pushing on that side. And then finally, one thing that we're working on that's really, really cool is called AI resolution in partnership with GenLayer, so that we can open and close markets without any intermediaries using this setup. So we'll kind of push that AI resolution on chain to facilitate opening markets, whatever kind of market, and then you choose which agent where they're resolving that market. Could be like routers or like Twitter, that kind of stuff. And then that we can push that resolution back to the chain once the market's closed, and then close that automatically without any intermediaries. So basically a white glove end-to-end solution for prediction markets there. So really excited about that as well.
You guys have a lot. So DIA has a lot of services for developers building on chain. So you guys definitely need to check them out.
Yeah.
Josh, man, it's been a blast. Even without our music, which is really throwing me off, by the way. I can't tell you guys how much it is like stressing me out that I can't turn on and off music during the intro stuff. But great having you. We do got to wrap up. I could keep going with you for a while, but we'll have to have you back, guys. Check out DIA. It's, make sure I got the website again. It's diadata.org. Check them out. They're helping us get secure data to our apps. Lots going on in the space. Make sure you follow. And Josh, thanks, man. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. And yeah, anyone can feel free to reach out to me anytime. Yeah, excellent segment here, Steve, and pleasure to meet you, GP. And we'll see you guys again. And thanks to the community.
Awesome. Have a good one, Josh.
Take it easy. We'll be back with some more. I think Nick from Bitcoin Live is going to be joining us very shortly with Jerry for the Proof of Work podcast. And y'all have a blessed rest of your afternoon. Stay tuned. Thank you, Josh. Thanks, GP.
Peace, guys.
All right. We have another guest coming in. A good friend of the show, a good friend of mine, one of the first people I ever actually interviewed on a live podcast, actually, along with our good friend, the Legend of Stacks Legends, Jack Binswitch. We have Rafiko, the man, coming on to talk to us about several things, because the guy doesn't stop building. It's incredible, actually. So we're really excited to have him here. And without further ado, and GP might be joining us too. I'm not sure if he's available yet, so I don't see him on his camera. But GP, if you're listening, drop in. We got Rafa coming on. And here he is. What is up, my brother? How are you today?
Hey, everyone.
Looking fresh in that hoodie, my man.
I am. Like, like
I should have thought to put on my. I only have the T-shirt version. It's a little too cold out these days to just T-shirt only. But I do love mine. I love the color scheme on that.
Thank you. It's there's a lot going on nowadays. I see the stacks, what's it called, like the capital markets, and you guys are also inviting lots of people. It's an exciting time to be around in the Bitcoin and stacks ecosystem.
Right? Yeah, there's so much going on. It's impossible to cover it all, man. Like really, it really and truly. What's up, GP?
What's up? What's up, Rafa? How we doing? Happy Wednesday, brother.
Hey, happy Wednesday to you, GP. I saw you at a sort of art/NFT conference.
Yeah, dude.
It was
Yeah.
really cool. Like I have lots of sort of colors and pictures and screens and people playing video games, and how
It was
was it?
insane. It was insane. It was at Beeple Studios put it on something for Charleston Art Night, and celebrated artists from the Low Country here in the East U.S. So it was really, really cool, man. Getting to be invited and RSVPing to it, and tons to look at, man. Tons to look. A lot of fun.
How are you guys surviving through all this non-stop shows and live with people and so much information flow coming your way?
The skin of my teeth.
Yeah, it's about this. Yeah, about the same. You know, it's cool. It's awesome, right? And I think between the two of us, and I don't want to just say the two of us because there's a bunch of people that are cranking on the team and pulling their weight and making this go. But I can't say anyone's putting in as much work as GP or myself in anything that I've seen. To be honest, we are hustling. You know, it takes a lot to make this go.
Yep.
And that's why we can get past our warts, actually, because we work so hard. You know, because we do have some warts to get past, like everybody else. But
what's this?
Wart? Oh, a wart is like a blemish.
Okay.
You know, so it's we put a lot of work in it, and I wouldn't, if to be honest, it's a lot. It is a lot. But you know what though, man? It's rewarding in a number of ways. You know, if you look at who we talked to today, right? We had Adam Bitcoin joined us, who's an interesting character for sure. Number one, I get to talk to GP and Hunter every day, right? That's awesome, just in and of itself. We had the Truth Chain guys on and what Kenny's building and that whole crew, and we were able to give them a spotlight. And then we had we covered the capital markets space, so we got that a little bit broader exposure, which they didn't need our help, but it doesn't hurt getting a few more eyeballs. And then we had Mark on, and what Mark's building is really awesome and interesting, and that needs to get more spotlight. And we got to hang out and chat with Mark for a little while. And then we had Jeff on to talk about Base Dollar. And that's an awesome project. And we got to learn more about what he's building. And we got to know him. He's a new person. Neither one of us really knows him, but he's been in the ecosystem for a long time. And now we're hanging out with Rafa, the man. So, I mean, it's a lot, but there's a lot of value in it, doing it, you know? So, but thank you for bringing, you know, for kind of, it makes it easier to deal with how much effort it is when it's recognized effort.
Yep. You guys are good. Like, you're showcasing so many projects, very talented people across the board, and it almost feels like a lot of things are converging now. And yeah, Stacks is maturing as well. The entire Bitcoin, Bitcoin allocators, like different types, like retail, more institutional investors are now also looking at making the Bitcoin productive. And so, yeah, it's exciting to see serious builders such as Jeff and others, build the building blocks and making the infrastructure ready for that explosion that is almost inevitable. It's going to happen.
Yes, it's inevitable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So without further ado, I don't know what you guys want to see lately. I've been
honestly, what we're oriented towards our guests. So really, it's whatever you want to show. you know, we've never really spotlighted FactFun even, but you know, there's a handful of things that you're working on that are very interesting, novel, and cool. And I think people need to know about it. So I'd like to talk more about the capsule project and what you're doing with that. The just the general function of the BTC to SBTC protocol and what the value is there, because I do think that that is also a very interesting development. Um, we could even play that game you're working on if you want to. I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know. It's, you know, it's really up to you, man. So here we're gonna share your screen and you kind of lead. You talk about what you wanted to show us, and we'll go that we'll go from there.
Yes. So briefly, FactFun is a launchpad for meme coins on stacks, and it etches runes also for some of these meme coins that graduate the bonding curve. There's a mechanism which attempts to remove sort of like the malicious business model of snipers. The way it works is you have a pre-launch before the meme is launched in the bonding curve. You've got a signal that is required from the community. There's like 20 seats to be bought. It's sort of like a pre-sale, and you vest your tokens over 4 weeks, which prevents you from dumping right away. And it actually has been quite a good instrument for removing that pump and dump schemes that can be done even by a 4-year-old. And some of those tokens that have passed the bar are very scarce. There's B blocks and FactFun itself, the meme coin. So you can actually create a coin very easily, a little bit like pump fun. But again, you've got this pre-launch mechanism where users can buy into your token. They need to vest for 4 weeks. There's like a vesting schedule. This provides a community signal to that token itself. Like, it's not just that shiny object that a sniper can come and at the lowest price grab everything and then pump it and then dump on people. It's not completely anti-dump, right? This is still a free market, but that initial sort of first price is a privilege of pre-launch holders. We've got two mechanisms here. If you see my screen, I can zoom in a little bit. So, taker name, description, logo, or GIF if you want to. Then you can decide where your token is going to graduate. Villar is a VC-backed launchpad, has a perp as well, perp DEX. In fact, we have our own Uniswap V2 curve. And then, you've got this pre-launch mechanism where 20 seats need to be bought in by the community, or there's the helicopter pilots, which is an option that actually no token so far hasn't been able to pass that bar. And the cool thing about the pre-launch is, like, again, it's like trying to remove that sniping, almost sniping, malicious and extractive behavior. And the cool thing is, you as a user, if the pre-launch does not graduate to the curve, you can get a full refund, no fees attached. So the way this translates, it's, for example, I think I know a few of them. So this one was launched a long time ago. Nobody ever bought into this. So you can buy a seat, and then if nobody buys, or if it doesn't graduate, then you get a refund. Although once it graduates to the bonding curve, you're now locked and you need to vest. You also get fees from the bonding curves. Like, there's 0.8% that goes back to those people who are vesting. So this was the main idea, and I think I'm quite happy with it, because again, if you look at B blocks, it's the only one that graduated through that mechanism, except FactFun, and it relatively kept its TVL. Yeah, but I'm sure you guys already know all these things, so it's just a recap.
Yeah, well, I participated in the FAC Fund launch. I didn't participate in the blocks pre-seat round, but I am familiar with it. But I do think it's very novel. It's definitely worth talking about. I think that there probably should be more awareness of this, because so there's a couple of key things here. Number one, it 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 sets intent for a token project ahead of time, because the investors actually have to believe the first investors have to actually believe in the project. It is low risk if you're planning it out and you don't have all your investors ready, where you guys can put in your money. It's there. You can withdraw it if you decide to. It hasn't launched yet, but you can, you have options. But once you're there, it's locked in, and then it does give it time to get out of the bonding curve, which is important.
Yeah.
I
It's
also
high risk, I would say. Meme coins are high risk. They're not backed by any sort of promise or revenue. These are like community meme coins. But I agree with you. Like the pre-launch mechanism allows you to buy into something. If it doesn't pan out, you can get your refund. And if it pans out, then you're locked into this vesting schedule, and whatever fees the bonding is generating is going to be like 0.8% is going to be redistributed amongst the pre-launch buyers who have given that community signal to that token. Okay, this token is backed by these pre-launch initial buyers who get that privilege of the first price, which is most tokens for the least price.
Right. And I misspoke when I said investors, because it's really, I mean, people do look at it like that, but it is because it's a meme token and it's community oriented. That's really what you're believing in, is the community that you're building the token around. The community you're building around the token, depending on which way you're going. But usually in our cases, it's coming out of our community in some capacity. And that gives it some legitimacy as far as the people getting involved early
Yes.
feel comfortable about it based on the mechanism. But you're not only launching a token on stacks, this also, when you engage in this, does it automatically every time automatically make runes too? Like, do I actually have FAC Fund runes associated with my FAC?
Yes, FAC Fund has etched runes tokens, and this is based on sort of the community itself. But our plan is to integrate even further when we have the capsule bridge itself, like the capsule mechanism, really solid. Then you'll be able to just etch the runes token, or if you have already like 100% supply of that runes token, you'll be able to bridge it to L2, and then just essentially the SIP10 tokens are minted to reflect the runes tokens, and then trading can start in the same fashion. You've got first the pre-launch mechanism where you need to pre-sell these sort of 20 seats, which lock your community, gives that signal. Okay, these people can literally not dump right away. It's not completely anti-dump, but with a volatile asset such as meme coins, having a vesting schedule over 4 weeks is something that reduces that risk of the Solana pump and dump schemes, and filters out for community-backed tokens. But it's still a meme coin, and the volatility is going to be it's a game, right? It's a game with the community, and volatility is part of the game. But the initial, as you can see here, the initial 4 weeks over here, there's no like one big supply just dumping right away. So it gives that initial birth of a community. It makes it possible.
Yes, exactly. And so I want to, where does capsule come into play?
Right.
How does that come into play as far as the runes go?
Yeah, before I transition to that, I just want to mention that this is a pool of your meme token that is pooled with SBTC, which is the the official stacks wrapped asset of Bitcoin, backed by institutional signers for the SBTC bridge itself, which are chosen, etc. And that yeah, this is backed with like real SBTC. So there's one thing that you might want to know is like, how do I get SBTC then to buy the token? So there's the SBTC bridge, which over, I think, 0.003 or $100, around $100 and above, you can get SBTC in 2 blocks. It's very simple, and it's almost free. Like, it's sponsored by stackers at this point. So there's no real fee to it. And if you wanted to bridge less, because we know that DGen users sometimes they play with less money than which makes sense because this is very volatile. Then you could also leverage BTC to SBTC, which is the simplest way to deposit your Bitcoin into SBTC, and it only lasts 1 block, 1 Bitcoin block, and it's around $1, $2 if you include the network fees themselves to bridge into stacks.
And there's no price or minimum or as far as how much you can bridge in.
The minimum is around $9. The reason is, on the other side, the bridge is receiving the Bitcoins and they need to consolidate them. So if you send too little of UTXOs, like too little, it makes it very economically difficult to provide the service. So if you go to deposit over here, here's a very simple way for you, under $100, you could bridge your Bitcoin in 1 Bitcoin block. So I can actually demo this, but I'm sure everyone here is familiar. It's just like recap, right?
Right.
But
it's good for the content. The viewer, the audience may not be familiar.
So if I go to, if I log in, I can log in with my Leather or X1st wallet. I can also log in with my Twitter account, but that's something else. And if I go to deposit Bitcoin, then essentially what I'm doing is I'm swapping some Bitcoin and receiving SBTC into my wallet seamlessly, and that is leveraging Cloudy's ability to read the Bitcoin state, and everything is sort of mapped between your Bitcoin address and your Stacks address. You're not relying on an operator to do so. It's all governed by code. So here in the UI, you choose the amount of SBTC you receive, and it adds up that little fee, which you can get the details over here. It's around $1.29. And that's pretty much it. Then you can choose your priority fee on the Bitcoin L1 network. And wallet provider was not found. Let me see. Connect wallet. Let's see if I can. Let's try again. Okay, I don't have enough Bitcoin in this one. I only have $5, and the minimum is unfortunately it's like $10. Let me disconnect and try and connect with another one.
So I'd be lying if I said otherwise, that I'm kind of distracted by the fact that you can log in with your X account on FactFun. I'm not aware of that. That's new information to me. Very interesting, because I'm now looking at my FactFun account and I can connect my X. And so is that gonna, if I connect my X, will that actually make me be able to log in with my X and it'll know my wallet? Or is that different? It's just connecting my X account with my wallet.
Currently, it's not linking the wallet and the X account, but I did that X login for nomination. Like, there's a campaign currently for communities who are interested to leverage FactFun and Capsule from Runes or from Stacks. We have a a campaign where you participate into a sort of voting or nomination, and you can do so only with your X account. So, for example, so for that you need to be connected with X. So if I disconnect here,
Oh, okay. All right. I haven't gone back and voted. That's new since I voted last week.
right? So you don't need a wallet. That's the cool thing. Like inside your Chrome, you can connect.
Ah, so communities that don't have a Stacks wallet yet can
Yes,
participate.
So the goal here is to slowly but surely enable mobile seamless interaction with the platform without needing a seed phrase or a wallet. So this is a way of doing it with your X account, and you can vote for a community. Let's say I want to vote for pizza. You do need a tweet to be able to do so. So if I can grab a tweet somewhere from the pizza ninjas account, let's see. All right, I got one. So you copy paste a tweet over here, and I'll come back to the demo for bridging because that should work as well. What's this? So you just essentially I just copy paste a tweet, and then it's going to add a my vote inside of here, as you can see, Rafa Stacks over here. And the winner of this competition is the four finalists of this competition get to go to a second round where they compete for this grand prize of 1,500 SBTC yield and becoming Capsule's launch partner. So we'll assist them in, being the first one to launch with Capsule from Runes, if it's a Runes community. But currently we have SIP10 communities who are championing this competition. And for this competition to succeed, we need at least 169 tweets. So the bar is not low because because it's it's 1,500 Bitcoin. So we will consider this to be successful if we have 169 tweets for one community. And currently it's not exactly the case. And bear with me, there seems to be some timeouts here for some of these tweets. Yeah. Going back to just the demo of the depositing Bitcoin. Let's make it work. Deposit Bitcoin. So, okay, here I have enough Bitcoin in this account, so I think it should work normally. Okay, there's a little bug I need to run, it seems. I don't know why, but yeah, it should work normally. You just send your Bitcoin and you receive SBTC on the other side. Yeah. So that's one thing, right? The other thing is I could demo Runes Capsule as well.
Yeah, please.
The game that I'm developing currently.
The game is definitely so. GP was not in that. I don't know if he's in the group now, but we have a DM group going. It started with me and Mark and Rafa, and then it just kind of. I'm not sure how many people are in it now. It's at least
Sailor for the win, man.
At least 10.
Against the Bears. Let's go.
Yeah, Sailor versus it's Mike versus Mike versus Bear or whatever it is. I played it a little bit. Definitely fun. But it's just one of those things that's like an interest. There's definitely some other. So we'll look at the game first. Let's take a look at Capsule first.
Yes.
Right. I'm puzzled that this is not working. I've heard some issues currently in the sort of ecosystem, so I'm gonna have to make sure this works. Capsule uses also Leather and Xverse. Maybe we can choose Xverse instead here.
Yeah, I've had to use Xverse for the last couple of days, Rafa. I did talk with some of the Leather crew. They did push an update, and they were working on a fix or so to something. It was a little bug that was found, so But Xverse should be pretty solid there.
Yep.
I've been using that for the last couple days.
Yeah, it's maybe me as well, because like, you know, as developers, you know, sometimes you build and you break things and then you have to come back and
this is the way, man. This is the way.
So that's why you actually need always like a team that's fully there, making sure features are working well. Yeah, so do you guys want to see the game, or you want to see the game? Maybe we can play. So this is the capsule thing. So what happens under the hood is this is reading your runes tokens. So you can actually deposit your runes token into the capsule, and then Clarity is going to seamlessly read that deposit and mint your runes token on the L2 chain. So that process is well understood, and it leverages the same technology as the deposit system that is currently buggy, but should work normally. And yeah, just let's see if this works. I don't know. Okay, Xverse seems so as you can see here, I'm depositing 1,000 moms. Confirm. Okay, so this is leveraging the same technology as the deposit. So it's as fast as the depositing Bitcoin. Again, I'm not sure what is happening with Leather, but I'm sure I will be able to fix it. This means that I'm sending 1,000 mums tokens, which are these runes tokens that I've etched, from from my own Taproot wallet into the Capsule wallet. So if I go to my portfolio over here, essentially what I'm saying is I'm taking 1,000 of these tokens here, and I'm sending them to this multisig where my signature is required. Whenever you know, withdrawal is initiated, I'm going to have to sign. And so that is the idea of making so the bridge is, or the capsule is theft resistant. Nobody can steal my runes tokens without my consent, without my signature. And yeah, this is just now a question of waiting for this Bitcoin transaction to anchor. And depending on, you know, the priority fees, here I'm paying, I think this much. As soon as this deposit from my wallet into my capsule anchors on Bitcoin, so you will see this balance will increase by 1,000 mums. So it will show 70, 138, and then Clarity, which is Stack's programming language, is able to read that Bitcoin transaction state, verify and parse that, hey, this is the mum asset token, runes token, and this transaction corresponds to 1,000 mums, and then it's going to mint over here the 1,000 mums token on L2, on Stacks. And that whole process is going to be, that minting process is going to be a privilege of Clarity, governed by code, not by anyone, not by Rafa or anyone. Again, this is Stacks' superpower. So while we're doing this, I suggest that we go to the game, because this might take like, you know, 10 minutes, or depending on how much transaction we have in this block, which we only have, you know, quite a bunch. Any questions?
Yeah, I love that the ticker is mom, right? And you're onboarding moms, right? So you're referring to it as you're depositing 1,000 moms into the blockchain. So we're you know, onboarding 1,000 moms is the message, and I like it.
Yeah, from Bitcoin to L2. The reason is because on L2 you can do pools, you can you know, like the reason is very simple. Like on L2, I mean, it's very simple to just, you know, okay, I'm going to unzoom a little bit here, but if I want to buy, you know, $20 worth of a token, I'm just one click away, and it's going to take me, you know, 5 seconds. Boom, that's it. You know, I'm buying 5 million you know, $20 worth of Pepe, which was the was created before ETH Pepe, by the way.
Yeah.
Only Pepe, the only Pepe token you need to know about is what I say about Bitcoin Pepe. The
And you see,
orange frog.
my transaction is now like instantaneous. Like we're no longer on Bitcoin, so we can do. So this is Uniswap V2. It's really fast. You've got things like concentrated liquidity coming to the excellent Bitflow company, also a VC-backed startup, which will allow for less slippage for you know, assets that are, you know, worth more money, like have more TVL, like you know, something like Dog will want something like that because you can have an exact price. If I go to my portfolio,
So it's way cheaper to use. It's
exactly
super fast, and it's also still got Bitcoin finality.
right. I just, you know, bought 5 million. No, now it's reflected in my portfolio. I click here, I can see the price. You know, it's pretty cool. This is my my transaction right here. You've got the Explorer. I'm using Staxer Explorer. It's a pretty cool one. Shout out to the team. They have tools for developers which are excellent. Allows you to simulate everything on using mainnet and step by step. Also, shout out to Hugo from Clarinet. These tools are really cool because I can build contracts and make sure that, you know, it's fully tested. That, you know, I'm confident when I'm deploying the contract that there's no like obvious blunder or exploit in the contract. Also excited about Clarity for it, but I'm a little bit on a tangent. So while we wait for this runes to this runes transaction to anchor, and then seeing the mint in action, what we can do is go to games.
Let's go.
All right, let's do it.
So bear with me, I'm just building this, and shout out to the Lovable team because most of it was built with Lovable, and it's a very basic game. I want to add new features, and obviously this is meant to be on a mobile, right? It's not meant to be on a desktop. Here I'm playing against against the computer, right? Which is sort of boring. But the cool thing is I can play against someone. And so I don't know if anyone who's seeing this wants to take the opposite
What's the address again? Mike versus Mike Beer Love. I got it. I already got it.
No, it's like games.fac.fun. So it's like it's
that's right. You changed it.
Yeah.
That's right.
And I want to add like uppercuts to this game because when you block, there's no way of like, you just have to wait for the opponent to stop blocking, which is not cool. But yeah, if you want to take the, you know, if you want to battle me, there you go. So fight. Oops. Okay. So you can block, and you punch me when you block. But hold a second, I just want to show the mobile view. It's better. So if you punch me when you block, my energy is going to go up. So go ahead and
punch. I punch you while you're blocking? I got
you. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And you see your energy is going up, right?
Yep.
So actually, if there are any vibe coders who use Lovable and are building games in the audience, shout out to you guys, and you can DM me and I'll help you add passkeys to this. And I'm working on a way to add smart contracts only using passkeys. So no seed phrase. You can use this inside your Chrome wallet. You see, I'm not connected with any, you know, wallet at this point. This is even anonymous. Like there's no...
sneak attack.
The rematch.
The Bears, let's go.
The rematch function of I need to fix it. I thought I had fixed it. You know, the cool thing is this thing I want to demo. So you can play in anonymous, but then you can also you can add, you know, let's add some I don't know, pizza. and you can add passkey, which will persist the data.
So it'll tie the data to your. It basically creates a user account.
Yes. Now my data is going to persist. Like if I go somewhere else, and I want to and I have my passkey, I can look. If I sign out, now I want to sign in again with my passkey. It's possible, right? And there's a leaderboard already. We can imagine, competitions, other games, because this game is very, very simple, right? It's just but I'm also working on removing any sort of a bug, because if you can govern a little bit of money, a little bit of SBTC or any meme coin asset using your passkey, you want to wager in a game against someone, then you want the game to be bugless. Because there's a bug, then everything goes north, no, everything goes south, everybody is angry, right? Yeah, if you want to help out spotting the bugs, I already have a few that I spotted, and I want to add the ability to do uppercuts. So 2 blocks and 2 punches. Because if I block all the time, then the game is like just pending, right? Any questions, guys?
No, I think it's awesome. I mentioned this in the DM chat when you first showed it to us, that we'll probably have regular sessions of this on the morning show. I can see us having little tournaments during the less busy, when we don't really have a guest kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm trying to box with Peace. I'm trying to go up against Peace Love Music and 300 and have a small little tourney.
GP, there down the line, there might be a little bit of an option where you put $1 worth of SBTC, I put $1 worth of SBTC, winner gets $1.50, and then 50 cents goes to the platform to keep making cool games for us to play.
We again, I think so. This was built in a couple of hours using Lovable. And Lovable is very easy to use. Literally, it asks you questions. There's very little knowledge to know, and you can.
You start in Lovable with basically, you just say, I want to make a website that does this. I want a game with Michael Saylor boxing a bear. Yes. And then it asks you to produce assets, or you just kind of upload assets and it does the rest.
No, you start from nothing and it takes care of everything in the background for you. And
so you didn't have to give it an image of Michael Saylor. It found that for you.
Oh, I did that. But just like you can do it in an LLM, right? You can share.
Right. You're right. That's it. You're talking like you're doing it in Chat GPT.
Yes, exactly. I could demo this another time, but I think you guys are already very generous with your time.
Yeah, and we also want to be respectful of your time too, brother. 45 minutes is.
I just want to show this deposit thing again, maybe for people in the audience. Let's see. Here I have $57 of Bitcoin.
Well, I actually. I processed one. I didn't do it on the screen, but I did actually get one to process. I'm still waiting.
Yeah,
I'm waiting for a confirmation, but
Did you use Xverse or Leather?
Leather.
Okay.
Went through, and I just didn't. I did it. You were going through something else, and I didn't want to interrupt your flow to say I did it, but I actually have it right here. Just gonna share it on my screen. Here it is, pending. Just to prove everybody, I did use the bridge. It processed. There might have been just a glitch going on timing wise for when you were doing it before.
Yeah, I'm also demoing one now. I don't know if you guys can see.
Yep. Hold on, I'll switch them up.
But there you go. I just broadcasted, depositing Bitcoin, and now I'm waiting for SBTC on the other side. And this is the same thing is going to happen. Bridging is such a pain, right? You don't know what's happening, etc. So having this little model here that shows you, okay, your Bitcoin transaction is here.
Oh, honestly, especially for somebody like we know what it's like because we've done it a few times. With somebody
Right.
new, you don't know what's going on.
It's nerve-wracking.
It's right. It makes you
First time you do it, yes.
Give me my money. I'm sending you your money.
Right.
You're not even showing me where it is at the moment. So
Right.
if you currently, it seems Bitcoin is very slow. It seems that like I'm paying 60 cents here, but it's in the second block, so it's not great. But at least I know where it is. And again, we could record this and see the end, and the end is pretty satisfying. It goes from broadcast to, okay, your Bitcoin is sent. We're waiting for your confirmation. Now it's second step is, okay, your Bitcoin anchored, meaning that your this block is going to pass from green from this bar, right? The green in the mempool over here, and all of these are anchored, the blue ones. So you'll see your transaction is here, and as soon as it's here, now Stacks is really fast, and it reads your Bitcoin transaction, and it's going to say processing, and like 5 seconds later, it's going to show confirmed and with the confetti animation, and you'll see in your portfolio you have SBTC. Just like previously I showed, in the portfolio here, I showed, this is my Pepe here, right? Now, like as soon as this is anchored and processed, this will move from 26,000 sats to 36,000 sats, because that's the amount I'm requesting in the bridge.
Fire.
Yeah, it's and honestly, like if it's gonna take Bitcoin's never gonna be faster. 10 minutes plus is my transaction was 15 minutes ago now, and it said it was about 10 minutes. The next block I think was saying 30 minutes. I'm not sure. So the next block is right now saying 20 minutes. But we know that that's not actually going to be accurate because we're already 15 minutes into with the last 10-minute block. It's that's why there's a lot of value on what Stacks brings. Not that's not only the value, but the first value really is you have Bitcoin security, everything that makes it worth dealing with Bitcoin being slow, but it adds the functionality of not having to deal with that, and it also brings down the transaction costs and then allows other stuff like a code guided smart contract bridge that requires a user signature like what you've built with Capsule. That can't be done the same way on any other chain.
And I must say that the visual cues, as much as I've done DeFi and bridging and all of that stuff over the last 4 years, I'm still the guy that needs a visual cue to let me know exactly what is going on and when, right? So I really do like that you incorporated that. You shouldn't leave like a user hanging and like guessing like, hey, when is this gonna happen? So like I love that. I need those visual cues. They make me feel more confident.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. It's horrendous. If you're sending your Bitcoin here, I'm just sending $9. But if you're sending a consequential amount,
right,
you're sweating. You don't know. Okay, there could be lots of things like that can go wrong, right? Are you on the correct URL? Is this, it could be a phishing. So you start becoming paranoid if you don't have all these cues
100%.
that take you by the hand and make sure that, hey, you're in the right place. This is HTTPS, fact.fun, that you're good. And you've got the queue. Your Bitcoin is here. You can check it, right? You can check it also in your wallet if you want to, in the Xverse wallet, but you can also check it here right away. The app is also taking you by the hand. And by the way, I have actually a demo. I did like a video. Perhaps instead of waiting for that Bitcoin block to pass, I can finish the presentation by just showing that video if you guys
If you want to do that, that's fine. That's fine.
All right.
Whatever works for you, brother.
All right, let me find it. View channel. So it's a video. Manage video.
Do you have it in Google Drive?
So it's a video of the runes deposit, but again, it's uses the same technology with the Bitcoin deposit, right? It's from L1 to L2 is very simple. It's trustless. It uses Clarity's ability to read Bitcoin state. Let me remove the sound. Can you guys see this video?
Yes.
All right, so you select the runes token you want to deposit, and you input the amount you want to deposit. I have 690,000 mums. I want to deposit 69. You select the priority fee. You've seen this before. And this is with Leather. So Leather was working perfectly. And here you go. You've got the same progress modal here, except of course I have to improve the logos here. Basically I cut the video here. You can see it's going to move from, being in the mempool into a block that's anchored. So there you go. And that video doesn't show the modal, but the modal will show you the STX. The modal will still be here and show you the step 2 and then step 3. But you'll see here that in my wallet, I still have, as if that transaction doesn't happen. So what's going to happen is 69 mums is going to be deduced from my wallet, increased in my capsule balance, and then minted into my list of tokens on L2.
Very cool. So is that actually splitting it's splitting the allotment for you?
So
allotment all together, or do you have individual?
Yeah, the Runes protocol is a hybrid meta protocol that uses the UTXO model as well. So it doesn't exactly split. What it does is like it sort of writes on top of UTXOs. So I'm sending in UTXO from my wallet into my capsule, and that UTXO has 69 months. And just so you see here in my L2 wallet, I don't have these 69 months. But if I refresh, as you can see in my capsule now, I have 69 mums that are locked on L1. And if I look into my L2 wallet, you'll see that obviously my wallet itself has been decreased of 69 mums, right? 690 minus 69 is 689, 931 mums. And then you'll see at the bottom of this, I'll also show, oh, there you go, bam, the 69 mums on L2 were minted to my wallet. Again, that mint privilege is Clarity's, meaning the entire process is governed by code.
Insane. No bridging, like it's just all dictated by code.
Yeah, and as you can see, this has just anchored, right? You can see it just went from left to right, and right away I got my runes in my wallet on L2.
That's amazing, dude. Congrats on building this. This is based. This is one of the tools that we need to onboard people from L1 to L2, right? Like these, like I've seen a few different posts on the timeline about bridges lately, and they're just clunky, right? They're clunky and they're a risk, right? You're taking more risk on. So why take on more risk whenever you could go through this process, use the tools and the coding language for what it's for, and let the code do its thing. I mean, this is brilliant.
Yep. No, absolutely. I think this is really great technology. And oh, there you go. Peace, love. Your transaction has been confirmed.
Let's go. Just went through.
That's awesome. So we can see, like, if we go here, that your transaction has confirmed, and that's it. After one block, you have your STX or SBTC in this case, is credited to your, to your account, and your account is, so you are just like, if we go back here, Peace, Love, Music, right? So cool thing is, if you type here Peace, Love, Music, I'm going to sort of dox your.
I don't care. Let them all know.
Let them know
everything about me. I don't know.
So you remember how much SBTC you had, but you have more now, essentially.
Right. I have $10 more SBTC or $9.98 or $9.97 or whatever it was, roughly more SBTC and a little bit less BTC as well.
Very cool, very cool. Yeah, sorry for doxing you a little bit.
Nah, I'm not a problem. I don't mind being the guinea pig, and
BNSs are public.
I'm comfortable being exposed. What can I say?
Same. I do everything for my GPSC.BTC wallet. You know, is for transparency, right? You know, they can see our convictions.
Yeah, so very excited about this tech. Let's see how it pans out. If you are a Runes community out there and you're interested to become our launch partner, check out fact.fund/capsule, and you can you can participate in this competition. Otherwise, the other thing I'm very excited about is games. The Fact.Fund, and I want to help anyone who's building a game, be it via Lovable or vibe coding in somewhere else, to add that passkey way of signing into the app, so you don't need a seed phrase, and then hooking it into a smart wallet where you can manage funds on stacks just using your passkey and the best way to demo this is using a mobile device, because you'll be able to do Face ID with this, and that's pretty pleasurable, so to speak. I'm using big words here.
Biometrics. Let's go.
It's actually awesome, and I just oversaw Hero mentioning that you're willing to help people set that up in the alpha group, the Leo Alpha chat group there. Awesome stuff, and honestly, it's inspiring me to try to carve out some time to go develop a game on Lovable, and then just be like, because I think that's actually, if we have like 20 games in the ecosystem in a place where they're easily accessible.
Yes.
And it's composable accounts through passkey, so they can. It makes things a lot very cool. And I do want to shout out what GP is working on with Crypto Dude and Cryptonauts, because it is also really interesting. It's different kind of gaming. Obviously, it's more advanced. It's more robust with Unreal Engine kind of functionality, but these are the kind of developments that are going to really onboard your mom or onboard the people that are non-crypto native, giving them experiences that they would seek out in real life, and then adding the Bitcoin or crypto layer in an abstracted way. Like, they don't really need to know that they're dealing with crypto when they're dealing with this game per se.
Yes.
Once we start adding transactional volume, like transactional stuff, that's a little bit different. We need to on-ramp some fiat and make that easy for them, which I believe there are some people working on that solution as well. But this is a huge unlock.
Here's what we could do. We could have a DAO where I think that was your idea, Peace Love, where a fee is charged whenever somebody is wagering on a one-to-one multiplayer game. And that fee goes into the DAO and helps onboard new users. So the new users don't even need to on-ramp. They could play and get rewarded, or get points and then get rewarded, and end up having real SBTC flow into their passkey governed smart wallet
with a budget that's just giving them money, like giving them some free SBTC to play with.
It's the fun layer, right? It's the fun layer on top of SaaS.
But that's actually that's the casino model, except for decentralized and more holistic, right? Not mob run.
Yes. So in some of these users, I have I'm not going to say who, but like brother-in-law in Turkey, right? Or another one in Belgium. So they can do it directly from their mobiles, like iPhone or even Android. And as long as the game is completely bugless, which is a bit of work, but as soon as this is, your game is solid, it's stable, you can play with anyone in the world. You create a room, you share that number with them, they join, and you're having fun, and yeah, you accrue a little bit of real SBTC into your passkey wallet without having to on-ramp at all. Like you never had to do so. That would be pretty cool. Like, and again, anyone who's building a game, I would love to help set you up with the passkey plus smart wallet, or even guide you. Like all these things will be open source, and working together as an ecosystem to onboard your mom or brother.
Man, it's really this is so cool. And I really love how this is all so many things coming together all at once in the space. Hero, by the way, wants us to, and he's reminding us that he hates the word DAO, and I don't necessarily disagree with him. He
Yeah.
wants to have it deleted from the dictionary, which you know, we know what it means. That's why we use it. It communicates the idea, but I also understand what he's saying. Like we want to create a DAO. What we really want to create is an organization for onboarding that is funded by these games and run by the people that are facilitating and creating these games.
Yeah, the exciting part, the DAO thing, like DAO is yeah, I agree with you. It's an acronym. First of all, it's difficult to understand. A lot of them have not panned out. More like creating a code governed flywheel. So some mechanism that is automatic, that cannot be tampered by humans, and that helps anyone to participate. I think Trip and Monkey has the same idea with his protocol as well. I think that's something we should have, so that I'm building that game, I'm going to help that flywheel to take place, but there's this other game as well, and all these things can help each other, and creating value for everyone.
Actually, it doesn't even have to be games. It could be
Yes.
It could actually be protocol wide. Anyone that's building in the space. It could be, this is again bad wording, but almost like a voluntary tax where people have the option of designating some of the income they're generating from their app towards this entity, and it's code based so they can verify what it's going to do, and it can't deviate from that. And it doesn't really even have to make any decisions. It's just set up in a specific way. And then if it doesn't,
That's how companies work. Like companies provide value to the community, and they extract value from it. Like there's a value exchange here. So
right.
This is very similar to how companies work, except the value itself is perhaps not exactly a service, or except there's like some sort of mechanics that help that flywheel. But one last point I'm interested is like conversion of AI and Bitcoin, and you will be able to play your game in your Chrome, in your mobile, without any apps, like without any wallet, just your passkey. That is an idea that I think is very powerful for onboarding people. Like you just Face ID, and then you do something that you enjoy doing, and you participate in a community. That is very powerful to me.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the biggest hurdles for crypto right now is just easy onboarding non-crypto native people. And there's two components of that. One, it needs to be easy to do. And downloading an app and writing down a seed phrase is not easy. It's a hard thing to do. It's a pain in the ass to do. It takes time. Nobody has time. So the passkey solves that. The second one is there's got to be a reason for them to even want to download a passkey, which is easy. There's got to be an enjoyable, authentic experience on the other end of that. So that's why the games or anything we can do that's creative, that would be interesting to get engagement, that would warrant having a passkey and or a wallet with the passkey. And then if we have that composable, so would it be the passkey that I haven't set it up yet because I didn't want to play with my phone on the screen, and I have to scan the QR code. But for the passkey for Fact Fund for the game, will that work? Can I actually have it so that I have a different website? Like we have our DeOrganized website. Maybe we have our own games that we're hosting there, and that passkey can work in our.
Yes. So this website has obviously a backend, super base, etc., and we'll know that you've got this passkey. What the piece that I'm going to build now is the smart wallet governed by the passkey, and that smart wallet can be that's public common goods that any app can leverage. So it's like having a wallet governed by your passkey, secured in your secured enclave in your mobile, but you can use that anywhere. The smart wallet, you control it via your passkey, via your exact device, but you can sign in on any other apps, and you can use that money that is stored in your smart wallet using your passkey, whether you're on games.factfund or Deorg Media, or BoostX, any other community built, even something like Hermetica perhaps is going to leverage the passkey in one way or another. Perhaps not. Perhaps if this model becomes successful, perhaps they want to enable it. Like the smart contract itself is just when you sign with your passkey, you're allowing some amount of money to move from your smart wallet to somewhere else. So that could be anywhere on L2.
So that but it could be the same wallet that they used on Fact Fund can also be the same wallet that they're using, that they're just that it's embedded in our. Is that wallet embedded on Fact Fund?
No, it's a smart contract on Stacks that when you store money, it's like a vault where you put money, and the key to moving the money from that vault is you signing with your passkey. And I'll be happy to come and demo this in a few weeks when it's ready, or even before that. But essentially, that vault is a Stack smart contract. So we could imagine, that smart contract can do what you tell it to do. So depending on how it's written, it could integrate all of these pieces that I mentioned, right? It could integrate, receiving SIP10 tokens, SBTC, even enabling an agent. That's something, that AIBTC is working on, but they have this concept, or even Bitflow has a keeper's wallet where you're enabling an agent to act on your behalf. Obviously, you customize how and you restrict how that agent can act on your behalf. But that is the same concept of a smart contract, programmable money. But this simple concept is your money is programmed and moves based on your signature. So you could imagine anything you want. Yeah. Did I answer you simply the question, or was
So what I don't want to get into the weeds. We had a great show, and I don't want to get too deep into it. But I do have. I don't quite understand.
I want to give you like a simple answer.
So I think just start from the beginning. New person coming into Fact Fund through the games. They found a game. They're going to come in. Their friends bringing them in. They're signing in with their passkey, and so they don't have a wallet. So they're creating a wallet when they do that.
The wallet is created on their behalf on the background, but it's their wallet. Like
it's
nobody
their wallet.
Move the funds without their.
The wallet exists, and their access to the wallet is through the passkey, which they sign with.
Exactly.
But when they go, so now they go to another app that they can sign into that app using passkeys. They now have a wallet set up. Will that just having the passkey, the app, as long as it's this next app can determine the wallet from the passkey on the user's device. When they click login, they can log in with the passkey, and it'll seek the passkey, and then derive the wallet, and then they sign in with that wallet.
Yeah, I think the standard does not exist yet, so we're in the early innings of it. But the simple answer is yes. And to some extent, you can also, if you have a little bit of money in your smart wallet, you can send it into another wallet if you want to. And that second wallet is maybe now, if you're in another app that supports another wallet, you can simply do that. Right? We just
So how do I interface with that? So I've created the wallet in Fact Fund, right? I'm a new user. I'm just onboarded. I created the wallet in Fact Fund. I'm not on the Fact Fund platform anymore. All I have is a pass key.
Yeah.
So how do I engage with that wallet? How do I send funds?
So the cool thing is, like, smart contracts are trustless. So what you saw, for example, with the deposit UI, the Fact Fund backend is going to take your Bitcoin transaction, is going to transform it into some parameters, and then feed it into a contract to unlock the SPTC to your wallet, right? Wallet address. That whole interaction anyone can do. So the same applies to your passkey governed wallet. That is a smart contract on Stacks, and any provider can help you bridge the UI gap between you and your wallet. You're not attached to Fact Fund. You can exit Fact Fund whenever you want, and you can. And the cool idea is you can do this in your mobile phone without a seed phrase. That's a cool
Without
idea.
a seed phrase and without an application.
Yes. Yes.
All you have is a pass key. You don't have anything. You don't have a leather wallet necessarily. You don't need to go into the app to access it. You just got to find some kind of UI that can interface with your pass key, which will be developed as this becomes adopted.
I would recommend that whenever you have a portion of amount in that new wallet that is going to exist, that you at some point send it to a proper sort of a seed phrase wallet. It's still a hot wallet, but it's better, because if you lose your device where your passkey is secured in your enclave, you lose your wallet. Whereas with your seed phrase, if you have a piece of paper or something like Writer, shout out to Louise and Marvin Jensen, like, who are cheerful geniuses and are building this iPhone of seed phrase cold storage wallets. When you have a large amount, by the way, when you have a larger amount of money, it's preferable that you send it to something like a Signa. Shout out to also the team there. It's a multi-signature, or something like Writer, because nowadays you can be hacked really, really easily. Like two days ago, I was contacted by someone who was impersonating Albert from the Bitcoin Startup Lab, and I was literally one click away of.
I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that. You were very close, and you said it was by chance.
Something funny in these hot wallets, so I have to do some like, frequently I have to reshuffle and send the money out to cold storage.
Right, and that's a best practice. So, and that's stuff that you don't need to play around with a game that's a low cost, low transaction fees, and all of that stuff, because a lot of this might be sponsored by such a decentralized organization that is code based that we won't actually name because Hero hates that. But to onboard your mom, they're going to be funded. They fund onboarding so new users can come in, play with these apps with a low amount of money. When they start to get ready to engage in something where they're going to be starting to put money in and or significant amounts of money, there needs to be an effort to educate them on cold storage options, best practices, and whatnot, so that we're not, because the last thing we want to do is onboard people and then have them have bad experiences.
Yeah,
that would defeat the purpose.
One thing we could do is we could take the idea that Marvin and Louise had with, the recovery system, where you have like several friends who could, together help you recover your seed phrase. That could be baked into a smart wallet that uses passkeys. You could have like your mom, your father, your sister, everyone sign, and then if you lose your device, then you have a secondary way of getting your money back. Otherwise, it's locked in the smart contract forever, right? But I don't know why you say like transactions, because these games don't require any transactions, right? Just for the reward part or the wagering part. And the cool thing is that I think I'm also interested in
Well,
Yeah, go ahead.
there's got to be at some point. There's got to be some kind of a transaction, because otherwise, why do you even need to? What do you need the blockchain for?
Sure, like for wagering, for exchange of value, for rewards.
It could actually be, actually though, it could also just be a better way to keep track of your gamer ID, and your assets. Game assets could actually be part of it too, which you might earn. You don't necessarily have to buy, and then therefore you do. But then you also have transactions there. I know that's a large model of the cryptonauts. They've been making like composable assets, and then because the assets are on the blockchain, like I could then go make a game with that leverages assets that is already in cryptonauts. Therefore, anyone that's playing cryptonauts is automatically getting something to come play our game, and so it leverages their community that they've already established, and so on. And so it could be. It doesn't actually have to be like transaction based with a lot high fees or even actual money.
Yeah. If can I share my screen like for another minute?
Yeah. Well, like I'm not. I know GP's getting hungry. Looks like no. I'm just kidding.
I'm right here.
All right.
It's Raph.
All the time Rafa needs.
All right. So I just wanted to share my transaction was also confirmed. This is pretty magic. Like to be able to just bridge like in less than 30 minutes, even when the Bitcoin is heavy. The other thing perhaps I wanted to share to see if the runes deposit also has worked. Let's see. Oh, that's a different account. Okay. That's in a different account. Let's see, where is it? Oh, there you go. So this is my Bitcoin transaction. As you can see, it was processed and confirmed. So that's good news. And then if I go to also my portfolio here, there you go. Remember that here there was 69,000. Now it's 70. And here it was deduced. So essentially I sent 1,000 mums from my wallet into the capsule. And if everything has worked, we should see it as well exactly here. You see 70,000. So this has worked perfectly as well. You will have also the same modal progress. So you'll see instead of Bitcoin, you'll see mums on L1 and mums on L2, or dog, right? Or something else. The last thing I wanted to also share was the idea of like off-chain intent messages, which makes the UX instead of what I showed earlier with even though it was very, very quick, like just buying a transaction, this is really settling the transaction on Stacks. What you could do is just sign a message. And shout out to Rosar and also to Breeze, who are working on a little different protocols with message intent, like off-chain, a bit like Lightning. Like Breeze is working on something like he calls it pipes, which are decentralized off-chain messages. And that is really cool because there's no 5 seconds waiting at all. It's like instantaneous. It instantly is reflected, and your transaction is eventually settled later on Stacks. So you don't need to wait for the 5 seconds. And that's something that also, I think, coupled with the passkey ID, is going to interest me when it comes to games. You could wager, and automatically you'll see that, okay, I'm wagering this much, Welsh token or Leo token. And what you'll do is you'll deposit first, you'll see your balance, and then you can wager and see immediately the reflection in the app. and if you win or lose, you'll see that settlement. You'll see that settlement. Like you'll sign a message, so it'll be reflected right away, but the settlement will happen later. That UX is going to be very interesting.
Very awesome stuff, man. There's honestly it's almost like a little bit of information overload, and it's a lot of stuff I already know. But it's there's so much bits and pieces, and you've been cranking on a lot of this stuff for a long time, and a lot of stuff we didn't even talk about, stuff that you've been building too. So I mean, there's really there's like stuff that you've built in the past.
The kinetic energy is like being stored and built up, and it's just gonna expand and explode. You know, I feel it. I can feel it coming, dude.
It's popping. It's popping now. We're at the event horizon. It feels like.
Yes.
Yeah, not only me, like the entire Stacks ecosystem is brewing. You know, the leadership and capital markets presentation are like world class. The builders are, you know, building apps that are, you know, audited, that are peer reviewed, that are upgrade. We have V2 contracts for Zest protocol now. You know, Hermetica also is going to leverage. I'm interested to see how Jacob and the team are asking in another way, like perhaps in double auth, or I don't know what his idea behind this, but again, like having that onboarding frictionless from the Bitcoin L1, as we just saw in this session, that you can deposit Bitcoin as low as 10,000 sats, and then above that, above $100, you use the SBTC bridge, and it's almost free to do it. And then you can either use like Stacks settlement or things like message intent and games and all the wonderful work like you guys are doing, and Hero and, you know, AI and AI BTC. This thing is about to explode.
100%, man. There's like the developer energy is fantastic. The community energy, the people that are here that have been cranking, that are like the content creators. There's so much going on, man.
The content creators are becoming developers now because of tools like Lovable. Vibe coding is accessible.
Yeah, fair. That's absolutely accurate. Bro, everyone can be a music producer now.
Yeah, it's insane.
Hero Gamer is producing like sick, you know, radio friendly music. It's insane, and I mean it's crazy. We are in a very, very interesting time, and the people that are here that are cranking, that just don't stop, you know. And there's so many guys like Rafa, like GP, Crypto Dude, Trippin' Monkey, Hero Gamer, Blockface. Like I could just go on and on. It's incredible what's going on here, and I'm excited to be here. Rafa, I could actually talk to you all day, man. And we talk often when we're not tied up with other things. But man, it's Hero saying, "Are you saying I'm a developer?" Yeah, kind of, Hero.
Yeah.
You started making websites, and you're a music producer.
The AI is incredible. Like try and tinker with Lovable. It's so fast. Yesterday in 4 hours I did 84 commits, and almost like it didn't require much in terms of
84 commits is crazy.
Like, and talk to the AI, etc. So it's like it's bum 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 bum, and then the app is forming like slowly but surely. And I'm very interested in terms of also like what 3Huna is doing with the music. Like he gave me a crash course on suno.com. You can follow me at 3AI3. It's where I produce my AI lo-fi music. These are areas that are very interesting, and yeah, it's exciting. It's exciting because like things are so fast. Like things are so fast. Like even non-developers, I think non-developers will be better because they don't have the stigma of things have to be a certain way. We have to do this first, a Figma. We have to do that, etc. Which is fine, you know, for like world-class applications. But like for ideas that you just want to, you know, go ahead and see them, you want to produce them in the world right away. we need that explosion of creativity to come, and AI is funneling this and coming to our stack for sure.
It's coming. That's the thing. It's all coming. You know, it's just a matter of we got to be patient and keep putting the work in. Just keep chipping away, as a wise man once told GPSC.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You keep chipping away, and eventually you'll break down that rock, and then you'll find another thing and another rock to break, and you'll teach people along the way. So that's the powerful part. You see more and more people start to do more and more
I
things.
think that's actually, you hit on the nail on the head, GP. The magic in this ecosystem is that where everyone supports each other. No one's guarding their ability. We're trying to actually spread it around and help share it and make everyone better. And that's actually the fundamental key of why this is going to work. You know, everything's in line except for the price action, and the price action is a result of the people outside of the ecosystem not understanding exactly what we have here.
Yeah, fundamentals only continue to get better and better, and you know, price action is down across all alts. It's not like Stacks is like bleeding in market cap against other alts. It's just
no, there's a number of reasons, but one of them is a lack of understanding of what's actually going on here. Unless you're actually hanging out, unless you're actually talking to the people, you're playing around with these apps, you don't understand.
get into the game with DeOrganized is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to follow. You're supposed to subscribe on YouTube at DeOrganized Media. You're supposed to follow on X, DeOrganized BTC. That is DeOrganized BTC. Get into the know. DeOrganized is where it's at.
Let's go. Also, don't forget to follow Rafa. If you're not following Rafa, you need to follow Rafa. It's what is it now? At Rafa Stacks.
Correct.
And then it's Rafiko. You can look him up. Rafiko. Fact Fun. It's fact.fun. I think is it at fact fun?
Correct.
Let's
and
go.
There's the other one. You don't have one for Capsule yet, right?
Yeah, Capsule is going to be integrated into Fact Fun when it comes to life. I'm still working on the withdrawal piece and putting together, a mind group, like a group of potential signers, or on further understanding what can be done in terms of BitVM, because like if the standard exists, then it makes sense to have the best solution for runes, for the runes community, not just something that is great, that serves a purpose, but having the most the best solution, which is a solution that removes any human interaction or factor into it, is part of an equation where the real explosion, the real backing of one-to-one can happen, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure, man. Awesome. And then the bridge, you do have a Twitter account for, which is
BTC to SBTC. Simplest way to deposit Bitcoin in one Bitcoin block. There's the SBTC bridge that we will also integrate into that app, so that if you want to, you will be able to have the option to use the SBTC bridge instead, which is completely free, but is a minimum of around $100 and above. So yes, you can follow that, and it's currently implemented at fact.fun/deposit. And beyond that, I think like all the developers, all the app builders, I think will slowly but surely integrate the bridge, so that the users doesn't have to move away in a different experience, in a different app. They can deposit Bitcoin directly into the app that they're using directly. Last thing I want to say again, like I'm insisting on this, but it's been great. 501 now. I'm also going to have to jump, but it's such a pleasure to have you guys and to be one of a guest. You guys are really hustlers. I agree with you. The amount of value on Stacks is underappreciated, and most people don't know about it. I see the efforts that are being done by leadership, and I think this will pan out in a way that I think will surprise everyone. That the Stacks technology is ripe for adoption by entities that understand the risks they're taking and want the best technology out there, which happens to be Stacks, in my opinion.
So Hero is putting out a PSA real quick. So during this bear market,
I don't want to step on Rafa's awesome sentiment, by the way, but Hero Hero just said that during this bear market, he's renting himself out. If you have loneliness problems, he's here for you to rent.
You ain't right, Hero.
Hero is going
build a game, and then I'll hook up all the stuff from Stacks for you.
Let's go.
Rafa says build a game so we can generate you some income so you can stop being a gigolo.
Yes.
That's a great note to end up on, guys. It's been a long, awesome day. We've had a ton of great guests, rounding it out with our good friend and awesome dude, Rafa.
Media for the win.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Back fun for the win. Let's go.
Thank you all for tuning in. We'll probably have a little bit more replay content. I might replay the segment with George from Bitcoin Magazine yesterday because it's important. This Bitcoin for corporations with what's going on with MSCI. I'm going to let that run after we close out this segment, and then we'll end the stream for the day. You guys still do have a little bit of time to enter for the $200 the 200 stacks contests for the day. We're giving away 200 stacks for the month of December. And thank you all for tuning in today. Thank you again, Rafa, GP. Much love, you guys.
GP.
We'll see you.
I'll come and demo the smart wallet.
Let's go.
You let us know when.
Cheers, fellas.
Right on. Good night, guys. Take it easy, GP. Peace out, guys. All right, my friends, it's your old pal Peace Love Music, and we are back. We have another live guest segment today. We have Jeff, the founder of BSD, Base Dollar on Stacks. What's up, Jeff? How you doing today, man? Thank you for joining us today.
Hey, GM. Thank you so much. Happy to be here, and it's great. I'm doing great. I'm getting ready for the holidays.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's fine. You can feel it winding down. Things are getting a little less chaotic, except for us, where we book back to back interviews on the same day. But
You seem like a very, very busy guy to me. Yeah, like when I've been watching more and more like bits and pieces and segments, and I'm like, this guy is always live on the internet, always.
Well, and we started. We've been doing the daily live streams for Monday through Friday for a little over. We're just going on almost a year and a half, about a year and 4 months. We started out of Stacks D Grants cohort 2 last summer of 20, and it's iterated from doing a 15 to 20 minute good morning check-in to an hour-long show to an hour and a half show with a couple of different news segment and a guest spot and game show, and then other segments throughout the day, like different shows. We had Landy coming on and doing TA. We used to produce Melanie's good kitty Melanie's show and Bitcoin and Beyond show. We do the SIP shows on Friday, and then so it was like in October, it was like, why don't we just stream all day, and then we can drop in. So some of what we play throughout the day is just reruns of recent content segments. So after I'm done talking to you today about BSD, and I know that there's a ton of people out in the Stacks ecosystem, especially in our audience, that want to know more, very interested in the project. We'll cut that out and we'll replay it throughout the next couple of weeks to get more exposure. So people don't have to just tune into the live, but by doing the live stream all day, we can more accommodate founders like yourself for us to come spotlight. So, but this isn't about me and what we do. This is about you today. So I am relatively new to your project. We met a couple weeks back. There's a project that I've been working on with Rafa, and we had you on to talk to us about some stuff. just not on, but we had a meeting. That was the first time I met you, and then you just happened to be on the Bitcoin and the Bitcoin building on Bitcoin show with the Bitflow guys, which is also they have their show today too. Last week, and I heard a little bit more, but I really want to get a handle on what you're building, because I know there are definitely options for dollar stable coins is important. You know, we don't want a centralized system. You know, USDC coming to Stacks is great, but you know, I'm a huge fan of what Jacob's building at USDH, and I think just more options in the marketplace make the ecosystem stronger and better for everybody. So I'm really intrigued about your niche and what SD.
Yeah, nice. Thank you so much for that tee up. And before I jump into that, just to sort of put a final point on everything you were saying about the show, I really appreciate what you're doing for Stacks and what you're doing for Bitcoin, and there's just so much work to go around. So I think you're really providing kind of a valuable service for our ecosystem. So thank you.
Thank you for saying that, man. I really appreciate it. We work hard, and there's a small team behind me. There's a lot of people chipping in, but it's a lot.
Yeah.
It is a lot. If I'm being honest, it's a lot.
Yeah, I can imagine. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm happy to give a little intro, and then I'm happy to talk about BSD based dollar, and then I've also got I've got teed up here to do a live demo on testnet.
Awesome.
And I think it's the first time I've ever live shown people like how to take a loan in BSD, and there's a few other features to look at too. So yeah, I'll launch into that. Sound good?
Yeah, actually, why don't we start with a little bit of your background for those that don't know?
Yeah, sure. So I've been doing interface work as either a front end designer or front end engineer or product leader at tech startups for about 20 years now. Got into crypto about 2018, and really was looking for like where I could contribute, and happened to get introduced to the Stacks founders back then. And yeah, I worked for Hero for a number of years, and then spun out my company. There was a bunch of Hero alumni that spun out small companies all around the same time, like around 4 years ago, when the ecosystem was really decentralizing, and the token launched, and then what we kind of currently think of as like Stacks 2, or like the first version of Stacks that had smart contracts. All around that time, a bunch of people started little development companies like mine, and worked on a couple different things in Stacks over the years, and been working on BSD now for about a year and a half, like heads down building. And yeah, like we're finally live. We have a live beta that's up right now. And yeah, we've got real loans, real Bitcoin. We've got real dual stacking working. Like it's been also for us. It's been a long road, and when you start building one of these protocols, you just always realize that it's like 5 times more work than you thought when you first started. And it's really yeah. And it's always there's always kind of a steep learning curve and kind of hard education on computational tasks that are pretty simple, but when you try to do them on a blockchain, involve all kinds of funky stuff that you have to design around. So that is kind of the background. Yeah, now I'll kind of launch into what BSD is and why it exists. Sound good?
Yes, sir. Great.
So a Bitcoin collateralized stablecoin is not a new idea. There's been various permutations over the years on a couple different L2s, but it's one of the things that like the early Stacks team, like us, when we sat around thinking like, why would we want to build a blockchain in the first place? It's to enable things like this. This is like very core building blocks of Bitcoin DeFi. So Bitcoin lending and stable coins. So I've been talking about this idea with the early Stacks team for, I don't know what now, 5 or 6 years, and so I also was a really big fan of liquidity on Ethereum. I just thought the mechanism was very elegant, and thought it was a beautiful hybrid between a lending protocol and a stablecoin. And so I always thought that had a lot of value, and I thought it was like a mechanism that really leaned on the strengths that you get on a blockchain and really can't be done in CeFi, and is really something quite special. And so I kind of like I don't know, fell in love with the idea, I guess you might say. So that's really one big motivating factor. Not to mention the fact that there's sort of huge markets in lending, huge markets in stablecoins. So yeah, the closest thing that exists currently on Stacks is Arcadico. So, but Arcadico started as a Stacks-based collateral stablecoin, and they've kind of added Bitcoin, and we wanted to just do Bitcoin from the jump, and wanted to also include, all of the sort of like latest and greatest mechanism design insights and which is like, effectively it's like Liquidity 2, which is the current version that's running on Ethereum. So we we like look to them as thought leaders and say, how are they solving these problems, and then essentially copy them. So a nice way to summarize like what BSD is, that stands for Bitcoin Synthetic Dollar, and a nice way to summarize what it is it's liquidity on Stacks, but instead of ETH, you swap in Bitcoin. That's like the simplest explanation. The core mechanisms are roughly the same. And yeah, I mean, it allows you to lock your Bitcoin. This is SBTC in this case, and mint a synthetic dollar against that as a loan. And it's a closed loop system. So there's no fiat, there's no like under collateralized borrowing. It's like a system that is designed to add debt as long as the Bitcoin is backing that amount of debt, and then to wind down that debt or deleverage that debt in an orderly fashion, so that the system is always over collateralized. And the idea of minting stablecoins against collateral is very old and very simple, but all of the complexity around that, what I just said, comes in with the liquidations and the redemptions, and also tracking tracking the vault state across many vaults, and trying to do aggregate operations on them on the blockchain is very tricky. So all of the it's like 80 or 90% of the work is the last few things I mentioned, but the core mechanism is pretty simple. Yeah, I'll pause there. Do you have any other questions before I go into the demo? Like any other?
Yeah. So it's similar to, there's a story that's coming on around dollar stable coins. A lot of people are suggesting ways to, leverage. Basically, it seems like they're trying to establish, the traditional, the government and the traditional finance system are trying to establish rules around stable coins, which mean that they have to be T-bill backed. It seems like that's the goal. I don't think that that's necessarily the right way to go. I can see why they would want to, but it seems like what you have now and how it's designed now is basically similar, except for instead of a T-bill, you're just backing it with Bitcoin. I mean, is that more or less how do you peg the price of the dollar? How does it stay at $1 for a BSD token?
Yeah. I probably won't go into a deep legal analysis, but I think my guess is that you'll probably see additional guidance and things come out in the future that specifically address mechanisms that are not, T-bills held by, a private entity, or like, I guess it could be like a public entity as well. That's like, I think that there's like a distinction between those two things, and there could be further regulations around other mechanisms as well. But you were asking how it works. That was the question.
Yeah. How does BSD maintain? How is the dollar value pegged for the Bitcoin synthetic dollar?
Sure, yeah. So it follows the same mechanism that Liquidity uses. And so I don't know if they were the first to figure this out, but they were one of the earliest teams to kind of figure this out, which is it's like a redeem mechanism. So the basis for it is that there's a protocol operation called redeem, and you can always bring BSD to this function in the contract and say, I've got BSD and I want to exchange it for like face value, the same exact face value in dollars for the underlying Bitcoin. So like you can, the reason it's worth $1 is because you can kind of always go exchange it for $1 worth of Bitcoin.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the core mechanism. And so that alone, that kind of what that does is that's almost like a singular trading venue that will always consider BSD worth $1. And then you can imagine other trading venues like exchanges where it goes off that peg, right? Like it could be just the way like Bitcoin trades for different prices on different markets. Same thing is happening here. BSD could trade for different prices on different markets. But the sort of game theory around that is that if the price is above or below, it doesn't matter. In both cases, there's an arbitrage you can do. So you can basically by minting and redeeming BSD, you can basically just make money doing that, just make a profit doing that. And in doing so, you will nudge the price closer to equilibrium. So if it's above, you'll push it down, and if it's below, you'll push it up. And so like I said, the sort of game theoretic kind of aggregate behavior of this is that the price kind of always seeks $1 through time. And so that all sounds like very hand wavy, and Liquidity's been doing this for about 5 years without it.
Sure. Well, and honestly, it makes sense because if I see it on Bitflow and it's trading for under $1, I know I can buy it and then take it over and exchange it for Bitcoin at $1 and play the arbitrage there.
Correct,
So that seems like a no-brainer to me.
Yeah. And in fact, I think it's last time I checked, it actually is on Bitflow. Like it actually is trading above $1 on Bitflow, so you can go harvest that. I don't know what size that is. That might only be worth like $10 of profit, but anyway, that's the point, or that's the concept.
Sure. No, and that's awesome. I mean, that will peg it to $1. If I can always exchange it for what the $1 worth of Bitcoin is, more or less, on the market right now, then it's just an arbitrage play elsewhere. So that's I like the model. I think it's very interesting. By the way, introducing you, I don't know if you've met GP, my main co-host and partner in crime over here at DeOrganized. He was handling some stuff for Zest Protocol, and he's done with that. He's a community manager over at Zest, amongst many hats he wears.
Hey, nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, we haven't met, so it's great to meet you. Thanks so much.
Man. I've been really interested. It seems like BSD kind of just like popped up out of nowhere, and I was like, what is this BSD? And then I'm seeing Tycho and others post about base dollar, and I mean, it's awesome to get to connect and kind of understand more about it over the last couple weeks, and then also got to listen in whenever you talk to Diego and Dylan from Bitflow. So really cool stuff, and congrats on the launch of your liquidity pool over there as well. And yeah, man, cool stuff.
Nice. Yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate it. We made a lot of noise about it when we first started developing it, like I said, about 1.5 years ago, and then we thought it would actually, development on it would go a lot faster, and so we really went into a cave basically for a while and then came back out. So yeah, thank you for all the kind words.
Of course, man. So I guess my question to you is like, what's next? Like, where can they follow and all of that stuff? I've got your page up here.
Yeah, it's on
website. Take a look. Just saying, let's take a look at tell the people where to find you guys as well. At BSD Money, right? That is your at.
Yeah, correct.
Awesome, man. Awesome.
Yes, this is good. BSD.money, and then BSD Money on X is a great spot. That's a good place to start. A bunch of long form content there, all the links you need. Yeah.
Awesome.
And
started your
we started it was about 2 weeks ago, probably ish. Yeah, and you were asking about what's next. Yeah, our besides the beta, you know, launching dual stacking support, so the Bitcoin that you use as collateral is earning, was a big one. Getting the Bitflow pool is a big one. We're working right now on we kind of heard that people are interested in like looping, right? So you can basically loop you can take the BSD and buy more Bitcoin with it and do so in loops. And you know, you might kind of wonder why, like, why would you want to do that? I mean, there's like leveraged exposure to Bitcoin, but probably a more compelling reason is to buy more Bitcoin and then deposit it into the vault, and then you can basically, you know, roughly triple the amount of SBTC that you have earning with dual stacking. So we've been working on that. We've got a calculator for that, and we actually have done some simulations of that and found the places where there's inefficiencies or just goofiness, and so we're polishing that up. I don't know how much people actually want to intend to actually do that, since it's kind of it's definitely a riskier use case. So I wouldn't encourage just anybody to do it, but we're at least going to demo that and create some content around it and sort of say like, hey, this machine of ours can do this crazy looping thing. That's another big one. I think besides that, after that, those are like the core features. We also have worked on, I'm not sure if we're going to release or not, but we're working on like a rebate program to basically just give back the fees to the early users. And then another big one too, which is kind of like in the skunkworks state, is we have a really nice chatbot, actually. So we've got, you know, a super AI enabled chatbot with its own custom tooling, like toolkit, that can query our database directly. And so you can basically ask it anything about the protocol. It's like, you know, it's probably about halfway as good to being like me as far as the protocol. I mean, it knows everything in the docs. It knows how the contracts work. And like I said, it has live state to the protocol. So you can ask it like, hey, you know, my particular loan, like, you know, what do you recommend for, like, if I wanted to increase the collateral ratio or decrease the collateral ratio or whatever, you know, like anything you want, can you advise me on that? And it can just look up all the details about your loans, like live specific details, and then like give you like specific customized advice. So that's like, I think that's very interesting and very forward thinking. And like, I'm really proud of our work on that. The caveat on that and why it's taking longer is because just like any other AI thing, it hallucinates more than we like. And we're trying right now to get it to really just behave the right way and not give people false answers, you know? So especially when you're asking about a detailed specific thing, like, you know, what is the collateral ratio on my loan? You need it to give you, and you're trusting that answer to like give you guidance on, is my loan healthy and is my loan safe? It can't hallucinate or say, in fact, if it somehow can't grab the data, it needs to say, I can't get the data, I'm sorry, and not just hallucinate a crazy answer that's made up. And that's some of the, I think they're very bread and butter, like AI or agent challenges, but we're working on that right now. I think that will be, I'm not sure, I'm also not sure on that, like how much actual growth that will drive, but it's certainly like a really impressive chatbot. Like I'm kind of amazed at what our engineer has done with it. So that's also coming up probably like early January or mid-January.
Very cool. Very cool. I am definitely, just because I love to understand how things work and I understand the risk, and, you know, just preface, this is not financial advice. We're just learning how this all works. But the idea of looping is very interesting to me, because it is a way to leverage with maybe more control than in some other circumstances, and leverage your Bitcoin position and accumulate more Bitcoin. You were going to take us for a walk through data. Can you kind of show us what it would look like to loop to do that?
Yeah, potentially. Like I let's see here. I probably won't be able to show you that end to end because, like I said, I'm going to use testnet because the actual live mainnet setup is like a multi-sig, and it's just like there's a lot of complexity to it. So testnet is exactly the same, only I can sign transactions and stuff in 5 seconds, and also it's fake money, so we can play with it more. The problem is I'm not sure if I can actually swap on Bitflow on testnet. I don't think I can. I think.
Oh, so you wouldn't be able to actually purchase.
Yeah. I gotta go take the
So
BSD and buy.
You can
buy
show
Bitcoin
us.
with it.
You can actually show us the mechanisms, and then we can talk through the next step after that.
Sure. I'll probably start with just showing you kind of like the basics of how it works. Just like to start a new loan, and then we can work our way up to that if we have time. Sound good?
Sounds good to me.
Cool. Let me see if I can get the screen sharing working the right way here. Give me a moment. Right. Okay. I think I got it.
Yep. There we go. You are on, sir.
Vault 14. There we go. Right. Cool. So yeah, this is the view. My account has already created a handful of vaults. So this is not exactly what you'd see when you start fresh, but it's pretty close. So I'll walk you through creating a new vault, and then I'll show you some of the details on these existing ones. So yeah, like the first step, this is like the core mechanism. So I'll probably kind of explain a lot of details here. So step one is adding some collateral, and kind of everything else, follows from there. So, depending on the value of that collateral, which is like computed, on the fly, that kind of tells you how much you can borrow and like what your collateral ratio will be, right? Let me see if I can get this a little bigger without ruining the layout. Is that a little bit better?
Yeah, that's good. And actually, we'll put us off to the side. So
nice.
That's good.
Yeah. So how much collateral you have and how much it's worth kind of like sets the tone for everything else. And so the app auto populates just some default values for you. Probably the one that's important and also super familiar to most people is collateral ratio. So this is like how close to the full value of your Bitcoin is your borrowing worth. So it picks 150 as the default. As you can see, you can make the numbers safer and like harder to get liquidated essentially, or you can do it riskier all the way down to 120, which is 10% above your liquidation. But this is kind of like the first important decision to make. One of the things I'm really proud of with BSD and this like style of mechanism is there's not like a lot of trading like complexity and risk for sort of like UX in the sense that users are like totally in control. Like every parameter about the way this thing works, you have control over and you can decide yourself. So it's unlike a vault or something where there's other people managing your money and making all these decisions for you and taking complexity away from you. This is like this is like all controls are available to you type product. So anyway, I'll just leave it at around 150. So we're locking up $85,000 of Bitcoin and we're borrowing $56,000 against it, or 56,742 BSD. And then then you set the interest rate. And the one thing that's a little screwy right now is that we have some vaults that are on the testnet that have like crazy high interest rates because it's fake money and our devs put in 20% APY and stuff for testing. So this estimate is not really correct. And as you can see, you can lower this all the way down to 0 and your redemption buffer is 0, but you can also just tick it up a tiny bit and probably get a buffer that's a little bit higher. Yeah, so like 47% is a gigantic buffer at 3.29. So there's just some squirreliness around this on testnet, but you pick your own interest rate on BSD. And
so the interest, the lower the interest rate, the more risk of. So I don't quite understand redemption buffer.
Yeah, I'll tell you. Yeah, exactly. That's probably the trickiest part of the BSD protocol is how this interest rate and redemption buffer thing works. And people, it's also confusing to people on liquidity as well. So you can see right there again, because we've got relatively few vaults here. Like you can see the numbers switching between 47 and 4 as I move this. That means there's like a vault sitting in between those two numbers that's like eating that chunk of the range. Yeah, what it means is that, like I said, when people redeem from the protocol for the peg, that Bitcoin has to come from somewhere, right? Like we're not a bank. We don't like hold a bunch of Bitcoin on the side and sort of, pay deposits and withdrawals out of the same pile. Like there's essentially no extra Bitcoin in this system. And so when you need to go redeem, you have to pull that Bitcoin from somewhere. So what happens is the vault that has the lowest APY in the system, it draws from, and it's when you do that, the redemption, it pays off the debt and it takes the collateral and then gives a like bonus to that vault. So so some people are happy to do that because they profit in the process, and then other people are really averse to that because they're like, hey, I don't want anybody to redeem my Bitcoin. I want to keep that Bitcoin for myself forever, and I don't want to part with it no matter what happens. And so you can choose your risk appetite, using this mechanism. And
so I can actually set my APY to a lower point where if it gets redeemed at that point, they're actually redeeming the Bitcoin. I end up. So how does that work though? I still have my BSD, so I can still redeem that at some time.
Well, you can. That's right. Yeah, exactly. You keep the BSD, and they pay off your debt, and also they pay off your debt and take your Bitcoin, and also give you some profit in the process. So yeah, so you don't lose money in dollar terms. In fact, you gain money. Well, what you lose is the underlying Bitcoin. But you gain in dollars and lose in Bitcoin, I guess.
Right. So you can't pay off your loan and get your Bitcoin back. You can only redeem the BSD.
Yeah, but then so if you found yourself in that situation, then you become another redeemer, and so on and so forth until the chain, stops. Yeah, you can always so either if it's either through redemption or through closing your vault, either one, they're both routes to get your Bitcoin back. But it's definitely superior to lock up your Bitcoin as collateral and mint, and then pay off, because there's fees associated with redeeming, and then also that debt is over collateralized. So to get all of your collateral out, you need to like your extra collateral, right? Because it's over collateralized. You need to manually wind down your vault. So redeeming and paying off debt are two different operations, really. It's a bit in the weeds. I can explain that more in a second. But anyway, the important part is that the redeem is like a core mechanism that helps BSD stay soft pegged to $1. And this is like the risk tolerance you have for being included in those redeem operations. And so the actual interest rate. So another way to sort of say about this is like in our docs, is like this is a market, really, right? So every vault chooses this, decides this answer for themselves about what they want to pay, and then the market moves and adjusts as the perceived risk changes. And so if there's no redemptions for a while, maybe everyone becomes more aggressive and lowers their interest rate. And then if there is a lot, they might raise it. And the average and stuff will shift over time. And an important part about that is we run on epochs. So every 2 weeks, every week, we have a little process that runs that basically takes. So you can change this APY anytime you like. You can update it 10 times a day if you want to, but that's kind of like a commitment to change it. And then every week, all of those updated rates kind of snap into place, right? So there's some game theory around why it needs to kind of operate that way to allow people to not game it and abuse it. So it's sort of like every week you get to redecide this answer and decide your risk tolerance, and also it's the rate is not important. What's important is where you fall in the stack of other vaults. So like it's the relative number that's important, not the absolute number. So 0.79 might be a very risky number in the beginning, and then it might become a very safe number 2 months from now, or vice versa. So this is like an active monitoring thing. And another plan that we have to like work on here, which we haven't actually worked on yet, but we have like an affordance in the protocol design for it, which is like to create like a service that you just delegate this to, and then you just tell the service like my risk tolerance is the following, and it will auto adjust the rate every week for you to like buy you the amount of safety that you want to aim for, because you don't want to have to like mess with checking on this every week.
Oh, so you're going to be able to automate that so that it stays less risky if you want to.
Correct. Well, right now you have to specify like this is the rate. Like, so I'm going to pay my APY is 0.79% per year. But if you say like, and that's to buy myself roughly 5% of buffer. But if I wanted to, let's say do a little bit higher. Yeah. So this is, like I said, this is hard, but like do it a little bit higher and say like, oh, I always want to be around 50%, right? Then there's a service, that, or again, this is a liquidity thing. They have this. There's like a service you can delegate this decision to, and just say, keep me at 50%. Like just modulate the interest rate as you need to hit 50% within some boundaries. And so that's like
that rate means that 47% of the rate, the relative rates are above where you are or below where you are, so they're going to get paid off first.
Kind of. What it means is that 47% of all BSD has a lower interest rate than you do.
Okay.
So it's basically like 47% of all the debt across all the vaults will be redeemed before your vault will be redeemed.
Okay. Yeah. So if you keep it at 50, you should be generally safe, unless there's a huge fluctuation or a lot of volatility in and out kind of thing. And
Yeah, a lot of volatility would do it. Like major entries or exits out of the Bitflow pool might do it. But I think that like my gut level from just watching like the liquidity ecosystem and just sort of my own thinking about it is probably like even 20 is like super conservative. I'd say probably more like 10 or 15 is probably a reasonable target. And so analytics around this and stuff is kind of like a hot topic for us, and I'll show you some analytics for it in a second. Anyway, this is a decision that you need to make, and then you're done. So you basically have a borrow fee, which right now it's set to 0, and then this is how much BSD you're gonna mint in the process. So those are our 3 choices: is add how much collateral, decide how much to borrow, and decide what you want to pay as the interest rate. I know that's like a lot of stuff to cover, but it's just those 3 choices.
But it's what makes the mechanism function. These are, and I actually think it's a really clever design. It's interesting. I know you're saying I'm not familiar with liquidity, so this is all very new to me.
Yeah, it's a way to get dollar-like behavior with an over-collateralized, sort of valuable asset backing it, and no fiat, and no custody, no counterparties, just code running. It's like it's smart contracts and a keeper that triggers some of these things, like some of these operations and things. But that's it. So I'm ready to go ahead and mint. Sound good?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. So like I said, we'll lock 1 Bitcoin and add and get ourselves 56,000 BSD. Yeah, you guys can't see the leather pop up, but
we cannot. But we know. But we're familiar with not being able to see that, or we do a lot of the screen sharing depending on who's on and what's going on. So I know what that's like. For the viewers watching, Jeff's getting his browser wallet pop up to confirm the transaction. Now it's already gone through.
Cool. Yeah, so that was successful, and there's a few different like sort of error states and things if it doesn't go through, or if there's some kind of post condition not met or whatever. Yeah, another thing I'm pretty proud of is we've got like really good post conditions set up on all of our transactions. So there's like, I don't even know, there's like probably 20 plus things that can like not be set up right. And so you really have tight assurances when you say like only this much SBTC is going to exit my wallet, and I'm gonna receive this much BSD, or the whole thing will abort. Like it's very, very complete in that sense. So yeah, here we go. So this is Vault 15. We just created it. There's no chart data for it yet. That has to buffer. I think that's like on a 10-minute sort of buffer time. So we'll have to wait for that. But you can see just the parameters that we put in there. So we got this much. I'll go off that. We got this much BSD borrowed. We got this much collateral ratio, 150%, the interest rate, and then the buffer, 47% or that equates to about 70,000 BSD. That's before us, and then a few other details here. But every operation we do will also be like recorded here with the transaction, which is really convenient. And so yeah, so like I said, like this whole product is like very like very composable and very kind of user controlled. So you can at this point like everything, like unlike like CeFi loans or like a loan like I'm trying to give a good example, like Lendin, for instance, like a CeFi loan, like that has a fixed term and it has penalties and all this other kind of stuff. This is like everything that all the parameters we just set, we can adjust at any point we like. So we can borrow more, pay our debt down, we can add collateral or we can remove collateral, and we can change the APY. So, and that's like a free for all, you know, you can do it.
So I can,
you can do it 10 times a day, you can do whatever. Yeah.
So I can actually add BTC, I could buy SBTC with this, with my BSD.
Yeah.
And then add that SBTC right into the vault. So I don't have to create another, I don't have to redeem the vault and open up a new one. I can just add the SBTC to that vault. And then that strengthens my position, makes me less volatile, less risk. And or I can then also potentially borrow more BSD.
Yes, correct. That's the looping, right? You just keep on doing that in a loop, basically. So yeah, you can see right here in this little panel, like this is the total amount. I had some, other BSD I minted before, so that's why I've got more. I've got SBTC here, so this is like my balance, that's specific to this app. So each of these has its own little wizard, just like the borrow or just like the vault creation screen does. So like the borrow tells you like this is where everything currently stands, and if I say, what if I want to borrow 5,000 more, for instance, right? And it basically gives you a readout on like the old collateral ratio was 150, the new collateral ratio will be 139. But it's like, oh, I want even more. I'm willing to take even more risk, right? You can just see how as I'm borrowing more and more, this collateral ratio is going down, down, down. And it also should tell you, it tells you right here the liquidation price. So like I think this is a little bit easier to understand. So it's like if Bitcoin goes down to this amount, like which is not, it's not that far away from the current price.
No, it's definitely within the potential. It could happen right now with where the price is.
So then you'd be liquidated, right? Your loan would be like forcibly closed. You keep your BSD, but the protocol takes your. So you have to play with this. This is a risk tolerance thing. This is like how actively you want to monitor the vault and what your risk tolerance is. But that's borrowing more, and then you can also repay, and then you can, like I said, add or remove SBTC. So you can say, I think this is what you were saying before. So imagine we went and took our I think 56,000 BSD and we went to Bitflow and swapped it. Then you would get, you'd have like, I don't know, 0.6 or something more SBTC, right? And so, so your old collateral ratio is 151. Your new collateral ratio would be 242. And you would be able to borrow an additional 124,000 BSD, right? So you just like bumped up your borrowing capacity. So I can take it down to 0, and you can see as I'm adding BSD or as I'm adding SBTC, my capacity to borrow is just going up, right? So yeah, that's like I said, it's really customizable and composable. And then I'll also mention you can change the rate as well. So, and we have delegate, but it's not working yet. But you can see like just make it more risky. You can see current interest rate, no pending change to the interest rate, and your buffer information here. And then yeah, you can see like this is how this change is going to affect the buffer. So 47 down to 4. So this is just like all of these screens are basically saying you can adjust the vault setup that you created in the beginning. And yeah, I'll pause there. I can mention some of these other features if you guys want, or I can answer questions.
I think there's a lot of moving parts, but I think it's pretty straightforward once you kind of get a handle on what they all mean. Obviously, this is something that is a little bit more of an advanced user. At least getting into the more complex strategies on it. If you're just looking to borrow and get a little bit of capital to deploy, borrow against your Bitcoin, you can do that. That's pretty straightforward, and you can do it with pretty low risk based on the tools you have here. But there is also a lot more. People can engage in more complex strategies like looping. I think it's really interesting, man. I think it's a great tool to have in the ecosystem. Very cool, and definitely would love to. So, what are the other tools that you were looking at up the top?
Yeah, sure. I was just going to show you. This is a vault I created already, and the the charting process has already run on it, so you can see how the collateral ratio is changing over time, like with the trend of the Bitcoin price, basically. And then also same thing over here. You can see how your redemption buffer is changing in real time in comparison to everybody else, right? So for this chart, you want this chart to look like solid red lines going up and dotted red lines going down. That kind of indicates health. And when they cross, then you need to be paying attention. So can't scroll over this here, but yeah, it's just basically because this guy's redemption buffer is down to 12. It's starting to throw warnings at me and say, hey, you should be worried about that.
So if that went over that top line, he would be over his liquidation ratio.
They're not the same data. It's kind of maybe it's a confusing chart, but they're two different data sets. But you want to know, basically you want to know what your buffer is and how it's trending, and then you also want to understand the average of all the other vaults. Is it trending up or down? Like you need a directional sort of understanding here. And so you want your buffer to be high. You want you want to know, like, are you on the good side or the bad side of the trend, basically.
Makes a lot of sense.
I'll quickly mention just a couple of other things. One is the stability pool, which is basically how holders of BSD take advantage of liquidations to earn some profit. So this is another liquidity invention, and it's basically like rather than have like outside liquidators, it's like a built-in liquidator into the protocol. So this is how vaults get liquidated is with the stability pool. So you can deposit BSD here and wait for liquidations to happen, and then profit off those when they happen. And this chart kind of gives you some insights about what to expect about upcoming liquidations.
Oh, so I could actually deposit, instead of depositing into a vault and withdrawing BSD, I could also deploy my Bitcoin. Or is it, I'm sorry, you're adding BSD here, or you're adding Bitcoin?
Yeah, the way this works is BSD goes in and Bitcoin comes out at a 10% profit.
Okay, so I create a vault. I withdraw, I take out BSD, or I create BSD, borrow that against my Bitcoin, and then I can deposit that in here, and that is used to
liquidate vaults that have a bad CR, where their CR gets too low.
That pays off the vaults at a profit.
Yep, correct. Yeah. So the vaults liquidate when they're at 110 collateral ratio, and so the 100% is what's clears out the debt, and the 10%, like the remainder, goes to the people that deposit into this pool.
Oh, so that can be pretty lucrative.
Yeah, in fact, there's this is a very bursty kind of thing. Like when there's no liquidations, the APY is nothing, and then when there's liquidations, the APY is quite high. And yeah, like around the October 10th crypto crash that happened, like just a couple months ago, the liquidity APY on the same mechanism went sky high. I don't know what it was. It was like over 100%.
I'm sure it went, yeah, because it was
because there was
drawdowns.
So that's one other feature, and then the redeem is what I mentioned to you before. So like if I'll just say we minted about 50,000 BSD, so I'll put I don't know 5,000 in here. Uh-oh, that does not seem correct. Single redeem max. Wow. I don't know why it's doing this. This is funky. This is a funky thing on testnet because it's not working this way on prod. Anyway, you put in the amount of BSD that you want to redeem, and it basically gives you a quote right here, and then you just click redeem, and there's a fee associated with redeem. So you're basically again trading BSD for SBTC. So this is the quote of what you'll get, including the fees.
Very cool though. I understand testnet's buggy. You don't ever know what's going on. We actually, for a lot of times, we haven't done it as much recently because GP got overworked. We're not doing the night show as much as anymore. But we used to have testnet devs come on all the time. We would literally just try to break stuff, So it's we know what that's not a thing at all. We're just walking through, seeing how it works, and that's actually, almost a good sign when you see things on testnet get a little wonky. But
yes,
it makes sense how this would work. You're redeeming. You're going to get SBTC in exchange for that BSD. There is a redemption fee. It's 1.7% on there. Is that is that fee variable? Does that change over time? Or is that just what you guys set based on?
It's like a pressure. It's a pressure amount, and it cools down over about 3 days. So when you redeem a big amount, the fee goes up, and then it takes 3 days to cool back down to its lowest, which is 5% or 0.5%. So it's to prevent there's a few, I think, kind of game theory abuse vectors where you're just redeeming more and more and more and creating more and more and more debt. And so it's to cool down that behavior, basically.
Right, because it stabilizes the platform too. It helps stave off a run.
Yeah, correct. So anyway, yeah, that's just an automatic thing in the smart contracts where the fee is basically dynamic. And like I said, if you do a big redemption or somebody else does a big redemption, you're better off waiting a couple days for it to cool down to get the lowest price.
So that redemption fee is platform wide. It's not based on an account. So if another whale makes a huge redemption, the redemption fee is going to be high for a couple of days.
Yeah, it applies to everybody equally. Yeah, correct.
Is there a cap on that fee?
There is. It's some parameter set somewhere. I don't know what it is. It's probably, if I had to guess, it's probably 5%, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense too, because it needs to function properly. It has to have enough teeth to to protect the platform.
Yeah.
But man, this is really cool. Very well thought out, well designed. I know you took some of the design from Liquidity, but it's still a really cool product. It's unique to what's on Stacks. There's nothing quite like this on the platform, so I'm really very excited. And are you looking for people to test it out right now? What's going on? Or are we just waiting for mainnet launch, and then at that point you're going to be you're ready to go?
Yeah, I mean, we're doing like a private beta, so we have like a handful of folks that have joined. You know, I can like send a like a registration link or just like manually approve addresses, and so it's all working on mainnet right now. You know, I've got a bunch of BSD minted with real Bitcoin, so it's all functional. It's just in a private beta, and so yeah, happy to have people test it and play with it. And the best way to do that is just to reach out to the BSD handle, like DM or DM me, and like just basically all I need to do is send you a link in order to get started.
Awesome. We will definitely, both GP and I, we don't have as much time as we used to, but we love pushing buttons and trying stuff out. We do give feedback. So be happy to test out for you. Shoot me a link.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or we can get some addresses over if that's easier for you. We just whitelist.
Yeah,
I don't always speak for GP, but I know I can speak for him on this, that he'd also love to try it out.
Yeah, I want to tinker.
Yeah, good for that.
Yeah, man. Awesome stuff. We did go, I know I told you it'd probably only be about like 15 to 30 minutes. But we're chatty. We chat a lot, and you actually had a lot to go over. There's a lot of moving parts there. So I really think that this was great. I think it was a great opportunity to get our audience exposed in depth with visuals on what you guys are doing. So really awesome having that. It takes me a couple of days because of the way everything runs, and because we're on I can't even start editing clips until after the live stream's over, which won't be till later today, and then I gotta wait for the transcript to upload so I can really do it right. So it might be a couple of days before I get the full segment, but we'll also replay this a few times throughout the next couple of weeks, so it'll get a little bit more exposure to the audience on the regular for a little bit. And then would love to have you on again sometime soon when things are more mainnet full launch and everything like that too. I really think it's a great project you're working on, Jeff.
Nice. Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate the exposure and the chance to show this off.
And it's at BSD Money on X, and it's BSD.money is the website that people can go check it out now. You got docs on there and stuff like that people can go through.
Yeah, that's the right two places to go look. And like you mentioned, there's a really like robust documentation site. Every single thing I mentioned and said is all explained there, and a bunch of other like product comparisons and FAQs and all kinds of stuff.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much for joining us today, and we'll definitely have you on again soon. Like what you're working on, and thank you guys all for tuning in. We will actually be back again with one more guest, and about half an hour, Rafa is going to come walk through Fact Fund, his capsule project, and the BTC to SBTC project he's working on. So we got more live content coming on. Jeff, any last words before we sign off?
No. Let's see here. I love Bitcoin, and I love working on things that enhance Bitcoin. And
right on.
Yeah, it's been a long road with this, and I'm just very proud of our team and what we've built, and excited to share more.
Awesome stuff, man. Looking forward to more from it, and thank you for the work you've been putting in. It's really cool stuff you're working on, and it's making Bitcoin better, which is what we're all here for.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Right on. Thanks for joining in, GP. Always a pleasure having you as well. And we'll be back with Rafa in about 40 minutes. I'll put something on in the meantime. Thank you all for watching. Stay tuned, and we'll be back later. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. All right, my friends, we have a great treat for you. Our good friend, Phil and Mark from Cafe Crew and friend of the show, a friend of mine. I love the Cafe Crew. I really Hey, Mark, how you doing?
Good morning. How are you doing today? Can you hear me okay? Because I don't know, your audio's coming in a little weird for me.
My audio?
Yeah, it just sounds like quiet. Yeah.
Is that a little better?
Yeah, that's way better. Yeah.
I was talking into the side of my microphone. That's
yeah, I've been there. Don't worry.
it's only
How
our
you doing?
fourth show today.
I
No,
know you've been going. You don't even know where the microphone is anymore. You're still half awake.
I'm on my second pot of coffee, actually.
Yeah, I drink these things. My coffee spoon just keeps getting bigger every day. I notice I'm like getting a bigger spoon. It's gotten to the point where it's like a ladle now.
You need it, man. You know, and that's the trials and tribulations of being a founder, or in your case, a multi-founder. So, you know, we just gotta take the stimulus as we can.
Yeah, honestly, I wish I didn't need it, but man, I'm always going. So but you know,
I got
it
bad
helps
news
when
for you. You're still a young man.
I know that's the problem. I used to be able to, man. You know, when I first started, I would do 2 days on, one off. And when I say that, I mean I would go 48 hours straight. I wouldn't sleep, and then I would take like a full 24 hours and sleep like 18 hours, and I would be so
Yeah, so your
productive.
day off isn't really a day off. It's like you're just sleeping. and
Literally
then-
just sleeping.
But it's, you know, you might be a little bit more productive in that kind of.
I was though. That was the thing. You got into that, you know, flow state, and you have 48 hours of flow state, and you were like, "Wow, I have done, you know, a month's."
And you
worth of
feel
work."
really good after.
Yeah.
You sleep well. That's why you're
Oh,
able to
slept like
sleep
a
for an 18-hour.
baby. Yep, exactly. And it was easier because like I'd be in college, and there'd be 3 of us together, and we'd be all hyping each other up, and so that helps too when you got all the boys with you.
Very cool. Very cool. So, you know, we can actually talk about whatever you want to talk about. This is for you to let us know about anything. But I know dataing is kind of your baby right now. You've been putting a lot of time and effort and resources into that, and very cool stuff going on with it. I am part of the tester group, although I haven't had a chance to really dig into it for a little while. There's just so many things I'm got my hands in. I am in that DM group though, and I know you guys have been doing there's some interesting things going on there. So why don't you tell us tell us what dataing is, what the purpose is, or at least the upfront purpose. And I know that there's a couple of things that you're seeing it provides value in a couple of different ways.
Yeah, no, definitely. So, I mean, from a very high level, we're trying to create an AI that is purpose built to find people love and perpetuate love. So it fundamentally is supposed to understand you and then understand who you should meet and why and how you can maintain and improve those relationships in your life that bring value to your life. So it's kind of meant to prevent people from being lonely and sad and find them the people that they should be meeting that are going to make their lives better, but also help them understand those people so that the relationships that they do start can be as, you know, strong and stable as possible. And so it's been a process of, you know, firstly understanding who is someone, how can we understand who someone is from their digital footprint, from what they provide, from what they're willing to share with our AI. And then understanding, okay, based on all of these things, how can we understand who they should be with, or who they're going to like, or who they might want. And then once you have those two pieces, then you start to figure out, okay, now how do we make this relationship even better, knowing these two people and what they want fundamentally? How can we find things that they're going to enjoy and that are going to improve their lives? So it's like 3 major pieces there, and so we've been working on each one somewhat independently. It requires a lot of testing because you need just enough people going through it that you have enough of a sample size to understand what works and what doesn't. And it also takes time because relationships are different in the first few weeks than they are in the first month than they are when you're 6 years down the line, and now things are a little different and you're married and you're trying to figure out, you know, how to keep the spark alive when you have kids and other things. So there's a lot to it.
There's a lot to it, and people need all the help they can get, and you're sort of leveraging the modern data training capacity, or the way that we can use data in new ways to you're trying to train the AI on the available data and how to interpret it, what it actually means. You got to kind of figure out what people are looking for, and sometimes the data will tell you different people with different data are going to be looking for different things. So there's you're basically you're solving a big problem. We're at a point in time where the technology allows for this for the first time ever, really, and
100%.
so very interesting how you're applying it, though.
And that's kind of how I got into it. So my last company, which we ended up selling to a crypto company, we did personal data monetization. So we allowed people to take back their data from all these companies that have been accumulating it on them just to, place ads and target them. So everything from, Facebook to Instagram to Twitter to Pinterest to Google and Microsoft and even Apple and these huge companies that when you look at the data they have on you, it is pretty insane. And all that data, is meant to improve your life. They tell you, look, we're collecting this so we can improve your algorithm and show you more of the people you might want to meet or things you might want to do. And over time, they've done less and less of that and more just selling you stuff. And so the idea with that company was, at least give it back to the user and allow them to monetize it with those same people that these big companies are monetizing it with. And I think that was interesting because it was my first foray into the research world where you started to fundamentally understand, like, how do big companies make decisions? How do they understand what the average consumer wants and what they're like and how their lives are changing? And you start to realize they really don't know anything about it. They're mostly doing survey research. They're mostly just having bot farms respond to that survey research. So a lot of it is just garbage data. And so what we did was we took it straight from the source. Like, you are the best source of all that data because you can accumulate more of it on yourself than anyone can. But then the hard part is anonymizing it and securing it and making sure that people have full ownership of it, and then still being able to find those people when the opportunity arises that someone wants to work with them. And so it was interesting, and I think it's only going to become more and more of an industry as AI comes. So we were pretty early. Like Kled is doing this in crypto, and they love to say we're the first data monetization platform. It's like, no, dude, I did this 5 years ago. We had 10 times more users. It's been done, but it's been very hard to do because the buy side is not as fleshed out as most people think it is. These big companies, frankly, just don't have people who know how to analyze it. And that is the big thing that AI is going to change. Is now everyone has this tool and this research co-pilot that can take in all of this multi-source data and make sense with it and tell stories with it. And I mean, it was amazing to me that you could go to Target and Best Buy and these huge multinational corporations, and they didn't have anyone who's capable of doing that. So I think that's the shift here. But for us, what I realized is, yes, that's great for researchers, but it's also great for people trying to understand each other. If you could take in all this data and you can tell a story about someone and help understand who is this person, what's their life like, what is the mission that they're on, what are the things that they like, and how can that story weave into my story and make something that I want to be a part of, I guess.
It seems like it has the potential to help people have more meaningful relationships, because they're being more rapidly lined up with people that line up with that will resonate with their personality, their goals, what they like, their person, they're get along with them better. So it seems like the golden, relationships are really, at the end of the day, that's the most valuable thing we have, right? So
It's everything. I mean, and that's the crazy thing is most people wouldn't deny that. Most people, when you say, like, what is the most important thing in life, most people would say it's the relationships you have, and yet there's so little, like, time and effort and brain power being put into solving this problem, and it's never been worse or harder to find those relationships. And so it's been a little discouraging seeing that it's so small of a part of the economy. When you look at VC capital that goes into this stuff, it's like the average crypto rug gets more than this entire industry raises in a year. But
It really is nuts when you look at it that way too, because well, it's not in their nature. Their job is to make money on their money, so it's got to make money, and so that's another part of it that I know you're trying to work on solving.
I know you haven't been on the apps for a while, but it's like $100 a week for a lot of these apps now. So there is money in it. People are willing to spend the money to find.
Is it really that much for the dating apps now?
I'm not kidding you now. Yeah, it's like they are literally, if you don't get like the 3-month plan, which they'll take it down to $20 a week if you commit to 3 months, they'll charge you like, $100, $200 for a month now on some of these. And that's for the cheaper ones. The more expensive ones, $1,200 some of them now for
I'm
like the league.
trying to remember. So my youngest just turned 14. She was born about just over a year and a half after I met my wife. And I had just broken up with my ex. She left me with 4 kids. I was 33 years old, just
Wow.
slightly older than you.
Yeah.
And I had 4 kids. And by myself, I had custody of the kids. I had actually also just lost my job of like 8 years. It was a rough. 2010 was a rough year.
Yeah.
for my wife. So I was devastated. My ex had moved out. I was not happy about the situation, and I actually was kind of broke. I had actually just got I had gotten let go, and then they challenged my ability to collect unemployment on my unemployment insurance because there was some shenanigans going on back then where they were routinely letting people go at the company I'd worked for, and then getting credits to hire people out of unemployment. So it was crazy. So I got my hearing. I got approved for my unemployment. So I got like 3 months of unemployment back pay. So I had some money.
Nice.
But just before that happened, I was so broke. My sister paid for my Match.com account.
Oh wow.
That's how I met my wife. I married.
Oh wow.
From Match.com. I think it was like $150 for the account or something.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Back
not-
in $2010, that's like $300 now.
Oh, easily, and probably more than that actually.
Yeah.
But it was more than I could afford at the time. My sister paid for it for me, and I was really just I didn't even know. I didn't even want to be on there. I just didn't know what to do with myself.
Yeah.
And so the long and the short of it is I went on several dates, by the way. And I did it by being honest. Also, I explained I had 4 kids. I wasn't looking for anything serious. My wife and I, when we first went out on a date, she was just going through a divorce. She wasn't looking to do anything serious. We were not really trying to have a relationship. We were both just looking to go out and have a good time.
Yeah.
And we did. And I was successful several times before that, single for the first time in my adult life. It was an amazing experience. But then I met my wife, and that was it. That was the extent of my adult dating. It was a couple months of really nice, good times, meeting some people. But those apps back then worked. They worked then. They gave you exposure to a market, and so. I highly encourage people that are. I've heard nightmares about some of the apps that have been going around the last, I don't know, maybe decade, because I'm old, so I see things in a longer timeline now. But I think what you're working on actually gives people a lot more substance to start with, and also having an AI companion. I mean, there's still too many people that don't quite really. My wife's just getting exposed to using Copilot from work.
Yeah, yeah.
She's like, oh my god, it's like it keeps track of my grocery list, and I'm taking and what I have presents for all the kids and everything. And now she's learning that it doesn't really store memory for that long and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So you got all of this huge amount of people getting exposed to this paradigm with the AI agents that are way more functional. And I know you have a really strong AI basis to your model. You know, so people when they engage in the app, should we do you want to do a screen share, or you want to just take? What's the user experience like? I'm coming on to dating.
So I mean, yeah, we can.
Oh, you know what? Hold on a minute. I think we got GP in here too. Let's bring GP on.
Nice.
GP,
Oh,
you
yeah.
with us? He just said he was back. He might be. Well, you know what? We'll. I'll just let. He can turn himself back on when he comes in.
Yeah, no worries. But yeah, no. So I mean, the experience is. I guess maybe I could screen share here. Let's see. I've got a demo account running on kind of a back end, so maybe I might have some bugs here. But I mean, basically, the idea is one thing I really hate. I hate making profiles on dating apps. I'm so bad at talking about myself, telling people like what I care about, you know, who I am. I'm so bad at that. I'm bad at resumes too, cover letters, all that stuff. I just don't do a good job of describing myself, and I think our friends do a better job of describing us. And I think we've been experimenting with just how well can an AI describe us based on giving it as much data as we can, so that it can fundamentally understand what we care about. And so this is my profile. You know, you click through pictures, you can see the different sources that I've integrated. So, you know, we're pulling in my X data, my Apple Music, my Eventbrite, YouTube, Google Calendar. It can analyze the photos in your camera roll. It can analyze your ChatGPT data. You can see that logo is all screwed up for ChatGPT.
So it does it all. So it takes all of the information that you want to feed into it, and it'll aggregate that and make your profile, your bio, and all that for you.
Exactly. It does all of it for you. And then it basically tries to understand you based on thousands of personality traits and interests and who I am. So here's my interested in cryptocurrency. You can see me like retweeting some Bitcoin Pepe spaces about Munib, Top Chef Munib. And so it knows like I'm pretty bullish on Pepe and STX and Bitcoin. And, you know, here's like some of the stuff that it can see from my photos where I'm talking about, you know, going on a romantic midnight drive or a cozy day, have a cozy day in, or here's my Eventbrite data talking about one of the events that I went to, or some of my calendar events where it understands like, okay, here's like the stuff that I'm looking for. And so once you do that, you know, you basically just start talking to the bot, and, you know, I'm like, I want a gamer girl. She doesn't have to be in LA. And it's like, okay, you know, here's a little bit about like, you know, what I'd like to know. Is you want someone who's into shooters, or you want someone who's like, you know, more just playing an RPG with you? Like, give me a few of those preferences. And it just kind of like starts to try and figure out what you like and who you are. And over time, it gets better and better at figuring that out. And then it just starts matching you with people, and it describes why it thinks, you know, you'll be a good match. And you can come in after a date and talk about what you liked or what you didn't like. And then once you do find a match, it'll introduce you. It'll tell you why it thinks you're going to be a good match, and then you can continue to use it throughout the process of being in a relationship. So you can ask it, you know, where should we go to dinner tonight? Somewhere we're both gonna like. What should we watch on Netflix? We can't decide. We're having this fight about, you know, who should pay the car payment this month, and, you know, I'm making more money, but, you know, I feel like she should pay her fair share. Like, how do we come to an agreement on this, and who's right? And it can just kind of like understand who you are and what might be a good solution, and just kind of be like an unbiased third party that also like fundamentally understands where both people are coming from, so they feel seen and understood, and, you know, like they have someone in their side of the ring. So that's generally the idea. And it's been pretty interesting. I mean, I've watched it save several relationships where people were on the verge of like just not being able to come to terms with each other, and it found just like a very elegant solution, and was like, you know, it's okay if you guys both think this is over, but maybe if you want to give it one more shot, like, here's what I would do. And they're like, you know what, okay, we care about each other enough to give it this one more shot. And they kind of do what it tells them to do, and they find like they see each other for the first time again in a lot of ways. They are reminded what they liked about each other to start, and it helps them just kind of like remember those things that can sometimes get lost when you're with someone long enough. So I think that's really cool to see, and it's cool to also just have someone who, you know, is kind of there fighting for you in your corner, that just kind of lets you know, yeah, maybe this one didn't pan out, but you know, it's not you. I think they're just looking for something a little different. It's not that you're too ugly. It's probably just that you're too into crypto, and they just are kind of like not super into crypto,
You know,
and
that's
that's a
less
little
of
fun.
a problem for guys than it is for women. Like, women will date ugly guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fortunately for guys like me,
Yeah.
especially.
But I mean, on the apps, it's tough now. Like it is like it's never been harder to be an ugly guy with the way Tinder and these other apps are structured because they don't do a good job of describing all of your other great qualities. They can't translate aura and be like, look, you know, he's all the
Well,
women he's been with say
also,
he's a vibe though.
the algorithm is designed to put people in front of the user that they're more likely to click on and engage with. And inherently, you can't tell a person's personality from the image.
Yep.
So of course, the ones with more broad physical appeal are going to trigger more response, and thus they're going to get pushed forward in the algorithm, at least in the current paradigm of the algorithms. And I'm sure that there's high tech development trying to put those people together based on their personality and everything too. But they already have their model in place, so they don't need to. If people are still using the app, they're not dramatically changing the current paradigm, and what you're working on changes the paradigm.
100%. And you know, a lot of people are just getting filtered out. Like you said, because like physical appearance is so important, like height is the most visible of things. So like height becomes the most important metric when, you know, 20 years ago, I don't think, you know, it was probably top 5, but it wasn't by and large agreed upon to be the most important thing. And so it's really shifted a lot of that just because of the incentives that are in place and the information that people have access to. It's the one thing I can verify. Okay, he might be lying about his job, he might be lying about this or this, but yeah, he looks pretty tall in that picture. And so that becomes the thing that it's focused on, as opposed to all the other things that color in someone's character that end up being really important. And I think there are so many of these questions that a lot of people maybe forget to ask that it can be good at reminding people of. Like, you know, you said you wanted kids. Well, he's going to be a really great father, I think. You know, he takes really great care of his cousins. He's always, you know, trying to spend time and play with the kids in his life. And I think he would make a really great dad. But, you know, that tall guy, he doesn't want a dog. He doesn't like taking care of anyone but himself. So, you know, if that is something you want, maybe, you know, just keep that in mind. And I think a lot of people maybe just having that nudge every once in a while. And I think they used to have a friend or someone who would kind of be that voice to them, but I think people don't have that nearly as much anymore. So it's very interesting to see how that's caused just a lot of disjointed sort of issues in the market right now. And I think the other piece of that is also just people are very broke, and a lot of the good men out there are struggling, and they can't afford to pay for the premium plans on all these dating apps and risk the amount of money it might take to go on 3 dates a week to find that person. If each date doesn't really work out and it's not very well matched, you know, it's really expensive and it's a big time commitment. And if we can at least just minimize some of that expense and some of that time commitment and make it a little bit easier, I'm hoping we can find people those relationships a little bit easier, and just make it a fun process. It should be so miserable. It shouldn't be something that people dread. It should be an enjoyable part of life.
Yes, I agree. It really should be the most important enjoyable part of life, or one of the most enjoyable parts of life. Finding a person, you know, that you fit with. That's really what kind of like a huge part of what almost all of our social interactions are about, to a large degree. It's finding a person, and then you know, creating a family with that person, and then the extension of that, and all of the things around that, getting a good job, taking care of yourself, and all of that kind of revolves primarily around those specific events, life events.
And it's a great opportunity to learn about yourself too, is what I'd say. Like every time you go out, you're like, yeah.
That's a great point. Self-discovery is another thing. And actually, so you would say that there is a self-discovery piece to this.
100%. Like, it's constantly trying to understand you, but also telling you what it's learning and saying, I do realize, you say you want a gamer girl, but I don't know if you could just sit inside and game all day. You're a social guy. You do want to get out there and you want to have friends, and maybe it can work if you've got your friend group who you go out with every week and you get that out of your system. Then maybe you are okay just cozying up and playing video games all day. But maybe you need someone who has a little bit of both of those things, and it's very good at understanding how like all of the different social medias we're connecting, where each one is kind of like a different part of you. Who I am on Twitter is not who I am on Pinterest, is not who I am when I'm texting my friends or going out and seeing people in person. And so it's about finding all these disparate pieces of yourself and really understanding, like, what is the balance that makes you the happiest, and how can you find someone who fits nicely into that balance.
That's actually really interesting. I never actually saw it that way, but it really can almost help you. Sometimes we don't know really what we want. Oftentimes we don't know what we want. We have a perception of what we want. A lot of time that's actually influenced externally. So it really is almost like it's a guide to helping you understand what you want. That's a
100%.
really interesting, which is definitely a new paradigm for dating apps.
Yeah, that one, most will not tell you that. They'll just try to find you what you think you want, and even then, they don't really try that hard to find it for you. I
No,
think.
well, because if you find what you want, then you don't need to pay their weekly subscription.
That's exactly it. Yep.
So it's a disincentive model.
And so they've all used the same business model. None of them have tried innovating on the business model at all, which is disappointing to me, and it's just a terrible model. It's like, okay, I'm gonna pay to get in front of people who don't really want to see me. Okay, well, no one's happy in that scenario. And now I'm just paying money, and other people are wasting their time. And for a lot of women, it's really hard too. You look at what their apps look like; they have 1,000 choices. Where they've got 1,000 guys in their DMs.
Yeah, it's so much worse. Women have have a different challenge. I would say it's worse.
And just so little information to go off of, and you have safety concerns. You don't know who these people are, and I mean, there are just it's a nightmare.
Women don't have a hard time getting a date or finding a willing sexual partner, even, right? That's an easy thing for them, but that's not necessarily what they're looking for.
And men have got really good at telling them what they want to hear too, I think.
Right. Well, and then there's also the constant. It happens to men too a lot now, because we're all so overexposed to advertising, but advertising's been targeting women and like appealing to their or preying on their insecurities and all of that to sell them things for so long. So there's that too, that makes that compounds the dating scene and the inability to get what you're after in a sea of things that you can possibly fall into chasing what you're after. It's definitely a hard time. So it sounds like you are working to solve a lot of problems for this.
We are. Yeah, we're trying. We have some of the best people in the world helping us try to solve this problem, who have fundamentally understand all of the different pieces, from the data science to the psychology to the AI to the sociology. Like, there are so many areas of research that you have to combine to get this right, that I haven't seen anyone else trying to solve the problem as dedicated as we are to actually solving the problem. I think a lot of people are coming at it trying to throw AI into it and make it a little gimmicky and just get something out there, make some money, sell it to Match Group. And that's the other piece, is Match Group owns the whole industry. It's essentially a monopoly, maybe an oligopoly, but it's even
right.
that Hinge CEO is going to do something very similar to what we're doing. I think he's probably on platform, like using it, trying to see what he can do. But he's getting funded by Match Group, and so they're essentially just incubating one of their own competitors to keep it in the family, to make sure that if something does come out, then they still have their claws in it. But in a lot of ways, that kind of gives me some certainty, because I just don't believe Match Group wants to solve the problem, and so I don't believe that anything they put out is actually going to work that well. In some ways I hope it does, but I just I haven't seen it yet.
They don't really need to make a good product, because they are so well resourced that they can just buy users direct and just churn them in, churn users, and it doesn't matter, because they're generating the revenue with their ad base and branding, mind share. But one thing I wanted to ask you too, you have, like the other day you mentioned in the group chat that you guys are working with Tony from X402 Stacks, trying to figure out how to integrate X402 payments into your AI models. And I know that you also had an interim grant that was related to the data, preserving user data and users having access to their own data and all of that stuff. So tell us, there is some crypto integration into your app.
There is. So we're trying to keep it somewhat on the down low, because no one wants to use a crypto dating app. That's just the
It's
truth
not
of it.
right. It's not the selling feature.
Yeah, that doesn't work. So we try to keep that somewhat low key, but I think it's an excellent use case. One, because most dating apps are considered high risk payments, so they bunch you up with porn sites and all these other like bad actors that makes it very difficult to do payments, and especially if you want to go international, it just becomes incredibly difficult to do. So it actually makes a lot of sense from that perspective. And what we'd always wanted to do, and part of our business model, is to take commissions on things that our agent plans for you. So if it goes through and it can book your movie tickets at AMC, then maybe we take a 1 or 2% cut when it organizes it and sends you the tickets and finds you the perfect movie to watch and the perfect place to go and syncs it with your calendar and knows when you're both available, and just does enough work that that fee feels reasonable. And it'll never be a Ticketmaster size fee. It'll be reasonable. And so that's one piece of it. And then the second piece is all of this data is incredibly important for training agents. And I think that we need more agents being trained on data that is essentially focused on how do we make people's lives better. There are a lot of agents being trained on how do I make this code more efficient? How do I make this tool, put out a little bit better of an image?
How do I get more attention on social media?
Exactly. But if you think about like, okay, someday the Terminator comes out and his brain is one of these things. Which brain do we want? Like, I want the brain that's like, my job is to bring people together and create love and peace. And you like, that would be nice. Let's maybe optimize for that one. And so I think having more agents that are trained on this is really important. I think it's really important because incumbents, for one thing, like OpenAI, half of OpenAI's brain is Reddit. Like, I don't want half of AI's brain trained on Reddit. But also, I can't go get half of Reddit's training data to train mine, which makes it very hard to compete with a company of that size. And so I think we, one, need to democratize a lot of this, give people the option to contribute, but allow them to contribute. And if they do become, get paid for it or get some kind of like reimbursement because they're a part of a new project and they're foundational to its creation. And so I'm hoping third-party developers and also researchers can get access agentically to this data. And really the thing is, like, most of this data will be acquired through agentic means pretty soon. I think the sales process of selling data is a nightmare. It's like 6 months of, okay, here's the scope of what we're doing, and here are all the people, and here's me verifying that it's what you need. And I've done these sales cycles, and sometimes it's $500,000 for 100 people if you find the right people, but it's a nightmare to get there. But the agents, they're going to be way more efficient, and they're just going to go search for whatever they need to complete whatever tasks that they might have. And if that task is, I need to understand consumer behavior because the person on the other side of this is launching a product and really needs to know what these types of people are thinking, then it can just go out, find it, immediately pay the people on the other side who have opted into the program, and people can make money. And I think if we don't put people in that loop, then the companies that own that data are just going to go around them. And so I think this is the best system to give people control and ownership, and also empower developers, indie programmers who want to create models that might someday be able to compete with the big boys, who frankly I don't trust to not create the Terminator. So we need a bunch of little good AIs, I think, to make sure we balance out the AIs that might go off the rails someday.
100%, man. Mark, I love having you on. You've been a regular contributor to our shows for a long time, especially when we're doing the nightly show regularly. I'm a huge fan of the Bitcoin Pepe crew. The Touch Grass Space on Thursday is one I am loath to miss. I generally balance and juggle things around it a lot. And tomorrow, I'm actually wanted to ask you, because they have the Stacks Town Hall and then the Stackies Awards. You guys
I didn't realize that.
You guys still doing your space tomorrow?
I mean, as far as I know, but maybe I'll bring the crew over and we'll just come mob over to whatever space is going on. I do want to see the Stacky Awards. That sounds fun. And Town
Cool.
Hall would be good.
Now
So
I don't
maybe
have to
we'll.
yeah, you guys, and I'm going to be covering it on DeOrganized as well, so you guys can tune in. Ham it up in the live chat. We love when you guys do that. It's been a long time since nobody said hi to us. She's one of our everyday fans. She was on a lot. So would love to see you guys there. I do gotta wrap because I actually have a guest I lined up for 2 p.m. So I got
no worries at all.
I'm like back to back these days. We're like
Yep.
doing
No
the
worries.
stream is a blessing and a curse, because it's because we have so much space and I've started dropping things in outside of our regular time slot. It's like almost like hard for me to say no now when somebody suggests a time that
No worries at all. I totally get that. But I guess a few parting words. I'd say one, I guess I didn't really get to SBTC. I think Bitcoin will be the payment layer of agents. I think we really need to push
100%.
on all the Ethereum and Sol guys. I was just like arguing with like a very big builder who's trying to build something on ETH, and I was like, trust me, like agentic payment rails, we really want Bitcoin here. Like this is it's
how are you guys? Is that's what you guys are expecting? 402 X402 on Stacks, and utilizing SBTC to be the foundational layer for agent to agent interactivity, and I tend to agree with that. I think that this is it's amazing how fast it iterated recently. From just being an idea to being like this seems like it's legitimately the way.
It is the way. That's why I'm here. That's why I think a lot of people understand that it's the deepest liquidity. You'll have access to the most lending. Like agents don't want to sit on idle Bitcoin. If they're not using it, they're going to want to get more of it, and they're going to do it automatically and quickly, and they're going to want to tap into the deepest pools with the most resources. And they also, I think just for safety's sake, it's the most distributed system we have. Like if you think about an agent swarm gaming proof of stake, they could just go buy up all of the ETH within a fraction of a second and start gaming the system without anyone even noticing. But are they going to buy up every crypto miner and consolidate them without us noticing that shipments are all coming in from all over the world? Like it is just a much harder system to game, and I think that's super important, and a lot of people have somewhat lost that.
Are you suggesting though that agents could potentially, you're saying without us noticing, but you're suggesting that they could actually, AI could potentially come up with the idea of creating a company, buying equipment, hiring people to put it all together, and running their own miners?
Yep, but I think it would be a lot easier to just buy up a bunch of ETH and game proof of stake stuff, and like there are a lot of other.
Right, you're not right. They still have. There's the logistics behind proof of work versus proof of stake makes it really, even though you could theorize that they could do that, there's no guarantee that they'd be successful doing it.
Exactly. We would at least have more time to notice, whereas the other ones, they could do it in a flash of a second, where all of a sudden across every network, every exchange, you see a candle on ETH and all of a sudden they own 51% of the network, and without even realizing it, they've swept a bunch of wallets that they've hacked or something. Like this stuff, it's going to get crazy. So I think we really do need to plan around all of that. And but yeah, I think we're very well positioned for this. And then I guess one little other shout out. I do run the Crypto Economy podcast, and we do have an exciting guest today. Angela McCardle, who is the chairman of the Libertarian Party. She was largely responsible for getting Ross released. Like, it was basically her organizing the Libertarian Party to make that as the core request to Trump for their support. And they were like, here's a reasonable request that we think he can get done, that, you know, day one is something that's easy enough and palatable enough to his base. And so, like, she was really driving force there and deserves a little more appreciation. But I'm excited to hear how it all went down from her
That's
perspective.
you're going. What time is that today?
That's at 1 today.
At 1 Pacific.
Pacific, yeah, sorry.
So in about 2 hours.
Yeah.
Just 2 hours and 13 minutes from now.
Yep.
Very cool, man. That's on the Crypto Economy podcast, which is on Apple and Spotify, if I remember correctly.
You got it.
And also, you guys, you want to try out Dataing, you can go to dataing.io. There is a web app available now, and it's also a mobile app in the Apple Store as well.
Yep, exactly. So if you're international, you'll have to go to the web app or on Android web app. The web app is a little janky. It's kind of in beta right now, so there's still a few bugs, but the iOS app is pretty clean. But we did just put in a new model. We've been upgrading the memory and a bunch of other pieces. So, I mean, it's the first time that I'm really using it side by side with GPT, and I'm like, this is just a much better experience. It really fundamentally understands me more than the GPT I've been talking to for 3 years, which is
wow,
pretty cool.
GPT's getting better too. So if your experience with your app is better than GPT, that you're doing pretty good.
We're getting there. Yep. No, it's cool because I can port in all my GPT data and it knows me just like my GPT does, but it knows me even better because it has so much more to it. And we've given it a lot more freedom than GPT gives theirs. So we've let it kind of be itself a little more and not be so afraid of hitting the guardrails that it doesn't give you good responses. So that's been cool to see how small companies can just be a little edgier and outcompete the big guys who can't take quite as many risks with some of the stuff.
Oh man, awesome stuff, Mark. Much love, my brother. Definitely don't be a stranger as things develop. We'd love to hear more on what's going on with what you're building, doing some more demos. Maybe we'll do a little bit more of a like an online thing when we did that time with the group session.
Yeah, that would be great. Yep.
We'll do
No,
something
I would love
like
that
soon. Awesome stuff, brother. Guys, tune into Mark's Crypto Economy podcast later. That's going to be awesome. You know what I'll do too? Well, no, you guys got to tune into it, and then we'll talk later.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Mark. Much love, brother. You have a great rest of your day. Thank you guys for tuning in. We will be back in about 10 minutes with Jeff from Base Dollar to talk to us about a new algorithmic dollar on Stacks coming to the Stacks ecosystem. Thank you, Mark. Pep Toshi, if you guys didn't know.
Pleasure, guys. Thank you so much.
Right on, man. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. And stay tuned. We'll see you soon. All right, my friends. I'm actually super excited about this next segment. We have our good friend coming on to talk to us about the Aligners project, which I've been very interested to learn more about, and I haven't had the time. So I'm super excited to have our brother in here. It's his first appearance on the live stream, I believe, and long overdue. We got Dr. Whoppy in the house. Whoppy, how are you today, man? Can you hear me okay? Oh, it looks like you're muted.
Can you guys hear me? Because for some places happen.
There you are. Now we can hear you.
Good.
Good evening, brother. It's afternoon for me. It's a little later for you. Thank you for. I'm so glad to have finally gotten you on here, man.
Yeah, it took a while, right? It took a while. It was a long time ago that we have been talking on certain things, and
Used to
yeah,
be, yeah,
but
back when we used to do the SIP call on Spaces every Friday. That's where we chatted the most, I think. The stacks
I
improvement.
think that's where we met, and also like voting proposals on stacks and that sort of
Right.
spaces. I joined a lot, and I must say it was very fun to hang out. Like, good to be here finally and be part of your show. Thank you very much for asking.
Yeah, so great to have you. I've been, I see you. You're always obviously contributing in the ecosystem. You do and I'm slow these days too. Like I don't have. I don't want to say I'm slow. I'm because we do so much on the live stream now. I don't have as much time in the morning to follow your posts, but I love the regular inspirational posts you put out there, and you've been doing that for a long time. You're constantly motivating people, and that's one of the things I really love about you. Like you're very positive. You promote positive outlooks, and that's important, I think.
Yeah, it was something that I found myself a little bit more like. For the longest time, I was a little bit lost on X because, first of all, I'm not a developer. I'm not a builder in the sense of like, I do have my thoughts, of course, but I'm not a developer. I don't, and I'm more like an enthusiast in a lot of things. And at some point, I
Kind of
needed to
same.
find to do. Yeah, at some point, I needed to find something to do with my with the NFTs or with whatever I had, and blockchain in general in much. So at some point, I just AI. I created this little character. It's already doing these like little tweaky posts about positivity and mindset and awareness and as a sort of note to self kind of thing. That kicked off. So when I like woken up the captain um, through AI, I found an audience, and from that I just grew because I did like I have a full-time job, right? I work as a project manager, product manager at RL, and but I love hanging out with a lot of people, so I was always listening to spaces, and in the meanwhile just playing around on X, and this gave me practically an audience, built my presence on X, and for the longest time it did very well. For the recent exit that I took, it doesn't really match, but still it brought me a lot of experience in a way of writing, in a way of like looking at things in my own mindset, in a way that I changed my life. But also seeing it affect others. I really had some amazing DMs through the years of people saying like, "Hey, bro, how do you do that? What can we do with this?" And like how it impacted like other people to make better decisions. So yeah, that for me was the key to like keep going and go from there actually.
Awesome. I love it. GP in the house. You know GPSC as well, our brother from the
Whoppy.
Pepe Spaceship Club and so much more these days. Community manager for Trust Machines and Zest and Stacking DAO, and obviously my main co-host. One of the best decisions I ever made was bringing him into this project. But he was super excited when he found out that we were bringing you on as well, man. You have a very strong reputation throughout the Stacks community, for sure, brother.
Yeah, what's up, Wappy? I'm glad to connect with you and get to see you, man. And yes, man, your posts are some of the ones that I always look forward to. Always a good positive message, and we need more of that positivity that you bring to this ecosystem, and the inspiration and great takes, man. But I had to come up and say what's up to you, man. Welcome, and good to connect and finally get to talk with you like this.
It's good to be on the DeOrganized show for once and connect with the guys that I've been, even if you don't see me that much, secretly still looking and look at what you guys are doing.
We
and,
see you. I see you.
didn't
Yeah.
do groups. Like, okay, the group activity is a little bit less, but like it's very busy, very demanding. Like I'm trying to find my way in a certain way. And you probably have seen that I now made a second character, so it's Mr. Duck with the little horns. And also that one is taking off, getting requests for people asking me to make ducks and that sort of thing. So yeah, it's good to be able to build and contribute in certain things, in things that I'm good at. And happy to be here. Good to see you, GBSC. It's great to see Stack still building strong and working on it. Like it's good. Exciting things happening like all around. Like that's one thing I can say.
Yeah, there's so much going on right now, man. Especially this week, you know, we have the Stackies Awards taking place on Thursday, and then the Stacks Town Hall, and then, you know, all these other seminars that are taking place. You know, our community is a tight one, right? It's very tightly knit, but I do see some of the people that got quiet for a little while starting to come back around and posting again, and you know, and that's a good sign for me that, like, you know, hey, there are some catalyst news events for our ecosystem, like USDC, you know, native USDC coming to our ecosystem and making his debut to Bitcoin DeFi with Stacks, you know, so people are seeing that as a signal. And you know, there's plenty of other, you know, updates and innovations coming to our ecosystem. So it's good to see that the community is still here and paying attention, though it may have gotten a little quiet for just a moment. You know, people have to sometimes reassess and then get refocused, and then, you know, come back with a stronger mindset. So it's good to see people still around, and it's awesome, man. I think 2026 is going to be a good one for our ecosystem.
Can fully agree about that. And the funny fact is, one thing you mentioned is now USDC is coming to Stacks, right? Like that's a big thing. But what is that, like vested names in Stacks that I've seen here or met elsewhere? The circle goes full circle, right? I see Stacks in actually trader. I see other people that I met before in the last couple of years around and going from EVM to Bitcoin back to like the ones that ecosystems and this whole network of blockchain, you keep coming across them like left or right. And that's something I really love about space. So yeah, I totally agree that's exciting.
Yeah, it is. People don't always necessarily stick around in one place, but there's a lot of conviction for crypto in general. And it doesn't even necessarily mean, you know, it's a decentralized world. The whole Bitcoin is built on the concept of decentralization, which means that you're going to have multiple options in the marketplace. The more, the better, really. You know, the more options you have, the more decentralized the marketplace is. So, of course, people should be going out and participating and seeing what's out there. And, you know, that's how we learn. That's how we grow, and we build the best products by taking a little bit what works here and what works there and what works here and make trap, right? So what I'm most interested in talking about, though, because I don't know anything about it other than I keep seeing posts about it. I don't have enough time to do my research on it, but I think that there's a lot of activity. So I probably need to know, what is aligners? What do I need to know about it?
Okay. How can I put this in 3 words that you aligners is the next gen launchpad, mathematically designed in a way that it will end all ICO token dumping from now on in future. It's a new way of fundraising with a fair launch system. No more VC rounds, no more nothing. If a VC wants to join, they can join, but everybody has to go through the bidding process. But it's designed in a way that it's targeting organic growth in price, in whatever you do. So the mechanic is actually quite simple. It's mathematically very difficult, but the way that it is designed, you create a project, in this case aligners, you make your token launch and you set up a bidding window. A bidding window with several pools of discounts. These discounts normally would be the seed rounds, the private funding, the public funding, etc. Right? Now everybody can join. Everybody can join that bidding.
Okay.
And exactly at the same time. There's only hands for it. These bidding windows work as like laddered pools, and you can top pools for which discount you want to have, right? And you can bid on your tokens. The tokens, once you, I can go on forever on how it exactly works, but the whole meaning behind it is the token dynamics are designed in a way that once the tokens are depleted, there will be timers running. And then at some point, without any manipulation possible, these windows close and it's end of bidding, right? And then everybody can claim their tokens. But what do you now get? You don't get your tokens, you get your NFT that holds your tokens. So you actually get a can of tokens.
Okay. So you're getting an NFT that is where your tokens are actually located. So the NFT is like a wallet.
Yeah. And the tokens will release by the amount of time you dedicated to your bids to win that specific discount, right? So if I say I want $1,000 worth of tokens for 10 cents a tokens, in this case that's the highest discount pool, and I win it, then I should have said like, then my vesting period is a year. Okay, now I say a very difficult, now say a difficult word, vesting.
Yeah. So is the vesting period part of your bid? So are you bidding like a longer time period has a more weight towards the bid? A longer lockup period?
The longer you bid, the higher your chances are you get the highest discount. But now comes the best part.
Very interesting. All right. I see the mechanism here. Yeah.
Your tokens will drip out on the second. So it's a slow drip token process when they're going to release, but there's no liquid market. Like there's no liquid token because the majority of the token supply is locked up. But they will release gradually, and there will be pools, there will be vesting periods for a couple of months or maybe even 0 months, and it will be maybe for a few years. So all these tokens will gradually come to the market. And what they then do, they this marketplace where you can immediately sell off these NFTs as liquid supply. There's other people can buy your NFT, in this case called TVS, tradable vesting schedule. The thought behind that is, as soon as you put them on the market, you need liquid, right? Liquid, you need finance, you need funds. So the assumption is that people will list their vesting schedules for discount. You feel it coming that you then get like arbitrage opportunities, that you then get like discounted tokens while the market price of the token is going up because there's an extreme scarcity. Because
so
every token is locked up.
I can trade my NFT that's holding my tokens with my vesting schedule. Is that essentially what it means?
Exactly.
That
you can just sell your tokens.
Very interesting. Very, very interesting concept because it does solve a big problem that we have as far as token launching goes right now, because it's very easy to launch a token. And we've got a number of platforms, and I want to preface this by saying built at STX City. But I do think that the volume of token launches, it made it too easy to launch a token, and So it kind of saturated the market a little bit. Same thing with, it was a small version of what happened with Pump Fun at Solana. There's just too many tokens. It was too easy to launch a token, specifically to pump and dump. This solves that problem in a very unique way. Very, very interesting.
Exactly, and the whole thing is, even if you're a degen, right? Let me say the token, like the InfoFi campaigns have a redeem period of 3 days where you can redeem your winnings for like 40 cents a token, right? And then when that ends, the token launches at 50 cents. So if you have that, you get one of these NFTs. You can immediately hand it over and say like, okay, I want to have USDT, and trade it. But if you would go into the bidding and you win a bid for like, let's say 27 cents or 28 cents a token, and you have 10,000 tokens you split your NFTs. There's also splitting options possible, and you immediately dump them on the market for 35 cents. There you go, profit, right? Like right away. But people that believe in the project will then see like, hey, the discounted tokens, like that's a 35-cent NFT, but the spot market price on the other end says 50. Immediate leverage. Immediate. Just you pick up your NFT, and of course, like in the future, they will build out towards DeFi, towards like collateralizing your NFTs and that sort of thing. That's a long story in the end. But what they prevent is what you now see with a lot of tokens is nowadays you see projects creating floating value, right? Only releasing a small portion of the token supply to the public so that you get a high, while the seed rounds is sitting on 20% waiting for the price to go up, and as soon as the price is right, they come out, right? You see that happen with Monad. You see the so your floating FDP is like a false pretense of a high valuation that gives them excuses that it's absolutely ridiculous to see. But yeah, people buy into it and they still do. So what it is with aligners is like Bitcoin, they bootstrapped. They don't do external funding. Like, no, everything comes out of pocket and or raising mechanism. They have everything in self-control. So the initial valuation starts low, and it allows the project, it might take a little while longer, right? But it allows the project for organically grow and organically evaluate and organic price growth of the token supply. And because there's only 26 million tokens and 46% is locked up in TVSs when the initial weight offering is done. So that's the time weighted bidding pool that I was talking about. You invest your time and your money, but your time is the winning factor, right? That means that there is no liquid supply to dump. And it's very easy to pick your tokens from the market, right? The team vested their allocation for 26 years. So the slow drip on those tokens will take forever before that 20% what you're seeing over there is dripping out. Like those tokens, it's even for the team impossible to just say at some point, hey, we have a $1 token, let's dump everything and see. It's not, because the tokens are not coming out. They have to put their TVS back on the market, and a degen might not buy a 26-year vested token, but a believer that sees the price goes up in the value and like how it organically grows can say like, okay, listen, I can sell it whenever I want. I take that TVS, it still doesn't come on the liquid market, and I put it up for collateral in DeFi and put my money back in USDT, right? So the options of this whole dynamic of playing around tokens that are wrapped but liquid, right? Everybody happy, degens can trade. But if you look from it from a traditional bonds perspective, you can price leverage, discounted tokens on spot market, on everything, just looking at the maturity of the NFTs. And I know I go in a short time very deep into the mechanics, but the basics is nothing else than you give everybody the freedom to trade, to invest without waiting for that big whale VC to come in, and you have to click fast. You don't have to click fast. Money doesn't matter. I can outbid a $1 million whale and push him out of the pools. That's not. If I want to sit in there for 100 years doing a crazy number now, the whale has nothing to say with his money if he not outbids me over that 100 years. So you see also
on a let's say it's a 5-year vesting schedule. Do I get access to any of the tokens during that 5-year period, or nothing gets emitted until I reach the vesting period?
No, they will come out. Like as soon as you claim your TVS, you will get like a little card that says like total tokens locked. No, total tokens in the TVS, locked tokens, claimable tokens, and claimed tokens.
So based on the vesting period, the tokens become claimable at on a schedule.
Yeah, on the time you set. So let's say you have, they drip out by the second. So if you say 5 years, that's 5 times 365 days, right? So and 3 days, so many seconds. And you have, let's say, 10,000 tokens, then all those seconds over those 5 years, right, will determine the speed of the drip. So that means 10,000, so everybody, all the variations in vesting lengths will have a graduate flow of tokens that gradually come to the market left and right, because some will drip faster, others will drip very slow, and everything in between. Right?
Very interesting, man. So what platform is this on?
This is an EVM. It will launch on Base, but they're planning on going multi-chain.
Multi-chain, but EVM. And
at this point,
Base is where it's at for that, for sure. Like I know, like Stacks actually brought me down to DevConnect in Buenos Aires last month, which is an
awesome.
Ethereum. Yeah, it was great. Great time, great stuff going on with Stacks down there. But the best part about it, well, no, I don't want to say the best part about it. A cool part about it was because Stacks wasn't actually at DevConnect because it's an Ethereum-oriented thing. They had like satellite events, but I did get to go to the DevConnect conference for a couple of days, and the conversations I had with a lot of the projects down there indicated that of all of the EVM L2s on Ethereum, Bases by far the one that seems to be winning as far as Ethereum L2s go. Base and Arbitrum is what I'm hearing.
Well, yeah, there are a couple of good L2s, but you have Arbitrum at this point very running hard. Mega ETH is quite new. And then Base, of course, and Base is just running at it. And the thing is, but we did some live testing with the whole mechanics, and test nets are horrible. Like if it comes to mass testing and that sort of thing, you're always running into troubles with your RPCs, right? So the team now decided to go on Base for launch, and then expand from there. But they are looking to eventually go multi-chain, and how fast and how sorry, my son has to leave.
I know what that's like. I have a couple sons myself.
Yeah, he cooked dinner, but I like it all mixed a little bit, but it's okay. I will call him later. That's all right. Anyway, so yeah, we tried to test on Mega ETH. That didn't work because they changed their RPCs like 2 hours before the live stream, and then
I've never heard of Mega ETH I've never even heard of that chain.
Mega ETH is also very new, but very fast, very promising blockchain on Ethereum. We tested on Arbitrum together with the founder, by the way. That was pretty awesome that he was there. Um, and we did a couple of tests. So they decided to test on to launch on base, because before launch they want to do they want to see if they can do something special for live stream. I cannot really go into that. Yeah, that's at least something they said. And yeah, then the launch will be 7 January on my head, because they had to postpone TG because the traction on aligners was so fast and so much that they grew. Oh, well, we were trending in the United States with the Twitter account for 5 days straight, and then Twitter banned the account because the traction was too big. They kick you out because it's bot like. And that was right when they submitted for the golden tick, so that was a little bit of a setback. So they decided to push it back a little bit. But since then, the community is only organically growing, and showing how strong they are. It's a vibe that I haven't seen for like 3-4 years after the 21 boom on NFTs. That you saw all these mega communities going mental on X. Like, look at us, you know. And I see that now, but the thing is, the technology behind it, the way that it's designed, I did some deep dives and some comparisons, and the way that he thought it through, like how you have, for example, have like your first pull and your last pull 1 and 5 have a full refund, right? On what you say. So you, even if you bid and you bid 1,000, when you win that bid, you get a full refund. So you get and your TVS and your token, and you get your money back. And it also is done for the last pull, the 5th, which creates an equity sandwich that creates a bidding war, because the degens want pull 5, the long-term ones want pull 1, but nobody wants to trickle inside. But the trickle mechanic between these pulls, you will only trickle down if you get outbid, right? So where do you want to end?
The degens want pool 5 because they can get their hands on it faster and trade it sooner.
Because probably the shortest vesting schedules will come out of pool 5, because that's like, but it like I have to explain a little bit about these pools. You have 5 pools. The first one has 2.2 million tokens in there, right? Then you go down and somewhere on the white paper, but the last pool only has 500,000 tokens in there, right? The last pool you get a full refund, and the first pool you get a full refund. The first pool has its highest discount, and the last pool its lowest, and then there's 3 phases in between, right? So no matter where you go, you always will have tokens at a discount, but only pool 1 and 5 have a full refund, right? So what do you get is that people are going to target these pools, but somebody that's outbid investing length will be pushed down a pool if the pool is depleted, right? This creates kind of a bidding war that nobody, because who doesn't want something for free, kind of a thing, right? But because the biggest discount, if you want to bid, like there's a bidding process going on, you can only bid once. That's your opening bid, and then you can only top up your bids. So you can only add to it. You cannot detract.
Okay. You can only.
So if I say I do $1,000 for pool 1, 12 months, and I get pushed out of that pool into pool 2, and I want to go back, I have to look at what the highest bid is at that point and outbid him to push, so I can only top up my time. So that means the highest discount probably will have the longest vesting periods of people that want to be in that pool, right? It's quite, if you think about how mathematically this is engineered and look into how they built this, it on all sides just screams long-term thinking. I'm not even going into full details because it's taking way too long, but by all means, I would suggest reading it. But the way they designed it, the way that they designed um, anti-manipulation, fair bidding, so you cannot manipulate bidding windows because once the bidding windows, the bidding pools are depleted, hashed bidding windows go in play, and the bidding window only will be open from 0 seconds to, I don't know, I have to look it up because the white paper is being updated as we speak, but it previous was like 6 hours, and you never know when it ends, so you cannot do last minute pull sniping. It's impossible because you don't know how much time you have, right? Then when the tokens are distributed, you don't have liquid tokens. You just have NFTs with slow drips. So the liquid supply on spot market immediately says 50 cents, but like the circulating supply, how big is it? And how, so the mechanics in that, it screams long term, it screams stability, it screams free launch, no, not free launch, fair launch, the distribute in everything. And the coolest part that I think is, while it works like this, you can do whatever you want. You can just dump your NFTs. Okay, you have a little bit of profit. You can still be that hamburger guy, right? To all the other side of the spectrum, to in the future build a complete financial DeFi system on your collaterals, on your other people that go through Aligner's Launchpad and launch in the same dynamic. So you will have more TVSs you can trade on other projects. So what you actually get is like a sort of DEX for NFTs. That's kind of a thing. And with a second angle on it, that simultaneously to that, there will be a spot market on the released liquid tokens. And then I can go way further on vesting and revesting and everything, but that's very far ahead. But that's the whole dynamic, and it caught me right away. Like, this is something that actually can fix a problem, that a $10 investor can have the same fair chance with this system as a $10 million whale that just comes in and wants to benefit, right? Like, everybody has a fair chance here.
Oh, because so is the amount I'm bidding. So if I'm only bidding $100, but I bid a longer vesting schedule, I will potentially win the bid for that $100 worth of that bucket.
Exactly. If you outbid the whale, you push the whale out.
And it doesn't matter whether the whale's bidding $10,000, because if I'm bidding a longer vesting schedule, I'm going to get my bid in ahead of theirs.
Exactly. And it will be prioritized on time and not on amounts.
I like that a lot, man. I think that's a really good idea. And so this is
the only thing people have a hard time understanding with that is the hash timer. As soon as the pool fills up and is filled, that hash timer kicks in. And that's like an unknown. Nobody knows when it ends. So if then a big whale comes in and buys the entire pool, that means the countdown timer is activated like right away. And that can be 10 minutes.
The vesting schedule doesn't start until the pool gets completely bought out.
No, the vesting schedule is the TVS. The countdown timer to prevent pool sniping gets only activated when the entire pool is depleted. So if there's so many bits in that 2.2 million tokens are gone, then the pool is full and it activates a hash timer. And then we have only so much more time before the bid window closes and the bids are being finalized.
I see. So the pool, once the pool is full, there's only a short window for somebody to come along and try to front run the bids. in any. I have to look it up because there can be two possibilities. The previous white paper, they said it was a variation from somewhere between 0 seconds and 5 hours, 55 minutes, 55 seconds. Any random time frame in between those two was the length of your bidding window. So if there's only one that knows, and it will be on the background, there will be a number, and then there will be a hash, and that hash will be attached to the bidding windows. Nobody knows, cannot be manipulated, nothing, right? And as soon as the timer is done, the hash window will be published to the public to show how long the hash was, to make it fair and transparent. But it could possibly be that when you're the one that depletes the pool with $100, pushing the whale out, that you activate a 0 second timer and you're immediately the last bid.
So you could front run a whale potentially.
Potentially, but it also can be that you trigger the window and that it still will be open for 6 hours, so you cannot put in like a sniping bot and
Right.
say like, okay,
You don't know whether you front run any what there still might be plenty of time for them to outbid you. So you can't there's no front running period essentially.
you cannot set triggers for front running to snipe the bids. It's impossible because you don't know what timers to set.
Yeah, this was designed by degens that know how to that know all the tricks in the launch schedules you currently use.
Well, it's actually done by a mathematician. His name is Roger. He's a great mind, but he, like what he said, they called it aligners, and the token is called A26Z, and 26 stands for the letters in the alphabet that they literally thought out and calculated every angle in the book, like every angle you can think of, everything. They built on this for 3 years. The technology, it's not even a fake promise. It's already active. It's already working. The smart contracts are there. They are now working through the second set of audits. The first round of audits, they got audited by 150 different sources. And no matter what angle I try to look at it, no matter what way the way that they designed it, it triggers you to really think about, like, how do I play this game? Like, no matter what you like. Landy, for example, we had a great discussion a couple of weeks ago with Landy, and he was like, yeah, dude, the mechanics around this, it's genius in a certain way, because no matter how you look at it, you cannot manipulate it.
Right, it cannot be gamed, it sounds like. So
exactly. And they turned down VC funding. They don't want VC. The only thing the team tells to a VC fund is, if you want to do, you have to participate in the bidding. That's the only way. So there's no greedy hands.
Is the bidding open on the first token yet, or not yet?
No. The bidding will open at right after TG. Then you will get like because we have these wall chain campaigns, right? These InfoFi campaigns going on, and the payouts for those need to be done through the initial weight offering. The funds that come from that, and for that TGE.
I should be posting about aligners so that I can get some wall chain cred. So I might get some tokens up front.
Exactly, but you don't get the tokens. You actually get the vesting schedule. You get a NFT that you can either immediately trade for USDT, or you can hold it and then become part of the system. But there will be no liquid tokens. You get your tokens in a container, in a TVS. That's how you get them. But the bidding, like, you will get TGE, if I'm correct, and immediately right after that. So they generate the tokens so that they can wrap them inside the TVSs, and then they will go into the bidding.
That way, that when the bidding happens, and the biddings are final, they can create the TVSs and make sure that the people can claim their tokens. That's the way that it will go on launch, and that will happen probably the 7th or somewhere around the 7th of January.
I love it, man. I think it's great. I think it's great. I think it's very interesting. I will probably do a little bit of more research and some posting on it, so I might line up to get a little bit of pop when it comes out. But I think it's a very interesting concept, and I'm interested to see how it goes because I think a more holistic, fair launch platform based on what they're trying to achieve is much needed. Not every project needs a token. We don't have a token for DeOrganized. People talk to me about it several times. I feel like we can probably just use Bitcoin for things, especially now with SBTC on stacks and others that other options in the marketplace that are not 10-minute block times and expensive to use. If we needed a token for something, but there are definitely projects that need tokens, and there's definitely a reason to launch tokens for a number of even if it's just a fundraising round kind of thing for a specific project that warrants it. And tools to launch a token in an environment that is less that is less risky, less exploitative, less extractive is important, because I do think that a lot of what we're experiencing now in the price action in crypto in general is a direct result of what went on 12 months ago at pump.fund.
You just saw the recent Monad launch, right? Monad exactly the same. It happened exactly the same. And it still happens practically daily, even with good projects. They need the VC funding to build their stuff, right? And they involve VCs. And what do VCs want? They want return on investment. Simple as that. So as soon as the price goes up, they dump. And you cannot, like what Roger's saying also, is you cannot even blame them, because that's just the game. That's how it's designed, how it's engineered. You cannot blame the degen. The fastest click win the most money, right? So it's not even to blame people. Although a lot of people mostly get hurt, sucks, right? But it also sucks for the project itself, because to over that dump and beam on your tokens and get rid of the before you're completely sustainable, or you go strapped, have an tokens in your value by creating community and having a system that doesn't dump, that allows you to a way more organic growth path and lifespan to become product market fit, to do something that both benefits community as well as your own product. And that's right. I think the most important part that sticks to a lot of people that find aligners, that way of thinking, because you and I, we know, right? There's a lot of brilliant minds. We know it here from the Stacks game as well, right? They sit here in like a shady little room discussing on a Twitter space what they want to go and do. Boom, brilliant idea, like right there. But they're getting killed by all these big VCs, because when they need the money, there's always that counterpart. Like, what do we get in return? And 9 out of 10 times, that's the big token dump that dumps on the projects and then moves on to the rest. So to now say, okay, we give you a place where you can launch your stuff, but you have to do it this way, and you have to do it through a certain protocol. So it needs to be done through certain standards, that we all start playing the same game, right? But it's proof in the pudding that you see tokens not do this, but have like this gradual growing line, and you still can trade, and you still can just make your money no matter who you are. Then you give a project a chance, the little investor a chance, but you also can show your product to the world in an
Right.
organic way. And I think
Without
for the future of blockchain,
decimating your without decimating and turning off your community through, a massive extraction event.
yeah,
That's
and not have to be annoyed by people showing Lamborghinis on a luxury island on Instagram saying that they're so cool, like you know.
right.
It is
Right.
it is a kind of way, and I do like innovations that actually bring something to the space that can make a difference, and like blockchains on its own makes a difference, right? But it needs to be done in a good way and not only um, be used as an extraction mechanism that only like sucks out the life of 90% of users and the rest is you know. But anyway,
I dig it. GP, what do you think?
I think this is really awesome to see how they've merged FTs and NFTs to like solve a problem. It's very interesting to me. I don't like to buy a token and then get dumped on. So I think that this is necessary and the approach is novel. So yeah, this is exciting. And I would love to see, what others, how it inspires other builders to approach the same problem.
Yeah, true.
no, well, we need to launch, or at least Linus needs to launch first, because they're saying like at this point we're not launching any tokens or take no project on before we have proven the tech works. That's his approach.
Sure, and I wouldn't do it. That's how I would do it too. I
Smart.
think that's a smart way to do it.
Yep.
Yeah,
And
we're not-
he
I mean-
says like super transparent. He is like, and he's always telling about like, I want people to come at me with the hard questions, and he's transparent about anything. So what he wants to do is launch early January, show that it works, and then he is like, he has the vision that says like, if people start seeing them, there's this beautiful chart after TGE, right? That doesn't crash, doesn't do anything, and the project is still there. I said, then the proof is there, and we can start working from that point out and show the world that ICOs are no longer needed for you as a project to gain your funds. You can play the game in a different way than be victim of game theory, fastest click wins, right? Like, no, it shouldn't be that way. Of course, there will be some gamification in the whole bidding system. I mean, that will be absolutely fun to watch, because the whole equity sandwich thing, it probably will create some sort of like bidding war. So you have to be very careful and very alert on how. But yeah, even if you didn't do that, bid your time and your money, and you miss out on all the pulls, you automatically get refunded. It's not that your money goes somewhere. So pull 1, pull 5, and all missed get immediately refunded directly, and only the ones that made the cut, they will have their TVS. So there is gamification. That makes it fun, I think. But yeah, if there's enough tokens, I mean, Aligners has 26 million tokens. But if you want to launch through them in the future and you say, I want to do 1 billion, hey, who lets you? They're all locked up anyway.
Right. And I mean, token supply has different reasons for different things. So it should be variable. But really, everybody wants to get into a low number token, right? A low supply token, because that's the one with the most. If there's demand created, then it's obviously a better option. Like I'd rather have a Bitcoin at 21 million Bitcoins than, trying to think of like Stacks has a couple billion, right? There's a 1.8 billion Stacks, so it's never going to reach that, just basic tokenomics. So, but you should have the variable option. I think this is great, man. I really think it's a very...
There is, and of course I'm talking a lot with the founder, and there's a little bit of a peak side behind the screen where they want to buy. Like the marketplace will be, of course, the biggest thing. And I made a traditional bond comparison where I deep dived into like where is this TVS with tokens inside? Like, how do I treat it as an asset, right? I went down the like it's not a future. It's not a stock like in how it works. It has a maturity period, right? It has dripping tokens. It has this. It has that. You get dividends when you hold them from the revenue of the platform. So the bond mechanics make it possible strip it to, like, if you know a little bit. I'm learning a lot from this. But what he also said at some point is, like, as an asset, we want to build a DeFi platform on the back end. And as a community, because the token slow drips so slowly into the market, you can help push the scarcity by buying these liquid tokens and put them back into your TVS. So you have $10. You see, oh, there's liquid tickets. So I put them back in my TVS. I increase my stake. They're locked again for X amount, not on the market.
So
Then
I can buy off the market, put them into my TVS, and that's actually going to lock them up into my vesting schedule.
Exactly. And
That
then-
is really cool, actually.
And now I come with the second one that will drive up the price. What the project will do is... Oh. Am I still there?
Oh, yeah, you're good.
Yeah, you're here. Oh, now you're frozen.
Frozen, yep.
Oh, no.
Same on my end.
I heard him ask if he was still here.
Yeah, he might be coming back after it. Just a little lag spike.
Oh, I think he's back. Is he back?
He moved for a second.
Hey.
There he is.
No,
I can hear you.
I did. It's okay. So what the plan is for aligners is they have implemented buyback and burn, and what they will do is every quarter they will use 15% of their revenue for buybacks and burn. So
I saw that.
26 million.
That's on the,
yeah.
That's on the website too. It says that they are committed to use 15% of quarterly profits for buyback and burn until the price is at $100.
Yeah, but that's a little bit of a, like, what they will do. They will keep burning until it's there, and then they will review what they will do. Right? That's a little bit of it. Because we had questions in the past. Yeah, what will you do when it's a sort of hard cap? Like, no. It's like that their goal, that is what they want to reach, and if you can manage that, I think that's a great thing. But like, their addition to it is just wanted to grab that scarcity and make it community, right? So they incentivize people to lock up their tokens for the 5% dips, because as long as you hold the PS with locked tokens, you get a part of that 5%, while in the meanwhile you can help scooping up and locking up tokens, driving up scarcity even more, making possible the discounts between listed TVSs and spot price even bigger, so your discounts become, so you get, like, you see where I'm going, you get like a value spiral that if you attach a DeFi protocol behind it, where you can then collateralize your locked tokens as TVSs, right? You see what you see where you get. So you can help scarcity, you can create discounts. There's Binta. Hey,
Yeah, I can't. Benta just joined. Benta, it's way late for you, isn't it? How are you tonight, Benta?
26. Okay. I wanted to join this session. Sorry I'm late. Hi GP, peace. What's good?
What's up, Benta? Welcome. We were just chatting with the doctor himself. Some awesome stuff he's telling us about what's going on with aligners, and we're pretty excited about it. It seems like a very interesting platform. Are you participating in the the quacking for aligners, Binta?
Hell yeah. I am. I can you introduce me to the project. I read about it and I got really interested. And I made the cut to airport. I think I was among the first 500, which was really, that was my second badge on World Chain. I've never been the type to like, okay, I need to talk about project over and over again, but with aligners, I keep having to say because I love what they're doing. I'm interested and I want to be part. And the community is very, very solid, very supportive, and Dave is there as well. So it's a good place to be.
Awesome. We're gonna have you know what, we can talk a little bit more about it on the space tomorrow morning too.
For sure.
It's definitely an interesting project, and we're absolutely going to be keeping more tabs on that.
What
Wappy,
time is it?
Oh, our spaces are we do
That tomorrow.
8 p.m. Eastern time. We do every Monday through Friday. Binta hosts spaces for DeOrganized.
Yeah,
She's our
8 a.m.
DeOrganized space host. So it's 8 a.m. every Monday through Friday.
That's my 2 p.m.
It's like 2. Yeah, it's probably like 2 p.m.
I should still be.
Or 2
I
p.m.
mostly cannot join your
It's 2 p.m. for me as well.
But I do know tomorrow 8 p.m.
Well,
EST,
you know what you
for
can
me
do?
it's 6
Like,
hours
just
later.
Yeah, so it's like 2 p.m.
No,
in the
for tomorrow.
afternoon.
For
so
tomorrow,
you'll have to just kind of
yeah,
like.
Now for
You'll
tomorrow,
just
the
have to-
thing
you'll
is
just have-
know that I
You'll just have to you'll have to multitask at work is what you're gonna have. to do.
Yeah, but the problem is spaces and mechanics right next to me. That's a little bit difficult. So like, it's like
yeah.
people constantly bugging me. Like, I
Yeah,
work
no,
in a
I'm-
pretty demanding environment, but I do know that I have to go to a football game tomorrow night at 9, and I want to quit early. So I have to see how early I can quit because we're right before Christmas, right? End of year, the whole shebang, BS in IRL, like busy, everybody running. But if I can make it, like, I'm happy to join again. And at least next week, I know I can join for sure because we'll be working alone. Everybody has vacation, and B, it will be the last 2 days before my vacation. So next week will be possible for sure to join.
Doc, we want you
The
any
spaces.
day. You are obviously always welcome. Feel free to jump in anytime. We do it every Monday through Friday. Might take a couple of days off around the holiday, but definitely will be on Monday, Tuesday next week.
Oh, please take days off. It's
I'll
important
be
to.
I'm very much available.
But Binta's gonna do them every day now that she thinks you might show up. She's gonna.
Nah, but Binta and me, like I don't speak so much in the groups, but Binta knows where to find me, and she can DM me if she needs me. So.
Yeah, no, and honestly, getting Binta to do an opening morning space for us was one of the best decisions I made because what gets you into a better positive frame of mind than hearing her smiley voice?
Yeah,
it's the best. It's absolutely the best. My only problem is I'm so busy trying to get the news and everything.
You know what? One of the most beautiful things is, and Binta knows this. We now have a lot from Nigeria and Ghana and all these countries, like also in the aligners community, right? And when you get them on spaces, it's 1,000 Bintas, all different voices, but they're like the energy of these people is so high. It is.
It's great that we're growing the global community. We're shrinking the earth, and which has been being done for a long time with the internet, but the tools and the technology now for us to get into these conversations on a regular basis and really get to know people that are nowhere near you physically. It really is a great paradigm. I love it. We are a little bit over the hour, so I don't want to drag too much longer. I do want to make sure. So number one, Wappy, we're definitely going to need you to come on again in January when the token launches, so we can keep up to date as to how that's how it works in real life once it's going live.
I will be happy to do that. And another thing too, because Stacks is for coding a bit different than EVM chains. But I know that there's people that looking for cross train, like Blockface, right? Like no, not Blockface. Was already looking at an XRP combination for a while back. Stacks
Yeah,
and that sort of.
you were
So I
right.
know looking at.
We still call them.
Oh yeah, okay, but like sort of things, right? Like just so I know that there's a lot of developers also in Stack that look to how to like bring certain things to Stacks or Stacks to other chains. So
Well, and
if
there's
this
a couple of things
solution
that have.
needs
There are a
exactly.
couple of
So
things
if this
with-
is a solution, go ahead.
We're
Sorry,
actually
I'm rugging a little bit.
we're actually getting wormhole wormhole adoption for Stacks probably in Q1, probably January. We also just got Wallet Connect functionality, so Stacks is very much going to be multi-chain.
Well,
so we
do what I will do. I will Roger because I'm now and Binta knows this. Also connected to the team closer is being chosen as one of the 26 alliance for the second period to spread it, and I thought this was a great opportunity to start doing that. They will concentrate on EVM at the moment. I think it won't hurt if I ask Roger and explain like, hey, listen, in Stacks there's also a big community, and I know that even in Stacks there's people still trading outside the Stacks or doing things outside of Stacks. But if it becomes a multi-chain thing, it can never hurt to bring everybody together and talk, right? So maybe he wants to join one time in one of the morning spaces, and I will definitely ask him that.
Yeah, we'd love that. Absolutely. There's definitely room to grow. And Stacks, there's so many devs onboarding right now. It's crazy. We have a lot of developer talent on Stacks these days. So I don't think it's a challenge that can't be overcome. Getting Stacks designed on there. I mean, it probably won't happen overnight, but it's worth looking into for sure.
Yeah, there's one thing I want to say about that. They concentrate on EVM for the moment because it's easier to deploy EVM contracts, right? It's like a little bit of an adaptation, and you go from Arbitrum to Base to like that's less work as going from EVM bang Bitcoin. Like that bridge is a little bit too far, and but like I know that there is, and we also know that even on Stacks there are token launches. There's also things that going on. Okay, maybe not as much as a Pump.Fun or Solana, but yeah, I think eventually if everybody wants to build this way, and you can find a fair value system for everyone. Hey, I'd be happy to connect the worlds and bring them all together.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Brother, thank you so much for joining us today. This has been awesome. Binta, I'm going to give you, do you have anything else you wanted to add today?
Nothing much. I just wanted to come here and support, first of all, the DeOrganized, then talk to OP as well, because I love the Aligners team. I love the project. I love the community, and I'm very, very happy to be involved as well. And I actually don't have the time. I will have it. It's fun. Like sincerely, it's fun to just be part of the community. It's fun to just like come to their spaces, listen to Roger. He's very smart, very intelligent, and he's ready to give to its community. He's building a very cool project. Yeah, he's building a very cool project.
Are there regular spaces? Are there regular spaces for Alliance?
Yeah.
Every day.
Single day, multiple
Every day.
spaces. Like this community go really hard. You have different community leaders hosting spaces at different times. I will tag you on some so that if you are free, you can just jump in.
Please do. Please do.
There
Especially
is-
if you guys are up and talking, I'll actually get a notification too. So if you guys jump into the spaces and talk, I might be able to follow you in.
I'm pretty regular if it comes to spaces because I very much like public speaking with everybody. But like there is like a 7-day AMA schedule that's like designed like with the team. They're also like featured on Lurky so that you can lurk back and see what was discussed. But besides that, the community is so tight, and Binta knows it, that I cannot wake up and don't find a space. Like it's absolutely nuts. In the morning, in the midnight, and then I sometimes even get pinged. You should come in my space.
What
And I
is
look at the
actually
clock,
on
and it's like it's freaking 3 a.m. 8 o'clock.
Meta
think
Bishop
that
What's
is,
going on now?
hosting one right now.
If it's talking at the moment.
Yeah.
So I will go
So
to
there
that
are
too,
couple
and I
of
will take
spaces
my.
every
All right, we'll have to jump into one soon. I won't be able to do today's. Unfortunately, I got some more stuff I got to get to after this. But always a
something to do,
pleasure,
right?
Wappy. I'm so glad we finally got you on the
Yes.
show. Don't be a stranger, guys. Make sure you're following Dr. Wappy on X. Definitely be following GPSC and Binta, and if you want, DeOrganized Media and myself. But awesome stuff. I am very excited and look forward to seeing more about what Aligners does when they launch. I will probably pay more attention and definitely going to jump into a space or two soon because if Binta says so, I have to. And Wappy, whenever, looking forward to seeing you jump into a space sometime soon. We can talk a little more about it then. And again, thank you, brother, for joining us today. Thank you, GP, for jumping in. Always great to have you with us. And Binta, you made my day, surprising us jumping into the show this morning, this afternoon. So awesome stuff. Another spotlight from the DeOrganized crew, guys. Check out Aligners and make sure you're following Dr. Wappy. He's definitely a good vibes kind of guy that you need in your life. Thank you guys for joining us today. Thank you guys for tuning in. We'll have some more, probably some more evergreen repeat content for you coming up to round out the last couple of hours of the stream. And we'll be back with you guys in the morning for the news show, bright and early, starting at 7:30. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. Peace out.
Peace out.
Bye, guys. Bye.
Fast transactions are fat. The leading L2 is making maxes. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip in of letting the community know it's the name of the game.
What is up, my friends? It's your old pal Peace Love Music. We have a really interesting guest joining us in 1 minute to talk about something that's actually very important and we need to get more awareness about in the ecosystem regarding some new rules proposed by MSCI and indexing or excluding companies from being indexed in the global investable market if they hold more than 50% of their total assets in digital assets, or they're on their hold more than 50% of their reserves or their on-book assets in digital assets. So we do need to talk about this. It's very important. We need to spread a lot of awareness about this. Before I jump in, I want to just take a minute to level set for folks who may not be familiar with MSCI. MSCI is one of the largest and most influential index providers in the world. They create and maintain the indexes that many institutional investors, pension funds, mutual funds, and ETFs use as benchmarks for where capital gets. When a company is included in a major MSCI index, it can automatically become eligible for investment by a wide range of funds that are required to track these indexes. And when a company is excluded, it can lose access to that institutional capital, sometimes regardless of how strong the underlying business is. So MSCI isn't a regulator, but their classification decisions have real world consequences. They shape capital flows, influence corporate behavior, and quietly set rules that companies, investors end up having to play by. That's why this recent proposal around digital asset treasury companies has gotten attention, because it's not just about Bitcoin, it's about how companies are categorized and what that means for markets. We are being joined by George McHale from Bitcoin Magazine. He's an author, and he's also part of a project called Bitcoin for Corporations. And fortunately, we have entities like this to help promote awareness about this. And let me bring George on. Welcome, George. How are you today, sir?
I am doing well. How are you?
Very good. Very good. We have as much time as you want. Happy to. I really appreciate you joining out this because it's a very, very important distinction going on, and I think that it probably goes a little bit. It's not maybe the sexiest of news, so I think it goes past people a little bit. So why don't you give us a little bit of a a breakdown of what your background, and then what the issue is.
Sure, absolutely. Well, first of all, thanks so much for having me on. I'm excited, even though it is an unsexy issue, I'm excited to talk about it because it is definitely something that could potentially have a significant impact on our industry. So yeah, my background, I've been in Bitcoin since 2017. I've been a part of the BTC Inc. team for the last 4 years. And I've been running Bitcoin for Corporations for a little over a year now. It's an initiative that we started with Strategy. We launched at Bitcoin Nashville in 2024 with the mission to accelerate corporate Bitcoin adoption. So saw a need in the space to help support these companies that are kind of just starting out by creating a Bitcoin treasury strategy, resourcing them, helping them get the right connections, hosting events, things like that. And so this proposal came on my radar. Actually, Dylan from MetaPlanet gave me a call and was like, "Hey, you got to see this. This is definitely something that I think BFC was built for." And sure enough, we jumped all over it because we have a coalition now of about 40 companies that are in some way, shape, or form adopting a Bitcoin strategy. And so we have our role in the space to bring attention to issues that impact our constituencies. So we started this campaign. We built the site that you're showing a screenshot from. It's msci.bitcoinforcorporations.com. If you want to check it out, it has all the information about what this proposal is, what's at stake, and how people can get involved. So the TLDR basically is that MSCI, Morgan Stanley Capital International is what it stands for. No affiliation anymore with Morgan Stanley, interestingly enough. They've since sold. So MSCI is a for-profit entity, it's a publicly traded company that has a lot of influence in how public markets are shaped. As you kind of shared in your intro there, it impacts significant amounts of passive flows into companies. And so when we see a proposal that basically creates a new type of criteria that's never been contemplated before, right? This is kind of random, kind of out of nowhere, and I don't want to kind of speculate in terms of like motivation or intentions here, but it does seem like either someone just whoever put this together, or whatever group of people put this together, either we're not fully educated on sort of what is happening with Bitcoin treasury adoption. That's kind of the most generous read on the situation, all the way down to the spectrum goes to there's something kind of nefarious intent, or like there's some interests that want to see Bitcoin corporate treasury significantly impeded. And so there's a really kind of one of those things that happened that was a little bit flying under the radar until JP Morgan published a report that kind of made it more known. I can't remember exactly what day it was, but it was one of the days that Bitcoin had a significant pullback. You kind of saw the market, I think, reacting to this. A lot of people think this is priced in, and so if this happens, so basically they've created a comment period. So right now we're in the comment period. We have until December 31st to submit comments from the public and from investors about why this shouldn't be implemented. And so we're engaged with MSCI. I'm hoping to have a call with them this week. We've shared with them, our kind of logic as to why this doesn't make any sense. We've shared with them that we have almost 1,100 signatures now, including some of the names. They named 39 different companies in this proposal. 8 of them are Bitcoin Corporation's members, including Strategy, Metaplanet, and others. And so, we're doing our part to try to make some noise and try to push back against this. And December 31st, the comment period closes, and then they'll have until January 15th to decide whether or not they're going to implement this.
So, and again, we're not trying to be provocative. We don't know exactly the intent behind this. It could be just a lack of understanding. I do think that the timing is kind of curious. Just because of where the market is heading, it kind of already makes the companies that have been adopting Bitcoin on their balance sheet more vulnerable to a potential shock if they hold a certain amount. I don't think there's a lot of companies that have more than 50% on their balance sheet at this point anyway, but actually, I guess you would know better than I don't really know.
So, I mean, out of the 39 companies that they named in their proposal, basically they're split up into 2 groups. One is a group of 18 of these companies that are currently in MSCI indexes that would face immediate removal if this were to be implemented. And then the other 21, they're not currently in the indexes, but they would be barred from future inclusions because they match the criteria. So, 18 companies right away would be removed. That would represent significant forced selling, significant inconvenience for investors. It's just one of those things. Again, it just doesn't make sense for really anyone involved. It doesn't protect investors in any way. It doesn't move the ball forward in capital markets. Like we're really trying to get to the bottom of okay, who is this for? Who does this benefit? What's the intent here? And more importantly, like how, if there is kind of a concern about these companies looking more like funds, well, number one, that can be solved with a little bit more education and a little bit more insight into what these companies are actually doing and how they are actually an operating business. But number two, what makes Bitcoin any different than any other asset? It's just like going to a real estate company and saying you have 50% of your assets in real estate, then you're going to be removed from indexes and ignoring the underlying operating company that runs the actual business. It's like we don't do that.
And then there's also when you look at it, cash is pretty much a digital asset now anyway, isn't it? I know it's not, it is and it isn't, right? Hold on, we have GP joining us here, and I just got us. GP is my co-host with the mostest.
What's up, GP?
Cutting off your head though, GP. We gotta. Yeah, I got it. There we go.
What's up, man? I'm GP. How are you doing, man? Happy Tuesday. Hope you're having a glorious Tuesday. Sorry I missed the first part of the conversation.
Yeah, you're late. You're gonna have to catch up.
No worries. No worries. Good to meet you.
Yeah. So where were we? We got derailed. Oh. Cash is a digital asset right now. Anyway, the overwhelming majority of dollars exist only in digital form. Anyway, I realize it's not classified as a digital asset, but it's kind of like, what is the systemic risk? What is the rationale that they're concerned about? Oh, well, I guess we're talking about, they're considered, maybe these companies are more of a fund than a company. And I can appreciate that being an issue there.
Yeah, but it just ignores so much. It just ignores so much of the actual day-to-day of running one of these treasury companies. Not to mention, if you look at a company like Strategy that has this legacy business, is a software business intelligence company that represents the majority of their employees. That are working on that, and so I just don't know where you start drawing the line on some of these things, and it's just that once you start classifying companies based on their assets as opposed to based on their operations, you start getting into some really murky waters. And I think you really, like, if you implement something like this, you really have to start considering a whole host of other criteria that you have and how that's impacted.
Right. Well, and there also hasn't been any occurrences or events that would warrant a stricter eye towards these things either, or at least not that I'm aware of. Like, so again, it's the timing of this does seem curious. You know, why are they really doing this now? Are they sensing that? So I don't want to drive you into speculation, but I'm just thinking out loud. Are they trying to take advantage of a market condition where they can maybe kind of prolong a little bit of negative sentiment and make it easy for people, you know, in the know to accumulate while they're causing this this negative activity? You know, that's one thing I consider as a likely motivating factor. It doesn't seem to be to protect investors to me.
Yeah, I just don't see where the protection is. And you know, even to take that a step further, that's not really their role. They're not regulators, right? They're an index provider. An index provider isn't. It feels like a little bit of like some scope creep for what their actual you know, position in the market is, what their responsibility in the market is. Not saying that, you know, all entities shouldn't be interested in protecting investors, but I'm just saying that's not their primary mission or primary goal. So that part of it also feels a little bit weird. It's like you're trying to take the job of a regulator with this action, and rather than focusing on ensuring that the indexes are optimized for the best possible outcomes for investors, the most potentially profitable outcome. So you take that line of reasoning, it's like excluding Bitcoin treasury companies based on the, you know, if you look at historic performance of strategy and like now you're excluding some of the best performing stocks out of your indexes. So you're doing the exact opposite of what you're supposed to be doing essentially.
Yeah. And it just seems, it's very suspect that there's not some kind of other intention behind, you know, ulterior motive behind it. So I guess the question is, you said that there's only a short window of time to basically let them know opinions about this to hopefully weigh in and get them to change. And I have actually queued up here. You guys have a website on your website now. There's also a like a petition you guys have going on.
Yep.
And this actually, is this a way that we can actually include comments on?
Yep.
On
yeah.
that?
There's a place to include comments. If you click the view letter button, you can see kind of what the core of our argument is in the letter that we're submitting to them. To the don't go down there. Down. To the right. Organization. Yep, right there. Sorry. Yep.
Okay.
So this breaks down kind of the flaws that we see in the approach and sort of you know, we are trying to put a foot forward that doesn't assume any sort of any intent or any really anything. We're not trying to assume anything. We're really trying to get to the bottom of the why before we make any assumptions or draw any conclusions. We're saying, hey, this logically doesn't make any sense to us based on your own criteria that you've had historically. You're violating some of your own core principles with this, and we want to understand why. And we have 1,000 plus, almost 1,100 people who also want to understand why. A lot of them are investors, a lot of them are executives, some of the biggest companies in the space. And so, yeah, I want to be clear about that because, you know, I do want to engage with them in good faith. I do want to hear them out, and I want them to hear us out. And I hope that, you know, cooler heads will prevail, and that this could be the kind of thing where it's like, oh, we didn't realize that about treasury companies, and you've helped us understand it. And so, I mean, honestly, the most bullish thing for Bitcoin right now would be if they walk this back. If the market truly does have this priced in, and MSCI decides that this isn't something that they want to pursue, or that they want to take a different approach, or they want to suspend this, I think that would be very bullish for Bitcoin. So I'm still kind of holding out hope that ends up being the outcome here.
Right. And I would say, even at this point, the conversation or what we need to convey to them is not so much as why are you doing this, but maybe why they should not do this, and why they should reconsider. And that seems to be really the focus here too, is all XYZ here is a bunch of reasons why this shouldn't be happening. So, you know, if you have, and then maybe there's a conversation to be had. But even if they, so let's say, worst case scenario, if we get through to the 31st, they haven't changed their mind, they do implement this rule. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's it forever. This is something that they could all obviously change their policy just as much as they're changing it now.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think it's always harder to reverse it once it's implemented. So I think now is definitely the time to strike. But yeah, I mean, theoretically, they could always reverse it, always change it in the future. But yeah, really hoping that we don't have to go down that road. I think that, again, that would just be messy for a lot of stakeholders, including just your average investor who has passive allocations to some of these companies. So yeah, I think. Look, I'm still optimistic. I'm trying to maintain optimism here because I don't think that this needs to go through, and I think that if we're able to have a sit down conversation and just have a logical, well-rounded, non-emotional conversation, then we can get somewhere.
Right. And that's, so the goal really is to just kind of make sure that they're aware that there's a large contingent of consumers, investors, and companies that are opposed to this for a number of reasons, and maybe kind of just open up some dialogue to hash out, and it is important to understand what their actual motive is, or even what legitimate pieces of that motive might be, so that we can come up with solutions that will solve that concern without actually being as drastic as what they're proposing right now.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right.
So we got 300 joining us in the house as well. He's part of the DeOrganized.
GM.
Coming in from
GM George.
Jim? How are we doing?
Oh, good. Sorry, I'm late. So yeah, I heard that you got some alpha for us.
I'm trying to find the alpha. I think the biggest alpha will be this conversation that we're trying to set up with them. I really, right now I'm just kind of going into it dark. I don't know the tone or what the the people that are directly engaging with us, to what extent they were involved in crafting this proposal, and to what extent they're committed to it. I really don't have any idea, and so I'm anxious to chat with them directly. And I'm glad that the industry has rallied around this proposal. I think the fact that we got 1,100 signatures in a few days was able to kind of get on the radar and get their attention a little bit, which is good. And I think that's exactly why they have the comment period, right? They're like, hey, does anyone care about this? And we're like, we care. And like, oh, okay, these people care. We should talk to them. So that's how these things kind of work. And so again, like I said, I'm optimistic, and I think that this is a winnable fight, and I think that this is an opportunity, in fact, for MSCI to position themselves as an organization with high integrity, an organization that listens, an organization that is willing to reconsider proposals that they put forward. That again, for all we know, they're looking at the market, and they're looking at some of these companies that pop up as like so-called pure play Bitcoin treasury companies, and in the end they're really just kind of trying to use it as a marketing gimmick, and that isn't good. That isn't good for our industry. That isn't good for the market. And this was the best kind of response that they could think of to put forward in light of that. And we're saying, hey, that's a bit of a overreaction, and that has some unintended consequences. And so let's walk this back a little bit. Let's slow down here a little bit. Let's engage in good faith. And MSCI could end up being a partner in accelerating corporate Bitcoin adoption. If you think of it like completely flipped. And so I'm hopeful that is the outcome, and that they do reverse course on this. But yeah, we'll see. I think the next few days and weeks will be very interesting.
Yeah, for sure. And so I guess the most important thing people can do right now is spread some awareness about the issue and go participate in that petition at it's corporations.com, and it's with a MSCI dot before it. But I think you can actually get to it right from the main page right now pretty easily.
Yeah, you should be able to. If not, that's a great flag. But yeah,
I didn't
you
actually
should-
double check. So let me actually.
If not, we will
I
get it out.
actually don't. I don't see it really right. You guys need to put a header on
That's a miss. Yeah, we'll do that. Thank you. Yeah, so definitely go sign it, share it, tell your friends. I think even just people that are investors, that are passive investors in 401ks or whatever, there's implications for them. And so MSCI is one of those things that no one has ever heard of up until a couple of weeks ago, and then you start learning about them, and you're like, wow, this company has significant influence in the overall financial system. Not just in the U.S. but globally. I mean, out of the companies that were named, they weren't all U.S. companies. A lot of them were, but not every single one. So, yeah, I think it's an important time for our industry to rally.
Yes, I think that's and honestly, these types of things can actually be catalysts for better organization down the line as well. They help us get better with these things, be a little bit more reactive when future things come up. So participating now is important for not just this immediate situation, but also for being more able to participate down the line when these things come up. Lobbying and pushing for the good policy, both at the government level and at the corporate level, is important, and it's not going to be something that's short term for people that are pro Bitcoin. So
absolutely, yeah. I think we learned this with the presidential election. I think that was the first time you saw kind of the industry unite in some ways, and at least ensure that their voices were heard in some way, shape, or form. And I think this is a continuation of that. And I think it's important, again, as we head into a midterm election year, that we do kind of have these systems and these processes and this infrastructure built out for us to respond anytime there's I don't want to call this like an attack necessarily, but anytime that we're in the spotlight in a way that's going to have implications on our industry. And so I'm very motivated, and I'm very encouraged by the response so far.
All right. Well, I just signed, so I just put my signature on there. I was
Amazing.
Thank
you.
Like, maybe I really should. I have shared my email on the live stream a few times, but probably not the best practice. So I did it off screen, but I did just add my signature. Also, the link to that page, the direct link to that page, is in the comments replies under this live stream right now. So you guys have easy access to it. We'll probably distribute it out a few times. When's the petition end? Is it up through the 31st?
Yep, it'll be up to the 31st, and then we have already made contact with MSCI, but we'll send them sort of the official letter with all the signatures on the 31st as well, and then we will wait until January 15th to hear what the outcome is.
All right, so we'll keep pushing that link out over the next couple weeks to try to help support. What else?
There's one funny thing too out of this is there's actually a Polymarket line that is the question that it's posing is will MicroStrategy be delisted from MSCI by March 31st? So a lot riding on this. People are betting on it.
You guys can actually go. Yeah, actually, it's very interesting because what many people don't realize is that these prediction markets are actually a great way to source data in general, like market data. So going and putting a bet in the right direction could also actually could potentially be more impactful than the signatures. If you have enough people betting against that happening, it might be like, the market doesn't believe it's true. So that might influence it.
No doubt.
Very cool. All right. So you guys have your instructions. Go sign the petition. It's Bitcoin for corporations. bitcoin-powered.com with MSCI dot in front of that. Very easy to get to. The links in our descriptions. Also, George, I just wanted to shout out. I know I haven't read it, but you wrote a book on parenting. I happen to be familiar with the subject myself. I have 7
Nice.
children, but my wife and I have
Wow.
7. My oldest is 29. I'm old. And my youngest just turned 14. I've graduated 5 adult humans that are out of my house, and most of them are very self-sufficient. They're all more or less self-sufficient and out
Amazing.
of my house and not bothering me. So there is hope for those who are in the thick of it right now. You just gotta kind of. I'd actually love to hear. Can you give me a brief? I know you wrote a whole book on it. What's
I
your
did, yeah.
what's the most important thing a parent should do, in your opinion?
Yeah, well, I mean, you definitely don't need the book. 7 kids, that's incredible.
I don't have
Congratulations.
time for the book.
So yeah, the book is called "I Am Not Your Bruh," and it's 21 Keys to Sound Parenting is the subtitle. It's basically in response to modern parenting and sort of some of the issues I've started to notice, where kids are basically literally calling their mom or their dad bruh, and it's just, like, so disrespectful, and it's become sort of a meme and a joke of, like, I saw a T-shirt that was being sold that was like, it said mom, and mom was crossed out. It said, or like formerly known as mom, or it said bruh, formerly known as mom, or something like that. And I was like, that's terrifying, and that's not funny. And I think that the crux of the book really is just getting back to the basics of parenting. It's recapturing the relationship between parent and child as one of the most important relationships that I think we've lost in a lot of ways in modern parenting, and where you have this dynamic where parents want to be a bruh, they want to be a friend, they want to be buddy and chummy with their kids, as opposed to taking their responsibility as a role model and as a parent very
Easier
seriously.
that way in the short term.
It is
right?
easier, yeah. Yeah.
Where can we
some
get the
trade-offs.
book?
You can get it on Amazon. Just search "I'm Not Your Bruh" book, or Bitcoin Magazine store, bitcoinmagazine.com.
I think your book would do well here in Africa because those kids, this generation kids, we call them AMA 2K. Those kids, they are very disrespectful. So what you're saying, it's with what's going on also this side. I think that book would do well here. I'll check it out.
Yeah, please do. I really enjoyed writing it. I have two teenagers. It's I think really geared towards parents with younger children. I don't pretend to know what I'm doing with teenagers right now. I'm still figuring that part out. My kids are great. I'm very fortunate.
Just gonna weather that storm, brother.
No, I mean, I'm enjoying it. I mean, every season is a gift, and it comes with its own challenges. But yeah, it's a book that I really believe in, and it's something I'm passionate about. I think that as Bitcoiners, especially, having children is the lowest time preference thing you can do if you think about it. If we're serious about changing the world, if we're serious about this next generation being, the generation that essentially inherits the earth, inherits the financial system, and is kind of the leaders of kind of the future, then we need to be serious about parenting. And so that was kind of the motivation behind it.
That is 100% true. The best thing you can do is to make more good people. 100%.
Amen.
There's
Yeah.
not a whole lot more anything better you could do is than to just create good people that do good. And there are a number of ways to get there, but one is you can't learn somebody. One piece that I came across just in my experience is you can't learn somebody else's lessons for them. So you have to equip them with the tools to learn from their mistakes, and it's hard. That's actually very hard because there's you want to protect them, but you got to let them mess up or they're gonna Bruce. Yeah, they're gonna they're gonna have a hard time adjusting as an adult when they're gonna eventually make mistakes anyway. And so letting them know how to deal with it is actually a hugely important thing. And that it's not that big of a deal when you make mistakes is also important.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome stuff though. I I want to just be respectful of your time. I know you're a very
Yeah.
busy man.
Yeah, no, I am at the end here where I do got to jump, but really enjoyed this conversation. Thank you guys for having me on. Thanks for spreading the word on this MSCI coalition letter. Definitely invite you all to go and sign. And yeah, would love to kind of join you guys again in the future and let you know how this wraps up.
Absolutely, man. We actually started streaming. We stream all day, Monday through Friday. We start at 7:30 in the morning. We go until about 5 or 6 o'clock at night. We're East Coast U.S. Well, half of us are East Coast U.S. And we would love to have you on anytime you have something to talk about. We have lots of real estate to bring people on for stuff like this. So anytime,
Awesome.
just let us know.
Sounds great. Good chatting with you. Good to meet you all.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you, man.
Thanks for
All right,
joining
take
us today. And guys,
Thank you. Pleasure.
make sure you pay attention to what's going on. And we'll have more stuff coming up on the live stream shortly, so stay tuned. Thank you so much, George. Guys, make sure you're following. It's at G McHale, and it's
right.
at
Give him
Bitcoin
a follow.
for Corporations and at Bitcoin Magazine. Go give them all a follow so you guys can stay
I
informed
gave you
on
a
what's
follow.
going on.
Thank you.
Thank you again, George.
All right,
And
take care.
you have a great rest of your day. Thank you guys for joining. Hannah, GP, we are DeOrganized Media, and we're keeping you guys informed and trying to help spread the news so that we can preserve and grow the very awesome Bitcoin and broader crypto ecosystem. That's what we're here for, the Bitcoin ethos. Y'all have a blessed day. We'll be back with some more commentary and content soon. Thank you all for tuning in.
Peace.
Peace out.
The basics of what Bitflow is and how it adds to the stocks ecosystem. How you can use Bitflow for various stuff like swapping of your favorite token, putting your BTC to use, single-sided liquidity and yield on Bitcoin. So since we're waiting for others to join, let me quickly do this.
Peace, are you there? Nice.
Okay, so I'm going to wait a bit, then start the class. Let me try to get everything sorted out real quick. But yes, let's start today's class. So again, welcome everyone. Welcome to another episode of the Stocks AI Guild Bootcamp. Today we're going to be going over what or how we could like create content on Bitflow, since most people don't know what Bitflow is since they're so new. So first, what is Bitflow? Bitflow is a decentralized exchange on the Bitcoin ecosystem, on the Bitcoin blockchain. So Bitflow is designed to help solve the problem of fractional liquidity. That means it helps you trade both stablecoin or Bitcoin-pegged assets. Basically, it helps you trade Bitcoins, tokens that are on the stocks blockchain, like your main coin, like Rush, Leo, and the likes. Also, what Bitflow aims to solve is that Bitflow aims to solve the problem of idle assets, which Bitcoin is all about. So Bitflow is here to create a yield or DeFi strategy for the assets on Bitcoin. So basically, it involves you can supply your SBTC on Bitflow and get rewarded through liquidity pools there. Then there are various core features in Bitflow. Mind you, I'm going to go through this real quick because I'm also going to do a recap of the original classes, just a quick recap. So Bitflow allows you to swap. That means you can swap your meme coins, your stable assets, or anything with minimal slippage. And you can also earn real yield. That means you can stake your assets and get rewarded with sustainable returns. And then Bitflow also offers single-sided liquidity, which you can see from your STSTX on the Bitflow pool. And through that, you can supply only your STSTX and get rewarded for that. So next, the benefits of Bitflow, why Bitflow is so based. It is created on the Bitcoin layer to which leverages stacks to bring smart contracts to Bitcoin. So what Bitflow does is that it uses the programmability of stacks to allow DeFi on Bitcoin. It allows SBTC integration. SBTC is a one-to-one with Bitcoin, which enables users to perform DeFi with it. So Bitcoin allows people to do that with the SBTC. And now I'm going to go over the last class. We've talked about prompting, how prompting could help you grow, and how to do effective prompting. So today I'm going to just go brief on how you can do effective prompting without having to do too much. So first, when you want to create, when you want to make effective prompt, you have to know what your context is. You have to be clarified on what you want to do, and then you have to define your constraint. So first of all, when you say context, that means what your AI is. That means you have to give your AI personnel to get effective prompt. For example, like let me give an example, a practical example to be precise, so you guys should not be confused. I'm going to go to here. Okay, so hold on, my screen is not. So now I'm going to show you guys how to give your AI a persona. So first of all, you can use any AI for this, mind you. So for me, I'm going to try to use my Google AI Studio since I already have a persona out there. But let's go over how to create a persona with Gemini. Okay, so first of all, you have to think about what type of persona you want or what the features you want your persona to have. Like for example, I want to create a prompt engineer that is well versed in the creation of AI images and AI videos that looks more like 3D animations. So I'm going to tell my AI to give a set of system instructions that gives the well, I hope my screen is visible. That gives an AI the set of personalities. Personalities. So now I'm going to, although it's advisable not to use bullet points or asterisks or stuff like that, because it's some AIs do not work better with those. So I'm going to try to like do this the easy way. So I'm going to ask it to tell the AI that you are a very advanced AI prompt engineer skilled in the field of AI images and video creation. And um, also, I'm going to add this for clarity also with experience and would as opposed to reward for photography. The reason I said photography is because when you want to like create an image, the photographers have better sense of how to create images, what images should look like, how they should look like, the best way it can come out, the best angle, stuff like that. So I'm going to run that and see what Gemini gives me. So it gives me this. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy this system instruction and then take it to my Studio. I'm going to show you. So the site is aistudio.google.com and you can access it. It's basically free for everyone in case you have no access to subscription. So I'm going to put this in and then I'm going to switch this to Gemini. Okay, so now I want to like create a normal image, but I don't want to use a reference image. So I'm going to tell you to create an image of, oh yeah, another important thing. The best way to use prompt is by using them as JSON files. So JSON files are like super important when you're trying to create a personality. So always make sure to add the fact that all its output should be in JSON format. And so I'm going to add that all output must be in JSON format. So since I've done that, I'm going to ask it to create an image of let's say a humanoid kangaroo. So I'm going to run that and let the AI go through that and see what it gives me. Although it's most AIs usually work with more complex prompts, but most are very easy to use, like Nano Banana. Nano Banana literally just gives you what you give it and gives it to you back in better format. So now it's running the prompt. Oh yeah, another important thing is that for your prompt, always remember that you must add a negative prompt because negative prompts are more like what you don't want to see in your image. Okay, they are what you don't want to see in your image and what you wouldn't like to see in your image. So an example of a negative prompt is maybe disfigured or six hands or six fingers, stuff like that. They help distinguish between what you want and what you don't want. So now you can see that in my prompt here, you can see that it's first went through the concept of what I want to do. So it analyzed the concept of an humanoid kangaroo, that is a kangaroo with human features, and then it's recommended the like a framework for it. That means like a framework. So wait, was someone on the so next it's analyzes the type and it gives me suggestion about what its skin should be like, about the texture of the character and its anatomy. So and then the next one was it gave me suggestion on the lightning of the image. I mean that is why the photography side was very important. And then it's also gave me the camera settings, that's also this. And then it gave me final output, and it says here this is the explanation of what it does, what it did rather. So it says I chose specific keywords like anthropomorphic and bipedal to enforce the humanoid shape, reference to Sims creative and unrelated similar AI. So basically what it says here is that it tells me the reason for the prompt and why it is optimal. So I'm going to copy this prompt real quick and take it to I'm going to use two different AIs for this. I'm going to use Gemini and run this, and I'm also going to use Google AI Studio for the second one. So it's loading. Let's see what it gives us. Yeah, that's fast. So voila, see what it gives us. It gives out a kangaroo with humanoid feature that and standing upright, because kangaroos don't normally stand this upright. So it gave it the shoulders, the hands, the legs standing aloof, and then the you can see here that the background is more like as if it's taking a picture. Do you get it? It's very, very smooth and you can see how clean it is. So next I'm going to show you another type of AI you can use. So I'm going to try image and for portraying this
Oh,
image.
is it possible
Yeah.
to make the kangaroo like somehow more bit flowy, like themed?
Oh yes, definitely. Definitely. So I'm going to have to go here and edit my prompt right here. So mind you, we must first know what bitflow basically represents. Oh wow. So we're going to go to bitflow's page. We see that they have a yellow and black yellow and black logo, but mind you, they do not have a mascot. So I'm going to download the logo and head over to my AI. Head over to my AI, copy this real quick, paste it, and then I'm also going to upload my logo. And mind you, this is the tricky part. Okay, so the tricky part is how we can integrate this logo into our prompt. So now, since I can't for sure say that, okay, does the logo can be like in the background, because the AI would have to like go through many steps to just do that. So I'm going to ask it to um manage kangaroo comma add the uploaded image as a so my sense of thinking is I should make the image a logo on its chest. Okay, so a logo on its chest. But then I don't want the kangaroo to be shirtless, so I'm going to have to be specific more. So wearing um I'm just going to go with the black shirt. I'm going to add the plus on its chest area. And then I'm going to run that and see what it gives me. In the meantime, so I'm going to teach how to use the image info, which is best for JSON prompt. But today we're going to be using this. No, and we're going to be using this. And mind you, your aspect ratio is very important when you want to use an image for something. So if you want to use an image for a video, but then video is a landscape, you choose the 16 by 9, which like works because this is the standard video mode, that's landscape, or you want to do a portrait mode, that is 9 by 16. But if you select a 1:1, it does not give you the desired output where you want to make a video. It makes it less, very, very compacted. And that is not good when you're running the video because it's then, oh, it then changes the output and makes it less what you want. So now the AI is running a consultation on what I just showed. So they want to invert. It thought about the fact that a if it adds a black logo to a black shirt, it will basically be invisible. So it thought about a more, a more better way, but I don't think it's about that. Let me check. Pixels, blah, blah, blah. Okay, bright orange, yeah. So although the image may not be concise, it may not be the way you want it. Because for most of this AI, they do not do well with already uploaded image. So I'm going to have to upload my image here again, just to be clear with the AI what I want. So now this is the tricky part. So pixel art logo, I'm going to put in bracket right here, image provided. Okay, so what that tells the AI is that, hey, I uploaded an image already. Why don't you use that image to create the logo that is in the centerpiece? So now I'm going to run this and see what the AI gives me. In the meantime, this is what is given for the other AI. You can see here that it gives the kangaroo in human form. You can see how better it looks than the nano banana, but it also has its benefits. You can see the yes, but yeah, you can see that it's quite good the way it looks. So I'm going to save that. Mind you, when you're creating with AI, don't think that the first image you create is the best one. Okay, always try to create more than once to have a proper, should I say, average image, like the best image possible. Okay, so once you keep it, okay, yeah, this is what we've gotten. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
So this is what we got. Because of
So are you recommending people to have almost like different platforms open and then have the same prompt feed into different platforms so you can get like a collection of different results?
yes, because that would help you get better at what you do. Okay. If you're able to
So
like, yeah,
what
continue.
I'm thinking is one way to approach this is to generate a prompt and you feed that prompt to different platforms and then you check the best result from all the platforms, which one you prefer, and then you take that one and develop it further.
Yes, exactly. You take the best one possible and then you create around that one. Because no matter what you think, you can't necessarily have the best output with one AI. Okay, you have to like engage with various other AIs to always make sure your output is way better. Do you understand? I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So I'm going to try it out. Due to some issues, I'm going to, since the bounty says a Christmas theme, so I'm going to try to make the kangaroo more Christmas themed. Did you get? I hope you guys can hear me. So now I'm going to upload the beautiful image again. And then run that. And I'm going to go back here and try running try running what I got from this and see how this comes out. So mind you, I will drop this personality in the Discord for anyone that wants to have access to it. It's everything here is basically free to use. Anyone can use it for a limited amount of time. Because I think when it comes to the image aspect of Google AI Studio, I still think Google AI Studio is still the best. Because it gives you unlimited image generation per month. You could also try LM Arena. Let me type that so you guys can see that. LM Arena. So LM Arena basically uses Nano Banana without any other implication. So we're going to go here and see what we've gotten. Yeah, because of I did not add the logo, it gave me a whole new logo. So this is the limitation of this, because you won't be able to update a logo. So that's why I recommended using different AI, because then some AIs will allow you to upload while you are creating images, but others won't allow you to do that. So I'm going to copy this prompt. No, I'm going to actually create this prompt. I'm going to change this to average to see how it goes. I'm going to see how it goes because for some reason, because of I made the shirt black, the AI decided that making it black and this one like that doesn't work. I'm going to try to make the shirt orange and see what I get. Does anyone have a question so far? So we can, we can go through it together just to be safe. Okay, so this is how you use LM Marina. LM Marina basically allows you to create an image without any updating or try to get anything. So now I'm going to try to upload the image. This image? No. I'm going to try. I'm going to upload the image. See, I can upload the image with this. So I'm going to have to add the fact that this is the image. Image. Uploaded. So I'm going to close my bracket and run that and see what the AI gives. So in the meantime, let's go check out our last prompted. So um So since the background is orange and the shirt is orange, it makes it even more better. So let us see what the AI gives us, and maybe we could work with that. Now this is loading. So now, since we had a bounty launched earlier, late last week, about the creating a Christmas themed beautiful bounty, beautiful video. So for now, I'm not going to create a video because I want you guys to create with your full imagination. So what I'm going to do is just show you how to create a themed image with what I'm doing. So now I'm going to wait for this to load and repeat this prompt and run it. So let's check on our, okay, so and the marina is done. Oh yeah, you can see it now. You can see the two different types. Although this one did compromise the image, this one brought out the image perfectly. Hero, did you see it?
Yeah.
So you can see that this one compromised the image, although the character looked better. But this one brought out the logo better, but the character is a bit, not up to par, so I'm going to save both of them.
Okay.
So now we are going to go to Gemini to try the festive aspect of this. I'm going to upload that, upload the image. Mind you, the reason I'm uploading the image, like I said, is for the AI to have a, should I say, like a preview of what it wants to create. So it wouldn't like have to hallucinate and create its own image. Okay. Most AI, because they don't have access to most of what we say, like when we say create a logo and we try to explain it, most AI don't have access to that information. Their database is not that advanced. So they tend to create it in with how advanced they are. So then that's usually like it makes it differ from what you actually want. And that is not what we want right here. So we want to create the pattern perfectly. So now I'm going to go over here and explain why the prompt is like this. So it says that I define the shutters vivid orange to blend with the logo background, ensuring the black pixel art geometric leaf stands out sharply as the brown element. That means it made sure that the beautiful logo is very, very evident and it's not like reversed like the other images. So now we're going to go here and voila. We have Rue in the Christmas art, wearing a
That's
beautiful
really
shirt.
cute. Can you
Yeah.
post that on social media just so that there's a, the BitFlow people can see it, there's a record of it. And I really like to
Yeah.
share some of these workshop stuff
I'm, go-
on X.
I'm going to drop all the images in the Discord. So I'm going to try to do the prompt with this one. So mind you,
Tell
we're still
people
going
where to go, like where to find CTSN Discord, because maybe few people know that.
oh yeah. So access the CTSN Discord, just over to the CTSN.ng. Hold on, let me try to get access to it. So you can always have access to the CTSN Discord through the CTSN X profile. The link is in the profile, and I'm going to try to access it right here so we can see. So all you have to do is go to your search button and press CTSN _ng. So once you go there, you're going to see the Discord link. right here. And then if you click that, it's going to take you to the CTS and to Discord. Is this the right? I think advanced liquor store. Let me try to text. So it's going to take you to the CTS and Discord. Let me try to confirm it's working. Yes, it's working. Yeah, I understand that. Wait, why does it say that? I can just read the interest rate. So it's going to take you to the CTS and Discord, and then to access everything that we've done so far, you can head over to the content creation channel, which is totally open for everyone. But just to be clear, you can get through at state channels and roles, or you could get it. Let's see the So you can head over to the content creation channel and you have access to all the past recordings of the bootcamps. So in case you are curious about what we've been doing and you have no access to it, you can head over to the CTS and Discord and you would have access to every material that we've used so far, and also every tools in regards to both development and the music production. So head over to CTS and Discord and get in there to have everything that you need. So now I'm going to go to LM to see. Oh yeah, oh wow. So as always, the first one, let's be crooked, but then this comes out well. You can see the Beachflow logo, the enchant, the Christmas environment, and everything. So I'm going to save this and send it. So the next aspect is video creation. So since most people do not have access to just this. Most people do not have access to paid Gemini or Flow or Google Video. So we're going to try to use Video 2, which is basically free for everyone, but you do each. So that's why, mind you, this is not an advice. That's why it's perfect to have more than one email when you're dealing with AIs, to have the opportunity to access the different tools available. So once you're able to do that, you'd have little to less issue creating as much as you want and exploring. So I'm going to switch to Veo 2, basically. And then this is another important aspect. So like I was saying before, when you want to create a video, there are only two aspect ratios available. There's the 16 by 9 and there's the 9 by 16. So although most of the images created by Banana have been in 1:1 because of the limitation and all. So I'm going to have to just work with them. So I'm going to go over here and upload my image. Mind you, the thing with video creation is that you can choose to be more specific with your prompt, or you can choose you can use keywords, or you can just use advanced prompting. So if I'm going to have to use keywords for this. So I'm going to ask the AI to animate this with celebration of respect. And although this is just for show, it is not like the normal way of prompting. Like, you don't prompt like this because this is not advanced. I'm also, you also have to make sure that whenever you're prompting the video, you have to make sure that you take into, you must take into factor the camera angle, the lightning, and the way your character is. So I'm going to say, let character work with camera move. Let character work. Why? Okay, so I'm going to, for more details, I'm still thinking about prompt. So I'm going to ask character to work as if it's uploading a vlog. Okay, so we're going to run that and see. Oh yeah, see, you can see here that there's the 10 over 10 generation. So that's for free limits. You can generate more than 10 without using the Gemini API, basically. And to, although you could just subscribe to your Gemini and get a more better option, but for those with no access to, the no access to exclusive aspect of it, so I'm going to ask Gemini to do the same for my image. Since I'm just going to change this to shooter, because when you upload the analysis, it's working on it. So now I'm going to check on this. Yeah, it's downloading, and now okay, so let's see what that gives me. So I hope you can see that. You can see that, like I said, because of it is not 16 by 9, the image is cut in half. You can see it is not even in half, it is more like in quarter. You cannot see the logo, you cannot see the art, you can only see the little background and stuff. So I'm going to save that, and we're going to have to work on this aspect again. So another thing you can do for this thing is to make sure you add that the aspect ratio in your prompt. Okay, that's another important thing. So if you say you want to like create an image and then you add it to your prompt, the AI would, okay, let me try to so I'm going to try this, copy this, paste it, and then I'm going to tell it AR, which basically means aspect ratio 16. So now this is the important part. So I'm going to have to go with 16 ratio 9. So let's see if the AI would be able to do that for me. I'm not too confident in this. So now this one. So because I did not put a dialogue, the AI had to generate a dialogue for me. So I'm going to be sending this to the chat for those who want to listen to it and see the difference between both generations. So you can check the CTSL Discord for access to the videos. And then I'm going to go back here and see what this one does for me. So I'm just going to be giving a little bit of like inputs to what you guys should do for the bounty. Since Bitflow does not have a, since they do not have a mascot, my best advice for anyone is to make use of one of the various meme coins available on Bitflow. Oh yeah, it did the thing. It did the thing. I forgot to add the image. So it did the thing, although the image is still 101. Yeah, but it looks okay. So now you can check the Discord for access to this, to the video. So okay. So the next aspect is we're just going to go over. We're going to try to like create a dialogue for this character. Okay. So I'm going to go over here and copy this and paste this. So I'm going to upload the character, and then I'm going to tell the AI um, the important thing is the way you structure your prompt, like I said. So I'm just trying to I'm going to try to structure my prompt in such a way that the prompt does not is not complex for the AI. So I'm going to make it very, very simple. So I'm going to ask the AI to let the dialogue by images go as follow. So I'm going to say welcome to the mode of this the worksheet I see. I'm going to use XMS for night mass. So I'm going to say trade on its flow. I'm going to say don't forget. I'm trying to make sure that my prompt is not, my dialogue is not more than it's supposed to be. So, okay, so straight on the flow. So let's see if the AI is able to create the old prompt around this. And another AI you can use for your video is Flow. Although Flow requires Flow does give 100, so 100 points I think per month. Also, so you can basically create using 100 flow points per month. And once you create those, you would have access to the voice and the animations and everything. So I'm going to go over here and see. Okay, it's loaded. So I'm going to go over there and see. So now I have access to my flow. Let me check real quick. So it's slow again. And let's check our Gemini to generating. So mind you, when you're working with flow, you can let your imagination roll out because flow works better with imagination. So you can let your imagination work around what, tell it what to do, how to do it. So as access to Nano Banana, you can basically create image with flow. So now another perfect aspect of flow is that there is the text to video aspect, in which you put in a prompt and flow helps you create that image or that video rather. And then you have frames to video, which you have to upload two different frames and add them together. So let's say, for example, you have like two distinct images. So you can, wait, let me try to upload something to show you guys. I'm going to try to this too. So I'm going to tell like this to set from of the course as true. So I'm going to try to run that prompt to show you how the frame to video work. So my video is ready. I'm going to go at it and see it. So this came out perfectly like I put it would. So I'm going to try to upload it so you guys can have access to it. If you do not understand anything, please don't hesitate to raise up your hand or ask any question, because this is an open class. Everyone is welcome to ask a question. Uploaded, so you guys can have access to it now. You can check how it's so much. So you can check. Oh, so we have kind of error there. So you see how the frame to video works. It's basically made sure both of them are in the same image. So, and then it's also, this is the first frame, but then this is like the middle frame, what the prompt I asked it to do, and then this is the last frame. Okay, so normally what it does is that it doesn't like add both frames together, it makes them separately, but because I asked it to add both characters together, it's had to do that. So now we're going to go over this one. So now you see how good it is. Yeah, and you see that both frames are also in the video, so showing that the frames to video is meant to like make sure both frames like mingle with one another. So I'm going to save this. So I'm going to save this, and then the next the next aspect is ingredients to video. So what ingredients to video is that it basically allows you to upload more than two images. I think more than two images. It allows you to do that, and then at the end of your upload, at the end of your uploading, your prompts will define how both images will interact with one another. So now using this, I'm going to ask the AI to make this to characters, but to like mind you, you can also use the prompts from your Google AI Studio system instruction personality, but I'm just taking it slow because that would take more time than we have, and I wouldn't want to take too much of you guys' time. So I'm going to try to show you guys how the latest video came out. So I'm going to upload this and show you guys, so you guys can have access to it, so it doesn't seem like it's, you know. So I'm now going to, you can also create image with flow, but that is less used on flow. So I'm not going to have to work with the Bitflow image created. So I'm going to use the prompts that we used for Gemini. So I'm going to upload that, and then I'm going to do this, copy the prompt about this. Okay, so I'm going to crop and see. Reason for that to upload. Oh yeah, the video is done. You can see both characters. So that's the beauty of AI. AI, you can do anything you want. So what do I say after this? So I'm just going to add the word July and add the command there. So I'm going to run that and we can have a look at what we created. So you can see both of them are pricing with receivers. But yeah, let's check this one out. It's not too much. And then you can see that although it's not like super fixed, but it still works. So now we're going to have a look at go to okay, so it seems like our the engine is created. So I'm going to play this and see what so this came out as good as I thought it would. Let's see the second one. So I'm going to upload the and mind you, you're all free to so there you go. That's how you can experience AI stuff. That's how you can create various AI while also, doing other stuffs. So if anyone have a question, they're free to ask the question right now because we've come to the end of the class and hopefully you guys learned a lot. Oh yeah, Team Lang, what's up?
I have a question. So,
Yeah, ask.
when you try to use an image as a reference for video generation, right? And let's say that the said image has like writings on it. Sometimes when you use the video generation, it doesn't give you, when it comes out, it doesn't give exactly what it's supposed to give, like exactly what is on the image. It just writes like gibberish text.
Oh yeah, text is another limitation for AIs. Some AI cannot analyze text and make it. So your best option is to add it after you've created the image. So you get that's one of the uses of that's one of the use of the Canva and your CapCut.
Oh, okay.
Any other person have a question? Okay, since we have no other question, I think we've come to the end of today's class. Thank you for joining. I hope to see you guys next class. I hope you all have a great night. Good night. Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, that was a great session by the Stacks AI Guild and our good friend Bolupeak, showing us how to use some of these amazing AI tools available to us. Thank you guys for tuning in. I am going to continue with some pre-recorded content momentarily, and I believe GP and I will be back with you guys around 2 p.m. to cover the Fed speech. It's scheduled for 2 p.m. still right now. If that changes, we'll let you know. But we'll have something going on, and stay tuned for more content. And as always, thank you guys so much for continuing here. We really appreciate you, our audience, and just want to say that. We'll be back with more content shortly. Stay tuned.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI guild keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning.
All right, let me bring on our guest. We got Dano Ferrin in the house. Dano, what's
Good morning.
Good morning.
Not much. Good morning.
I'll give you a brief introduction, and then I'm going to let you tell us all about whatever you want to talk about. I don't know a whole lot other than I met Dano down in Buenos Aires a couple weeks back. He was giving a talk about quantum resistance, which is a serious issue that I think not enough people are taking seriously enough. And then in my little bit of research after I chatted with him then about coming on the show, I did a little bit of research, which oftentimes I do no research because I want everything to be authentic when you're talking to me. But when I was doing just kind of find out how to best present him, it seems like Dano's an OG developer in crypto and a bunch of projects. He's been around the block a little bit. He knows what he's talking about. So I'm super excited to have him here today to share his wealth of knowledge. With that, Dano, tell us about yourself. What's the most important parts of your background? Because there was too much for me to pin down.
Yeah, I've been around for quite a while. I'd say I'm early. I'm not OG, but I'm really early in some of this stuff. Before this crypto stuff, I had a previous life as a desktop developer in Java. And that's really kind of what got me into Bitcoin. I was working on, there's this thing called graph analysis where you take, dots and lines and you connect them together. And there's really fancy algorithms from this one company that I wanted to try and use to lay it out cool. Because there's this new framework called JavaFX. It was entertaining tech for me, but I needed some real data to lay out some of these graphs. And that's about the time that Bitcoin hit its $1,000 hit. And so I started reading up on some of the Bitcoin libraries and said, you know what, UTXOs, there's these acyclic directed graphs that I want to like kind of render on this graph algorithm that I've been working on. I wanted to see what it looks like. And that really just started my descent down to the rabbit hole. I generated it for a Coinbase hackathon. I used that as a forcing function to get me to finish to build something. So I built a little program where you could graph your UTXOs. I briefly thought about building a forensics company around it, but I just don't have the government contracts. And having been on both sides of the forensics bit, it's kind of creepy. It's not too comfortable. So I sold it off to someone for a chump change. And then I spent nearly 3 years at Google thinking, you know what, if I work at Google, I can get this blockchain stuff out of my system. Didn't work. At Google, every few years, you kind of like switch unless you're like going, you know, super staff engineer and you're going to be committed to this feature for life, every few years you tend to switch groups. And it was about the time that I started to need to switch groups because we had shipped our products that we needed to do. And that's when a recruiter Consensus called me up and said, hey, do you want to work on a Ethereum client? It's written in Java. And I've been following it the entire time I was at Google. And I'm like, yes, I do. So it wasn't too much of a hard sell to get me to work at Consensus. I started working there. The client I was working on, this was before it was called Hyperledger Besu. It was called Pantheon. And the idea was it was going to be an enterprise Ethereum client. And at the time, that was a great idea that needed to be explored. We needed to figure out exactly what's going on with it. So we spent a lot of time. We brought Besu up to, we named it eventually to Hyperledger Besu because Pantheon, the name was taken by some other project. And we joined the Hyperledger project, got it up to active status, got Hyperledger Besu up to fully functional, fully performant mainnet basis. And about that time is when COVID crash hit. So I had been working on some deep database layer stuff, trying to improve the speed of our performance to build this bonsai trees thing. I'm working on that database. It's running in COVID. Kind of burnt me out, and there were some changes going on in Consensus, and I'm like, this isn't quite my vibe. So I spent a few months at Reddit. They had an idea they were working on. Community Point, some of you older people may remember that, where they're going to take all of their Reddit karma and move it on chain. There were scaling problems at the time, like just about every crypto project. But I think the bigger problem that Reddit had at that time was they were in the process of going public. So anything that had just the whiff of legal problems got the kibosh really quick, because what was more important was that Reddit survive and go public. And that was totally the right business decision. So it was kind of a rough stay there. And then I switched over and I worked at Hedera. I spent almost 3 years there at Hedera as well, and upgraded their EVM. They had a really old version of EVM. Their focus wasn't really EVM. They had this really fancy consensus algorithm called Hashgraph that's leaderless. You don't need it's not like you need to have one person in BFT, everyone build it together. There's some really fancy math behind it, but what they needed was to improve their smart contract system. And being in Java, I worked on Java and Besu, spent time improving the EVM there, and bringing it up to standard, bringing it up to snuff, and bringing features where I could integrate their native token system to where they could then do DeFi on Hedera with native Hedera tokens. So that was my major contribution there. And then I took about a 2-year detour, part-time at Hedera, part-time on my own, trying to get this feature called EOF finished. People may have heard about that. It went the distance. It's one of those features. I think Ethereum development and research is a problem sometimes. Features kind of languish, and they don't know if they're going to ship or if they're going to get killed. So when I started working on EOF, I thought it was going to solve a lot of key problems at Hedera. And then I saw that it was really pointing to some key problems at Ethereum as far as the governance. And so I made a commitment when I left Hedera. I'm going to spend the rest of the year on this, and I'm going to bring clarity to EOF. It's either going to be shipped or it's going to be killed. And that actually leaked into 2025 because it was in the process of being shipped, but ultimately it wound up getting killed. And I'm fine with that. And my goal was to bring clarity to it, and I think it helped Ethereum in its process of figuring out what it's trying to do. So after that, after I worked on EOF, I started looking for other things that I wanted to work on. I was briefly in a prototyping group at the Ethereum Foundation, but eventually I got contacted by Ron from Tectonic, and Tectonic is working on we're in stealth, so I'm only going to reference what we have on our webpage. Quantum secure defense tech. Working on quantum cryptography, learning a lot about the quantum threat. And this is some very important stuff that we're doing. I really want to talk about it once we go public, some of the stuff I'm working on. But quantum's really been the next rabbit hole we've been going down. There's a lot of great opportunities for it, and there's also, more importantly, some important things we need to do before we really chase the brass ring and try and do all the real fancy stuff with quantum. Probably the top level line is that quantum is on track to basically destroy elliptic curve cryptography in all ways, shapes, and forms that it's used. It's kind of scary when you think about it. So,
and it's only a matter of time anyway, right? I mean, it's definitely happening. The only variable is when, and if it happens sooner than we expect, it's going to be it'll be catastrophic for crypto.
Right. And so, like all things quantum, there's not much certainty when it's going to ship. It forms like this bell curve. So a couple of weeks ago, one of the I think it was Scott Aronson was his name, someone who's been in the crypto industry for a long time, not the crypto, the quantum field for a long time. He kind of has a reputation as a timeline skeptic. Says, hey, yeah, this quantum stuff is cool and awesome and everything, but it's going to take forever to ship. We don't have the technology. A few weeks ago, he combined his change of position in a joke. He was kind of making a joke that, we don't know if there's going to be presidential elections next. So he said that we're going to have a computer implementing Shor's algorithm before the next presidential election. And he kind of hedged that and said, yeah, 2028. And that got a lot of people talking. Now, a couple of things put some caveats in what he was saying. If we have a quantum computer that runs Shor's algorithm and it factors the number 15, that meets the standard. But even that is a huge milestone because the quantum computing, it was an idea that came up in the early 80s of a new way to do computation, to use quantum mechanics and all the weird fancy stuff about how quantum mechanics work together. But it took about 10 years before someone figured out an algorithm that would actually use quantum mechanics and be useful rather than being an academic curiosity. And that was Peter Shor, and he came up with Shor's algorithm. And it solves a rather difficult cryptography problem, which is how do you factor large numbers? RSA at the time that he invented this was the number one cryptography, public key encryption cryptography. And all cryptography depends on algorithms where there's an easy part and there's a hard part. And the easy part is what you do to encrypt it, and to break the encryption is the hard part. You want it to be really, really hard, as in age of the universe, heat death of the universe hard to run backwards. So you want these algorithms that run forwards quickly and run backwards really slowly. And that's what makes it cryptographic. And so in this particular case, it was factoring large numbers. And factoring a really large number to primes can be really, really difficult, like 4,000 bits is like the typical high end that they're using for some of this stuff. So Shor's algorithm can actually solve that if you have enough of these mystical things called qubits lined up together. It can solve it in an instant. Everything will just go in harmonic. It'll figure out and reinforce the correct answers, cancel out the wrong answers, and you'll get that answer. The problem is this technology didn't exist in the 90s, still doesn't quite exist today. So that's been on the radar for a lot of people. So when elliptic curve cryptography started forming and they realized that the cryptographic hard part that they were depending upon there, the discrete log problem, the thing that you run backwards is difficult. It also depended upon, it could also be cracked by Shor's algorithm. So when this came in, a lot of the cryptographers were always kind of, keeping it at a distance. And some people were making fun of them. It's like, oh no, quantum computers will never happen. And some of them are like, yeah, they will. It's a matter of time. So that brings us to one of the early quantum scientists, Dr. Michel Mosca, came up with an inequality: x plus y is greater than z. X is how long it takes to in the concept of post-quantum cryptography, and in the concept of remediations against the quantum threat. He came up with the equation x plus y is greater than z. X would be how long it takes to deploy your countermeasures for the quantum threat. How long it takes to get your post-quantum cryptography in position in all the systems you need it. Y, in the way he framed it, is how long do you need to keep your secrets. And then Z is when will a cryptographically relevant quantum computer show up. So this is a rather forward-thinking thought to be had back in the 90s, early 2000s, about when we need to worry about quantum computers. And the math kind of scared people in the mid-teens. So the amount of time the time it's going to take to deploy new cryptography, about 10 years. And if you need to keep something secret for 30 years, which for some Defense Department standards is exactly the right amount of time to keep things secret, if not forever, and you realize that you're going to have a quantum computer by 2050, you're going to backwards, and by 2010, we were already in trouble. We weren't going to be able to keep our secrets as long as we needed to do. If someone got the encrypted data streams with all our secrets, they'd be able to run it backwards before we needed to keep it secret. So in 2016, NIST launched a process to establish post-quantum cryptography standards. And that resulted in about 22. They ran through several rounds, and they came up with a few winners. Dilithium, Falcon, and Kyber were the three winners that came out of that. And a fourth one, a hashing algorithm that is standardized as SHLDSA. Dilithium got standardized as MLDSA. Kyber is MLKEM. And Falcon still hasn't been standardized yet. But those are the three cryptographic things that started showing up around 2022, and that's when people really started getting excited about post-quantum cryptography. Algorand's already got it built into their state proofing, and if you know the right stuff to run, you can actually do your transactions with Falcon on Algorand, which is kind of interesting. They're the first blockchain to actually ship a user-facing account that can be verified with a post-quantum signature. So that's kind of where we are today. And when I look at quantum, I look at Moskow's algorithm a bit differently. I look at instead of the time to implement and the time we need to keep secrets, because in top secret stuff, it's harvest now, decrypt later. You take your data streams that are given you to the public, you just store them until you have the quantum computer to decrypt them and read them. It's a bit different in crypto because you need to keep your keys, your authority to act. So as long as you need to hold your coins and act on them, I call that the diffusion. So it's time to implement plus diffusion. If that's greater than when quantum computers are going to show up, you're going to lose your money. So that's the approach that I'm taking when I look at crypto in this area. There's a lot of different uses for post-quantum technology. That's the area I'm most familiar with, and that's my particular area of practice within Tectonic as cryptocurrencies. It's not the only thing that we do there, but as far as cryptocurrencies, the issue there has to do with how long is it going to take for these post-quantum signatures to diffuse across the ecosystem. And that was part of my talk at Bitcoin Builders in Buenos Aires, where I brought up that this is where the real threat to Bitcoin comes from. So we have these computers that might show up as early as 2028. I'm more of the camp that they're going to show up and possibly be useful in 2033 or later. They're going to be room size. It's going to take a month to decrypt your key. They're going to be more interested in trying to figure out where submarines are before they start trying to crack people's cryptocurrency coins, but you never know. Performance always gets better. A lot of people are kind of surprised at how quickly that people like Google and IBM have addressed issues related to the error corrections. They've attacked that problem much quicker than they thought they were going to get to, which is what's spooking a lot of people for when these computers are going to show up. They're using techniques that I don't really understand involving things called qubits, logical qubits, decoherence. But the short answer is they can run these quantum calculations instead of in an instant. They can run it in a month to get the answers to crack these things. So the impact there comes in when you have your keys, your quantum keys, your keys that are subject to quantum attack. How does that affect a cryptocurrency ecosystem? And I think Bitcoin and Ethereum are the top two, and they have two very distinctly different ways that I think they're going to go about it in the next 5 to 7 years, to address this threat. Bitcoin is famous for not changing things unless they absolutely have. In that case, to persuade people that they absolutely have to change this is going to take a lot longer. But then you also got, go ahead.
That's the conundrum, right? How do we, once the threat becomes apparently absolutely have to, it's too late.
Yeah.
So how do you convince these guys? We got core versus knots right now arguing, and so how do we get them?
It's 2 days before the day after tomorrow. Remember from South Park?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Welcome, Michael, Dano, Michael.
So, Dano, it sounds like there is a countdown to someone breaking into Satoshi's original Bitcoin, broadly speaking. And it could be as early as 2028. And by the way, when someone has a quantum computer and can do this, they're not going to say, hey guys, look what we built. They're just going to have it and then kind of abscond with the money as and when they choose the timing of.
So the good guys will brag about it in a scientific paper. That's not who we're worried about.
Right.
Yeah, it's the people who don't publish that we're really worried about. What I want to ask is, there's a difference between what's happening in quantum and reality and what's happening in journalism and white papers and papers used for funding. From what I understand, the major players here are players like IBM, Google, and Fujitsu, for people who actually want to take advantage of their algorithms. Is that broadly true? Or are there other players I don't know about?
So there's an entire quantum industry that I'm learning about. Quantinuum's announcing a chip today that I'm going to tune into their live stream and figure out. They're a company based here in Colorado.
Was there as well, yeah.
Yeah, Blue Wave. So there's a lot of smaller companies that are producing these devices. So one argument that people might make that these are only going to be, these are going to be Defense Department computers no one's ever going to get access to. That's not the case. There's companies building billions of dollars to make these available to stock traders and people who want to forecast weather. So the retail distribution of these quantum computers is presumed. They're going to be out there. You can't just presume that it's like a nuclear secret and no one's ever going to use it. So that's one part of it.
I shared a link in the chat to one such ecosystem out of Switzerland called QAI-Ventures. And so there are entire ecosystems with capital looking to be the ecosystem in this space, because this is the level of investment at sovereign wealth, is it not? To actually do this?
Right now, probably. What is needed right now is basic level engineering. I think so. When Scott Aronson's epiphany, one of the things that he said was that there doesn't need to be more breakthroughs. It's just engineering work to grind this down and make sure we can get performance fast enough.
Sorry, does that mean that this needs to be open source in order to really happen fast? What do you think about that argument?
So that's wow. That's an angle I really hadn't thought of before, because some of these computers, without a doubt, are going to have patents. There's going to be huge patents on some of these, and that's going to slow things down for open sourcing.
Right, but if you look at how Linux worked, Linux became the most secure kernel on the planet precisely because of how they developed it. If you look at what Jim Keller's doing with TensTorrent and betting on RISC-V, they're betting on open standards beating the closed patent standards. That's why I say, do you believe that for this to really move forward, it needs to be engineered in an open source way to take advantage of the speed and resilience that Linux and Ubuntu have and everyone else?
So there's a couple of parts of the industry that are going to impact this. I don't know much about the actual physical quantum computers. I'm more tuned into my particular line of work into post-quantum cryptography. And those, I think, are done without open requirement. NIST, if you're going to get your algorithm approved by the NIST to be used across defense systems everywhere, you have to sign an agreement that you're going to have a royalty-free license to distribute and share it.
Right.
And because of this, royalty-free, no cost, no charge, everyone can just build it and write it. People can come in and implement these algorithms, and they can get really solid algorithms. And that's honestly, the few times I've been involved.
Sorry, can you explain to the audience the significance of NIST? NIST, I think, is a big player here. Sorry.
Yeah. The National Institute of Standards and Technology is an American department, and their responsibility is to set standards for things like weights, measures, time. To have the atomic clock was developed up here in Boulder, Colorado, near where I live. Just things like that make society regulated and standard. So we know a mile is this long, a kilogram is this much, and so they standardize also things like cryptography, like SHA-3. This is the definition of SHA-3. This is how you use it. This is SHA-2. And they defined a whole lot of things. And some of the things they publish are FIPS, which is Federal Information Standards Practices. I don't know what FIPS stands for. But what it really means is if you're going to work with a government system, this is the published standard of what you need to do. And this is the standard of what it looks like. So these cryptography algorithms that they brought through, or they brought 3 through, they're in the process of trying to bring more through. These are standards, FIPS standards, and this is the way that you do it. This is a clear definition. And by making them require to be royalty-free, patent-free, unencumbered, it allows a whole ecosystem of these libraries to be written, and they become stronger. The few times I've been involved in trying to get encryption precompiles through on the Ethereum network, one of the concerns coming through testing is what's the quality of the particular library we're using. And what we found is the more standardized it is, the more people that use it, the more there's a spec and utility, the stronger those particular libraries are, the more resistant they are to things like crashing and side channel attacks. And so you make it open source and free and available, and you make everyone use it. And if I come up with an improvement, like there was a patent that used to cover SECP 256K1, where there was like a 40% speed up that came just from that. So when that patent expired, Bitcoin Core immediately put it in their code. Everyone started using it, and everyone's using that code, and things just got better. So when things are uncovered and open to everyone to build it, and everyone can share their secrets, and there's the spirit and the intent that, I've done an improvement. If you think it's valuable, please, you use it too. You integrate it in your software, and I'll integrate yours. That sort of working together and builds a much stronger lattice, because
Iron
everyone's out there trying
iron.
to. Yep. Iron sharpens iron. So so the open source technology and the post-quantum cryptography, I think, is really going to be valuable. The problem with quantum technology is there is clearly and definitely money to be made, and that's where things get difficult in open sourcing, like, say, a standard quantum computer. And that gets into more complications, because there's more than one way to build a quantum computer. You could use optics, you could use trapped ions, you could use superconducting, because these qubits are not necessarily a physical phenomenon. There's just ways that you express it and get the math going with these. So it's tricky there. But
can you say that part again and maybe explain these quantum qubits are not necessarily, these are just conceptions, not necessarily what's happening physically, so to speak?
Right. So the theory of what we call classical computation resolves on bits. Bits have two states, true or false. And you put them together, you put 8 of them together with these true and false states, you can represent a number between 0 and 256. And all our computers are based upon these classical bits that are either true or false. They're either on or off. You switch logic based on this. It's clear, it's defined, there is no ambiguity in it. Qubits have essentially 3 states. There is 0, 1, and then there's a superposition. And even the superposition is multiple states within that. Because in that superposition, you got to say how close it is to 0 and 1. You need to know what the phase is.
That's
Some
the
of these
qubit
states
trilemma?
involve complex numbers. Huh?
Is that the qubit trilemma, where you have on, off, and both on and off?
Yeah, in a superposition. And to call it superposition is to paper over a whole lot of the complexity that makes quantum mechanics work in quantum computation.
So the language we use isn't necessarily a reflecting of what's happening at a scientific level. These are just abstractions we use in settings like this. Gotcha.
Right. So the superposition covers a whole lot of fancy stuff of how the entanglement works and how these qubits interact with each other. So the idea is, if you make these, and there's another complex thing with quantum mechanics, in the superposition state, you never observe the superposition state. When you measure it, it collapses either to 0 or 1 based on some probabilistic function of the superposition. So it's like you got this bell curve that's in multiple complex expressions and phases, and it's, people get PhDs on this stuff. It's that complex. This is so powerful.
You're kind of describing like there's 2 points and a sine curve between the two, but every time we look, we only see the result of one of the 2 points, not the sine curve that actually is there.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna
this
stop
is exactly
interrupting,
that.
But thank you. This is very interesting. I apologize for interrupting.
Oh no, it's great. It's great to dive into this. And it's not just a sine curve. It could be any curve. The shape of the probability is actually what makes it work.
The
So you might
topography.
get- Yeah. So there's ways to get these qubits to interact and sometimes they entangle, sometimes they don't, but they interact with each other. And so you get these probability curves and you superimpose all of them. And what happens is the correct answers get magnified and the incorrect answers get canceled. So that's why when you get 3,000 of these working together, you can suddenly just shake out a 256-bit encryption key for RSA or
It's kind
ECDS.
of like a decision tree that gets pruned in the end.
Right, except it's really fancy math and it's really hard to grok.
Gotcha.
But the math proves that it shakes out in the end. I mean, this is like if quantum mechanics is to calculus as calculus is to arithmetic. It's probably the way I would take an approach. I don't really understand much of the quantum mechanics. So
Say that one more time. Those levels.
there's arithmetic, there's calculus, and then there's quantum mechanics, and like the levels of logic to go in there and abstraction. It's not something that I understand. I think the math I topped out in engineering school was differential equations, and even that made me scratch my head. It's like, how on earth is this working? But
I'm
it
still
does.
trying to understand what a partial differential is, and I'm learning category theory right now. So yeah, I feel like
I never made it to category theory.
I'm struggling my way through the monad and other Leibniz's ideas.
Yeah. But what's interesting, I mean, you talk about math. I learned all this advanced calculus, and I think I actually have used some advanced math. I actually had to use linear equations to do a 3D transformation, a pinch and zoom transformation. So like the one class that I thought I would never use, that I thought it was boring, that I hated the teacher in college, was the one class that I actually needed professionally.
Is
Never
it
had to
because
use
of
calculus as a
scaling of
software program.
Restream? Is it because of
Yeah,
the
so there's
consistent scaling? Ha ha ha! Its rate of change is what a pinch zoom is.
it's the 3x3 matrix.
Yeah.
So you do, and in that you can say what the tilt is, what the focus point is, and what the
You have a
zoom is.
3D object, not a flat thing. It's not 2D. It's really
It's
3D.
it's 2D. It's 2D, but you need a 3x3 matrix because of the way the math works. And I guess probably a good example of the quantum mechanics. Even though we see the 1 and the 0, there's hidden variables that very much impact and influence the way the mechanics work, even though we only ever observe a 0 or a 1 when we measure it.
Which brings
so
in
the magic, yeah.
Which brings in this whole idea of sometimes the truths that we think are truths are simply truths from the perspective of one of a myriad of observers.
Right. Right. And that's the thing, is like sometimes when you observe these systems, you might think it's the exact same state, and they'll collapse to something different. So it's the measurements destroys a lot of the data. Yeah. And in fact, that property, yeah.
This is all
That
very
property where you observe it and it resolves one way or the other and destroys the information. This is some of the more exciting stuff of quantum mechanics that, you know, is like 5-10 years off before we could actually use it. But you use that feature of the state being destroyed and a measurement happening, and you can create a cryptographic key with quantum technology and classical technology, so that you can create a signature that I can prove that I've signed once and I can never sign again. So this is called a one-shot signature. One of our advisors submitted a paper of the year in Crypto 2025 on that.
Wow.
About one-shot signatures. And that
one-shot signatures?
His name's on our website, Omri.
Omri, okay.
Yeah, I only know first names. All our emails are first names. Omri Shmuley.
Okay. The reason I ask all of this is because I've had the opportunity to talk to 2 people that have graduated with masters from Cambridge from my travels to Buenos Aires and San Francisco and whatnot. So I've talked to them about this and, you know, what Fujitsu's doing and the difference between journalism and actual production-ready systems. And the last thing I would say is I understand there's a gulf between the qubits we can operationalize today and the qubits we need to operationalize this and manifest reality. And a lot of people are debating on how quickly we're going to get to this gulf of the qubits we need. Is that broadly right?
Yeah, that's probably right. There's people who think that we're just going to hammer right through this and we're going to figure it all out by 2028. And then there's people that think, you know, this is going to take us to 2040. It's harder than it looks.
Correct.
So that's why there's like a range of estimates that we don't know when quantum computers are going to land. Because we're not actually putting 3,000 qubits and entangling them. That's something that's beyond our ability. We're entangling like 2 or 3 qubits together, and we're running like millions of these with like 9 digits of error correction on it. And from that, we're estimating what, you know, from these gate operations, what the full qubit farm would have looked like if it would have shaken out. There's still a lot of classical computing that goes along with this quantum computing.
So you're saying that we're limited by the amount of decimals we have with the mantissa that we're currently using?
No, that's the error correction rate. We need like we need some like millions and billions percentage of correctness. We need to be correct that much of the time. We need to have an error like 1 out of 1 quadrillion measurements. We can have an error for this to work is kind of what we're saying. And that I think is where most of the advances from what I've been reading. You know, I'm not a PhD, I'm not deep into it. I just really got into quantum a few months ago, but all the papers I've been reading is a lot of the advancements and a lot of the excitement comes around this improvements in the error correction rate. So and that is what some people thought the hurdle was going to be.
So the Thomas Edison light bulb moment is reducing the amount of errors that these algorithms produce in their solutions,
right? And doing it at scale.
Yeah.
And one of the critics papers that I read, they said, great, we can do this, but the number of qubits you're going to need, is that going to fit on a chip that you can cool? Because you've seen these quantum computers are these chandeliers. The chip's actually at the bottom. It's fancy cooling stuff to bring the bottom layer down nearly to absolute zero. And the number of qubits that they think they're going to need to solve some of these in a reasonable time? Can we get that many on that chip that we bring to zero? So these are, there's no real scientific breakthroughs needed. It's all engineering for how do we get that chip bigger? How do we get more qubits onto that chip? How do we get more chips cooler and get them to interact? These are, that's I think where the real vibe shift has happened is people realize it's purely an engineering problem now, a really hard engineering problem, but an engineering problem
nonetheless.
This could be 2 to 3 years away where they realize this, though.
Right, it could be 2 to 3.
As
it could
early
be
as
15.
It could be as early as 2028. So the
Right.
question I have is, do we really have the solutions available and the capacity to implement them between now and then to avoid the worst case scenario?
It's the willpower, isn't it?
Yeah, so we have the solution for Bitcoin. It's called BIP360. They post a new thing, post a quant secure hash. I can't remember what Hunter B's called it, but you basically take these NIST algorithms and you make them eligible to do public key signing. I think MLDSA and SHLDSA are the standardized ones that would go in the spec, and that's what would go into Bitcoin. There's also some talk about some of the hash-based signatures of looking at standardizing. But if we needed to flip it on today, we could easily get those written and integrated into the next version of Bitcoin. But writing the PR is the easy part.
Does it automatically change everybody's wallet addresses? So it's not it's a big problem because you got to how do you get Satoshi's wallet to not be exposed? Because it's exposed now.
Right.
So you essentially have to transfer all of those funds to a new wallet address.
Right. And that's where where my phrasing of Moscow's inequality is, the time to implement plus the diffusion across the ecosystem. How many people are going to move their coins to a quantum secure address? And as he pointed out, some of them might never, because it's based on some accounts, Satoshi has lost the keys to those. Or if he hasn't lost them, he's letting that rumor spread around quite a bit, assuming Satoshi's still with us.
Because of the Shamir stuff, yeah.
Around.
Yeah.
So
and these keys, go ahead.
That's why I say in the beginning, there is now a countdown to who's going to abscond with Satoshi's money.
Right. Or there could be a governance breakthrough. And another option, one is to see who's going to steal the money and just say code is law. But another option is to set a date, set a red flag date. And after this date, all Bitcoin nodes are going to disrespect ECDSA signatures. You're never going to see another ECDSA signature on chain. And that will effectively burn Satoshi's coins and burn everyone's coins who hasn't brought them forward. So that's why it's controversial. But if you set this date like 4 or 5 years in advance, it should be enough warning for people to move them if they want to keep them or if they want to burn it.
Software companies do that when they say, look, we're sunsetting support on Oracle 8.11, so we have to move to 9.I by, 2027.
Right.
Well, it's the only way I see to secure the network. Otherwise, because if the Satoshi wallets get drained, that's going to have a huge detrimental effect on the entire network because of the price impact. It just won't, so it has to be. There's no other way around it, is there?
It depends on who gets the coins. So there's the possibility that has not been completely disproven is that Satoshi has his addresses, he has his keys, and he'll just move them. That's like the absolute best case scenario. But there's a lot of people and there's a lot of credible reasons to believe that those keys are gone and never going to be retrieved. And I could see him burning it for the good of the network, thinking that this will never be a problem, and never thinking that quantum computers would actually be relevant in time to crash the system. But when he was doing stuff out to 2198 to say how long the curve was the payouts was gonna come, you surely would have to think that he was thinking longer term with that. I don't think he would burn the keys intentionally. But he could have lost them in a server upgrade.
It's it'll be curious to see how this goes, but because of the worst case scenario prediction, it seems like this is really an imminent problem that we need to get resolved sooner than later.
Yeah, it's something that needs to have a discussion. So as far as the deadline, quantumdoomclock.com, that's run by some people at Equip Network, who's running a a wallet that's kind of one of our competitors, kind of not. We're still trying to figure out the field. But quantumdoomclock.com tracks what the earliest credible date would be, but that's just the earliest possibility that it could show up. I personally am in the camp that this is going to happen after 2030. But we need to prepare for the disaster scenario of what happens if it happens earlier. It could happen in 28. You can't discount that. But I do think that we have 5 years to figure this out instead of flag date. Yeah, so that's I think that's the earliest credible time that this could happen. Now, there's also and the way it's phrased, it's cryptographically relevant. So we may have something that could factor the number 15, but the question is, can it factor Ethereum addresses 0? Well, that's behind hash. But could it factor some of these other addresses that were meant to be single-use keys? That's going to be the real question. And can they steal Satoshi's keys? And we need to get the value I see in pushing this is to get us to do the first part, which is to get what is possible before we spend our time on the diffusion step, the hybrid step, where both post-quantum and elliptic curve cryptography is still in use, and we can encourage people to do an orderly and deliberate move over to it. Now, one of the problems with these post-quantum keys is they're large. They're like, the smallest signature is Falcon at 666 bytes, and that comes with an 897 byte public key. So you got like 1,500 bytes that you got to store for a Falcon signature. For MLDSA, I think it's 3,700 bytes on that order. So the arguments and concerns that the Bitcoin crew were having relating to the size of the chain and the stuff that they're putting in these inscriptions and all that is just going to be magnified in this debate because these signatures are going to take up more space. Bitcoin needs more space for these post-quantum signatures, but at the same time, they're having all sorts of concerns about putting junk data on there. But we need more data. This probably isn't going to land in the main chain. This is going to be on the witness that's going to land, but still, the witness is getting large, and they want to limit the size of the witness.
Very interesting. So it's a problem. There's a lot of people that know that there's a problem. There is a solution, but who do we need to scare the shit out of to get them to really to make this happen? That's really, I think, the bottom line.
So I think the right people are already scared. You got the NAST that created the standards started the standards process in 2016. You have the Department of Defense, their standard communication says by 2030, you have to have post-quantum cryptography available and use those in all your suites. And in 2035, you can't use elliptic cryptography. The EU has a similar mandate, and that by 2030, you need to have a post-quantum solution deployed. And by 2035, you have to stop using your elliptic keys. And there's been indication that US financial regulators are on a similar path. So any of these chains that have had real financial interest from traditional finance are going to start feeling that pressure to move over or risk losing their TradFi customers and the people at retail who want to use it. And chains that are really interested in this, they will respond very well to this kind of pressure. But then you have, some chains like Bitcoin and some of the Ethereum purists who say this is cypherpunk. We don't care. We're going to do what's right because of what's doing right, not because of what some regulator says. So it's going to be an interesting thing to watch. But I think some of the right pressure is coming from the right place, and the traditional finance is going to be forced to do this post-quantum migration, have it in place and usable by 2030, and ban elliptic curves by 2035, I think is the typical vibe that a lot of these regulators are going along. So the right people, I think, who have the power to use power to force this, I think are doing it. And it's just the communities where you need to congeal a community action are the ones that we really need to activate and get consolidated around this. And Bitcoin's one example. We need to convince people that having these zombie coins suddenly liquidate in the market and be sold off is bad for the ecosystem, to overcome the people that are saying, well, basically we're setting a date that we're going to steal their coins and burn them. I mean, that's like, this is the good old trolley problem. Do we ruin it for everyone, or do we burn a few people's coins? And that's classic. And the people whose coins could be burned could just as easily move their coins to a safe address, and they don't have to have them burnt. This is the ethical dilemma that's going to rage through, and it's just got potential to be as big as the block size wars. But honestly, I think it's just as existential a threat to Bitcoin as to what they're going to do with these lost coins when it comes time to activate a quantum computer that's cryptographically relevant.
It's a dilemma, but I mean, at the same time, you have to do what you have to do to protect the network, right?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe instead of burning those coins, maybe there's a way to put them into a fund that can help maybe support. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I guess you're getting into
maybe minor rewards, or I don't know.
Yeah, like something that actually helps the network rather than just burning them. I mean, burning them obviously helps everyone else that's holding, right? Because it increases the value of your coins. But I don't know that eliminating a huge percentage of the coins in the ecosystem is really that'll have other impacts too that we are maybe not just price impacts, you know.
Because I'm sure someone's going to pitch. People are concerned about the schedule, the emission schedule for mining, and I'm sure somebody's going to make a serious pitch about this. Well, let's just after that flag date, we steal all the coins and we put them back in mining, and so we change the curve of the mining so that the number of Bitcoins that are out there is still constant. And I don't think they're going to win, but I think there's some people who can be able to make a serious, legitimate argument that you should take those coins and return them to miners through mining and supplement the mining.
Spend the mining. You can actually even just spend the sunset on mining rewards.
Right. You could extend it. You could bump it up. You could send it back 4 years. There's all sorts of things that you could do with it. But that's going to be one of the things I think they're ultimately going to lose with it. I think if I had to make a prediction, either they won't be locked out or they'll just be disrespected and they won't be able to be moved past a certain date. So they'll either be functionally burnt or they will be people transfer them out. That's what I think is going to happen. There's one possibility though that I think is unique, is the possibility of zero knowledge proofs. If you can have something else that you can prove it rather than simply the key, then you can use a zero knowledge proof to recover it. This is Ethereum's current emergency escape plan, is that they would have you submit a zero knowledge proof that you know your HD derivation key and that you can point to your address and you can produce the key from that, and you post a zero knowledge proof that you have the information to do that. So your 12, 18, 24 word seed phrase, that's your secret. And if you can prove your secret that it can produce the public key from that, then you can post a zero knowledge proof and you can move your funds to a new address. So something like that could also be an opportunity for Bitcoin. I mean, you kind of got that with pay to script hash.
So having the secret rather than the actual private key.
Right. But that only works if you generated your private key from like a HD wallet or some derivation seed. And it would only work for the derivation seeds that they have ZK proofs for.
So you're talking about not your average user having the capacity to do this. Oh man, this is a.
But your average user still has their keys, and the solution for them is simple: move your coins.
Right. Well, but even just communicating to people is a challenge sometimes. Dano, I could talk to you about this forever, man. It's really awesome stuff. We actually have a segment that we segue into usually about 10 minutes ago. We have the game master. We do. No, it's not your fault. It's my fault for. Well, I listen. It's my show. We do it whatever I want to do it, and it was a great conversation. And I didn't prepare you for this. So we do a game show segment. You're absolutely welcome to stay. Do not feel obligated to stay. Super respectful of your time. But we are going to transition to a game segment where we have the game master come on. We do a Find2Earn thing where we utilize Google Maps, and we're sponsored by some of the Stacks meme tokens, and people have an opportunity to win. We'd love it if you did hang out to play, but I don't want you to feel obligated. But we'll be back with the Game Master in just a minute. Real quick, I want to just everyone follow at Shemnon. Dano Farron knows what's up, and he's working at Tectonic XYZ. That's at Tectonic XYZ. And they also are trying to solve this big problem that we have coming up. So make sure you give them a follow. And Dano, what else? We'll have you on again, man. Sometime.
I have to say, I love your bio. and the McDonald's crew. Let's go, dude. Everybody's on the McDonald's.
Oh, you must know Hero Gamer.
He must know Hero.
It's that.
What's it say?
Hold on, don't put it down yet.
Damn.
This is my badge from when I used to work at McDonald's.
Solid, dude. Let's go.
It's like faded out right here. This is legit. You got the little circles here that you would put your service awards, because I never stuck around long enough in the store to work at service awards.
Very
solid, dude.
Awesome stuff, man.
Never trust. Always verify.
Hero says you guys are buddies. Also, I wanted to just earlier in the chat, I didn't want to interrupt, but Hero said if we check out Hunter Beast's X account, he is the one that authored BIP 360. So there might be some more information there for you guys to grab. And we will have Dano on again for sure. Dano, awesome stuff. We're going to transition, guys. Stay tuned. We're going to go get into Find2Earn rounds momentarily after a quick word from our sponsor. We'll be right back, and the Game Master will be with us soon. All right. So without further ado, though, I want to segue into Tony's segment because I love what Tony is working on. I think it's some amazing stuff. Let me get this off of here.
Oops.
Oh, we did the thing.
Did the thing, man. Did the thing. Happy Friday, peace. We did the thing.
It's been a while since we were co-producing like that.
Yeah,
it's been a little while. Tony, man, what's up? How you doing? You've been
hey.
rock star. You've been making this circuit.
Yes.
You've been on every. I saw you on the what do they call it? Stacks Office Hours now with Eric and Kenny. That was just yesterday. I'm gonna have to pick that up and replay it on the show sometime soon. But great having you with us. I don't have a whole lot of your background. I know you have a tech history, but we met up at the. I thought I didn't know what the hell you were doing there, GP. Looked like you were about to hit a bong or something.
I had a little runaway string there for a second. I set myself on fire, man. That's how the music made me feel.
All right, so I met Tony at the Stacks Hacker House, and that was a great experience, by the way. And I wasn't a direct participant. I was a satellite participant. I kind of just showed up whenever I felt like it to participate in the amazing meals because you guys had that chef that was just providing awesome food for you guys. But the vibe there was awesome, man. It was like a friend. Yeah. I loved it. I thought you guys were. You guys all seemed to be very friendly. You were all helping each other out, cranking on each other's projects. So what? I'll shut up. You tell us, what was your experience like there? And that's where you came up with the idea to work on 402, right? You weren't coming there to work on that specifically?
Yeah, I mean, so I'm gonna give up a little bit of background on how everyone got into the hacker house. So basically, if you wanted to be at the Stacks Hacker House, you were not able to apply. You have to create a project before winning a hackathon or maybe one of the challenges they had. So basically, it wasn't like a ton of applications. Maybe you can come in. So basically, the way you get into the hacker house was by winning a hackathon. So I won one of those hackathons. I mean, not the first place, but I got into the hacker house using X402 for Stacks, the Latin America one.
You did submit an X402 project for the submitted for the hackathon. Was it one of the LATAM hackathon? Was it the LATAM?
Exactly. Yeah, for the Latin America hackathon. Yeah, for the Latin America hackathon that Angel and Jonathan were organizing, that one. So I wanted to create something on the Stacks since the last year because some of my friends, like he has a protocol here in Mexico. It's called Metapool. It's kind of the biggest one DeFi protocols in Latin America. It's not on the Stacks. It's more like EVM, Solana, but basically, like he told me that, hey, there's this hackathon. I think you should join. It's pretty great. Last year, and I didn't have enough time to work on that. But I started like following Jonathan and Angel because they were doing a lot of things here in Latin America. And this year, I said like, hey, I want to build something. I don't know why. I don't know what. Sorry. I want to build something on Stacks. I want to get hands-on on Stacks. I really like Bitcoin L2. So obviously Stacks is the biggest one. So I wanted to get my hands dirty building something. So I was like trying to understand what was built, what wasn't. And I saw that X402 wasn't built for stacks. X402 has been getting a lot of traction the last 3 months. It's actually something like from almost a year ago, like 7, 8 months ago. But like
just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it